Chapter 18. The Butterfly of Light and Shadow. The Hogwarts Express glides toward the Scottish Highlands amidst the delicate winter snowfall. The scenery outside the window transitions from the flat, snow-dotted fields of central England to the rugged silhouettes of snow-clad mountains. A peculiar atmosphere, suspended between languor and melancholy, pervades the carriage. Christmas break has come to an end. Vittikel sits in the compartment opposite Theodore Knott, with a small table cluttered with discarded snack wrappers between them. Athena stands atop the luggage rack, eyes closed, swaying gently with the train's motion, resembling a monk journeying through meditation. "You've already consumed 3, Knott suddenly remarks, his gaze fixed on the tome of advanced potion making in his hands, clearly alluding to the package of chocolate frogs Vittikel has just unwrapped. Vittikel retrieves a chocolate frog from its packaging and pops it into his mouth, mumbling, "I didn't have enough for breakfast. Alfie brought me too many snacks, and I was busy distributing them to Dick and the others at the station, only managing to eat 2 slices of toast myself." Knott finally raises his head, his dark eyes scanning the pile of wrappers before Vittikel. 3 chocolate frogs, 2 packs of chewy bubblegum, half a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and several remnants of gingerbread men pilfered from the Wayne Manor kitchen. Excessive sugar intake can lead to diminished focus, sluggish reactions, and unstable magical fluctuations. Knott states, his tone resembling that of a scholar reciting facts. "Tomorrow, we have Transfiguration class, and Professor McGonagall will not tolerate drowsy students." "I won't doze off," Vittikel protests, though a yawn escapes him, an inadvertent betrayal. It's merely a post-holiday malaise. He gazes out at the fleeting snowy landscape, his thoughts lingering in Gotham, in a warm, bustling embrace of Wayne Manor over the past 2 weeks. After the New Year's Eve fireworks, they went skiing at a quaint cabin in Switzerland with a private slope. Dick attempted to teach him tricks, resulting in both of them tumbling into a snowbank, watching films, playing games, and countless sumptuous feasts prepared by Alfie. It was a fortnight filled with warmth, brightness, laughter, and embraces. Yet now, he finds himself aboard the train back to Hogwarts. Outside the window is the frigid Scottish winter. Opposite him sits his aloof roommate, his bag brimming with hefty textbooks to devour, and within the castle, there is Professor Quirrell, the darkness that looms behind him, unsolved mysteries and lurking dangers. "You are overthinking it." Knott's voice disrupts his reverie. Vittikel turns his head. "What?" "Your expression." Knott closes his book. "We have 2 hours until we reach Hogwarts, and tomorrow's first class is Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall will not lower her standards simply because the holiday has concluded." He speaks the truth. Vittikel takes a deep breath, attempting to recalibrate his state of mind. He touches the wand holster at his waist, feeling the warm, reassuring presence of Guardian beneath his fingertips, akin to the silent comfort of an old friend. The color of the wand has shifted once more. During the Christmas holiday, it gradually transitioned from a deep amber to a warmer, honeyed golden brown, with the golden patterns in the wooden grain becoming more pronounced, resembling solidified sunlight. The charred scar at the end remains vivid, yet delicate, almost transparent new wood begins to sprout around the scar. If Ollivander would see it, he would likely be so thrilled he would dismantle his entire shop for study. "Your wand," Knott suddenly remarks, his eyes fixated on Vittikel's waist. "It is glowing." Vittikel looks down. Indeed, the edge of the wand holster for Guardian emanates a faint golden halo, subtle yet visible in the dimly lit compartment. "It is adapting," Vittikel struggles to articulate. Knott gazes at the wand holster for a few seconds before averting his gaze. "Fascinating. Most wands are fixed once their creation is complete." "Much like Hogwarts," Vittikel replies, glancing at the increasingly closer mountain contours outside. "The castle changes on its own. The staircases shift, rooms appear or vanish. Perhaps magical objects possess some degree of vitality." Knott remains silent, reopening his book, yet Vittikel notices that his page-turning has slowed. The train traverses a lengthy tunnel, and the carriage is enveloped in momentary darkness. When the light returns, Hogwarts Castle emerges amidst the distant mountains, its spires blanketed in snow, resembling a watercolor painting against the grayish-white sky. "We have arrived," whispered Vittikel, uncertain whether he spoke to Nate or merely to himself. The holiday had come to an end. Reality had returned. The sensation of returning to Hogwarts felt akin to plunging into a pool of icy water, an instant awakening that made one long for the previous warmth. Within the Slytherin common room, the fireplace blazed vigorously, its emerald flames dispelling the damp chill of the dungeon, yet the atmosphere was considerably colder than the flames themselves. Only a handful of students remained at school for Christmas, most of whom had just returned, their faces adorned with varying degrees of "I would rather not be here" expressions. Theodore had already made his way towards the boys' dormitory, and Vittikel followed him down the corridor. "How was your holiday?" Vittikel inquired, fully aware that the answer might be rather brief. Nate paused momentarily, uttering a single word, "Quiet." Such a succinct summary was, well, very much in character for Nate. The dormitory appeared just as it had upon his departure. 2 four-poster beds, silver-green drapes, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and that enchanted window displaying the murky depths of the Black Lake. Today, the water was particularly turbid, revealing only vague silhouettes of fish swimming by. Vittikel's belongings had been meticulously arranged by a house elf. Textbooks lay neatly piled on the desk, robes hung in the wardrobe, and an abundance of snacks that Lin Wan had packed for him. "I fear you may grow hungry at night," rested on the nightstand, alongside a holiday training schedule from Damien, which Vittikel had folded into a paper airplane but had not discarded. "Tomorrow, first period, Transfiguration," Nate reminded him as he began to organize his own desk. "In the basement classroom, the temperature is approximately 5 degrees cooler than here. I suggest you wear an extra layer." The following day, Vittikel rummaged through his suitcase, producing a deep gray sweater, purchased by Lin Wan, crafted from cashmere, lightweight yet warm, adorned with a tiny bat motif embroidered at the neckline. He donned it beneath his robe and then checked his wand pouch, bat necklace, and protective charm pouch, all items accounted for. "You look as if you are preparing for battle," Nate remarked without lifting his gaze. "Sometimes, class feels like a battlefield," Vittikel replied, recalling Snape's potions class, "especially when your potion emits smoke and changes color while the professor observes you with a look that seems to say, 'You have sullied the art of potion making.'" Nate's lips appeared to twitch slightly, perhaps a smile, or merely a muscle spasm. In the afternoon, the first-year Slytherins made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Vittikel made a concerted effort to stand tall. He felt a profound sense of weariness, not of the body, but of the mind. The transition from the warm, boisterous Wayne Manor back to this ancient castle of magic felt as jarring as leaping from a hot spring into an icy lake. They ascended the staircase, which today was rather cooperative and did not shift unexpectedly, and traversed the corridor. Hogwarts had just awoken. Portraits were yawning. Suits of armor were polishing imaginary stains left from the previous night's celebrations, and occasionally, students hurried by, burdened with hefty textbooks. At the corner of the second floor, they encountered a group of first-year Gryffindors, led by Percy Weasley, who sported a brand-new prefect badge and walked as though under inspection. "Phalai." Percy nodded, his expression grave. "Weasley," Phalai responded, equally curt. The two houses walked side by side towards the Transfiguration classroom, separated by an awkward distance. Vittikel spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Harry and Ron appeared drowsy, their hair more disheveled than usual. Hermione, however, was lively, already clutching a copy of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration to review. "Vitti," Harry exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes brightening as he waved. Vittikel nodded in response. Ron walked beside Harry, his face a mask of genuine distress, perhaps from overindulgence in sweets during the holiday, or perhaps simply from the reluctance to attend class. The students from the two houses parted outside the Transfiguration classroom, taking their seats according to their respective houses. The classroom was spacious, with a slate floor, tall windows, and a broad oak desk positioned at the front. The walls were devoid of decoration, save for a few portraits of past headmasters, each of whom appeared to be dozing. Vittikel settled into a seat in the middle, with Nate beside him. In front were Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, while behind them sat Bester and a girl named Pansy Parkinson. At precisely 2 o'clock, the classroom door swung open, and Professor Minerva McGonagall entered. If any professor had the ability to instantly dispel students' drowsiness, it was undoubtedly Minerva McGonagall. Today, she donned a long, deep gray robe, her hair tightly coiled at the back of her head, and her sharp eyes, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, gleamed like those of a hawk. She approached the lectern, placing her lesson plan down, and surveyed the class. At that moment, even the most lethargic students sat up straight. "Good afternoon." Her voice rang clear, imbued with the distinctive firmness of a Scottish accent. "Welcome back to Transfiguration. I trust you all had a fulfilling Christmas holiday." She paused, her gaze lingering on several clearly inattentive students. "But the holiday has concluded. From now on, your attention should be entirely devoted to this class. Today's material, although relatively straightforward, requires precise control, an excellent opportunity for a fresh start after what may have been a somewhat sluggish holiday mindset." Vittikel inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate. Professor McGonagall was correct. His thoughts indeed felt somewhat sluggish, as if encased in syrup. "Recently, we delved into the foundational theories of transfiguration and successfully transformed a matchstick into a needle," Professor McGonagall continued, pacing before the lectern. "Today, we shall embark on a slightly more intricate transformation, converting a teapot into a key." With a flourish of her wand, dozens of diminutive ceramic teapots appeared upon the lectern, each roughly the size of a palm, adorned with a simple white base and blue floral patterns. "These are not ordinary keys," Professor McGonagall emphasized, "but rather specific keys capable of unlocking this very door." She waved her wand once more, and a wooden door manifested on the back wall of the classroom, featuring an exquisite keyhole. Each teapot, upon transformation, should become a brass key that corresponds precisely to this keyhole. The shape, size, and tooth pattern must be exact. Her gaze swept across the entire class. "This exercise will test your three-dimensional spatial imagination, your ability to control dimensions, and, most importantly, your comprehension of essential transfiguration." She began to elucidate the theory. What is the essence of teapot? A container equipped with a handle and a spout designed for holding liquids. What is the essence of a key? A tool possessing a pattern of teeth utilized for unlocking mechanisms. Transformation is not merely a matter of altering appearance. It necessitates an understanding of functional conversion. You must vividly construct every detail of the key in your mind, then direct your magic to reconfigure the substance of the teapot into that form. Vittikel strained to listen, yet his thoughts occasionally wandered. He recalled that the key to Wayne Manor was no magical artifact, but rather a tangible, weighty brass keyring capable of unlocking every door of the estate. Afyu always hung it at his waist, its gentle jingling accompanying his every step. As a child, Vittikel delighted in playing with those keys, inserting various ones into different locks and relishing the satisfying click of unlocking. "Mr. Wayne." Professor McGonagall's voice snapped him back to attention like a whip. Vittikel jerked his head up, realizing the entire class was staring at him. "Please repeat the main points I just articulated," Professor McGonagall stated calmly, yet her gaze was piercing. Vittikel's mind blanked for a moment. The boy beside him, not, whispered almost inaudibly. "The teapot handle corresponds to the key's grip, and the spout aligns with the starting point of the key's teeth." "The teapot handle corresponds to the key's grip," Vittikel echoed, his voice slightly dry. "The spout aligns with the starting point of the key's teeth. One must maintain the conservation of mass during the transformation, though density may be fine-tuned." Professor McGonagall scrutinized him for 2 seconds before nodding. "Correct. However, next time I expect you to listen attentively rather than rely on your desk-made reminders, Mr. Knott." Knott's expression remained unchanged, but Vittikel felt a gentle squeeze on his hand beneath the desk, a subtle sign of irritation at being called out. "Now, each of you will have a teapot," Professor McGonagall announced, waving her wand, causing a teapot to soar towards each student's desk. "You will have 10 minutes to observe and conceptualize. After 10 minutes, you shall begin your attempts. Remember, clear intention, steady gestures, and precise pronunciation of the incantation." A teapot landed on Vittikel's desk. It was unremarkable, crafted from white ceramic, adorned with simple blue wave patterns. The spout was slightly crooked, and there was a small chip on the handle, suggesting it was an old teapot, perhaps previously used. He lifted the teapot, feeling its weight, texture, and form. The teapot was cool in his hands. The ceramic was smooth, yet not particularly refined. He endeavored to construct an image of the key in his mind. Brass in composition, approximately 3 inches in length, with a grip suitable for holding. Its teeth complex yet orderly, and the tip smooth for insertion into the lock. However, the mental image remained elusive, fluctuating between the key to Wayne Manor, too large, too intricate, and the key to Hogwarts dormitories, which he had never actually seen, as the Slytherin common room required a password. and at times even morphing into the shape of a bat-shaped dart. He shook his head, attempting to refocus. The other students were equally engaged. Hermione had closed her eyes in meditation, her lips moving silently. Harry furrowed his brow. Fixated on the teapot as if willing it to transform with sheer will, Ron attempted to discreetly gesture with his wand. Only to be halted by a sharp glance from Professor McGonagall. Malfoy struck a poised pose, seemingly awaiting inspiration. Nott's approach was the most systematic. He measured the dimensions of the teapot with his fingers, sketching a diagram on parchment while annotating the conversion ratios. Vittikel resolved to adopt a more methodical approach as well. He retrieved a quill and parchment from his bag, a special notebook gifted by Tim, featuring invisible grid lines to aid in precise drawing, and began drafting a three-dimensional representation of the teapot, followed by a design for the key. Halfway through, his concentration faltered. The blue wave pattern of the teapot reminded him not of the murky view of the Black Lake seen through a magical window, but rather of a night before the holidays when he had sneaked out of the dormitory to explore, witnessing the lake's surface illuminated by moonlight from the castle's heights. The silver moonlight laid a shimmering path upon the black water, as if inviting one to walk upon it. "Time us up," Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. "Now, commence your attempts." The incantation is Vera Vito, accompanied by a clockwise wrist rotation followed by a gentle forward tap. The classroom erupted in a chorus of incantations and wand movements. Vittikel inhaled deeply and raised his wand. Vera Vito. Silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, enveloping the teapot. The teapot trembled momentarily, its body elongating, the handle retracting, and the spout distorting, but the process was quite unstable. The teapot seemed to struggle, transforming into a twisted metal strip at times, only to revert back to its original shape. Vittikel frowned, channeling more magical energy. He could sense his wand responding. Yet there was an underlying reluctance. Beside him, Nott had made progress. The teapot had taken on a rough key-like form, its details blurred but the overall structure correct. Nott's expression was focused, his wand steady as a rock. In the front row, Hermione was nearly successful. Her teapot had morphed into a clear brass key, its teeth distinctly visible, though slightly oversized. Professor McGonagall approached to inspect, nodding. "Very good, Miss Granger. A 10% reduction in size would render it perfect." Harry was encountering difficulties. His teapot had transformed into a key, yet it was ceramic rather than metal, shattering into pieces upon the slightest touch. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall chided. "You've altered the form, but not the material. Recall the material essence transformation theory I discussed last week." Ron's teapot had morphed into a spoon. Vittikel attempted once more. This time, he closed his eyes, relinquishing the forceful desire to transform the teapot into a key, choosing instead to communicate. As Helena had taught, to comprehend the essence of the teapot, to grasp the essence of the key, and then to seek a bridge between the two. The teapot, a vessel, a container, warmth, tea, sharing, family, afternoon tea moments. The key, unlocking, entering, intimacy, authority, guardianship, boundaries. What was the bridge? An idea suddenly emerged. The teapot's spout pouring tea, the key's teeth opening a lock, both serve as passages. The body of the teapot containing tea. The key's grip accommodating fingers, both are points of contact. The handle for lifting, the key's ring for threading and hanging, both are connections. He opened his eyes and gently tapped his wand. Vera Vito. This time, the transformation flowed much more smoothly. The ceramic of the teapot began to shimmer, adopting a metallic luster. The body elongated and thinned. The handle shrank into a key's grip. The spout extended, differentiating, forming exquisite teeth. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without struggle or instability. Moments later, a brass key lay upon the desk. Vittikel picked it up. It felt pleasantly cool, its weight just right, and the teeth were distinctly defined. It even bore the original blue pattern of the teapot, now seemingly enameled into the metal, lending an artistic touch to the otherwise simple key. "Excellent, Mr. Wayne," Professor McGonagall, having approached his desk at some point, took the key to inspect. The material transformation was complete, the structure accurate, the dimensions appropriate, and you've retained the decorative elements of the original object. This is a fascinating idea. She returned the key to Vittikel. "Now, go and see if it opens that door." Vittikel rose, walking towards the wooden door at the back wall of the classroom. All eyes were upon him. He was the first to complete the transformation to the testing phase. The key inserted into the lock, turning. Click. The door swung open. Behind it lay not a corridor, but a small storage room filled with old textbooks and broken teaching tools. "Success," Professor McGonagall nodded, awarding Slytherin 5 points for precise transformation. Vittikel returned to his seat, feeling a wave of relief. It seemed he had not yet been entirely consumed by the lethargy of the holidays. Yet, at that moment, a complication arose. Professor McGonagall requested all successful students to assist their less fortunate classmates. Vittikel was assigned to help Millicent Burst, whose teapot had morphed into a bizarre, misshapen object that resembled a hybrid between a teapot and a key. I feel I lack spatial imagination, Burst lamented. In my mind, keys are always flat. Yet actual keys are three-dimensional. Vittikel pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps do not envision the key itself. Instead, imagine the lock you need to open. What is the internal structure of the lock like? The key must match that structure to turn. Reverse engineer the shape of the key from the perspective of the lock. Burst attempted to follow his advice, closing her eyes in meditation. Vittikel waited patiently at the side, his fingers idly twirling a brass key. His gaze fell upon the vacant spot on the table where a teapot once sat. In truth, the teapot had transformed entirely into the key. However, transfiguration magic possesses a peculiar trait. If the transformation is not wholly executed, or if the caster's will falters, the object may revert to its original form or become ensnared in an intermediate state. He contemplated the recent transfiguration process, reflecting upon the concepts of passage and connection, envisioning the teapot pouring tea and the key unlocking doors. Then, almost out of boredom and distraction, he lightly tapped the table with the tip of his wand, murmuring the transfiguration spell, not aimed at any specific object, merely a whimsical gesture. The silvery light from the wand danced upon the tabletop, and then the phantom of a teapot emerged. No, it was not a mere apparition. It was an outline composed of light, a semi-transparent teapot shape that glimmered softly, suspended a few inches above the surface, gently rotating. Vittikel blinked. He had not intended to cast a spell. It was merely the random motion of the wand combined with his distracted thoughts that conjured this luminescent teapot. Intriguing. He tapped his wand again, envisioning the teapot pouring tea. The light-formed teapot tilted, and from its spout flowed a slender stream of shimmering silver light, reminiscent of tea, which scattered into luminous droplets upon reaching the table. Akin to a miniature waterfall. A more whimsical thought crossed his mind. If the teapot could pour light, could that light transform into something else? He waved his wand lightly, guiding the specks of light. They coalesced in the air, reconfiguring themselves. They morphed into tiny, glowing droplets of water. Then, as his thoughts drifted elsewhere, towards the fireworks at Wayne Manor's New Year's Eve celebration, the spectacle of golden, silver, and colorful lights bursting in the night sky, the light droplets began to change. They elongated, diverged, and sprouted delicate filaments, transforming into a swarm of butterflies. Tiny, luminous butterflies, crafted purely from light magic, each no larger than a fingernail, with intricately detailed wing patterns that shifted colors with each flutter: silver, gold, pale blue, soft purple. Vittikel was utterly absorbed in this unexpected creation, scarcely noticing the changes in the classroom. The first light butterfly took flight from the table, tracing an elegant arc in the air. Then came the second, and the third, swiftly followed by a dozen more, fluttering around Vittikel and Bursted's desks like a small cluster of living, glowing nebulae. Bursted opened his eyes wide, mouth agape in astonishment. Vittikel, what is this? Other students also took note, murmurs of intrigue rising. The butterflies seemed to possess a will of their own, though not true consciousness, merely an extension of Vittikel's subconscious magic. They began to explore the classroom, one alighting on the window pane, its wings casting light upon the frost patterns. Two others danced around the chandelier, while a few bold ones ventured onto the desks of their peers, briefly resting on textbooks, leaving faint trails of light behind. The girls began to giggle, not mockingly, but with the delight of witnessing something beautiful and wondrous. Pansy Parkinson reached out to touch one butterfly, which deftly evaded her grasp, then circled her finger, scattering a few specks of light. How lovely, a girl whispered. The atmosphere in the classroom transformed. The previously tense and studious ambience shattered, replaced by a light, magical, festive air. The light butterflies flitted about the dim classroom on that winter afternoon, as if they had brought with them a fragment of the magic from Wayne Manor's New Year's Eve celebration. Vittikel finally became aware of what was transpiring. He blinked, gazing at his creation, momentarily uncertain about how to proceed. Should he dispel them or allow them to continue? Then, a clear, calm voice, imbued with unmistakable authority, rang out without even a glance. Mr. Wayne. Professor McGonagall, her back to him as she guided another student, spoke with precision that cut through the classroom's clamor. Reaching Vittikel's ears, please adhere to classroom decorum. Her tone was not raised, yet each word resonated with crystalline clarity. The classroom fell silent in an instant, even the butterflies seeming to freeze momentarily. The lesson was about teapots transforming into keys, not teapots transforming into butterflies. Professor McGonagall continued, still not turning. But Vittikel could feel her attention entirely fixed upon him. While your creativity demonstrates admirable control and imagination in transfiguration magic, this is not the occasion for showcasing personal talents. She finally turned, her eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses scrutinizing Vittikel, stern, yet perhaps with a hint of nearly imperceptible appreciation. Now, please revert your butterflies back into a teapot. Then focus on assisting Miss Burstead with her key transfiguration. If you have any surplus energy, you may visit my office after class, where we can discuss the stability of light magic constructs. A ripple of suppressed, good-natured laughter echoed through the classroom. It was not derisive, rather. It conveyed a sense of camaraderie, as if to say, "You've been caught, yet we all think it's rather cool." Vittikel felt his cheeks flush, though he was not overly embarrassed. He raised his wand, softly uttering the counterspell. The fluttering light butterflies came to a halt, then transformed into silver motes, returning to the tip of his wand, absorbed back within. The entire process was graceful and serene, akin to the curtain falling on a small magical performance. "My apologies, Professor," Vittikel said, his voice sincere. Professor McGonagall nodded. "I accept your apology. Now, continue. There are 20 minutes remaining in class." She turned back to assist other students. Yet Vittikel caught a fleeting smile at the corner of her lips as she did so. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The classroom resumed its scholarly atmosphere, though now it felt considerably lighter. Burstead whispered, "Those butterflies were beautiful. How did you do it?" "I zoned out," Vittikel admitted, thinking of the fireworks from the holidays. "And it just happened." "Post-holiday syndrome." Burstead nodded in understanding. "My mother always says that during the week after the holidays. My mind is half filled with jam tarts and half with the pillows at home, with nothing in between." They laughed, and then returned to their tasks. With Vittikel's assistance, Burstead finally succeeded in transforming her teapot into a key, albeit a rough version, yet functional. 5 minutes before the end of class, Professor McGonagall provided a summary. "Most of you have completed the basic transfiguration today. Some have displayed commendable potential, while others have exhibited additional creativity." Her gaze swept over Vittikel before moving on. "For homework, read Chapter 6 of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and write an essay on the magical compensatory mechanisms of energy conservation during material transformation. No less than 12 inches of parchment. Due Thursday." A chorus of groans filled the classroom. Additionally, Professor McGonagall added, her voice tinged with rare warmth, "Welcome back to Hogwarts. The holidays have concluded, but the new year has begun. May you find enthusiasm in your studies, not merely the obligation to complete assignments." The bell rang, and students began to gather their belongings, chatter resuming. Vittikel handed the teapot over to Professor McGonagall and prepared to leave. "Mr. Wayne," Professor McGonagall called, "please wait a moment." Vittikel lingered as the other students streamed out. Not paused at the door, casting a glance that seemed to ask, "Do you need me to wait for you?" Vittikel shook his head, and not departed. Only Professor McGonagall and Vittikel remained in the classroom. Professor McGonagall was organizing her lesson plans at the podium, not lifting her gaze as she remarked, "Those butterflies, light magic constructs that can fly autonomously, change colors, and even respond to their environment. This is an advanced transfiguration technique." Vittikel was unsure how to respond. "I just tried it casually. I didn't think much of it." To achieve such a level with casual experimentation either suggests astonishing talent or incredible luck. Professor McGonagall raised her gaze, her eyes scrutinizing him through the lenses of her glasses. "I suspect it is the former. Your transfiguration assignment exhibited an extraordinary depth of understanding right from the outset, transcending mere mechanical imitation." She paused, seemingly weighing her words. "Mr. Wayne, Hogwarts encourages students to cultivate their individual talents. However, should such talent develop too rapidly, surpassing the solid foundation of fundamental skills, it may resemble a magnificent tower erected upon shifting sands, impressive yet perilous." "I understand, Professor," Vittikel replied earnestly. "I will reinforce my foundational practice." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Additionally, regarding those butterfly-like constructs, they are exceedingly draining on magical energy and quite unstable. Do not create autonomous light constructs without a firm grasp of stabilizing charms. They may spiral out of control." The gravity in her tone underscored that this was not a casual warning. "Yes, Professor. You may leave," she stated, then added with a slightly softened tone, "The butterflies are indeed beautiful. They remind me of some lovely sights I witnessed during my youth at Hogwarts." Vittikel looked up in surprise, but McGonagall had already turned to organize her lesson plans, her profile as stern as ever. "Thank you, Professor," he said before exiting the classroom. In the corridor, students were bustling towards their next class or the common room. Vittikel caught up with his fellow Slytherins, with not walking beside him. "Did you get reprimanded?" Not inquired, his voice flat. "More of a warning," Vittikel replied, "about not overly developing flashy techniques while neglecting the fundamentals." "Fair enough," Not remarked. "Your butterflies, while visually striking, lacked magical efficiency. The energy expended could have sufficed for 3 standard transformations from teapot to key. Vittikel blinked in astonishment. How did you know that? Observation is a fundamental skill, not stated. I believe it is common knowledge. Vittikel found himself momentarily speechless. Nott's keen perception and candor always left him astounded. Nevertheless, Nott unusually added, being able to conjure them is impressive in itself. This was likely Nott's form of praise. Vittikel couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you. They reached the staircase, encountering a group of Gryffindors. Harry, Hermione, and Ron approached. Those butterflies were so cool, Viti. Harry exclaimed, his green eyes sparkling. How did you do that? We won't learn light magic until next semester, right? Daydreaming and a bit of luck, Vittikel admitted. Hermione's expression was a mixture of envy and concern. Professor McGonagall is correct. Light constructs require strong control. I read in Principles of Advanced Transfiguration that unstable light constructs can absorb magical energy from their surroundings, becoming unpredictable. You should be cautious. I will, Vittikel assured her. Ron yawned. I just hope my teapot turns into a key, not a spoon. They all laughed. The students from the 2 houses parted at the staircase, Slytherin descending to their common room, while Gryffindor ascended to their next class. Upon returning to the common room, Vittikel felt that familiar post-holiday fatigue creeping back, albeit mixed with a sense of satisfaction. The episode in Transfiguration, while resulting in a reprimand, had broken the monotony of returning to school. He settled onto a sofa by the fireplace, and Athena flew over to perch on his shoulder. Vittikel retrieved the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from his bag and began to read Chapter 6. However, after a few lines, his thoughts drifted once more. He recalled Professor McGonagall's final words. It reminds me of some lovely sights I witnessed during my youth at Hogwarts. When was McGonagall young? 30 years ago. What was Hogwarts like then? Were there other magical wonders? His mind wandered back to his butterflies. Indeed, when he had created them, he had envisioned the fireworks of Gotham's New Year's Eve, the scene of family gathered together, watching the sky illuminate. Perhaps, in a sense, those butterflies had brought a fragment of light and warmth from Wayne Manor into the cold winter classroom of Hogwarts. The wand in his bag radiated a slight warmth. As if in agreement with his thoughts, Vittikel stroked his wand and then took out a piece of parchment, beginning to write a letter. Dear Mom and Dad, brothers and sisters, Alfred, I have returned to Hogwarts. The castle is quite cold. It is snowing in Scotland, but Slytherin's fireplace is roaring. My first class back was Transfiguration. I daydreamed and accidentally conjured glowing, color-changing butterflies, truly by accident, and Professor McGonagall reprimanded me, but later privately mentioned that the butterflies were beautiful. So, I suppose it wasn't too terrible. This is the return to school, a bit tired, a bit distracted, yet the magic persists, friends remain, and learning continues. I miss the warmth of home, yet there is magic here as well. I will study diligently and remain cautious of dangers. Professor Quirrell has no classes today, but I quicken my pace when passing by his office. Please send my regards to Gotham, to the Bat Signal, and to Alfred's kitchen. Love you all, Viti. He folded the letter and instructed Athena to deliver it. The owl grasped the letter and flew out of the common room, traversing the waters of the Black Lake, heading towards Gotham. Chapter 19. The whisper of the dragon egg. The castle of Hogwarts gradually awakened from its wintry slumber. The seasonal shift in the Scottish Highlands always imbued with a certain dramatic tension. In February, snow stubbornly blanketed the castle's turrets and the distant mountains. Yet the ice along the edge of the Black Lake began to show spiderweb-like cracks. In March, the first timid green shoots peeked from the soil at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and the windows of the castle corridors would occasionally open briefly, allowing a cool, earthy breeze to sweep in. By April, spring had finally taken hold. The lawns and the courtyards revived. The magical plants in the greenhouses entered a frenzied growth phase. And even the portraits, known for their constant complaints, began discussing the topic of storing away winter garments. For Vittikel Wayne, however, the passage of these months was marked not by seasons but by the pages of parchment, the bubbling of potion brews, the repetitions of spell practice, and the increasingly vivid perception he had come to know as the insight blessing bestowed upon him by Helena Ravenclaw. Helena had departed. He had found her in a secluded terrace of the tower, or rather, he had discovered the traces she left behind. There was no spectre present, only the almost imperceptible silver dust of light lingering in the air, like stardust scattered by the wind, gently descending in the moonlight. On the ground, inscribed with some luminescent substance, were words not in English, but in the ancient runes of Enochian. Thank you, child. My memories are now yours. Seek me in the mirror. Vittikel stood there, watching the letters slowly dissipate, akin to morning mist evaporating under the sun. He felt a gentle, warm constriction in his chest, not sadness, but rather a sense of relinquished farewell. Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost who had haunted for centuries, had finally found peace beyond the veil. through the illusory resolution granted by the Mirror of Erased. The legacy she left him was profound, a manuscript copy detailing the lost magical theories and philosophical musings of the Ravenclaw school. And that insight blessing, an innate gift that would permanently alter the way he perceived the world. At first, Vittikel felt almost overwhelmed by this gift. His senses became extraordinarily acute. Yet it was not merely enhanced vision or sharper hearing. He could see the flow of magic, not as a metaphor, but as a tangible reality. During Charms class, as Professor Flitwick demonstrated the levitation charm, Vittikel could see silvery threads of magical energy flowing from the tip of the wand, weaving into a net that enveloped the feather, gently lifting it into the air. In Potions class, he observed the myriad of magical particles, each varying in hue, released by different materials within the cauldron. These particles collided, fused, and reacted amidst the bubbling liquid. More unsettlingly, he began to perceive the emotions of magical objects, should they possess any. One night in mid-February, he indulged in another nocturnal wander, unable to resist the habit, especially as Nate no longer conveniently stirred to remind him of the moss on his shoe soles. Perhaps believing he could manage on his own. In a secluded corridor on the third floor, he encountered an enormous portrait. The painting depicted a young noblewoman clad in an opulent gown reminiscent of the 16th century, standing in a garden blooming with roses. She possessed deep brown curls and melancholic blue eyes, holding a withered rose, her expression sorrowful. As Vittikel passed, he instinctively cast a glance, merely out of courtesy. For portraits in Hogwarts typically relished being acknowledged. Then, the extraordinary occurred. His insight blessing activated spontaneously, without summons. In an instant, he saw not only the oil and light upon the canvas, but delved deeper. The very veins of the portrait's magic. The intricate spell structures that allowed the image to move, think, and even exhibit a degree of personality. Amidst those veins, he sensed a profound, almost solid sorrow. Akin to a sealed ancient well, the water within bitter. More astonishingly, the lady in the portrait suddenly turned her head and gazed directly at him. It was not the customary greeting of a portrait acknowledging a visitor, but rather a penetrating, shocked expression as if she realized she was being scrutinized. "Can you feel it?" The portrait's lady spoke, her voice reminiscent of distant wind chimes, yet trembling. Vittikel froze, uncertain whether to nod or shake his head. The noblewoman's countenance shifted from sorrow to anger, her cheeks flushing, impertinent, audacious, to pry into a lady's private emotions. "You scoundrel!" She raised the withered rose, which suddenly transformed into a dagger-like sharpness as she made a motion to hurl it. The surrounding frame began to tremble, the portrait's magic oscillating violently. Vittikel turned and fled, his heart racing. He dashed along the corridor, only daring to pause after 2 turns, leaning against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath. A scoundrel? For perceiving her sorrow? What a peculiar charge. Yet that experience illuminated 2 truths for him. First, the insight blessing not only enabled him to perceive the essence of magic, but also resonated with certain powerful magical entities. Second, this ability required control, lest it invite trouble. From that moment onward, he consciously trained himself to master this blessing. Just as Helena had taught, magic is a tool, but tools require skilled hands to wield. In the stillness of night, he pored over manuscripts, striving to comprehend the Ravenclaw school's theories on perception and boundaries. He carefully regulated his attention in class, avoiding inadvertent insights. He even devised a simple mental barrier technique to dampen the blessing's effects when unnecessary, akin to lowering the volume of a radio. By April, he had nearly mastered the art of coexisting with this gift. He could choose when to delve into deeper observations and when to maintain a superficial awareness. He learned to distinguish between various types of magical flows, the brief bursts of spells, the steady pulsing of magical objects, the ancient breathing of the castle itself, and those dark, twisted, unsettling oscillations, such as the peculiar thing at the back of Professor Quirrell's head. The defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts stood as a continuous tragicomedy. If the joke pertained to the absurdity of the curriculum, the tragedy lay in the fact that this course, intended to teach students self-protection, was rendered nearly worthless due to Professor Quirrell's incompetence and deeper secrets. Professor Quirrell remained stutter-prone, exuding a potent garlic odor, allegedly to ward off the vampires he encountered in Romania. Yet Vittikel privately suspected this scent was more effective at repelling any creature with a normal sense of smell. He continued to teach with that timid demeanor, avoiding eye contact. His course material was despairingly shallow. However, for Vittikel, these classes acquired a new, unsettling significance. Thanks to the insight blessing, he could perceive the unusual magical field surrounding Professor Quirrell. Most wizards possessed a natural ebb and flow of magic, like breathing, when casting spells. There would be a brief amplification, and in moments of tranquility, it resembled gentle ripples on water. But Quirrell's magical field was peculiar, faint, trembling, unstable. Like a flickering candle in the wind, yet deep within, in that area at the back of his head, pulsed a dark, viscous, writhing energy. That substance resembled neither life nor death, but rather a parasitic entity, a lingering while refusing to dissipate. Vittikel endeavored to avert his gaze. Each time he attended defense against the dark arts, he sat in the back row, head bowed, taking notes, which were, in truth, doodles or letters home, deliberately avoiding contact with Quirrell's eyes. Yet, during a class in late March, he found himself distracted. On that day, Quirrell was lecturing on the defensive techniques against the Kappa. His speech so stuttered it was nearly unintelligible. It likes to suck the internal organs, especially the liver. The defense method is to throw cucumbers at it. It will count the bumps on the cucumbers. The entire class struggled to stifle laughter. Ron Weasley covered his mouth with his hand beneath the table, shoulders shaking. Hermione wore a face mingled with anger and despair, questioning what she was actually learning in such a vital class, while Harry stared at Quirrell with a furrowed brow, a look of pure confusion in his green eyes. How could this man possibly be appointed as a professor? Vittikel's mind wandered. He recalled a passage from Helena's manuscript regarding the theory of soul fragments, not a modern magical concept, but an ancient Ravenclaw philosophical exploration of the divisibility of consciousness. The manuscript mentioned that powerful wizards, during extreme emotions or magical accidents, might inadvertently attach fragments of their consciousness to objects or others. These fragments, though incomplete, retained certain characteristics and obsessions of their original owners. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the back of Quirrell's head. The purple turban was wrapped as tightly as ever. Yet Vittikel's insight blessing began to flow autonomously, perhaps due to the resonance between his thoughts and the object of his observation. At first, he merely perceived the outline of that dark energy, resembling a constantly shifting storm cloud. Then, the blessing's effects deepened, revealing the surface details of the cloud, not a uniform darkness, but textured, reminiscent of decaying silk, akin to dried bloodstains. Then, the most terrifying occurrence transpired. The darkness abruptly coalesced into features. Not a clear human face, but a distorted, blurry visage, like a reflection seen through murky water. Yet Vittikel could discern prominent cheekbones, a flat area where a nose should be, snake-like, and a pair of elongated, red eyes, closed but with eyelids slightly quivering, as if dreaming in slumber. Voldemort. That name slid like ice into Vittikel's spine. He knew something resided at the back of Quirrell's head, recognized it as dark magic. But witnessing Voldemort's face directly was an entirely different shock. Worse still, those closed red eyes suddenly snapped open. Not truly opening, Vittikel would later recall. It was likely an illusion caused by energy fluctuations. But in that moment, he distinctly felt a gaze locking onto him. Cold, hungry, curious, tinged with a sense of amusement. As if observing an intriguing toy, Vittikel abruptly averted his gaze, his heart pounding in his chest as if it would burst. He lowered his head, fixating on the parchment, fingers gripping the quill tightly, knuckles whitening. He could feel cold sweat beating at his temples. Mr. Vane? Professor Quirrell's stammering voice broke the silence. Why are you all right? Your face, it looks quite pale. The gaze of the entire class shifted towards Voldemort. He forced himself to lift his head, managing a strained smile. And no, it's nothing, Professor. Just a slight stomachache. Perhaps I ate breakfast too hastily. Quirrell nodded, refraining from probing further, continuing his absurd lecture on cucumbers and cabbages. However, Voldemort noticed the professor's hand unconsciously brushing against the scarf at the back of his head, the movement swift and almost neurotic. For the remainder of the class, Voldemort felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He sensed that the dark gaze at the back of his head might be mere imagination, yet it felt disturbingly real. He endeavored to dampen the effects of the insight blessing, erecting a mental barrier as if wrapping himself in a thick blanket. When the class bell rang, he was nearly the first to dash out of the classroom. Voldy, wait. Harry caught up with him in the corridor. Are you really okay? Professor Quirrell looked as if he had seen a ghost. Worse than a ghost, Voldemort muttered, then realized he had let slip too much, hastily adding, his class was simply dreadful. It made me feel physically ill. Hermione approached, her expression grave. No, it's not just the class. Voldemort, you've been acting quite strange lately. More reserved, more vigilant. And I can sense your magical fluctuations. Although subtle, your magical aura has changed. Deeper, more transparent? Voldemort looked at Hermione in astonishment. She could perceive magical fluctuations? First-year students typically lacked that ability. I've been reading some advanced magical theory books, Hermione explained, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Foundations of Magical Perception. Though it's intended for fourth years, I wanted to get a head start. Are you all right, Voldy? Harry asked sincerely. Pure concern reflected in his green eyes. Voldemort gazed at his two friends, Harry, the boy who lived, unaware of the burdens he bore, Hermione, the astute witch, arming herself with books against the unknown. They both cared for him, while he concealed so many secrets. The Insight Blessing, Helena's manuscript, his knowledge of Quirrell and Voldemort, and the entire support network from Gotham. I'm researching something. He finally chose to share a partial truth. It has altered the way I perceive magic. Sometimes I see too much. Like legilimency? Hermione immediately inquired. No, not mind reading. Voldemort carefully selected his words. During class, I inadvertently glimpsed something on Professor Quirrell that I shouldn't have. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. We all feel something is off with him, Harry whispered. But Professor Dumbledore appointed him, so Professor Dumbledore might know something we don't, Hermione said, though her tone was uncertain. But regardless, Voldy, you must be cautious. I'll control it, Voldemort promised. I'm already learning. As they made their way to the next classroom, the conversation shifted to safer topics, such as Harry's burgeoning prowess in Quidditch training, having become the Gryffindor team's seeker substitute. Though merely a first-year captain would claim he possessed unprecedented talent. Yet Voldemort understood that beneath the calm surface, dark currents were swirling. The fragment of Voldemort that resided in Quirrell lay dormant. But it would not remain so forever. And he himself, armed with this increasingly adept insight blessing, might glimpse dangers unseen by others. Yet this also rendered him more conspicuous, appearing as an intriguing subject of observation. He touched the bat necklace at his chest, feeling the coolness of the metal. They were in Gotham, preparing, surveilling, waiting. Yet they could not enter Hogwarts, nor intervene directly. This was a game he must engage in himself, with magic, with wisdom, with the gifts left by Helena, and with everything the Waynes had taught him. He took a deep breath, adjusted the weight of his backpack, and headed towards the potions classroom. Snape was awaiting him. That would be yet another trial. The Hogwarts library in April was among Voldemort's favorite haunts. It was a sanctuary of silence, a treasure trove of books, and most importantly, Madame Pants, though stern, was relatively lenient towards students who were genuinely engrossed in their studies, as long as one refrained from bringing out the biting books. Voldemort typically occupied a spot by the window, where a long table provided ample light and a view of the distant Black Lake. Before him lay several tomes, copies of Helena's manuscript, transcribed into a regular notebook with extensive annotations, advanced interpretation of ancient runic, magical perception and mental control, and soul magic, theories and taboos. Beside him sat a cup of now-cold pumpkin juice and a few cookies sent by Alfie, to fuel the brain, Master Voldy. He was delving into a particularly obscure passage of the manuscript regarding the potential evolution of the Insight Blessing. Helena had noted that this blessing was not static. It deepened with the growth and understanding of its bearer. The initial stage involved perceiving the flow of magic. The mid-stage might develop into resonance with magical creations, such as that portrait of the noble lady. The later stages of the manuscript grew vague here, merely suggesting a potential touch upon the very fabric of the world. Voldemort was uncertain whether he wished to grasp the weaving threads of the world's essence. It sounded magnificent, yet perilous, like wielding a scalpel capable of slicing through anything, immensely useful. Yet one misstep could inflict harm upon oneself or others. He rubbed his eyes, glancing out the window. The spring sunshine danced upon the surface of the Black Lake, shimmering with light. A few massive tentacles of an octopus occasionally broke the surface, lazily slapping the water, creating tiny ripples. At that moment, a small note was pushed onto his page. Voldemort looked up to see Harry Potter hurriedly passing by his table, not pausing but gesturing for him to read the note. Hermione sat at another table not far away, pretending to be engrossed in her reading, yet Voldemort noticed her gaze frequently darting in their direction. He unfolded the note, revealing Harry's scrawled handwriting. Voldy, this Saturday at 3 p.m., Hagrid's hut. I have something to show you. It's important. Don't tell anyone. Except for Hermione and Ron, they already know. Bring your camera, if you have one. Harry, a camera? Voldemort raised an eyebrow. He indeed possessed one. It was part of the surveillance equipment Bruce had given him, appearing like an ordinary pen cap, but capable of capturing high-definition photos and short videos. Damien had trained him in the use of various surveillance devices, and this was the most basic. Why bring a camera to Hagrid's hut? And why was it important? He shook his head. Speculation was futile. He would find out on Saturday. He carefully tucked the note into his pocket, returning to his studies. Though his focus was now elusive, curiosity clawed at his heart like a mischievous kitten. In the following days, Voldemort continued to explore the Insight Blessing while keeping a watchful eye on Professor Quirrell's movements. He discovered that his control was indeed improving. He could now actively toggle his perception mode, akin to adjusting the focus of a telescope. Most of the time, he maintained a normal perspective. When necessary, he could briefly enter the insight state to observe the flow of magic, and then swiftly exit to avoid backlash or detection. He also handled his resonance with magical creations more cautiously. He learned to gauge the emotional state of a portrait before making eye contact. If he sensed intense private emotions or aggression, he would politely avert his gaze. Most portraits merely wished for idle conversation, remaining quite safe. He even attempted to resonate with the castle itself, not in the form of genuine dialogue, but to feel the ancient magical pulse of Hogwarts. He could sense the castle as a slumbering behemoth, each breath a tide of magic. The movement of the staircases was not random, but followed some complex, millennia-old pattern. The portraits and suits of armor acted as the castle's nerve endings, transmitting information and energy. Once, in the stillness of the night, he stood in a corridor near Gryffindor Tower, his hand resting against the frigid stone wall, eyes closed, allowing the blessing of insight to unfurl completely. At that moment, he beheld the entire castle enveloped in a colossal and intricate web of magic, resembling a system composed of nerves and blood vessels. At the heart of this network, perhaps emanating from the headmaster's office or another hidden locale, radiated a warm golden glow. Various streams of energy flowed through the web, the azure and bronze wisdom of Ravenclaw, the golden-red courage of Gryffindor, the yellow and black loyalty of Hufflepuff, the silver and green ambition of Slytherin, and older, almost imperceptible energies belonging to the castle's primal magic. Yet, in certain corners of the web, dark stagnations appeared like wounded sores, where magical currents twisted and halted. One such point lay in the corridor on the 4th floor to the right, a forbidden zone warned against by Dumbledore, another near Quirrell's office. Vittikel swiftly withdrew from his resonant state, his heartbeat quickening. The macrocosmic perception was immensely taxing, lasting only a few seconds, yet leaving him dizzy and nauseous. However, he gleaned invaluable information. The castle itself was recording everything, including the presence of darkness. He increasingly comprehended Helena's words. The blessing of insight was both a gift and a responsibility. To see more meant knowing how to handle what was revealed. At 2:30 on Saturday afternoon, Vittikel prepared to embark on his journey to Hagrid's hut. He donned a warm coat, for April in the Scottish Highlands remained chilly, checked his wand bag, and tucked his camera into the pocket of his chest, ensuring the battery was fully charged. Athena perched on his shoulder, emitting a soft hoot as if to inquire if she should accompany him. Not this time, Vittikel replied to the owl. You rest well. If there's an urgent matter, I shall summon you at once. Pleased, Athena nodded and flew back to her perch. Vittikel departed from the Slytherin common room, traversing the castle towards the grounds. The spring sunlight was gentle, yet the wind still carried a chill. As he walked across the lawn, he spotted several students in the distance playing a wizarding game, using their wands to make colorful balls bounce and chase through the air. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he heard excited voices emanating from within. He knocked on the door, which swung open immediately to reveal Harry, his green eyes shimmering. Vittikel, come in. The interior of the hut was as cramped and warm as ever. A roaring fire blazed in the massive hearth, while the table was adorned with a teapot and plates containing what appeared to be relatively mild biscuits. Hagrid sat in his specially made large chair, his face flushed with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Hermione was already present, seated on a small stool, cradling a cup of tea, but her gaze was fixed on something beside the hearth. That something rested in a basket lined with soft cloth, positioned in the warmest spot before the fire. It was an egg, but not just any egg. Its size resembled that of a rugby ball, yet it was more rounded, with a rough, deep gray-green shell adorned with bronze speckles that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the firelight. The shell bore intricate textures reminiscent of ancient runes, akin to the natural patterns of dragon scales. Vittikel instantly recognized it, not from having seen a dragon egg before, but because he had read descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, and more importantly, because his blessing of insight activated the moment he entered. He perceived the internal structure of the egg. A powerful, seething life energy pulsated within, akin to a miniature sun. Surrounding this energy was a fiery magical field, scorching, primal, and brimming with wildness. The runes on the shell were not mere carvings but patterns formed naturally by magical energy, the innate mark of dragon magic. A Norwegian ridgeback. Vittikel exclaimed, his voice laced with pure astonishment. This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg. Hagrid's hearty laughter reverberated through the hut, shaking the rafters. I knew you would recognize it. Vittikel, you're a child of magical creatures. Harry chimed in excitedly. Hagrid won it from a cloaked stranger at the pub. He won it in a card game. He says it's going to hatch soon. Hermione finally snapped out of her shock, her voice tense. Hagrid, you can't keep a dragon. It's illegal. The Dragon Breeding Act explicitly prohibits the private ownership of fire-breathing dragons, and the Norwegian ridgeback is particularly dangerous. They breathe fire at extremely high temperatures and are highly aggressive. Oh, little Hermione. Don't worry, Hagrid said in a soothing tone, as if to calm a child. Nobber will be very well behaved. I've named it Nobber, doesn't it sound nice? And it's still just an egg. Once it hatches, I'll take good care of it and teach it the rules. Dragons are not pets, Hagrid. Hermione stood up, her tone fervent. They're among the most dangerous creatures. They require professional handlers and specialized environments. Your little hut will be reduced to ashes at its first breath of fire. Vittikel did not engage in the argument. His attention was entirely captivated by the dragon egg. He stepped closer, the blessing of insight allowing him to perceive further details. The dragon embryo inside was nearly fully developed, the small life occasionally stirring in slumber. Its claws gently scratching at the inner wall. The magical field surrounding the shell resonated with the warmth of the hearth, hastening the hatching process. When will it hatch? Vittikel inquired, his voice filled with pure curiosity. In just a few days, Hagrid declared proudly. I can feel it moving. It's especially active today, which is why I called you all here. I want you to witness this moment. How rare it is. At that instant, the egg emitted a distinct cracking sound. Everyone fell silent. The egg cracked again, this time louder. A fine fissure appeared on the surface of the shell, at the bronze speckled area. It's hatching, Harry murmured. As if speaking in a church, now? Right now? Vittikel suddenly recalled something. He swiftly retrieved his pen camera from his chest pocket and pressed the activation button. A nearly imperceptible small lens at the tip glowed faintly red, indicating that recording had begun. You brought a camera? Harry asked in astonishment. Damien would love this madness. Vittikel explained, his eyes never leaving the dragon egg, captivated by rare creatures, especially dangerous ones. I have to record it for him. Hermione wanted to interject, but another louder crack interrupted her thoughts. The fissure widened. The shell began to rock rhythmically as the small life inside struggled to break free. Hagrid anxiously rubbed his hands, large tears glistening in his eyes. Oh, poor little thing. Come on, Nobber, you can do it. The top of the egg cracked open slightly. A black, damp head adorned with tiny horns emerged. It emitted a faint, hoarse cry, not the roar of an adult dragon, but more akin to the chirp of a small bird, accompanied by a fiery hiss. The little dragon's head fully emerged, eyes still closed, covered with a translucent membrane. It banged its head against the surrounding shell, fragments cascading down. Then came its tiny front claws, already sharp enough to be intimidating, as it clawed at the edges of the shell, gradually squeezing out its body. Throughout the entire process, Vittikel's camera faithfully recorded. He adjusted the angle, capturing close-ups, the little dragon's damp scales. Currently a deep gray but destined to turn a dark green with bronze spots when dry, the movement of its muscles as it struggled. The slow-motion fall of shell fragments. He had activated high-speed filming mode, and Hagrid's face, a mixture of ecstasy and concern. Finally, the little dragon broke free from the shell, lying in the basket lined with soft cloth, panting, its body rising and falling with each breath. It was roughly the size of a kitten, yet its proportions were entirely different. A long tail, sturdy limbs, and wings still damp against its back. It sneezed, releasing a small burst of sparks, actual sparks, that landed on the cloth, burning several small holes. Noble Hagrid whispered softly, extending his enormous, rough fingers to gently caress the top of the hatchling dragon's head. The dragon turned its head, peering at the source of the touch with eyes that were yet to fully open, and emitted a contented, flame-tinged purr. It began to lick itself, using its coarse tongue to clean the mucus from its scales. As its body dried, the colors of its scales gradually revealed themselves, a deep emerald base adorned with bronze spots and spines, glimmering like metallic emeralds in the firelight. It is truly beautiful, Harry murmured, his green eyes reflecting the light of the dragon and the flames. Hermione remained silent, standing beside him with her arms tightly clasped across her chest. Her expression a complex tapestry of awe at the miracle of new life and anxiety born from the awareness of the dangers lurking behind it. Once the dragon had tidied itself, it attempted to stand. Its legs were unsteady, wobbling before it finally found its balance. It spread its wings, their damp membranes needing time to dry before it could take flight, and then glanced at the surrounding humans. The insight blessing allowed Voldemort to perceive the dragon's magical aura, searing, primal, yet not entirely stable. He could feel the dragon's simple emotions, curiosity, hunger, and an instinctive attachment to warmth, the hearth. The dragon staggered towards the fireplace, but paused midway, turning its gaze towards Voldemort. It lifted its head, looking at him with eyes that were a brilliant golden hue, with slit pupils reminiscent of molten gold. It scrutinized Voldemort for a few seconds before emitting a soft, inquisitive hiss. Voldemort suddenly realized the dragon might sense his insight blessing. Magical creatures often possess a heightened sensitivity to magic, and dragons are among the most powerful of magical beings. It likely felt Voldemort watching it in a manner that was distinctly different from ordinary perception. He carefully toned down the effect of the blessing and smiled at the dragon. Hello, noble. The dragon tilted its head and then lost interest, continuing its journey to the fireplace. It nestled into the warmest spot before the hearth, curling up and soon emitting a gentle, spark-laden snore as it drifted into slumber. Mere hours into its existence, Voldemort ceased recording and stowed away his pen camera. He glanced at Hermione. She remained in place, her expression grave. Hagrid busied himself with collecting the broken eggshell fragments, as if they were sacred relics. I must preserve these as Noble's first home. Harry assisted Hagrid but occasionally glanced at the sleeping dragon, his face alight with pure, childlike joy. Finally, Hermione spoke, her voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. Hagrid, you cannot keep it here indefinitely. Hagrid's movements halted. He turned, his face a portrait of hurt. Hermione. It has just been born. It needs me. It needs a professional care environment, Hermione insisted, though her tone softened somewhat. Norwegian ridgebacks grow rapidly. In a few months, it will be larger than this room. It will breathe fire, requiring vast quantities of raw meat, and it will be discovered. Then you will find yourself in grave trouble. And Noble may be taken away, possibly even. She left her sentence unfinished, but everyone understood. Violating dragon regulations could lead to the dragon's execution. Voldemort observed the dragon, Hagrid's wounded expression, and the concerned looks on Harry and Hermione's faces, his fingers brushing over the camera in his pocket that had captured everything. Damien would have a field day with this madness. Outside, the April winds of the Scottish Highlands howled, carrying the chill of distant mountains and the foreboding scent of an impending storm. Chapter 20. The right way to love a creature is to let it go to where it truly belongs. When Hermione uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped Hagrid's hut, broken only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Hagrid, you cannot keep it here. Hermione's voice was soft, but every word struck the air like nails. She stood beside Hagrid's enormous armchair, her brown curls glinting with a warm glow from the firelight, yet her expression was unusually grave. Her brown eyes, often shimmering with curiosity and wisdom, were now fixed intently on the little creature gnawing on a rock cake atop Hagrid's knee. Noble, the Norwegian ridgeback, had grown to the size of a puppy merely a week after hatching. Its scales gleamed a shiny black, with sharp bony spines beginning to protrude along its back. Though its wings remained crumpled against its sides, the outline of its skeletal structure was already discernible. At that moment, it was engrossed in tearing apart the rock cake with its sharp baby teeth, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. But it is still small. Hagrid's voice carried a note of hurt, his beetle-like, glossy black eyes pleading with Hermione. Look how adorable it is. Like a little baby. Hagrid, Harry interrupted. His green eyes filled with concern. It scorched part of your beard yesterday. Just the day before, it nearly bit through your leather gloves. Last week that was an accident, Hagrid insisted, carefully placing Noble down from his lap onto the floor covered with an old blanket. It was just playing. Just like how toddlers like to bite things when they're teething. Ron Weasley stood on the opposite side of the fireplace, pale-faced and rubbing his right arm. Just half an hour earlier, Noble had attempted to climb up his arm, its sharp claws tearing through his thick sweater and nearly leaving 3 shallow blood marks on his skin. Had it not been for Voldemort's quick thinking, diverting the dragon's attention with a piece of raw meat from the table, it might have resulted in actual bloodshed. Playing? Ron's voice trembled slightly. It treated my arm like a tree trunk, and it has already begun to breathe fire, Hagrid, though it's just tiny sparks for now. Who knows what it will be like next week? Voldemort leaned against the wall, his shoulder bearing the weight of Athena. The silver-gray owl was unusually quiet today, her amber eyes fixed intently on Noble, occasionally emitting a low, warning coo. Damien had trained her to recognize threats, and clearly, she classified this little dragon as a potential danger. He remained silent, merely observing as Noble awkwardly crawled across the carpet, attempting to catch its own tail in a playful circle. The dragon's movements were still clumsy, but the innate posture of a predator was beginning to reveal itself, the tightness of its muscles, the angle of its head movements, and the gradually sharpening gaze. Though still amber like a hatchling's, it already reflected the glow of flames. His thoughts drifted far away. If only he could bring Noble back to Wayne Manor. The notion surged forth almost instinctively. Not as a pet. Wayne Manor did not require more pets, and Athena was, strictly speaking, not a pet, but rather a reconnaissance unit. But as what? A gift? A research specimen? A companion? He recalled Damien, his youngest brother. The one who always wore a stoic expression, spoke harshly, yet would sneak in at night to check if he was properly tucked in. Damien was enamored with all manner of creatures, from fierce felines to rare raptors. If he were to see a real dragon, perhaps Damien would joyfully exclaim, "My brother." This thought nearly brought a smile to Voldemort's lips. Damien Wayne, heir to the League of Assassins, would, in a moment of excitement, forget his usual stance of I am the oldest, so I don't need to call anyone brother. Momentarily twisting reality in an effort to flatter Voldemort, just to be able to touch and train a real dragon. Yet reason swiftly overshadowed fantasy. Wayne Manor was in Gotham. Gotham lacked the magical space-expanding spells that could conceal a dragon. And how would Bruce, his father, react? Viti, I understand you've received the insight blessing. But bringing home a dragon? That violates at least 17 international statutes of wizarding secrecy, 30 biological safety regulations, and my personal principle of not allowing my son to rear creatures that could potentially devastate half a city. No, Norbert cannot go to Wayne Manor. Yet, observing this little dragon, one that has only just hatched a week ago, still learning to master its flames and emitting a contented purr after a hearty meal, touched a tender part of Vittikel's heart. This is not merely a dragon. It is a life nurtured with boundless affection by Hagrid. This is Harry, Hermione, Ron, and he themselves witnessing the miracle of its hatching. It is a secret they collectively safeguard. Hagrid, Vittikel finally spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet cottage. Hermione is right. We cannot keep it hidden here forever. Hagrid turned his head, a wounded expression etched across his massive face. Even you say so, Vittikel? I thought you would understand. You too have Athena. You know what it feels like to forge a bond with a magical creature. I do have Athena, Vittikel replied calmly, reaching out to stroke the owl perched on his shoulder. Athena nuzzled against his fingertips with gentle affection. But Athena will not grow to 50 feet in length. Nor will she breathe flames capable of melting steel or require the consumption of half a cow daily. He paused momentarily. Moreover, Athena is legal. Damien adhered to all the regulations concerning raptor breeding when he trained her. She has a license. That is a fact, Hagrid grumbled. Having complained for 2 weeks about Gotham's government demanding an ID for a mere bird, absurd. Yet, he eventually completed all the paperwork. Norbert lifted his head, amber eyes gazing intently at Vittikel. The little dragon tilted its head, producing a sound that was an intriguing blend of a purr and a hiss. Vittikel felt a subtle pulse at his wrist, not a warning, but a resonance. Ever since Helena bestowed upon him the blessing of insight, he had become increasingly sensitive to the energetic fluctuations of magical creatures. Norbert was imbued with an ancient and fiery magic, akin to magma surging from the depths of the earth. It will grow, Hagrid, Harry said softly, rising to meet Hagrid's gaze. We all know it will become quite large. Your cottage's ceiling is only 10 feet high. In a month, Norbert might be touching the roof. Hagrid looked at Norbert, then at the 4 children, before finally bowing his head, his immense shoulders sagging. I know you are right. But it is still so small. It needs me. It needs a suitable environment. Hermione interjected, her tone softening yet remaining resolute. Norwegian ridgebacks are a Nordic species. They require a cold climate, open spaces, and companionship from their own kind. Hagrid, you cannot provide that for it. Hagrid fell silent. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast dancing shadows across his face, rendering him older and more sorrowful than usual. Norbert seemed to sense his master's emotions, wobbling over to nuzzle against Hagrid's boot, emitting a faint whimper. That afternoon, they reached no conclusion. Hagrid stubbornly refused to discuss the possibility of parting with Norbert, repeatedly insisting that they should wait a little longer. It was still small. Harry and Hermione attempted to persuade him with logic, while Ron showcased the scratches on his sweater as evidence, but Hagrid remained as immovable as a mountain. Vittikel remained mostly silent, merely observing. He noted how Norbert's teeth had begun to leave marks on Hagrid's sturdy leather boots. He noticed the small dragon's flames, though tiny, left charred spots on the wooden floor. He observed how Norbert's wings unfurled a little more each day, the strength of its flapping growing. It truly was growing at an astonishing rate. As they departed Hagrid's hut, dusk was fast approaching. Hogwarts castle illuminated the darkening sky with its warm lights, resembling gems nestled among the mountains. The 4 walked back along the path, none uttering a word. He wanted to listen. Ron finally broke the silence, his voice laden with frustration. I understand, Hagrid. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 thestrals could sway him. But we must do something, Hermione insisted. With each passing day, Norbert grows a little more, and the risk of discovery increases. If the school or the ministry finds out we know, Hermione, Harry sighed. But you also saw that Hagrid is not receptive. They reached the castle entrance and paused. Vittikel looked up at the towering doors and suddenly said, give him some time. Perhaps when the situation becomes more apparent, he will come to realize it on his own. What does more apparent mean? Ron queried. Vittikel did not respond directly, but instead gazed towards Hagrid's hut. Within his heightened perception, he could see a bright, seething mass of magical energy surrounding it, a seed of sunlight buried underground, destined to break through the surface. When Norbert grows too large to conceal, he finally said, Hagrid will have to face reality. Hermione cast him a worried glance, but chose not to speak further. The 4 entered the castle, parting ways in the entrance hall. Gryffindor Tower and the Slytherin dungeon leading in different directions. See you tomorrow, Harry said, forcing a smile. Perhaps, just perhaps, things will take a turn for the better. Let us hope so. Vittikel nodded, then turned to descend the staircase into the dungeons. For the next week, Vittikel's life fell into a peculiar rhythm. By day, he was a first-year student of Slytherin, collaborating silently yet precisely with Theodore Nod and Potions, striving to transfigure a comb into a backpack during transfiguration, battling against Professor Bin's monotone voice in History of Magic, and struggling to avoid staring at Professor Quirrell's bald head during Defense Against the Dark Arts, where a twisted, dark energy faintly formed a vague outline of a face in his vision. In the evenings and during his free time, he rushed to Hagrid's hut. Sometimes it was the four of them together, sometimes just he and Harry, and occasionally Hermione would bring her books to do homework while watching over Norbert. Despite her insistence that guarding a dragon while doing schoolwork sounded utterly absurd, yet she did so. Norbert grew each day. By the beginning of the second week, it had attained the size of a medium-sized dog, its scales transitioning from pure black to a bronze metallic sheen. When its wings spread, they brushed against the walls of the hut, prompting Hagrid to relocate more furniture into the corners. The flames had transformed from mere sparks into small flames that could last a second or two. Once, they nearly ignited Hagrid's collection of umbrellas hanging on the wall. The most troublesome aspect was its appetite. Norbert's consumption was growing exponentially. Initially, it subsisted on rock cakes, raw meat, and chicken legs borrowed from the kitchen by Hermione. But by the middle of the second week, it required an entire chicken daily, along with vast quantities of raw beef. Hagrid began secretly hunting at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, violating at least 5 school rules, to bring back wild rabbits and foxes, though Norbert evidently preferred livestock. It stared at Fong for quite a while today, Ron recounted nervously to Vittikel on Wednesday afternoon. Its gaze was like it was looking at a walking stake. Fong, Hagrid's massive hunting dog, had recently become exceptionally anxious, often hiding behind Hagrid's legs and emitting low whines towards Norbert. As Vittikel observed Norbert, he discovered an odd connection forming between them, not a verbal one, for Norbert clearly did not comprehend human language, although Hagrid insisted it understood emotions. Rather, it was a resonance on an energetic level. When he concentrated, drawing upon the blessing of insight, he could perceive the magical field surrounding Norbert, a vibrant dance of red and gold, like flickering flames, imbued with primal vitality and a yearning for destruction. At times, when Norbert grew particularly agitated, whether from hunger or confinement within the hut, Vittikel would attempt to soothe it, not through spells, but by reaching out to that flame-like magical field with his consciousness, conveying feelings of calm and safety. Initially, it bore no effect. Norbert's magic was too wild, too fiery, akin to an untamed forest blaze. After several attempts, Vittikel discovered a method. Instead of attempting to suppress or alter that fervent energy, he guided it like a meandering stream, creating cooling zones at the periphery of the flames, allowing Norbert's agitation to be released rather than erupt. The first success came on Thursday evening. Norbert was unusually irritable after being confined indoors all day. He crashed against the walls, scorched the carpet with his fiery breath, and roared at anything that moved. Harry and Hermione tried to distract him with food, but Norbert wouldn't even glance at his favorite raw chicken leg. Vittikel had just entered the hut at that moment. He immediately sensed the almost palpable tension in the air, stemming not only from Norbert's fury but also from Harry and Hermione's helplessness, Hagrid's absence, and even the subtle creaking of the hut's wooden structure contracting under the heat. He set down his backpack and approached Norbert. Viti, Harry attempted to intervene, but Vittikel shook his head. He crouched before the little dragon, maintaining a safe distance yet close enough to meet those amber eyes. Norbert bared his teeth, a threatening growl rumbling in his throat, the spines along his back bristling slightly. Vittikel closed his eyes, not in surrender to Athena, who tensed on his shoulder, ready to pounce, but to concentrate more effectively. He summoned his insight blessing, allowing his perception to expand, extending like invisible tendrils toward Norbert. He saw a tumultuous inferno, rampaging within the confined space, burning and roaring, yearning to break free, to stretch its wings and soar into the sky. Calm. He did not vocalize this thought, but constructed it within his consciousness, like a block of ice cast into the fire. Here is safe. Hagrid will return soon. You may rest. The flames did not immediately subside, but the frequency of the crashes against the walls diminished. Norbert tilted his head, regarding Vittikel in confusion, the growls in his throat becoming less coherent. Vittikel pressed on. He recalled the theories Helena had taught him regarding the essence of magic, that magic is the manifestation of thought, an extension of emotion. To influence another's magic, one must first comprehend the emotions driving that magic. What were Norbert's emotions? Frustration, anger trapped, an instinctual yearning for a broader world, and hunger. Right. Hagrid hadn't fed him enough today, as the food supply was dwindling. Vittikel opened his eyes, retrieving a blessed cookie sent by Afu, which he had yet to finish himself, the biscuit infused with the aromas of honey and lavender. He placed the cookie in his palm and extended it toward Norbert. Eat, he murmured softly, then rest. Norbert sniffed the cookie, hesitated for a moment, then carefully, with great caution, picked it up with his teeth and swallowed it. Moments later, he yawned, the fierce glint in his eyes gradually fading. He staggered over to a pile of blankets by the fireplace, curled up, and soon began to emit soft snores. By Merlin's beard, Ron whispered, "How did you do that?" "There are calming herbs in the cookie," Vittikel replied, half-truthfully, a family secret. Hermione looked at him skeptically. What kind of herbs could affect a Norwegian ridgeback? Their metabolic system and magical resistance. An ancient Chinese formula, Vittikel interjected. Which wasn't entirely a lie. Afu had indeed learned some Eastern herbal knowledge from Lin Wan, and it was sent by his mother. This explanation earned Hermione's reluctant acceptance. She always held a reverence for ancient wisdom. However, Harry's gaze upon Vittikel was different, more inquisitive, more understanding. Harry himself possessed inexplicable abilities, those fleeting glimpses of fragmented dreams concerning Voldemort. He understood that some magical talents defied textbook explanations. After that brief interlude, Vittikel found his connection with Norbert strengthened. The little dragon began to recognize him, lifting its head and issuing friendly hisses, a relative friendliness for a dragon. Whenever he entered the hut, it would still breathe fire and gnaw at anything within reach, but its ferocity noticeably diminished in Vittikel's presence. Hagrid noticed this. "He likes you, Vitti," he said on Friday morning, as he fed Norbert a whole leg of lamb, which Norbert tore apart as effortlessly as a chicken wing, just like Fawn likes you. Animals can sense good people. Vittikel was examining a small wound on Norbert's left front paw, sustained when he had tried to climb onto the table yesterday. The wound was not deep, but the edges showed slight signs of infection. He retrieved Bruce's prepared first aid kit from his small satchel, antiseptic, antibacterial ointment, and sterile gauze that might not even exist in the magical realm. "Hold still," he instructed Norbert, as the little dragon attempted to withdraw its paw. "Let me tend to this." Remarkably, Norbert actually remained still, merely watching Vittikel's movements with those large amber eyes, occasionally twitching in response to the sting of the antiseptic. Observing this clumsy, dangerous yet strangely fragile creature, Vittikel felt a sense of responsibility. It was not the near-parental love of Hagrid, nor the concern of a scientist for a research specimen, but rather the duty of a guardian. Just as Bruce protected Gotham, so too did he wish to safeguard his family. The thought of protecting him was clear and resolute, but the means of doing so might not involve keeping him close. On Saturday afternoon, a crisis erupted. The weather that day was unexpectedly pleasant. The sky over the Scottish Highlands was a clear azure. Sunlight filtering through the clouds and shimmering upon the surface of Black Lake, fracturing into countless sparkling points of light. Hagrid decided to let Norbert breathe fresh air, a decision fraught with complications. But Hagrid's logic was always this way. Since Norbert longed to go outside, and since the weather was fine, why not? He cleared a small, enclosed area behind the hut, reinforced the fence with strengthening spells, and carried Norbert outside. Initially, everything went smoothly. Norbert displayed immense interest in the outdoors. He sniffed the earth, chased butterflies, the little flames he emitted singed a few innocent insects, and rolled around on the grass, joyfully hissing. Hagrid sat on a nearby stump, watching with a face full of affection, much like a typical parent observing their child at play in a park. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Vittikel were all present. Hermione insisted on supervising, just in case. She had brought books, but her eyes hardly strayed from Norbert. "It's not so bad, is it?" Ron whispered, watching Norbert attempt to catch his own shadow, looking quite happy. "For now," Hermione replied, refusing to lower her guard, "but if any students pass by." Her words were abruptly interrupted by a startled exclamation. Norbert had discovered a cluster of wildflowers just beyond the fence, a plant with small blue blossoms swaying in the gentle breeze. The little dragon curiously leaned forward, its nose nearly touching the petals. Then it sneezed. A dragon sneeze is far different from that of a puppy. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Norbert's nostrils, not a small flicker, but a sustained jet of fire that lasted a full 3 seconds, the temperature distorting the very air. The wildflowers were instantly reduced to ashes, and the wooden posts of the fence were charred, emitting plumes of black smoke. "Norbert, no!" Hagrid shouted, leaping to his feet. But Norbert was startled, either by his own sneeze or the recoil of the flames. He panicked and backed away, colliding with the fence. The reinforcing spell flickered but held firm. The little dragon became increasingly frightened, beginning to breathe fire indiscriminately, attempting to incinerate the barriers confining him. "He has lost control," Harry shouted, drawing his wand, yet at a loss for what to do. First years had not yet learned any spells to control fire or calm creatures. Hermione also drew her wand, Aqua eructo. A slender jet of water shot from her wand tip, dousing one of the nearest flames. The fire extinguished. But Norbert immediately unleashed more. Ron attempted to approach, wanting to soothe Norbert as he usually did with pets. Hey, little fellow, calm down. It was a miscalculation. Norbert, engulfed in a state of panic, perceived the approaching Ron as a threat. The young dragon pivoted, opening its mouth not to breathe fire, but to snap at him. The events unfolded with startling rapidity. Ron's pupils dilated, and time seemed to decelerate. He could see the sharp teeth within Norbert's gaping maw, the flickering flames deep in its throat, and feel the scorching breath wash over his face. Then, a figure collided with him, Victor. He had been in motion the moment Norbert began to panic, and as Ron drew nearer, he instinctively knew something was amiss and shoved Ron aside. Norbert's teeth clamped down, but not on flesh. Something upon Victor's chest illuminated, not the glow of a wand, but a soft, resilient silver radiance. The light formed a translucent barrier, positioned just before Norbert's teeth. The dragon's bite met the barrier, producing a jarring, tooth-grating sound, yet it could not penetrate. It was the protective charm given by Lin Wan. Victor had always kept the red silk pouch close to him, containing charms his grandmother had procured and a bit of earth from his homeland. At that moment, the golden runes adorning the pouch glimmered and swirled, establishing a formidable protective spell. Norbert, incensed by this unexpected resistance, intensified its bite, flames surging within its throat, poised for a second assault. Yet Victor did not waver. He knelt, pressing his right hand against the amulet at his chest, while extending his left hand toward Norbert, not in aggression, but with an open palm, facing upward. Stop, he said, his voice soft yet imbued with an extraordinary penetrating quality. Look at me, Norbert. It was neither a command nor a plea, but rather a call. Victor summoned every ounce of the insight blessing. He ceased merely observing Norbert's magical aura. Instead, he immersed himself within it. He allowed his consciousness to plunge into the tempestuous flames, not resisting or opposing, but merging, comprehending, resonating. He felt fear, an alien outdoors, an overwhelming expanse, blinding sunlight, the unrestrained terror of fire, and Hagrid's anxiety, Harry's tension. All these emotions pierced Norbert's sensitive perception like needles. Pain, gums swollen from teething, wounds on claws throbbing, an insatiable hunger, a burning void in its belly. Loneliness, devoid of kin, without a mother, surrounded only by these immense, clumsy, oddly scented bipeds, who were sometimes gentle, sometimes fearful. And confusion, why was it confined? Why could it not soar? Why was there so much fire within? Yet it did not know how to wield it? All these feelings, searing and chaotic, resembled a storm lacking direction. Victor inhaled deeply, then began not to quell the storm, but to create an eye within its center. He envisioned a cavern deep underground, warm, dark, safe. Lava flowed slowly within, like the heartbeat of the earth. Glowing minerals crystallized on the stone walls, casting a gentle light. The air was suffused with the scents of sulfur and ore, the scent of home. There were other dragons, not enormous adults, but younglings akin to Norbert's size. They curled together, sharing warmth, occasionally emitting satisfied purrs. A mother guarded the depths of the cave, her breathing deep and rhythmic like an underground river. Safety, belonging, understanding. Victor transmitted these images and sensations through the connection established by the insight blessing to Norbert. He was uncertain how far he could reach. This was something Helena had never taught him, an empathic communion with magical creatures, even sharing fragments of consciousness. Yet in this moment of crisis, instinct overtook reason. Norbert's movement stilled. It released its grip on the barrier, stepping back, the fury in its amber eyes gradually giving way to confusion, followed by a flicker of recognition. It gazed at Victor, tilting its head, emitting a faint, inquisitive chirp from its throat. Victor maintained his outstretched hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This level of empathy was immensely taxing. It felt as though he had just completed a marathon or cast 10 intricate spells in succession. Victor? Harry's voice came from the side, cautious. Are you all right? Victor nodded, but did not divert his gaze. He continued to look at Norbert, conveying tranquil thoughts. The young dragon eventually calmed entirely. It let out a weary sigh from its draconic perspective and approached Victor, not to attack, but gently nudged his outstretched palm with its nose, a tentative, almost amicable contact. Then it turned and wobbled back to Hagrid, curling up beside the giant's massive boots, closing its eyes as if to sleep. Silence enveloped the scene. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass, the distant rippling of the black lake, and the heavy breaths of those present could be heard. Ron rose from the ground, his face as pale as parchment. Merlin, he stammered. I know. Hermione's voice quivered as she approached Ron, checking on him. We need to get to the hospital wing for some medicine. Hagrid remained rooted, his colossal frame trembling slightly. He looked at the slumbering Norbert, then at Victor. His expression etched with shock, fear, and the undeniable reality that had finally dawned upon him. It really could hurt someone. Hagrid's voice cracked. The moment those words escaped him, it felt as if something shattered. Hagrid had long used playful, childish explanations to rationalize Norbert's perilous behavior, but now, gazing at Ron, the charred fence, and the harrowing scene that had just transpired, he could no longer deceive himself. It will grow, Hagrid, Harry said softly, moving beside him. It will become larger, stronger, more dangerous. Today it nearly bit Ron. Tomorrow it could. He left the thought unspoken, yet the implication was clear. Hagrid lowered his head, his massive shoulders slumping. He extended a hand, cautiously stroking Norbert's scales, the young dragon emitting a contented rumble in its sleep. I know. Hagrid finally murmured, his voice steeped in profound weariness and sorrow. I know you've all been right. I just wanted. You wanted to give it a home, Victor interjected, rising as he felt a wave of dizziness from the toll of the empathic connection begin to manifest. We all do. But sometimes, the correct way to love a creature is to let it go to where it truly belongs. Linwan had taught him this phrase. Typically in the context of diplomacy, referring to the restitution of artifacts and national sovereignty, yet in this moment, it fit oddly well. Hagrid remained silent for a long while. Then he nodded, his movements slow and heavy. You're right, he said. Norbert cannot stay here any longer. Once the decision was made, the next challenge lay in the execution of the plan. We cannot just toss it into the Forbidden Forest. Hermione immediately shifted into planning mode. Though her complexion still bore traces of pallor, the Norwegian ridgeback is not a native species. It cannot survive in this ecosystem. And if it is discovered by other students or professors. My brother Charlie, Ron suddenly interjected, he is studying dragons in Romania. With Charlie, Norbert could have true kin, a proper habitat, and professional care. Everyone's eyes lit up. Charlie Weasley? Harry confirmed. The one at the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania? Ron nodded. He told me so many stories about dragons when he came back last Christmas. He understood how to truly care for them, not in the manner we do. He cast a glance at Hagrid, leaving his thought unfinished. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Not like us, who conceal a dragon within a wooden hut. Offering affection, yet lacking the requisite expertise. Can you contact him? Hermione inquired eagerly. Via owl? That should be feasible, Ron replied, but it will take time. Romania is quite distant, and the owl may require several days to arrive. Additionally, we need to arrange for how to send Norbert. We certainly cannot dispatch a dragon through owl post. Hagrid finally spoke again, his voice hoarse. If only there existed a place that could adequately care for him. Charlie is the best choice, Ron asserted confidently. He genuinely loves dragons. He truly does. Moreover, the sanctuary where he works is equipped with professional facilities, veterinarians, caretakers, and most crucially, other dragons. Norbert will not be lonely. This reasoning swayed Hagrid. One of his greatest concerns was Norbert's potential solitude. Very well, Hagrid ultimately conceded. His enormous palm gently resting upon Norbert's head, the little dragon nuzzling against him in slumber. If there truly exists such a place. I will write the letter. Ron declared promptly, I'll send it out tonight, using the fastest owl. Thus, the plan was set. Hagrid would continue to care for Norbert until arrangements were finalized. But he would no longer allow him to leave the hut, reducing his feedings to slow his growth. Though this might prove futile, Hermione added pessimistically, and reinforcing the hut's concealment and protective charms. As the four departed Hagrid's hut, the sun had begun its descent, casting a golden-red hue upon the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. Do you think it will work? Harry asked, a hint of hope in his voice. It must, Hermione asserted resolutely. It is the only reasonable solution. Vittikel did not partake in the discussion. He lingered at the rear, feeling an unusual fatigue, not merely physical, but mental as well. His profound empathy with Norbert had left an imprint upon his consciousness. He could faintly sense the little dragon's emotions, the restlessness of being trapped, the attachment to his mother Hagrid, and the instinctual yearning for flames. Athena shifted uneasily upon his shoulder, emitting a soft chirp as if in inquiry. I am fine. Vittikel murmured to her, stroking her feathers, just tired. Upon returning to the castle, they parted ways in the entrance hall. Vittikel made his way towards the Slytherin dungeon, each step feeling burdensome. He longed for a hot bath, a bite to eat, and then 12 hours of sleep. However, fate evidently had other plans. The following morning heralded owlpost time. Vittikel sat at the Slytherin long table, distractedly consuming a bowl of cereal, one that Dick would likely enjoy, though Albus would probably discard it at once. He had slept soundly the previous night, but had experienced peculiar dreams, subterranean caverns, luminous minerals, the thundering of a great heartbeat, and a pair of amber eyes watching him from the darkness. Athena perched gracefully upon the chair beside him, delicately pecking at a small dish of owl feed. She seemed to sense her master's weariness, remaining quieter than usual. The Great Hall was as lively as ever, students discussing weekend plans, class assignments, and Quidditch practices. Sunlight streamed through the enchanted ceiling, today depicting a cloudless blue sky, with wisps of clouds drifting by, so vividly realistic that one could easily forget it was magic. A flurry of owls arrived punctually. Hundreds of owls, each adorned with varying feathers, swept into the hall like a flying tapestry, delivering letters, parcels, and newspapers with precision. The sound of flapping wings, the thud of packages landing, and the students' exclamations of surprise and gratitude merged into a familiar morning symphony. Vittikel lifted his gaze, searching for the delivering owl. He anticipated Ron receiving a response from Charlie, as well as letters from home, perhaps from Bruce or Lin Wan, or even a package of biscuits from Albus. However, he did not expect to see that particular bird. Amidst the flock of owls, it stood out strikingly, pure white feathers. An elongated neck, and the edges of its outstretched wings adorned with black primary feathers, resembling ink strokes meticulously crafted by a brush. It was larger than most owls and flew with a graceful demeanor, not hastily darting towards its target, but rather gliding, circling the hall once before landing precisely in front of Vittikel at the Slytherin table. A white crane. In Chinese culture, it symbolizes longevity, auspiciousness, and elegance. The hall fell silent for a moment. Several students stared at the crane, whispering amongst themselves. White cranes are exceedingly rare in the British wizarding world, let alone as messengers. Vittikel's heart gave a gentle leap. He understood what this signified. The crane elegantly deposited the parcel it had carried, which was no ordinary brown paper package, but rather a refined, deep blue satin wrapping, intricately embroidered with silver cloud patterns. The parcel was small yet appeared quite heavy. Then, the crane turned to Vittikel, its obsidian-like eyes locking onto his, and it gently nodded, as if to pay homage. Vittikel returned the gesture, as Lin Wan had taught him, to show respect to spiritual beings. The crane spread its wings and did not depart in the same manner as the owls. Instead, it circled gracefully once more in a farewell before soaring out of the great hall, disappearing into the azure sky. What is that? A nearby Slytherin girl inquired curiously. A messenger from the east? It seems so, Vittikel replied succinctly, reaching for the parcel. The satin felt cool and smooth to the touch, the embroidery astonishingly intricate. A note was affixed to the parcel, in Lin Wan's handwriting, written in Chinese, to Little Wei. I know you won't behave, so I've sent some things again. You must carry at least one with you each day. Take care. A typical Lin Wan sentiment, succinct, direct, yet filled with maternal affection. Vittikel carefully unwrapped the satin parcel. Inside, instead of a letter, the crane's presence had already conveyed ample information, were 7 or 8 items, each individually wrapped in soft silk. He opened the first item. It was a jade pendant, not the ordinary round or square shape, but rather in the form of a yin-yang fish, 2 fish intertwined, one black and one white, with white spots on the black fish and black spots on the white. The jade was warm to the touch, exquisitely carved, with even the scales of the fish discernible. The pendant was strung with a black silk cord, perfectly sized to hang around his neck. The moment Vittikel grasped the pendant, he felt a clear, balanced energy flow through his fingertips, an ancient, profound power akin to a mountain spring, reminiscent of the eternal cycle of day and night. The yin-yang fish emitted a faint glow in his hand before returning to its normal state. The insight blessing allowed him to perceive more. An intricate and harmonious magical field enveloped the pendant, with black and white energies ebbing and flowing in an endless dance, forming a perfect dynamic balance. Protective magic, indeed, but not solely for protection. There was also harmony, balance, and the transmutation of negative energy. He carefully set the pendant aside and opened the second item. It was a small copper mirror, palm-sized and circular, with the back engraved with bagua patterns and symbols of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The mirror's edge was inlaid with tiny jade stones, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. The mirror surface was not ordinary glass, but a dark, obsidian-like material that could still clearly reflect one's image. When Vittikel gazed into the mirror, he did not see the face of his 11-year-old self, but rather a more nebulous, essential form, a silhouette enveloped in silvery light, with a warm golden glow at its chest, a protective talisman, and a faint blue mark upon its forehead, the mark of the insight blessing. He quickly averted his gaze. This mirror was not intended for grooming. The third item was a bracelet, composed of 7 beads of varying colors, each engraved with a minuscule Chinese character. Vittikel recognized them as peace, health, wisdom, courage, resilience, clarity, and protection. The bracelet is adorned with a crimson cord intricately woven into a complex knotting pattern. The fourth item, a petite wooden comb, seemingly crafted from ordinary peach wood, yet its teeth are inscribed with delicate runes. The back of the comb is carved with a phoenix, poised to take flight. The fifth item, a ring, fashioned from silver, featuring a small piece of jade sculpted in the form of bamboo joints. In Chinese culture, bamboo symbolizes resilience, integrity, and growth. The sixth item, a small sachet, made of deep purple silk, embroidered with golden runes. When Vittikel opened it, he discovered a mixture of dried herbs and spices. He recognized lavender, mugwort, sandalwood, and several other Eastern herbs unfamiliar to him. The fragrance was elegant and soothing. The seventh item, the most extraordinary of all, was a small scroll, not made of parchment, but of light yellow rice paper, bound with a red string. Vittikel carefully unfastened and unfurled it. The scroll bore Chinese characters written with a brush. The script neat and forceful. My son, as if seeing you in person through this letter, I am comforted to know you are in a foreign land, devoted to the path of magic. Yet, while the magical world is wondrous, it is fraught with peril. You possess an innate acuity, able to perceive what others cannot. This is both a gift and a burden. The items I have sent have all been imbued with blessings from the esteemed authorities of the Ministry of Mystical Affairs of Hogwarts. The jade pendant balances yin and yang. The copper mirror reflects the true self. The bracelet safeguards body and mind. The wooden comb organizes thoughts. The ring fortifies resolve, and the sachet calms the spirit. Carry them with you daily, and do not be negligent. Remember, what you see may not be real, and what you feel may not be true. Magic is a double-edged sword. It can protect, yet also harm. Maintain clarity and steadfastness in your heart, lest you be swayed by power. All is well at home. Do not worry. Your father is tirelessly researching defensive magic, and your brothers are concerned in their own ways. Afyu always has your favorite cookies ready for your return. Take care. Mother, Lin Wan. Upon finishing the letter, Vittikel carefully re-rolled the rice paper and secured it with the red string. His hands trembled slightly, stirred by the familiar, profound, and pragmatic affection emanating from his family. He repacked the scroll and other items, leaving only the yin-yang jade pendant. He hung the pendant around his neck, concealing it beneath his robe against his chest. The jade's smooth texture radiated a balanced energy, washing away the fatigue and residual emotions from the previous night's empathic experiences. Are all these items of Eastern magic? A voice inquired from beside him. Vittikel turned to see Theodore not seated next to him, his dark hair framing an expressionless face, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Yes, Vittikel nodded, offering no further explanation. They're protective talismans for my mother. Not nodded, refraining from probing further. This was the Slytherin way of respecting privacy. They appear quite ancient, he remarked. The magical resonance feels distinct. Vittikel cast a surprised glance at him. Most wizards lack the ability to perceive non-Western magical systems, yet not evidently sense the uniqueness of these items. China has a 5,000-year-old tradition of magic, Vittikel simply stated, which differs from the European systems, yet is equally profound. Fascinating, not commented, then turned his attention back to his breakfast. We have potions class this afternoon. Snape will be inspecting the finished product of the swelling solution. Have you completed yours? The topic shifted seamlessly yet abruptly. Vittikel had adapted to Nott's conversational rhythm, a succinct curiosity that swiftly returned to practical matters. I finished it last night, brewed it in the common room. The color is a standard light lavender, with bubbles rising at a rate consistent with the textbook description. Mine too, Nott nodded. But Vincent and Gregory's, I saw them this morning, looked like swamp sludge. He referred to Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's two lackeys. Vittikel could almost envision Snape's expression upon encountering that pot of swamp sludge. It would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Breakfast continued. Vittikel finished his cereal and reached for another slice of toast. He carefully stowed away the package sent by Lin Wan into his backpack, intending to examine each item's specific function after class. The flow of owl post gradually diminished. Vittikel noticed Ron at the Gryffindor table, animatedly sharing something with Harry and Hermione, waving a letter in his hand. Charlie's reply had arrived. Plans were advancing. Chapter 21. A way need not change oneself for others. In the following days, life seemed to revert to a semblance of normalcy. Vittikel wore at least one of the protective talismans sent by Lin Wan each day. The yin-yang jade pendant became his daily choice. It not only offered protection but also aided in emotional balance, allowing him to recover more swiftly after utilizing the insight blessing. He discovered that the pendant's energy field could absorb the overwhelming magical fluctuations surrounding him, whether from classmates' failed spells in class or the unsettling dark aura during defense against the dark arts. Friday's potions class validated Nott's prediction. Professor Snape glided through the classroom like a massive bat, inspecting the swelling solutions at each desk. When he reached Crabbe and Goyle's table, his black robe swirled dramatically as he halted abruptly. What is this? Snape's voice, cold as silk, cut through the air. Is this your innovative attempt to poison a classmate? Or do you possess a unique interpretation of the term potion? Crabbe and Goyle paled, rendered speechless. They attempted to explain, Professor, we. Silence, Snape interrupted, gently stirring the viscous gray-green concoction with his wand. Tell me, in my classroom, what color should the swelling solution be? Light lavender, Professor, Goyle stammered. Then what is this wretched substance? Snape's lips barely moved. That resembles the sediment at the bottom of the Forbidden Forest swamp? No one dared to respond. Snape's piercing black eyes swept over the two, lingering on their house badges. Because you have produced a potentially hazardous substance that could cause biological mutations. Each of you will serve an additional week of detention and learn how to properly read the textbook. Their faces flushed, yet they dared not protest. When Snape arrived at Vittikel and Nott's table, his expression remained unchanged, though his gaze sharpened slightly. He examined their potion, a clear, light lavender liquid, slowly bubbling with uniformity. Acceptable, Snape finally declared. Wayne, tell me, when should the porcupine quills be added? At the moment the potion transitions from deep blue to light lavender, Professor, Vittikel replied smoothly. Adding them too early will cause violent boiling, while delaying will result in the potion solidifying. Why must it be stirred clockwise 7 times, and then counterclockwise once? Clockwise stirring activates the soothing properties of the moonstone powder, while the counterclockwise motion balances the purifying energy of the unicorn hair, preventing the potion from becoming excessively potent and causing tissue overexpansion. Snape regarded him for several seconds, something flickering in his inscrutable black eyes. Perhaps acknowledgement, perhaps a deeper assessment. Correct. He finally said, Slytherin gains 5 points for precise execution and theoretical understanding. He turned and departed, his robes billowing once more. Once Snape had moved away, Nott quietly remarked. The professor's demeanor has stabilized considerably. Vittikel offered no reply, carefully transferring the potion into glass vials. He understood that Snape's approval, in the context of potions, was nearly a high compliment, yet he sensed that Snape's attention on him extended beyond that of an ordinary student, perhaps due to his performance during sorting, perhaps because of his conflict with Malfoy, or perhaps for some other reason altogether. After class, they encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerging from another classroom in the corridor. The trio from Gryffindor appeared both excited and anxious. At the stroke of midnight on Saturday, Ron lowered his voice, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Charlie and his companions were en route. The astronomy tower, the tallest of them all. Is everything arranged? Vittikel inquired. Hermione nodded. Though her expression was grave, we must ensure absolute certainty. Departing from the dormitory after curfew is a serious infraction, should we be caught. But we must do this. Harry asserted resolutely, for Norbert, and for Hagrid. Vittikel concurred. The plan, albeit audacious, was the sole path forward. On Saturday night, we shall convene in the common room. Harry continued, and then proceed to Hagrid's hut to place Norbert into the large crate he has prepared, which has been enchanted with expansion and calming charms to ensure Norbert remains tranquil during transport. And then we shall carry it to the astronomy tower, Ron added. That part will be the most troublesome. The crate is quite heavy, and we must evade Filch and Mrs. Norris. Vittikel had already mapped the route in his mind. The shortest path from Hagrid's hut to the astronomy tower would necessitate traversing the greenhouses, the castle's west wing, the main staircase, and then ascending to the north tower. The nighttime Hogwarts was patrolled by prefects and professors, not to mention the ever-vigilant caretaker, Argus Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. I have some equipment that may come in handy, Vittikel mentioned, recalling the care package Bruce had prepared for him, which could assist in avoiding patrols. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, aware that Vittikel's family was rather unconventional, though he offered no further details. That's splendid, Harry said gratefully. See you on Saturday night. They parted ways, each heading towards their next class. In the afternoon, Vittikel attended a history of magic class, a session where he could legally drift into daydreams. As Professor Bin's monotonous voice and formulaic teaching style rendered most students using the time to catch up on sleep or tackle other assignments. However, today, Vittikel remained focused. He contemplated the plan for Saturday, pondered Norbert, and reflected on the events of the past week. His hand instinctively brushed against the yin-yang pendant at his chest, feeling the steady flow of energy. Then, he sensed a gaze upon him. Not a benevolent stare, but one tinged with subtle hostility. Vittikel looked up to find Draco Malfoy observing him from the opposite side of the classroom. The blond boy made no effort to conceal his scrutiny, his gray eyes harboring a complex array of emotions, curiosity, disdain, and a hint of something Vittikel could not decipher. Malfoy quickly averted his gaze, feigning an intense interest in Professor Bin's lecture on the Goblin Rebellions. Yet Vittikel could feel the weight of that attention lingering on him. He is watching me, Vittikel mused. Not merely due to that confrontation, but for some other reason. The blessing of insight allowed him to perceive more. Malfoy's magical aura was unstable, flickering like a candle flame caught in a breeze. Anxiety, unrest, or perhaps a sense of frustration over an uncontrollable circumstance. Vittikel decided to set it aside for the moment. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Finally, Saturday arrived. The day seemed interminable. Vittikel attended Slytherin's Quidditch training session against Hufflepuff, where Flint insisted that all first years observe to learn Slytherin's tactical advantages, completed his history of magic essay in the library, and studied the upcoming charms lesson with Nott in the common room. Nott remained as aloof and efficient as ever, not inquiring about Vittikel's plans for the weekend. Nor did Vittikel volunteer any information. This was their unspoken understanding, to refrain from prying into each other's personal affairs unless directly impacting one another. In the evening, Vittikel returned to the dormitory, preparing for the midnight operation. He retrieved the equipment Bruce had given him from the hidden compartment of his suitcase, a miniature communicator, which might prove unnecessary given the absence of other members of the Wayne family. Night vision lenses that could clip onto his glasses, crafted by Bruce to avoid reflections. A few smoke bombs and flashbangs, non-lethal, yet sufficient to create chaos and opportunities for escape. Most importantly, the bat necklace was not merely ornamental, but a multifunctional device, a locator, a life sign monitor, and even a one-time short-distance gliding function. Vittikel meticulously checked each piece of equipment to ensure they were in working order. Athena perched on her perch, observing him with a serious focus in her amber eyes. She understood she had a task to fulfill tonight. You shall be responsible for aerial reconnaissance, Vittikel instructed her. Should you spot a professor, a prefect, Filch, or Mrs. Norris approaching, alert me with our agreed-upon signal. Athena nodded, emitting a soft yet determined chirp. At 11 o'clock, the dormitory had descended into silence. Nott was engrossed in an ancient tome on magical theory, its cover faded leather devoid of title. He glanced at Vittikel, who was changing not into pajamas but into dark, practical attire suitable for nocturnal activities, yet said nothing. At 11:30, Vittikel was ready to depart. Out for a night stroll? Nott suddenly inquired, his eyes still fixed on the pages. Vittikel hesitated for a moment, some matters to attend to. With Gryffindors? Nott's voice remained flat, yet the query was pointed. Vittikel did not deny it. Sort of? Nott finally lifted his gaze, his dark eyes appearing especially profound in the dim light. Malfoy is watching you, he remarked, as though stating the weather. Today. He asked Pansy if you frequently associate with Gryffindors. Pansy Parkinson, renowned for her gossip and close ties to Malfoy. Let him pay heed, Vittikel replied calmly. I have the right to choose my friends. In Slytherin, choosing Gryffindor friends is seen as a statement of allegiance. Nott noted, closing his book, yet you seem unconcerned. I do care, Vittikel corrected, but I care for the individuals, not their house insignia. Nott fell silent for a few seconds before making a slight gesture. Almost a shrug. Be cautious. Filch has intensified his night patrols since the Weasley twins turned the third-floor corridor into a swamp last week. This was a warning. Even a form of concern, in Nott's own way. Thank you, Vittikel said sincerely, I will. He conducted a final check of his gear, securing his wand into the specially designed holster at his waist, then silently slipped from the dormitory. In the common room, several upperclassmen were either reading or engaged in hushed conversations, yet no one noticed the first-year student stealthily making his way to the exit. Slytherin valued privacy and secrets, as long as one exercised sufficient caution. Vittikel spoke the password of the day, ambition, to the stone wall, which slid open, allowing him to step into the dimly lit underground corridor. Athena had already taken flight, soaring high in the corridor, her amber eyes scanning the darkness. Her vision was far sharper in the night than that of a human, easily detecting moving targets. Vittikel donned the night vision lenses. The world transformed into varying shades of green, yet the details remained clear, the texture of the walls, cracks in the floor, and the flickering light of distant torches. He began to move, his steps light, as quiet as a cat. This was a skill honed by both Bruce and Damien. Controlling his breath, lowering his center of gravity, utilizing the shadows, every step calculated with precision. The route from the Slytherin dungeon to the entrance hall was relatively straightforward. He evaded a set of talking suits of armor, recalling that they enjoyed reciting sonnets at midnight, and circumvented several portraits that could be somewhat fidgety, one of which depicted a drunken monk snoring loudly. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already waiting there, concealed in the shadows cast by a massive stone pillar. The three individuals were clad in dark attire, with Harry donning his tattered round glasses. Though Vittikel had cautioned him that the glasses might reflect light, Harry insisted that without them, his vision was nearly non-existent. Vittikel, Harry whispered, his emerald eyes gleaming in the shadows, you've arrived. Hermione appeared tense yet resolute, while Ron exhibited a blend of excitement and anxiety. Are we all prepared? Vittikel inquired. Harry nodded affirmatively. Hagrid is awaiting us. The crate has been enchanted. It should keep Norbert silent for at least a while. Let us proceed, Hermione urged. Time is of the essence. The quartet departed the castle. stepping into the embrace of night. The evening at Hogwarts was enchanting. The sky was crystal clear, adorned with stars that twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas, while a crescent moon hung above the forbidden forest, casting a cool luminescence. In the distance, the surface of the black lake mirrored the starlight, resembling a blanket of shattered silver. However, they had no time to admire the scenery. They hastily made their way along the familiar path towards Hagrid's hut, attempting to conceal themselves amidst the shadows of trees and bushes. Athena soared silently overhead, serving as their vigilant eyes. The windows of Hagrid's hut emanated a warm glow. They knocked, and Hagrid opened the door almost immediately, clearly having been expectant. The sight within the hut momentarily startled Vittikel. Norbert, no longer fitting the designation of a little dragon, nearly occupied half the room. He measured 3 feet in length, with spines along his back that had grown to finger length. His scales gleaming with a metallic bronze sheen, and his wings, when unfurled, brushed against the ceiling. He was confined beside an enormous wooden crate, which, despite its size, seemed inadequate to contain Norbert's form. The crate has been enchanted with a spatial expansion spell, Hagrid explained in a hoarse voice, and sighed. It is much larger than it appears from without. There are also calming and soundproofing charms to ensure he remains quiet during transit. Hagrid's eyes were red and swollen, evidently from weeping. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure, akin to a parent preparing to send their child on a journey. Norbert, come here, sweetheart, Hagrid gently coaxed, guiding the dragon towards the crate. We're going on an adventure. To a splendid place where many of your kin dwell, free to soar. Norbert seemed to sense something. He did not immediately enter the crate, but instead turned his head, his amber eyes scanning each person in the room. Hagrid, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and finally resting upon Vittikel. He approached Vittikel, not in an aggressive manner, but slowly and tentatively. Norbert halted before Vittikel, lifting his head and emitting a soft, inquisitive croon. Vittikel crouched down to meet Norbert's gaze. He remained silent, extending his hand palm upward, mirroring the gesture he had made in the clearing that day. Norbert gently nudged his nose against Vittikel's hand. It was not a rough bump, but rather a tender touch, akin to a farewell. Vittikel felt the connection re-establish itself, not through an active invocation of his insight blessing, but as a natural resonance formed in the moment of contact. He sensed the dragon's emotions, confusion, unease, yet also a vague sense of anticipation. Was it an instinctual yearning for the vast skies, or a resonance with the notion of kinship? You will be free. Vittikel conveyed this thought within his mind. You will soar, you will grow, you will become powerful. Norbert responded with a low rumble, then turned and obediently stepped into the crate. Hagrid swiftly closed the lid and secured it with several additional reinforcement charms. The crate appeared heavy. Yet due to the weight-reducing spell, the 4 11-year-olds managed to lift it, albeit with great effort. Hagrid offered to assist, but they insisted he remain in the hut. Being seen transporting a large crate in the dead of night would pose far greater problems. They wobbled as they lifted the crate, departing from Hagrid's hut and embarking on their arduous journey. The path from Hagrid's hut to the astronomy tower felt particularly long and perilous in the darkness. Despite the weight-reducing charm, the crate remained burdensome for the 4 first years. They could only walk a short distance before needing to pause, swap bearers, and continue onward. Athena scouted above, issuing warnings several times, allowing them to duck into shadows and evade the patrolling prefects. The most perilous moment occurred on the main staircase. As they ascended the steps, preparing to reach the 3rd floor, the staircase abruptly began to shift, not with a slow rotation, but with a sudden pivot, connecting to an entirely different corridor. Damn it, Ron muttered under his breath. It shouldn't turn at this moment. The staircase has a mind of its own. Hermione panted. We must wait for it to return, or find an alternate route. Yet, they could not afford to wait. Every passing minute increased their risk of discovery. Vittikel looked up, observing the magical flow of the staircase's structure through the green lens of his night vision. He perceived the ancient and intricate web of spells, akin to the neural network of a colossal organism. The insight blessing allowed him to sense more. The staircase's intent, if it could be said to possess one. Put down the crate, he suddenly suggested. The others regarded him with puzzled expressions, but complied. The crate thudded to the ground with a dull sound. Vittikel approached the edge of the staircase, placing his hand on the cold stone railing. He closed his eyes, invoking his insight blessing, extending his consciousness into the magical structure of the staircase. He beheld anew the millennia of accumulated layers of spells, stacked like geological strata. The foundational magic left by the 4 founders, solid as bedrock, the maintenance and modifications made by generations of wizarding professors, akin to complex edifices built upon the foundation. And the staircase's own personality, a vague, consciousness-like inclination, favoring mischief and change, yet adhering to certain profound principles. Vittikel did not attempt to control the staircase. That was far beyond his capabilities. Instead, he sought to communicate, conveying a simple intention through his consciousness. We need to go to the 3rd floor. Please. Not as a command, but as a request, much like coaxing a capricious cat. The magical field of the staircase rippled slightly, within the realm of his insight blessing. Vittikel perceived certain pathways within the spell network illuminating, as if neural pathways had been activated. Then, miraculously, the staircase began to rotate slowly, returning to its original position, firmly connecting to the corridor of the 3rd floor. Merlin's beard. Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. How did you manage that? Luck, Vittikel replied simply. Feeling perspiration bead on his forehead, such delicate magical interaction was immensely taxing. We must hurry. They hoisted the crate once more and pressed on. The remainder of the journey unfolded with relative ease, although they narrowly avoided detection by patrolling prefects on 2 additional occasions, ultimately reaching the base of the astronomy tower before midnight. The astronomy tower was the tallest structure at Hogwarts, necessitating the ascent of a lengthy spiral staircase. This was the most challenging segment. The staircase was narrow, and the crate cumbersome, forcing them to maneuver sideways, inching their way upward step by step. At last, they reached the summit. The pinnacle of the astronomy tower was an open, circular platform encircled by low walls, beneath a vast, unbounded sky. The night wind was brisk, tousling their hair and robes. From this vantage point, they could see the entirety of Hogwarts' silhouette, the other towers of the castle, the expansive surface of the Black Lake, the dark edges of the Forbidden Forest, and the indistinct outlines of distant mountains. What time is it? Hermione inquired, her voice carried away by the wind. Midnight, Ron replied, glancing at his weathered wristwatch. It should be soon. They set down the crate, panting and stretching their sore arms. Vittikel leaned against the low wall, gazing up at the night sky. The stars were so numerous and so near, as if within reach. He recalled the night sky over Gotham, shrouded in light pollution, where such a multitude of stars was rarely visible. But here, in the Scottish Highlands, the night sky was authentic, magnificent, nearly awe-inspiring. Look, Harry suddenly pointed to the north. Several dark specks emerged on the horizon, gradually enlarging and drawing nearer. 6 silhouettes, not 5 but 6, clad in dark flying robes, soared through the night sky like a flock of migrating birds. They approached and gracefully descended upon the tower's rooftop platform, their movements smooth and professional. The brooms they rode were specialized flying models, far superior to the outdated comets or clean sweeps typically used in school. The riders dismounted, the foremost being a young man with red hair, whose features bore a resemblance to Ron, yet appeared more mature. His sun-kissed skin radiated a healthy bronze, and his smile was warm and genuine. Ron, he exclaimed as he strode forward to embrace his brother. You've grown. Charlie. Ron returned the embrace, then proceeded to introduce the others. This is Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Victoire Weasley. Charlie shook hands with each of them, his grip firm and calloused, a testament to his work with dragons marked by small scars and roughness. His bright blue eyes sparkled with vitality. Is this Norbert? Charlie inquired, glancing at the crate, his expression shifting to one of professionalism and focus. A Norwegian Ridgeback, I presume? Looks to be about 3 weeks old. It's growing remarkably fast. It's quite special. Hagrid's voice boomed unexpectedly from the staircase. The gamekeeper had come to see them off in person. His eyes were misty with emotion, yet he endeavored to maintain a smile. Charlie, you will take good care of it, won't you? On my honor as a Weasley, Charlie assured gravely, then turned to the crate. Let us take a look at this little fellow. They opened the crate's lid, and Norbert raised its head, its amber eyes gleaming under the starlight. Upon noticing the strangers, it emitted a cautious hiss, flames flickering in its throat. Charlie displayed no fear. He crouched down to meet Norbert's gaze, speaking in a deep, steady voice. Not in English or any human tongue, but in a rhythmic, guttural language. Dragon tongue, or perhaps a soothing tone reserved for dragon tamers. Norbert calmed, tilting its head in curiosity before cautiously nudging Charlie's hand, mirroring the gesture made towards Victoire. Charlie smiled. It recognizes me. A good omen. He and his companions commenced preparations for transport, expertly detaching specialized nets and straps from their brooms. They carefully guided Norbert out of the crate, securing it within a meticulously designed harness suspended between 2 brooms, ensuring the dragon's comfort and safety during flight. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Victoire watched in awe, impressed by Charlie and his team's professionalism. This was no amateur endeavor. It was a testament to genuine understanding, respect, and professionalism in dealing with magical creatures. Once everything was in place, Charlie turned to the 4 children and Hagrid. Thank you, he said sincerely. Most people's first reaction upon encountering a dragon is fear or aggression, yet you chose to help it, to give it a true home. That requires both courage and kindness. Hagrid could no longer contain his emotions. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he pleaded, "You'll send us pictures, won't you? After it grows up?" "Of course," Charlie promised. "I'll provide updates every 6 months. I'll tell you how it's doing, what friends it makes, what it learns. I promise." He gazed up at the night sky. "We must depart. We need to fly out of British airspace before dawn and then transfer through the international flight network to Romania." Charlie and his teammates mounted their brooms, with Norbert securely fastened between them. The dragon seemed to comprehend the unfolding events, displaying no signs of struggle, only turning its head for one last glance at Hagrid, letting out a soft, farewell hiss. Then, the brooms ascended into the air. 6 brooms carrying a dragon soared into the starry expanse, resembling a peculiar constellation. They climbed higher and further until they melded into the night, vanishing from sight. Silence enveloped the tower, broken only by the sound of the wind. Hagrid stared at the night sky, frozen in place. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood beside him, their expressions a complex mix of sadness, relief, and the satisfaction of a task accomplished. Victor also gazed in the direction where Norbert had disappeared. In his perception, he could faintly sense the intense magical aura drifting away, akin to a star gradually dimming. Yet, just before Norbert vanished entirely from his range of perception, he received a vague, distant fragment of consciousness, freedom, sky, kin, and a nearly imperceptible gratitude. Then, the connection severed. Norbert was gone. The atmosphere on the return journey was heavy. Hagrid headed straight back to his hut, needing to process his emotions alone, while the 4 children stealthily made their way back to their respective dormitories, careful to avoid the night patrols. Descending from the astronomical tower was easier than ascending, yet caution was still necessary. By the time they reached the main level of the castle, it was nearing 1 in the morning. Fatigue began to manifest, not merely physical weariness, but an emotional exhaustion from the night's events. They parted ways in the entrance hall, preparing to return to their common rooms. "Thank you all for tonight," Harry whispered. "We did it." Hermione nodded, though her expression remained solemn. "We did. But it serves as a reminder of the great risks involved in breaking school rules. I hope we never have to undertake such an adventure again." Ron yawned. "I just need 12 hours of sleep. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I can sleep until noon." Victor smiled. "Go rest. See you on Monday." She turned toward the Slytherin dungeon. Athena settled on her shoulder, also appearing fatigued from a night of aerial reconnaissance. However, as she stepped into the underground corridor, she sensed something. It was not the alarm of danger, but rather a feeling of being watched. It was not the direct surveillance Athena had warned about, but a more covert scrutiny, laced with an evaluative intent. Victoire slowed her pace, her hand gently resting on her wand. The night vision lenses were still in place, casting a green hue over the empty corridor, where only the flickering shadows of the torches danced on the walls. But she could feel it. Someone was there, lurking in the shadows, concealed in a manner that suggested a keen awareness. The blessing of insight activated, allowing Victoire to expand her perception. Scanning the currents of magic around her, she discerned the ancient magic of the corridor as background noise, the energy of the torch flames as tiny sparkles, and Athena's magical field as a silver mist. Yet, there was another magical presence. In the shadows beyond the corridor's corner, pressed against the wall. It almost melded with the magic of the stone. But not perfectly. There was a subtle seam, an unnatural smoothness, reminiscent of the edge of an invisibility cloak. Someone had used the disillusionment charm or donned an invisibility cloak, hiding just around the corner. Victoire halted, facing that direction, her voice calm, yet clear. "Come out. I know you're there." A few seconds of silence ensued. Then, the shadow rippled as if the surface of water had been disturbed. The invisibility effect faded, revealing a figure, Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy stood there, clad in Slytherin robes, wand in hand, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, surprise, embarrassment, and an unsettling hint of anxiety that Victoire had not anticipated. "How did you know I was there?" Malfoy inquired, attempting to maintain an air of arrogance, though his voice quivered slightly. "The corridor has echoes," Victoire replied, choosing to withhold the truth about her insight blessing. "Your breathing gave you away. Invisibility cloaks and disillusionment charms do not silence sound." Malfoy seemed to accept this explanation, straightening his back and regaining his customary haughty demeanor. "I was just out for a stroll. Like you." Victoire observed the wand in Malfoy's hand. It was not held in an aggressive stance, yet he gripped it tightly. Athena tensed on her shoulder, her amber eyes fixated on Malfoy. "Well then, good night," Victoire said simply, preparing to walk past him. "Wait," Malfoy suddenly interjected, the arrogance dissipating from his tone, replaced by a more genuine emotion. "You've been going to Hagrid's hut all week. There were still a few individuals from Gryffindor. What are you all up to?" Vittikel halted and turned to face Malfoy. Within the verdant lens of night vision, Malfoy's complexion appeared pallid, and his gray eyes held a curiosity he had never encountered before, one that was devoid of malice and instead imbued with genuine intrigue. That is a private matter, Malfoy. Vittikel replied with calm assurance. It is of no concern to you. But I am a Slytherin, Malfoy insisted, lowering his voice, and so are you. If you are mingling with Gryffindor, engaging in who knows what perilous pursuits, and you are discovered, it will implicate the entire house. Slytherin has already been the subject of gossip due to your association with Gryffindor. Vittikel raised an eyebrow. So, you are concerned about the honor of the house? I care about. Malfoy suddenly fell silent, as if realizing the implications of his words, his face slightly reddening. I am merely stating facts. Slytherin should stand united, rather than consorting with rivals. These words sounded rehearsed, yet Vittikel sensed an underlying sentiment, perhaps loneliness? This insight softened Vittikel's demeanor toward Malfoy by a fraction of a millimeter. Just a millimeter. Whom I choose to befriend is my prerogative, Vittikel finally said, his tone noticeably more tempered than before, but rest assured. I shall not engage in any actions that would deliberately harm Slytherin. The matter of tonight is concluded. There will be no repercussions. Malfoy scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Then he nodded, albeit stiffly. That is good. Because if Professor Snape discovers you wandering about at night, especially with Gryffindor, he will not discover it. Vittikel interjected, and you will not inform him, will you? This was a direct challenge. Vittikel locked eyes with Malfoy, awaiting his response. Malfoy hesitated. His pride urged him to report the transgression. It seemed the right course of action. Yet, on the other hand, informing on others was regarded as a base maneuver unless it promised direct benefit. Moreover, if Vittikel was not apprehended in the act, Malfoy's snitching would appear motivated by personal vendetta. More importantly, Vittikel could sense that Malfoy did not wish to be a traitor, not out of morality, but for a deeper reason, perhaps one even Malfoy did not fully comprehend. He desired to be respected as a rival, not perceived as a petty backstabber. As long as it does not impact Slytherin, Malfoy eventually stated, sidestepping a direct answer, I shall not meddle. This could be construed as a commitment. In Malfoy's own fashion. Vittikel nodded. Then it is settled. Good night, Malfoy. He turned and departed. This time Malfoy did not intervene. As he walked away, Athena emitted a soft chirp from his shoulder, as if inquiring, is that all? Indeed, Vittikel murmured in response, some battles do not require victory. Merely avoiding defeat suffices. He returned to the Slytherin common room, the stone wall sliding open and then closing behind him. The common room was devoid of life. The emerald flames in the fireplace dimmed to a mere flicker, offering only faint illumination. Vittikel wearily made his way toward the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he initially presumed Nott had already succumbed to slumber, yet his dark-haired roommate was still awake, seated on the bed with an ancient tome, albeit perusing a different chapter. Nott glanced up at him, offering no words, merely a nod, as though confirming your survival. Vittikel returned the gesture and proceeded to prepare for rest. He removed the night vision goggles, stowed away his equipment, and changed into his nightclothes. As he reclined, he felt every muscle in his body ache. Yet sleep eluded him. His mind was besieged by a plethora of images. Nober's amber eyes, Charlie and his Quidditch team soaring into the starry expanse. The vast night sky atop the astronomy tower, and Malfoy's intricate expression in the shadows of the corridor. Furthermore, there was that sensation of connection with Nober's final consciousness, a gratitude that transcended distance. Vittikel reached for the yin-yang pendant resting against his chest. The jade emitted a gentle warmth in the darkness, cleansing his turbulent thoughts like a spring of clear water. Balance, harmony, tranquility. He closed his eyes, allowing the pendant's energy to guide his breath and steady his heartbeat. Time slipped away, and eventually, drowsiness enveloped him. On the precipice of dreams, he beheld golden ginkgo leaves swirling in the night breeze, cascading toward a starlit lake. As the leaves touched the water, they did not sink, but transformed into points of light, ascending toward the heavens like rain in reverse. Then, darkness, serenity, and dreamless sleep. On Sunday morning, Vittikel awoke as midday approached. The sunlight filtering through the enchanted window in the dormitory was not true sunlight, but rather the shimmering reflection from the black lake's surface, dancing with rippling waterlight. Athena was preening her feathers on her perch, producing a gentle rustling sound. Nott's bed was already empty, the covers neatly folded, and a book rested on the bedside table. Vittikel sat up, feeling his body still sore, yet his spirit was considerably lifted. The yin-yang pendant had worked tirelessly through the night, balancing his energy and mending the exhaustion wrought by overusing his insight blessing. He rose, washed up, and donned casual attire. With no classes on Sunday, he could relax, at least until completing his assignments. Upon exiting the dormitory, he found several students already present in the common room. Upperclassmen in the corner engaged in hushed discussions, while younger students played wizard chess on the sofas. By the fireplace, Theodore not sat engrossed in that ancient book. He was seated across from Pansy Parkinson and another Slytherin girl, who were conversing in low tones, occasionally erupting in bell-like laughter. Vittikel approached Nott and settled into the armchair beside him. "Good morning," he greeted. Nott lifted his gaze from the book. "It is past noon. You have slept long enough." "I was exhausted last night," Vittikel muttered. Nott nodded, refraining from pressing further. He placed the book on his lap and regarded Vittikel. "Malfoy was still inquiring about you this morning." "Inquiring about what?" "He asked whether you have been exhibiting any unusual behavior." Nott's tone remained flat. "You have often been absent from the common room, frequently associating with Gryffindor." Vittikel sighed. "So the dialogue in the corridor has changed nothing." Malfoy continues to observe, perhaps searching for something to use against him. "Let him be displeased," Vittikel said. "I have done nothing wrong. In Slytherin, getting too close to Gryffindor is inherently a mistake," Nott pointed out, though there was no trace of reproach in his tone. "Unless you can demonstrate that this inter-house friendship has yielded tangible benefits, such as points for the house, or some form of advantage." Vittikel pondered for a moment. Harry Potter is a celebrity in the wizarding world. Cultivating a friendship with him could yield political capital. Hermione Granger is the brightest student in the year. Engaging her in academic discussions could enhance my grades. Ron Weasley, he hesitated, struggling to identify any tangible benefit associated with Ron. Ron Weasley's brother is researching dragons in Romania. Nott interjected suddenly, his dark eyes fixed on Vittikel. "If you have an interest in magical creatures, that could be a valuable connection." Vittikel stared at Nott in astonishment. The pragmatism of that statement was striking, even somewhat cold. Yet Nott's expression was earnest, devoid of sarcasm. "Are you suggesting I use that rationale to justify my inter-house friendship?" Vittikel inquired. "If you require a justification," Nott shrugged. "Slytherin understands the exchange of benefits. They are less inclined to endorse selfless friendships." When he spoke of selfless friendships, there was a barely perceptible nuance in his tone. Was it mockery? Or perhaps a deeper emotion? Vittikel chose not to pursue the matter further. He changed the subject. "What book are you reading? It appears quite ancient." Nott glanced down at the tome resting on his lap. The cover was a faded, deep brown leather, devoid of a title, adorned only with some worn, gilded patterns that resembled a family crest. "A family collection," he remarked simply, "concerning ancient theories of magic and the mysteries of the soul." Some of the perspectives were intriguing. He shared no further details, and Vittikel did not press for more. Their exchanges always maintained this balance, precise and to the point, yet imbued with a peculiar understanding. At that moment, the stone wall at the entrance of the common room slid open, revealing Draco Malfoy. The golden-haired boy donned an exquisite dark green robe today, his hair impeccably styled, his face wearing its customary haughty expression. Yet Vittikel keenly observed the faint shadows beneath Malfoy's eyes. A clear indication of a restless night. Perhaps he had waited too long in the corridor, or perhaps for other reasons. Crabbe and Goyle trailed behind him like shadows. Malfoy's gaze swept across the common room, lingering on Vittikel longer than usual. The look was complex, scrutinizing, with a hint of defiance that Vittikel could now distinctly recognize. Yes, defiance. Following their debate in Diagon Alley's Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy was profoundly impressed by Vittikel Wayne, a muggle-born child who could logically dismantle his notions of blood purity, articulating with precision akin to that of a trained professional. In Malfoy's 11 years of understanding, such a person ought either to fear him, to idolize him, or to emerge as a formidable adversary. Yet Vittikel embodied none of these roles. He neither feared Malfoy's name and status nor displayed any reverence, nor did he regard him as a rival worthy of serious consideration. To Vittikel, Malfoy appeared merely as a troublesome child to manage, requiring boundaries but not warranting excessive attention. This perception deeply frustrated Malfoy. Even more difficult to accept was Vittikel's preference to associate with those Gryffindors: Potter, the savior; Granger, the self-important mudblood; and Weasley, the impoverished redhead, rather than exchanging a few words with him. In Malfoy's mind, they were meant to be mutual admirers, competitors from distinguished families. Albeit the Waynes hailed from a prominent Muggle lineage, they were equally intelligent, equally adept at debate, and equally unwilling to be subservient. They could have forged an elegant competitive relationship in Slytherin, pushing each other forward and achieving greatness together. Yet the reality was that Vittikel hardly regarded him at all, and this neglect slowly fermented into a sentiment of jealousy that Malfoy himself did not fully recognize. He envied Harry Potter for the genuine smile Vittikel bestowed upon him. He envied Hermione Granger for the focus Vittikel exhibited when discussing studies with her. He even envied Theodore not for the unspoken understanding that existed between Vittikel and his roommate. Yet he would never admit it was jealousy. The Malfoys did not indulge in such emotions. They merely assessed opportunities. Thus, he wrapped this feeling in the guise of concern for house loyalty, a worry over matters of allegiance. At that moment, Malfoy approached Pansy Parkinson, seated himself, and began conversing. His voice deliberately amplified, as if to ensure all could hear. "I heard some intriguing discussions in the Great Hall," Malfoy said, his tone imbued with that familiar, feigned languor and superiority that Vittikel recognized, though today, this superiority seemed somewhat strained. Over in Gryffindor, Potter and his friends appeared exceptionally fatigued, as though they had not slept all night. Meanwhile, some of our classmates, he cast a sidelong glance at Vittikel. A flicker of complex emotion flashing in his gray eyes, seemed to have only just risen by noon. "Quite the coincidence, isn't it?" Pansy emitted a theatrical laugh. "Perhaps they are plotting some secret adventure. You know how Gryffindors adore flouting the rules." Malfoy feigned a smile, though it did not reach his eyes, perhaps. But Slytherin should exercise better judgment. Associating with those reckless lions only invites trouble. He paused, his gaze shifting to Theodore Nott, his voice imbued with a hint of unrecognized probing and an echo of certain expectations. "Moreover, if you consider certain individuals friends, yet they clearly do not reciprocate that regard." Malfoy's gaze lingered on Vittikel for a fleeting moment before returning to Nott, his tone adopting an artfully casual air, as if delivering an observation unrelated to himself. "For instance, if you share a dormitory with someone who prefers to spend all their time with Gryffindors, evidently valuing you less as a true friend, isn't that rather pitiable?" The pointedness of this remark was unmistakable. Several students in the common room turned their attention to Vittikel and Nott, their expressions rife with curiosity and anticipation for the unfolding drama. Vittikel could sense that Malfoy's words were not solely intended for Nott, they were also directed at him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that this was a provocation, a veiled inquiry. "Why would you rather be with them than spare me a glance?" Following Malfoy's statement, a few seconds of silence lingered in the common room, the weight of the moment palpable in the air. Vittikel slowly closed his book, raised his head, and met Malfoy's gaze with calm blue eyes. His expression remained unchanged, yet only he knew that the yin-yang pendant resting against his chest was faintly warm, its serene energy suppressing the rising anger within him. "Here we go again," he thought. "This juvenile probing, this attempt to elevate oneself by belittling others." He inhaled deeply, allowing the pendant's energy to course through him, and then stood up. This movement captured everyone's attention. The students in the common room, who had been feigning interest in books, chess, or conversation, now discreetly redirected their gazes toward him. Malfoy, evidently taken aback by Vittikel's sudden rise, displayed a flicker of wariness in his gray eyes, yet more prominently, a sense of expectation, as though he had finally garnered the attention he had long sought. However, Vittikel's subsequent action left everyone in stunned silence. He did not remain stationary to retort, nor did he counter with the cold facts, as Nott had done. Instead, he approached Malfoy, his stride steady, his expression calm to the point of indifference. "Draco." Vittikel halted before Malfoy, his voice low yet clear enough for the entire common room to hear. "Let's not involve others in our affairs." He paused, locking eyes with Malfoy's suddenly widened gray orbs. "Follow me. We need to talk." There was no inquiry, no negotiation. This was a direct, non-negotiable command. Malfoy's expression shifted from wariness to confusion, then to a complex mix of defiance and curiosity. He wanted to say something, to maintain that lofty demeanor, but Vittikel had already turned a stride toward the common room's exit, seemingly assured that Malfoy would follow. After a few seconds of hesitation, Malfoy rose to his feet. He straightened his back, attempting to reclaim that Malfoy-esque elegance, though his movements were somewhat stiff. "Pansy, keep an eye on my things," he instructed Parkinson, his voice striving for steadiness, before trailing behind Vittikel. Crabbe and Goyle clumsily attempted to follow, but Malfoy shot them a glare. "Stay here." The two immediately halted, as if turned to stone by a petrifying charm. Vittikel uttered the password, ambition, to the stone wall, which slid open, allowing him to step through first, with Malfoy closely behind. Outside the common room, the dimly lit underground corridor was illuminated solely by the torches affixed to the walls. Shadows danced upon the stone walls, resembling a silent ballet. Vittikel did not venture far, pausing at a corner of the corridor. This secluded spot, distanced from the entrance of the public lounge yet not entirely out of sight, was a deliberate choice. It ensured the privacy of their conversation while simultaneously avoiding the suspicion of complete isolation. He turned to face Malfoy, who had followed him. "What do you wish to discuss?" Malfoy initiated, his voice laced with the habitual, feigned languor, though Vittikel could discern the underlying tension. "If you intend to defend your Gryffindor friends." "No," Vittikel interrupted sharply, his tone calm yet incisive. "I am not here to defend anyone. I am here to clarify matters." He locked eyes with Malfoy, whose blue irises revealed no emotional fluctuation, only a chilling clarity. "Draco, I will not forge a close bond with someone whose worldview diverges too greatly from mine. That would be excessively exhausting." Malfoy's expression froze, clearly unprepared for such an opening. Worldview? He echoed, his tone tinged with confusion. What is that, some muggle term? Worldview, values, perspective, Vittikel elucidated smoothly. Akin to a teacher addressing a query. In simple terms, it encapsulates how we perceive the world, discern right from wrong, and choose our way of life. And our perspectives, to put it in your parlance, are starkly at odds. He took a step forward, the reduced distance prompting Malfoy to instinctively retreat half a step. Though he immediately steeled himself. Your obsession with blood purity, your sense of superiority regarding purebloods, your disdain for Muggleborns, these, in my eyes, are not marks of honor, but rather narrow-mindedness. Vittikel's voice remained composed, yet each word struck like a hammer upon stone. My conviction in equality, the belief that merit outweighs lineage, and the inherent right of every individual to choose their own path, these, to you, are likely seen as naivete or betrayal, I suppose. Malfoy's lips pressed into a thin line. He wished to retort, yet Vittikel offered him no opportunity. More importantly, Vittikel continued, a hint of nearly imperceptible weariness threading his tone. I will not alter myself for any of you. Never. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. If you observe closely, though I suspect you do not, you will find that whether it is Theodore, Harry, or even Hermione and Ron, they largely indulge me. Not out of coercion, but because they accept me as I am, obstinate, principled, and unwilling to distort myself for the sake of others. Vittikel raised his chin slightly, an instinctive gesture that exuded the innate pride of the Wayne lineage, a deep-seated confidence. A Wayne need not change anything about themselves for the sake of others. My father taught me, if you must distort yourself to be accepted, then those who accept you do not embrace the true you. Malfoy's complexion began to pale. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. And you, Draco, Vittikel's voice lowered, yet sharpened, have persistently endeavored to make me recognize the value of Malfoy. To compel me to respect the traditions of purebloods, to adopt your worldview. But I assure you, I am not interested. He gazed directly into Malfoy's increasingly unsteady gray eyes. I have never subscribed to your notions of blood purity, nor do I deign to partake in a hierarchy predicated upon lineage. I possess my own standards, ability, character, loyalty, courage. These bear no relation to blood. The corridor fell into a profound silence, only the distant crackling of torches and the subtle sounds of their breathing breaking the stillness. At last, Malfoy regained his voice, but it emerged thin and taut. How dare you? How dare I? Vittikel chuckled, devoid of warmth. Young master, sometimes you might lift your gaze from the 19th century and observe the world beyond. Witness what it has become. He stepped closer, prompting Malfoy to genuinely retreat. His back pressed against the cold stone wall. Do you know how splendid the Muggle world is? Vittikel's voice suddenly brimmed with genuine fervor. The glow of discussing something he truly cherished illuminating his words. They have ascended to the moon not by broomsticks, but through science and engineering. They have cured once incurable diseases not with potions, but through medical research. They create art, music, and literature that rival, if not surpass, anything from the wizarding world. Rich in variety and depth. Yet they continue to slaughter one another with those hideous machines, Malfoy weakly countered, though his voice lacked conviction. My father said, your father. Vittikel interjected, a note of genuine pity in his tone, lives in a confined little world, Draco. The wizarding realm is akin to a magnificent greenhouse, beautiful, yet severed from the storms and sunlight of the outside world. He stepped back, creating distance and granting Malfoy some breathing room. I do not claim that the Muggle world is flawless. It harbors wars, injustices, foolishness, and cruelty. Yet the wizarding world, too, has its dark wizards like Voldemort, discrimination against Muggleborns, and a stifling conservatism. Vittikel inhaled deeply, his tone regaining its composure. I do not expect you to understand, nor do I anticipate your agreement. I merely present the facts. I will not change, nor will I transform into another person to meet your or anyone else's expectations. If you can accept me as I am, someone who does not share your worldview, does not flatter your surname, yet respects your abilities and character as an individual, then perhaps we can discover a way to coexist. He paused, observing Malfoy's pallid face. If you cannot, then we shall maintain our distance, polite, yet distant, just as it is now. Malfoy remained rooted in place, his back against the stone wall, his expression shifting in the flickering light of the torches. His gray eyes brimmed with a complex array of emotions, anger, shame, confusion, and perhaps a hint of contemplation that Vittikel had not anticipated. This boy, raised on the notion that Malfoy equated to superiority, was confronted for the first time with an unflinching and relentless challenge to his entire worldview. No insults, no attacks, simply a calm declaration and a steadfast stance. You. Malfoy finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who do you think you are? To judge everything so? I am Vittikel Wayne, Vittikel replied calmly. I do not judge everything. I merely convey my perspective on it all. As for how you perceive it, that is your concern. He turned to leave, but paused, glancing back. By the way, regarding that New Year's card, I addressed it to Mr. Draco Malfoy, not out of mere politeness, but out of respect for you as an independent individual, not as flattery of your surname. If you would prefer I address you as Draco, like a friend, then first, we must become friends. He paused, adding, and friends are equals. It is not about who flatters whom, nor who accommodates whom, but about mutually respecting one another's differences while cherishing shared values. With that, he turned and departed, his steps steady, never looking back. Malfoy lingered in place, leaning against the cold stone wall, motionless. In the depths of the corridor, the torchlight danced upon his face, resembling a silent battle. Upon returning to the public lounge, Vittikel's expression had reverted to its customary tranquility. He returned to his previous position, settling into the armchair beside Nott. The lounge was enveloped in silence. Everyone had witnessed him escorting Malfoy out, and they noted Malfoy's absence upon his return. Pansy Parkinson cast a nervous glance towards the entrance, while Crabbe and Goyle stood bewildered. Nott raised his gaze from his book, his dark eyes sweeping over Vittikel before darting back to the empty entrance. Resolved? He inquired succinctly. Boundaries have been delineated. Vittikel responded by retrieving his History of Magic textbook from his satchel. Nott nodded, refraining from further inquiry. This was the essence of their understanding. A few minutes later, Malfoy reappeared, his expression peculiar, not the deliberate arrogance he typically displayed, nor anger or hurt, but a contemplative, almost perplexed countenance. He averted his gaze from everyone. Striding directly towards the dormitory, his pace slower than usual, as if wrestling with a weighty dilemma. Pansy attempted to call out to him, but Malfoy seemed oblivious. Vanishing into the corridor of the dormitory, the common room buzzed to life again with whispers, yet the topic had clearly shifted. Vittikel opened his History of Magic textbook. Preparing to commence his essay, his hand instinctively brushed over the yin-yang pendant at his chest, feeling the steady flow of energy coursing through it. The jade felt smooth and warm, affirming his recent choice, resolute yet not cruel, clear-headed yet not harsh. Athena flitted over, landing on his knee, her amber eyes regarding him with gentle chirps. Vittikel stroked her feathers and turned to Nott. What are your plans for the afternoon? Finish the History of Magic essay. Nott replied without lifting his gaze, and then preview tomorrow's charms class. Professor Flitwick is said to be teaching the summoning charm. Shall we go together? Vittikel inquired. Nott paused momentarily before nodding. That would be agreeable. Library, 2 o'clock. Very well. A simple agreement for an ordinary day, yet within the walls of Hogwarts. In the magical realm, and throughout Vittikel's existence, nothing was truly simple. Every choice, every confrontation, every delineation carved out the path to his future. Some doors had closed. Yet perhaps, at unforeseen moments, new windows would open. Butterflies fluttered at the edges of his consciousness, and the road ahead, illuminated by the starlight of magic, gradually unfurled, bright, enigmatic, replete with unknown challenges and possibilities, as well as the costs and rewards of maintaining one's integrity. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Forest Crisis. On Monday morning, when Vittikel successfully levitated a quill and executed 3 perfect aerial spins during charms class, Professor Flitwick joyfully announced, Slytherin gains 5 points. A sporadic applause erupted throughout the classroom, predominantly from the Slytherin students, while the Gryffindor side remained silent. Sitting at the opposite end of the room, Harry cast Vittikel a discreet smile, to which Vittikel nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his practice of the next spell. Everything appeared normal, almost convincingly so, as if the adventures of the previous Saturday night had never transpired. Almost. During lunch, as Vittikel, Nott, and several first-year Slytherins made their way to the Great Hall, an unexpected figure obstructed their path. Mr. Vane. Professor McGonagall stood in the center of the corridor, her expression one Vittikel had never witnessed before, serious and uncompromising. Clad in her iconic emerald green robes, her hair neatly pinned back in a tight bun, her eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. Professor. Vittikel halted, offering a courteous nod. Please follow me. McGonagall's voice brooked no argument, and Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. The corridor fell silent in an instant. A few passing students slowed their pace, curiously observing the scene. Nott stood beside Vittikel, his dark eyes betraying no emotion, yet Vittikel sensed his roommate's complete focus. Now, Professor? Vittikel inquired, striving to maintain a steady tone. Now, McGonagall replied, turning on her heel. Follow me. Vittikel glanced at Nott, who offered a barely perceptible nod, the gesture communicating a clear message, be cautious. Following McGonagall, Vittikel noticed at the other end of the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also being escorted by another prefect. Harry appeared anxious yet tried to maintain composure. Ron's complexion was pale, and Hermione bit her lip, clutching a thick tome titled Hogwarts School Rules and Disciplinary Procedures, which Vittikel recognized as one she had borrowed from the library. The four converged behind McGonagall, exchanging tense glances. "We're doomed," Ron whispered despairingly. "They know." "Stay calm." Hermione responded in a low voice. "We didn't harm anyone. We were helping a dragon." "Helping? In violation of at least 17 school rules," Harry replied with a rueful smile. "Including nighttime wandering, unauthorized entry of dangerous creatures into the school, and aiding in the illegal transport of protected magical beings." "Enough," Vittikel interjected, his voice steady enough to momentarily silence the other three. "It's futile to discuss this now. We must adapt to the situation." McGonagall cast a stern glance back at them. Yet Vittikel caught a fleeting glimmer of concern in her eyes, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. They ascended the marble staircase, not towards McGonagall's office or Snape's dungeon classroom, but continued upward, heading towards the castle's upper levels. Students parted to make way, whispers rippling like water in their wake. They halted before an unsightly gargoyle squatting at the base of a narrow spiral staircase, its stone claws digging into the moss in its nostrils. "Cockroach cluster," McGonagall stated clearly. The gargoyle reluctantly moved aside, revealing the winding staircase behind it. The staircase began to ascend automatically, resembling a magical elevator, carrying them upward. Vittikel noted the portraits of former headmasters adorning the staircase walls, their painted figures curiously observing them, some whispering amongst themselves. "Another troublesome student," one remarked. "This time, it seems there's a Slytherin involved. How intriguing." That blue-eyed boy looked somewhat familiar. The staircase eventually came to a stop before a gleaming oak door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. McGonagall knocked gently. "Enter," a gentle yet clear voice responded from within. The door opened automatically. The Hogwarts headmaster's office was a breathtaking chamber, circular and spacious, its walls adorned with portraits not of the ordinary ilk seen in the corridors, but of past headmasters of Hogwarts. Most feigned sleep or engaged in their own pursuits, yet Vittikel could feel countless eyes upon him. The room was filled with an array of peculiar silver instruments, whirling on slender table legs, emitting wisps of smoke. A massive table dominated the center of the room, cluttered with parchment rolls, crystal spheres, and a dish of what appeared to be sticky sweets. Behind the table sat a large crimson bird perched on a gilded stand, preening its feathers with its beak. It was Fawkes the Phoenix, recognized by Vittikel from Tim's notes. However, the most striking aspect of the room was the presence of individuals already gathered there. Albus Dumbledore occupied the high-backed chair behind the table, clad in a deep purple robe embroidered with stars and moons, his blue eyes twinkling with wisdom and warmth behind crescent-shaped glasses. 5 cups of tea were prepared before him, steam curling upward. Flanking him on either side stood 2 individuals who caused the hearts of the 4 children to plummet simultaneously. To the left was Professor Minerva McGonagall, stepping beside Dumbledore, her hands clasped before her, her demeanor grave as though attending a funeral. To the right was Professor Severus Snape, the potions master lurking in the shadows like a great bat, his black robes blending almost seamlessly into the background. His waxen face bore no expression, yet his black eyes, resembling 2 unfathomable tunnels, were fixated intently upon the 4 students, lingering longest on Vittikel. "Ah, our 4 young adventurers have arrived," Dumbledore declared joyfully, as though they were esteemed guests invited to a tea party. "Please, take a seat. The tea is prepared, and I recommend you try these lemon sherbets. Although they may temporarily tint your tongues, their flavor is delightful." The 4 children approached the chairs set before the table with a stiff demeanor. Vittikel chose the outermost seat, allowing him to observe the movements of everyone in the room. Harry sat beside him, followed by Hermione, while Ron positioned himself at the innermost seat, appearing as if he wished to shrink into the chair and vanish. "Professor," Hermione was the first to speak, her voice struggling to maintain steadiness yet quivering slightly. Let us first enjoy our tea, Miss Granger," Dumbledore gently interjected. "It is always beneficial to sip warm tea in times of tension. Minerva, Severus, please take a seat as well." Professor McGonagall settled at Dumbledore's left, her posture impeccably straight. Snape approached the chair on the right with deliberate slowness, his black robes billowing behind him, and he sat with scarcely a sound. The room was momentarily filled only with the faint hum of the silverware. "So," Dumbledore took a sip of tea, his eyes, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles, surveying the 4 children. "The astronomy tower on a Saturday night is quite lively, isn't it?" It was done. They truly knew. Ron's hands began to tremble, the teacup clinking softly against its saucer. Harry's complexion paled, his green eyes fixed on the table. Hermione inhaled deeply, preparing to elaborate. But Dumbledore continued, his tone remaining as light as if discussing the weather. 6 professional brooms, a 3-week-old Norwegian ridgeback dragon, a midnight flight. Navigating the airspace of Britain, a highly skilled operation. Charlie Weasley and his team are indeed well trained. The 4 children simultaneously raised their heads, astonished at the headmaster's knowledge. He was aware. Not only was he aware, but he knew the details. You appear surprised. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth quirked upwards. Children. Did you truly believe that 6 individuals riding brooms with a dragon could enter and exit Hogwarts unnoticed by me? But Ron stammered. Charlie said he used a disillusionment charm. A disillusionment charm effective against ordinary wizards. Snape's cold voice intruded suddenly, like a serpent gliding over stone, is laughable against the protective enchantments of Hogwarts. Akin to lighting a match in a tempest. He turned to Dumbledore, his voice laden with undisguised discontent. Headmaster, I must reiterate my opposition. This is a serious breach of discipline. Severus, Dumbledore interjected gently yet firmly, we have discussed this. In fact, I hold a certain admiration for these children. The 4 children were taken aback. Dumbledore set down his teacup, his fingertips touching, the glint of wisdom sparkling behind his crescent spectacles. Firstly, they identified a problem, an illegal dragon brought into the school, rapidly growing, soon to be impossible to conceal. Secondly, they did not choose to hide or evade, but actively sought a solution. Thirdly, they discovered a professional and legal resolution by contacting the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Finally, they successfully executed a complex plan to safely transport the dragon away at midnight without alarming any students or causing harm. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 4 children. This demonstrates observance, initiative, problem-solving ability, and execution. As educators, should we not take solace in this? Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, yet remained serious. Albus, I understand your perspective, but they have violated at least 12 school rules. Hermione interjected suddenly, her voice soft yet clear. I checked, including nocturnal wandering, unauthorized entry of magical creatures into the school, aiding illegal transportation, and the use of unapproved magical items. Her voice dwindled until it was nearly inaudible. Dumbledore chuckled. As always, thoroughly prepared, Miss Granger. However, I would like to add, you managed to perfectly avoid all the prefects on night patrol, professors, and even Mr. Filch and his cat. He looked towards Professors McGonagall and Snape. That in itself is quite remarkable, is it not? The nighttime patrol system at Hogwarts is not easily circumvented. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, yet Vittikel discerned a flicker of almost imperceptible acknowledgement in her eyes. Snape, however, was entirely different. His lips pressed into a fine line. His black eyes fixated on Vittikel, his voice oozing like venom. Mr. Wayne appears particularly adept at nocturnal activities. One cannot help but wonder what kind of familial training has equipped him with such skills. The insinuation was painfully evident. Vittikel felt Harry, Ron, and Hermione's gazes upon him. Their expressions fraught with concern and inquiry. He set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the saucer with a crisp sound. Then he raised his head, meeting Snape's penetrating gaze, an act requiring immense courage, as those eyes seemed capable of siphoning one's very soul. My father taught me some safety and observation skills, Professor. Vittikel replied calmly. He believes every child in Gotham should learn how to protect themselves. Otherwise, how could one live safely in Gotham? This was not a lie. Yet it was not the whole truth. Bruce had indeed imparted such lessons as part of his Batman training. Snape's lips twitched, as if he wished to scoff but restrained himself. How thoughtful of your family education. Dumbledore gently cleared his throat, drawing attention back to himself. Regardless, the events have transpired. The question now is how to address it. The room fell silent. The 4 children held their breath, awaiting their fate. Ron muttered something under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet Vittikel caught it. No wonder Charlie had such ease entering the school. Without the headmaster's tacit approval, it would have been quite difficult for him. Vittikel felt a stirring within. Ron was correct. Hogwarts possessed millennia of accumulated protective magic. How could 6 unfamiliar wizards, laden with transport equipment, silently enter and exit? Unless someone had granted them passage. His gaze shifted to Dumbledore. The elder was gently stroking Fox Feathers, the phoenix emitting a soft coo. He knew. He had always known. Perhaps since the day of Norbert's hatching. He was merely waiting to see how they would respond. This revelation left Vittikel's emotions in turmoil. On one hand, they were not in the dark, which was reassuring. On the other, all their actions were under scrutiny, which was disconcerting. After much contemplation, Dumbledore finally spoke. I do not believe that deducting points is an appropriate course of action. Snape immediately interjected. Headmaster. However, Dumbledore raised his voice. Gentle, yet unassailable. Disciplinary actions must bear consequences. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity for redemption. The 4 children regarded him with anxious eyes. Recently, unsettling incidents have occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore's countenance grew grave. Several unicorns have been injured, and one has even perished. This is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Unicorns are powerful magical creatures, typically free from predators that would dare attack them. Harry gasped sharply. Vittikel felt his stomach clench. Unicorns? Death. Hagrid has investigated several times. Yet each time he arrives on the scene, the assailant has already departed, Dumbledore continued. We require additional manpower to patrol the Forbidden Forest at night, seeking clues, and, if possible, preventing the next attack. He turned to the 4 children. This shall be your task. Starting tonight, for 2 hours each night, for a week. Led by Hagrid. The group was divided into smaller teams to patrol designated areas of the Forbidden Forest. Should any anomalies arise, they were to immediately fire a spark signal, green to indicate a clue found, and red to signify danger. The 4 children exchanged glances. The Forbidden Forest? At night. Seeking the perpetrator who harmed the unicorns? This was far more terrifying than detention or point deductions. The headmaster, Professor McGonagall, frowned. This was perilously dangerous. The Forbidden Forest at night. Hagrid will protect them, Dumbledore gently assured, and I have faith that children capable of successfully delivering a dragon possess the requisite wisdom and caution to undertake this task. He paused to add, furthermore, I deem this a valuable learning opportunity for them, to comprehend magical creatures, grasp the significance of safeguarding them, and actively participate in maintaining the ecological balance of Hogwarts. Surely this is more educational than merely copying school rules? Snape's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a whole bottle of bitter medicine. Vittikel could almost surmise the source of his discontent. Without Slytherin students involved, he could have demanded severe penalties for Gryffindor, deducting a significant number of points. Yet now, with Slytherin's Vittikel entangled in the matter, Dumbledore provided a solution that offered both a fair reprimand and an opportunity, leaving Snape devoid of any leverage. If this is your decision, Snape finally uttered, his voice as cold as if it emanated from the depths of a cellar, I can only acquiesce. However, I must remind you that if any of these children are harmed, they will exercise caution. Dumbledore smiled. Very well, children, you may return to your classes. Gather at Hagrid's hut at 8 o'clock tonight. Remember, dress warmly, bring your wands, and heed Hagrid's instructions. The 4 children could scarcely believe it as they stood up. Was that it? No point deductions? No detention? Merely a patrol of the Forbidden Forest? Thank you, Professor. Hermione was the first to express her gratitude, her voice brimming with appreciation. Thank you, Harry and Ron echoed. Vittikel was the last to speak. We shall undertake the task with utmost seriousness, Professor. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. I believe you will. Now off you go. Lunchtime is nearly over. The 4 children nearly floated out of the headmaster's office. As they descended the spiral staircase, silence enveloped them, each one processing the events that had just transpired. It was not until they returned to the main corridor that Ron finally exhaled. Merlin's beard. I thought we were doomed. I did too, Harry admitted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. But is it truly safe to patrol the Forbidden Forest? With Hagrid present, it should be fine, Hermione replied, though her tone was less than certain, and we are merely patrolling, not hunting the perpetrator. If we do discover anything, we will fire a signal and await the professors to manage the situation. Vittikel remained silent. His thoughts lingered in the headmaster's office, dwelling upon Dumbledore's eyes that seemed to see through everything. He knows all. He has been watching. Vetty? Harry nudged his arm. Are you all right? Vittikel snapped back to the present and nodded. I'm fine. Just contemplating what to prepare for tonight. I have a guide to common magical creatures, Hermione immediately offered. I can lend it to you. Also, we ought to bring some illumination devices, along with food and water, just in case. Hermione, Ron interrupted. We're only patrolling for 2 hours, not going camping. Being prepared is never a fault, Hermione insisted. The 4 children parted ways in front of the Great Hall, each returning to their respective houses. As Vittikel made his way towards the dungeons, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted Draco Malfoy standing by the railing of the second-floor corridor, watching him. The blond boy's expression was complex, a flicker of emotion in his gray eyes. Curiosity? Malice? Or something else entirely? Vittikel did not linger, continuing his path towards the Slytherin common room. He had far too much to contemplate to concern himself with Malfoy's scrutiny. At 8 o'clock that evening, they arrived at Hagrid's hut punctually. Each child had come prepared as per Hermione's suggestions. Thick coats, wands readily accessible, pockets filled with chocolate, and various tools. Vittikel had brought additional equipment, not everything, but some items that might prove useful, night vision lenses, miniature communicators, and a few non-lethal tools from his utility belt. Hagrid was already set. Clad in his enormous moleskin coat, he carried a lantern larger than a human head, and on his back rested a massive bow along with a quiver of arrows. By his side stood 2 hunting dogs, Fong, the ever-salivating, large black hound, and another equally fierce-looking brown dog, which Vittikel guessed was Fong's brother. This is Buckbeak, Hagrid introduced, patting the brown dog's head, as reliable as Fong. Now, children, Listen closely. His demeanor was unusually serious, entirely unlike the jovial gamekeeper they were accustomed to. The Forbidden Forest is perilous at night, even for me. Therefore, we must adhere strictly to the rules. First, never stray from the path. Second, never act alone. Third, if you see anything unusual, immediately fire a spark, green for clues, red for danger. Fourth, if I say run, you run as if your lives depend on it. Do not look back, understand? The 4 children nodded nervously. For efficiency and safety, Hagrid continued, we shall split into 2 groups. I will be with Hermione and Ron, accompanied by Fawn. The second group. Hagrid glanced at Harry and Vittikel. Harry and Vetty, you two will be together, accompanied by Buckbeak. The 2 groups will maintain a distance of half a mile, proceeding in parallel, thus covering a broader area while providing mutual support. Hermione appeared to want to protest, clearly preferring to be in a group with Harry or Vittikel. At least he was more reliable, she later confided to Ron, but Hagrid had made his decision. Now, check your wands to ensure they can perform the spark spell, Hagrid instructed. Vetty, you can do that, right? Vittikel nodded. Good. Remember, if you encounter danger, fire a red spark, and we will rush to your aid. If you find a unicorn or any clues, fire a green spark. Never attempt to handle any perilous situation on your own, understood? Understood, the 4 children chorused. Then let us embark. Hagrid pushed open the door of the hut, his colossal figure stepping into the night first. Fawn followed closely at his heels, with Hermione and Ron trailing behind. Ron nearly tripped over the threshold, only to be steadied by Hermione at the last moment. Harry and Vittikel waited a few moments before following, Buckbeak leading the way, nose to the ground, diligently sniffing for scents. The edge of the Forbidden Forest loomed like a black wall against the night, trees densely packed, branches intertwined as if rejecting all outsiders. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the ground, appearing both beautiful and eerie. Hagrid halted before the first group entered the forest. Turning to Harry and Vittikel, you will walk along this path. After about half a mile, there will be a fork to the right. Take that. We will proceed along the main path to the left. Remember, maintain a half-mile distance, and if you can no longer hear us, stop and wait. How do we measure half a mile? Harry inquired. Hagrid produced 2 small devices from his pocket, handing one to Harry and the other to Hermione. This is a distance measurer, a Muggle invention, but quite effective. It will signal when you have reached half a mile. Then you shall stop. All right, off you go. The 2 groups separated, entering the dark forest. The Forbidden Forest at night was an entirely different realm. By day, while foreboding, it at least allowed for sunlight and the sounds of birds, still feeling somewhat like a forest. As night descended, the Forbidden Forest transformed into a living, breathing entity of darkness. The trees whispered in the wind, their rustling leaves resembling countless fragmented whispers. From a distance, the calls of unknown creatures echoed, some sharp, others deep, and some utterly unlike any sound found on Earth. Buckbeak led the way, his steps steady as he occasionally paused to sniff the ground or the air before forging ahead. This hound was far quieter than Fawn, more alert, with ears perpetually perked and eyes glimmering with an eerie light in the gloom. Harry and Vittikel walked side by side, wands clasped firmly in hand, the tips emitting a faint glow from the Lumos charm Hermione had taught them, illuminating their path without drawing undue attention. What do you think we will find? Harry murmured, his green eyes appearing enlarged under the wand's light. Hopefully nothing, Vittikel replied candidly. For if we do uncover something that has harmed a unicorn, it implies that it is still nearby and potentially dangerous. Harry nodded, falling into silence for a moment before speaking again. Did you notice the way Professor Snape looked at you? In the headmaster's office. I did, Vittikel said calmly. He harbors a dislike for me. Not just a dislike. Harry lowered his voice. He regards you with suspicion. Why? Just because you're not British? Perhaps, Vittikel replied, though he suspected deeper motives lay behind Snape's gaze. The information Tim had provided indicated that Snape once served Voldemort and now worked for Dumbledore. Such a person would be particularly attuned to anomalies. For a Muggle-born Slytherin like Vittikel to associate with Harry Potter, exhibiting unusual talents and background, was likely the greatest aberration in Snape's eyes. Suddenly, Buckbeak halted, emitting a low whine, ears fully erect and body tense. Harry and Vittikel immediately stopped, raising their wands and scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The forest was eerily silent, too silent. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant calls of creatures had vanished, as if someone had pressed a mute button. Something is amiss, Vittikel whispered, his hand moving towards the wand holstered at his waist. Buckbeak began to move forward slowly, nose to the ground as if tracking a scent. Harry and Vittikel exchanged a glance and followed suit. After traversing about 50 yards, Buckbeak paused at the edge of a clearing, letting out a louder whine and even baring his teeth. The glow from their wands illuminated the scene ahead. The 2 boys gasped in unison. On the ground lay a large pool of silvery liquid glimmering in the moonlight and wand light, reminiscent of flowing mercury. Yet, Vittikel quickly realized it was not mercury. For the air was thick with an unusual fragrance, sweet and pure, yet tinged with sorrow. Unicorn blood, Harry whispered, his voice trembling. Hagrid mentioned that unicorn blood is silver. The pool was substantial, clearly fresh. The blood trail extended deeper into the forest, a silvery path winding through the darkness like a luminous river. It's injured and fleeing. Vittikel deduced, eyes fixed on the direction of the blood trail. It may still be alive. Harry immediately took a step forward. We must go save it. A hand grasped his arm with surprising strength, causing Harry to turn his head in astonishment. Vittikel's expression was unusually grave under the wand's light, his blue eyes devoid of hesitation. Wait, but, Harry, listen to me. Vittikel lowered his voice, yet each word was clear and firm. Unicorn blood possesses powerful magical properties. In the wizarding world, it is said that drinking unicorn blood can prolong life, even resurrect the near-dead. Harry was taken aback. But that's one of the most sinister acts of magic, Vittikel continued, his gaze locked onto the blood trail, for unicorns are pure creatures, and harming them curses the perpetrator with a fate of half a life forever damned. Who would be willing to pay such a price? He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. It's certainly not simple. Whoever is responsible for this is not someone two first-year students can confront. Harry's grip on his wand tightened, knuckles whitening. A fierce struggle flickered in his green eyes between the impulse to aid the wounded creature and the rational recognition of Vittikel's warning. Finally, he nodded. You're right. Should we send up green sparks to alert Hagrid? Vittikel pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. First, we must remain concealed and observe. If it's a danger we cannot handle, then we will send up red sparks for help. If it is merely a unicorn that has succumbed to its injuries, we can signal with green sparks. He looked at Buckbeak, who was now intently watching the direction of the blood trail, a low growl emanating from his throat. Buckbeak, lead us to a concealed spot where we can view the end of the blood trail without being easily detected. The hound seemed to understand, turning to lead them towards a thicket of dense bushes. Harry and Vittikel followed, careful to leave minimal traces. They found an ideal vantage point behind a massive rock, flanked by several sturdy trees and thick underbrush providing ample cover. From this position, they could clearly see the direction of the blood trail, which led to a more open clearing about 30 yards away. Prepare your wands, Vittikel whispered, if anything seems amiss. Immediately send up red sparks and run in the opposite direction without looking back. Harry nodded, gripping his wand tightly. The two boys held their breath, waiting. Time stretched on, each second feeling like an hour. The forest remained hauntingly silent. Even Buckbeak had grown quiet, lying low to the ground, fixated on the front, his tail occasionally twitching. Then, without warning, Harry gasped sharply, pressing a hand to his forehead. What is it? Vittikel inquired immediately. My scar. Harry's voice contorted with pain. It's hurting more and more. Vittikel glanced at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, now clearly visible in the dim light of the wand, appearing somewhat reddened, even pulsing. When did it start? It began to throb when we approached the blood trail. Harry gritted his teeth, and now it's intensifying. Vittikel's mind raced. Harry's scar was a remnant of the time Voldemort attempted to kill him, linked to dark magic. If the scar was paining him, it meant there's dark magic nearby. He murmured, powerful dark magic. Harry nodded, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His breathing quickened, clearly struggling to endure the pain. Vittikel hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. Take my hand, he instructed. Harry looked at him in confusion, but complied. Vittikel grasped Harry's hand, closed his eyes, and summoned the blessing of insight. This was his first conscious attempt to alleviate another's pain. He had previously connected with Jason unconsciously, but this time was different. Harry's suffering was not physical but magical, stemming from a connection to dark magic. He extended his consciousness, gently probing the chaotic, dark energy field surrounding Harry's scar, like cleansing a polluted wound with pure water. He sought to buffer and dilute the dark shock with his serene magical aura. At first, it seemed futile. The dark energy was powerful and tenacious, resisting external intervention as if it were alive. But Vittikel persevered, channeling the energy from the yin-yang pendant hanging at his chest. It's clear, balanced power flowing through his arm into Harry. Moments later, Harry's expression relaxed slightly. I feel better, he gasped. How did you silence, concentrate, and resist? Vittikel said tersely, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. The burden of sharing such profound pain from dark magic was immense. He felt as though he were attempting to bail out a pool that was continuously filling with water. Yet he persevered. The energy from the yin-yang talisman flowed ceaselessly, constructing a temporary buffer around Harry's scar under his guidance. The pain did not vanish entirely, but it diminished to a bearable level. Vittikel released his grip and touched his own forehead, which throbbed faintly, as if something were pounding against the inside of his skull. "Your ability to refrain from crying out is impressive," he remarked to Harry, his voice tinged with breathlessness, likening the sensation to having a hammer striking one's head. Harry managed a weak smile. "I've grown accustomed to it. Sometimes it flares up unexpectedly, especially when I dream." He left his thought unfinished, but Vittikel understood. Dreams of Voldemort. The two boys redirected their attention to the clearing ahead. Suddenly, Buckbeak stood alert, ears pricked and body taut, as if preparing to spring forward. A figure emerged in the clearing. No, it was not merely a figure, but a cloaked silhouette bent over something on the ground. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating the scene just enough. A unicorn lay on the ground. It was still alive. Vittikel could see its chest rise and fall weakly. Silver blood oozing from a wound in its neck, pooling on the ground. Its beautiful, spiraled horn pointed feebly toward the sky, shimmering with a pearlescent glow. The dark figure leaned closer to the wound on the unicorn's neck, and then, Harry clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle a cry. Vittikel felt his stomach churn. The figure was drinking the unicorn's blood, directly, greedily, without a hint of remorse, consuming that silver, glimmering essence. The moonlight illuminated the person's profile as they raised their head, wiping the silver blood from the corner of their mouth. It was Professor Quirrell, the stammering, timid defense against the dark arts professor, always clad in a large purple turban. But he appeared utterly transformed in that moment. His movements were smooth and decisive, imbued with a terrifying hunger. The usual look of timidity was replaced by an expression of focused, almost fanatical greed. Then, something even more horrifying occurred. As Quirrell lifted his head, revealing the dark stain of blood on his lips, Vittikel perceived, through the blessing of insight, a mass of inextricable dark energy coiling at the back of Quirrell's head. That energy writhed and coalesced, gradually forming a blurred, distorted visage. A face devoid of a nose, with merely two slits as nostrils, and eyes glowing like burning coals. Voldemort. Vittikel's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. He grasped Harry's arm. The boy had evidently glimpsed something, for his scar flared with excruciating pain, rendering him nearly incapacitated. "Quirrell," Vittikel whispered, and that thing at the back of his head. Their earlier suspicions were confirmed. Quirrell was indeed possessed, or at the very least, a fragment of Voldemort resided within him. He was drinking the unicorn's blood in a desperate attempt to sustain his existence or resurrect himself. The unicorn emitted a faint, mournful cry, its hooves weakly striking the ground. It was still alive, but clearly succumbing rapidly. Vittikel's mind raced. They had two options. First, to immediately cast a red spark and flee, awaiting Hagrid and the professors to handle the situation. However, doing so might result in the unicorn's death, and Quirrell, Voldemort, could escape. The second option was to take action, attempting to disrupt them and provide the unicorn with a chance to escape, while simultaneously sending a red spark for help. But the latter choice was exceedingly perilous. They were not confronting an ordinary dark wizard, but one of the most fearsome dark sorcerers in history, even in his diminished state. The unicorn cried out again, the pain and despair in its voice piercing Vittikel's heart. He made his decision. "Harry," he said softly, "I will attempt to distract them. You must immediately cast a red spark and then run in the opposite direction. Do not look back. Find Hagrid." "What? No." Harry grasped his arm. "You can't go alone." "I am not alone," Vittikel replied, retrieving a non-lethal smoke bomb from his belt. "It would create a dense fog, obscuring their vision. I am equipped, and I will follow you closely. But first, the unicorn needs a chance." Harry hesitated, his green eyes filled with conflict. "Harry," Vittikel's voice was unnervingly calm, "trust me. Cast the spark and then run. I promise I will follow." After a few seconds of silence, Harry nodded, raising his wand. Red spark. A brilliant red light shot from the tip of Harry's wand, soaring into the night sky and bursting above the treetops like a small crimson firework. Almost simultaneously, Quirrell abruptly lifted his head. "Someone!" A hoarse, piercing voice called out. Not Quirrell's usual stammering, but a more dreadful voice emanating from the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's voice. Without hesitation, Vittikel pulled the pin from the smoke bomb and hurled it with all his might toward the center of the clearing. The smoke bomb arced through the air, landing about 10 feet from Quirrell and the unicorn, exploding with a thud, not with a bang, but releasing a vast cloud of dense gray smoke that rapidly enveloped the entire clearing. "Go!" Vittikel shouted to Harry. Harry cast one last glance at him before turning and sprinting in the opposite direction, Buckbeak following closely behind. Vittikel remained in place, eyes fixed on the smoke. He needed to ensure Quirrell was distracted, to confirm the unicorn had a chance to escape. From within the smoke, he heard Quirrell coughing and cursing. "Lumos!" he shouted. A bright light attempting to pierce through the fog, but the smoke bomb was a Brewster creation, containing magical interference components, Ordinary illumination spells had limited efficacy. Find them. Voldemort's voice shrieked. They must be silenced. A beam of green light shot through the smoke. A killing curse, which Vittikel instinctively ducked. The green light grazed over his head, singeing his robes and scorching his skin, but the yin-yang talisman suddenly radiated heat, a protective energy spreading forth to counter most of the damage. He fell heavily to the ground, breathing rapidly, chest pained, yet still alive. He had to leave now. Vittikel struggled to rise, only to see Harry running back toward him. The boy had not obeyed, but instead returned to find him. "Vitty!" Harry cried out, his voice laced with terror. "I told you to run." Voldemort bellowed, forcing himself to charge at Harry despite the agony. The smoke began to dissipate, and Quirrell's figure gradually became discernible. He was turning towards them, his wand raised, the tip coalescing with another beam of green light. Voldemort seized Harry's arm, exerting all his strength to yank him off the ground, then pushed him in another direction. "Run. That way." The two boys sprinted through the forest, heedless of the branches clawing at their cheeks or the treacherous ground beneath their feet. Buckbeak led the way, occasionally glancing back to ensure they were keeping pace. The sounds of pursuing footsteps and incantations echoed behind them. Quirrell and Voldemort were in pursuit. "Split up!" Voldemort shouted. "He cannot chase two of us at once." A red beam shot from behind, striking a tree trunk beside Harry, splintering the bark and sending fragments flying. Harry stumbled, nearly falling, but Voldemort gripped his arm to steady him. They continued to flee, though their speed was evidently diminished. Voldemort's chest throbbed with pain, and Harry's scar throbbed fiercely. Both of their breaths came in frantic gasps. Ahead loomed a steep slope, leading down to a dense thicket of thorns. There was no path left. "It's over," Harry despaired. Voldemort turned, raising his wand, preparing for a final stand. Harry stood beside him, fear gripping him, yet he too raised his wand. Quirrell emerged from the trees, his wand aimed at them, an eerie calm etched across his face. Yet, from the back of his head, the contorted visage was starkly illuminated by the moonlight, his red eyes smoldering like burning coals. "Two little nuisances," Voldemort's voice echoed from within Quirrell's mind. "But this is where it ends." Quirrell's wand began to glow with a green light, the mark of the killing curse. Voldemort tightened his grip on his wand, his mind racing for a strategy. The smoke bombs had run out, flash bombs might take too long, Nightwing's breath. Just as the green light was about to be unleashed, an arrow shot in from the side. Not a spell, nor magic, but a true, physical arrow, its fletching glimmering faintly in the moonlight. The arrow struck precisely at Quirrell's outstretched arm. Quirrell let out a cry, the wand flying from his grasp as the light of the killing curse dissipated. He clutched his injured arm, blood seeping between his fingers. Chapter 23. Escape and the Rescue of the Unicorn. The arrow had come without warning. It was a silver streak, slicing through the inky darkness of the forbidden forest. As precise as if it had been projected directly from a star map. It navigated through the intertwining black thorns, brushing past Voldemort's hair as it soared. And he even caught a whiff of the laurel scent clinging to the fletching before it embedded deeply into Quirrell's left shoulder. No, not Professor Quirrell. It was the man. Turned away from them, bent over. The moment the arrow penetrated, Voldemort saw the man's body stiffen suddenly, then emit an inhuman sound, a mixture of choking and roaring. The black cloak trembled violently in the moonlight, as if something beneath the fabric was struggling to break free. "Harry, back away." Voldemort instinctively growled, his hand reaching for his waist. Fingers brushing against a cold metallic tube, and he pulled it out without hesitation. Nightwing's breath. Now was the time to flee. Voldemort pushed the safety cap off the top with his thumb, the tube emitting a nearly inaudible high-frequency hum. He had no time to aim. Relying solely on the basic shooting stance Bruce had taught him, feet slightly apart, weight lowered, both hands gripping the weapon, he fired repeatedly at the still trembling shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were no flashes, no explosions, only the visible ripples of air violently compressed. 3 invisible sound waves fanned out, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to flutter, and the nearest cluster of poisonous tentacles recoiled sharply. The first shot went awry, striking a beech tree trunk, causing the bark to crack instantly. The second grazed the right side of the cloaked figure. Voldemort saw the fabric bizarrely concave inward before tearing apart. The third shot finally hit its mark, right in the back. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The black-cloaked figure, Quirrell, froze. He slowly, agonizingly turned to face them. The moonlight finally illuminated his face. And Voldemort gasped sharply. That was not Professor Quirrell. At least not entirely. The face, usually twitching nervously and marked by a look of fear, now twisted into a horrifying calm. The features remained unchanged, yet every muscle's direction, every subtle expression radiated an entirely unfamiliar aura. More terrifying were his eyes, bloodshot whites. Pupils dilated to nearly engulf the irises, and within that unfathomable darkness, 2 crimson pinpricks glimmered. Then he smiled. The curvature of his lips was measured as if drawn with a ruler, revealing far too many teeth, devoid of any warmth that belonged to humanity, replaced by a pure, predatory appraisal. Interesting. A voice emerged from Quirrell's throat, layered with a raspier, colder timbre, like a snake scraping against coarse sandpaper. A Muggle toy. Voldemort felt a chill race up his spine. He tightened his grip on Nightwing's breath, his knuckles whitening. Harry was behind him, panting rapidly, his wand raised before him, its tip trembling as it sparked sporadically. "You are not Professor Quirrell." Harry's voice was fractured yet clear. "Quirrell?" The layered voice scoffed, as if filled with viscous fluid. "This vessel? It still has its use. But you too." The gaze of those crimson pupils settled on the soundwave gun in Voldemort's hand, then his face, and finally, Harry's lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. In that fleeting moment, Harry clutched his forehead, letting out a muffled cry of pain. Scarhead. Voldemort could only be Voldemort. Uttering that word through Quirrell's vocal cords, each syllable dripping with venom, and a Muggle's spawn. "I shall remember you both." The instant the words left his lips, Quirrell's body began a horrific transformation. The once crouched back, due to the arrow wound, straightened abruptly, shoulders unnaturally rising, the vertebrae cracking loudly. The arrow embedded in his left shoulder became clearer to Voldemort. The shaft was made of a light golden wood, the fletching white horsehair being gradually expelled from the body. It was not pulled out by hand, but rather the muscles were autonomously writhing, forcing the foreign object from the wound. Even more bizarrely, the wound from which the arrow was extracted did not bleed. Instead, a viscous, tar-like black substance seeped from the opening, quickly coagulating into a scab. Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, who controlled this body, seemed utterly impervious to pain. His attention was wholly fixed on Voldemort and Harry. "Tonight is not the time," Voldemort whispered, the duality of his voice more evident. The rasping layer overpowering Quirrell's original tone. "But soon, very soon, we shall meet again." He raised his right hand, the fingers bending at an unnatural angle, knuckles protruding, nails elongated. Grasping vaguely in Voldemort and Harry's direction, the air suddenly thickened. Voldemort felt a heat in his chest from the yin-yang talisman he wore close to his skin, as well as the protective amulet nestled in the lining of his robe, bursting forth with a searing yet harmless warmth. A faint, nearly invisible halo of light. A pale golden hue emanated from him, like ripples on a water's surface. Voldemort's intangible hand made contact with this halo. The overlapping voice betrayed a hint of genuine surprise. As the grip around his throat disintegrated upon contact with the golden light, it dissipated like ice meeting boiling water. Vittikel staggered back a step, inhaling deeply, his lungs ablaze with pain, yet liberated. He lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. But Harry was far less fortunate. The green-eyed boy, devoid of the Eastern talisman, was lifted by an unseen force that constricted his neck, his feet dangling helplessly above the ground as he kicked futilely in midair. His face rapidly turned a horrifying shade of purple, his mouth agape yet devoid of sound, only the faint, rasping breath escaping his constricted trachea. His wand slipped from his spasming fingers, thudding onto the ground blanketed with decaying leaves. "Harry!" Vittikel's voice pierced the air, breaking into a frantic cry. In that fleeting moment of Voldemort's astonishment, he acted, not through deliberation, but pure instinct upon witnessing his comrade in peril, rushing forward despite the formidable adversary. He lunged towards Harry, tripping over a protruding tree root, and tumbling forward, palms and knees striking the unforgiving earth, sharp twigs and debris embedding into his flesh. Pain surged through him, yet he pressed on, rolling and crawling towards the struggling figure suspended above. "Let him go." Vittikel drew forth his wand, its tip trembling with fury and fear. "Let him go." A red beam erupted from the wand, the stunning spell learned in his first year, never before wielded in battle. The incantation wobbled towards Voldemort, only to be swallowed by a shroud of dim black mist mere feet from the dark figure, not even stirring a ripple. Voldemort didn't even spare him a glance. Those red eyes were fixated with morbid curiosity on Harry, who was gradually losing his strength. As if appreciating the convulsions of a dying prey, the tenacity of life whispered, reminiscent of your father's hoarse voice. But this time, there was no mother to shield you. Harry's struggles diminished, his eyes beginning to roll back. Vittikel's eyes reddened. He raised his wand once more, his mind racing through every spell he had learned. Suddenly, he recalled the shield charm that Helena had taught him. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could disrupt that intangible grip? No. Vittikel's voice quavered with desperation. He gripped his wand tightly, the tip aimed resolutely at Voldemort, as if his gaze alone could vanquish the foe. "I command you to release him." The magic within him surged, striving to break free from the shackles of fear and experience, yearning to conjure something, anything, to interrupt that curse. The wand's tip began to flicker with unstable white light, the surrounding air distorting slightly, leaves swirling without a breeze. At that moment, a deep, commanding neigh, resonant enough to shake the very heart of the earth, erupted from the darkest depths of the forest. The sound was not merely auditory, it felt like a tangible shockwave. Vittikel perceived the ground tremble beneath him, the invisible pressure in the air momentarily easing. Voldemort, or rather Quirrell, abruptly turned his head, a flicker of caution igniting in his scarlet gaze. An opportunity. Vittikel felt an inexplicable surge of strength. He propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards the space beneath Harry. In that instant when Harry plummeted and Voldemort's attention was diverted by the neigh, he spread his arms wide, ready to catch him with his own body. Thud! The heavy impact reverberated as Harry's weight crashed onto him, momentarily blinding Vittikel. His ribs groaned under the strain as the two of them tumbled into a damp pile of rotting leaves. He disregarded the pain, instinctively rolling to check on Harry. The green-eyed boy lay beside him, his complexion pale and tinged with purple, clear bruises marking his neck, his chest heaving violently, accompanied by horrifying gasps and coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Harry curled up, choking painfully, tears and mucus streaming down his face, yet he was breathing. He was alive. Vittikel's hands trembled as he steadied Harry's shoulder with one hand, while the other clutched his wand tightly, its tip directed towards Voldemort's position. Despite his uncertainty about which spell he could still cast, the shadows in the woods shifted. Firenze emerged from the gloom, a silver centaur illuminated by the moonlight. Resembling a deity descended upon the earth. His upper body was that of a muscular human male, his bronze skin adorned with indigo constellations. The lower half was a magnificent horse, its coat shimmering silvery white, hooves touching the ground in near silence. He wielded a towering longbow, its strings still vibrating slightly. "Leave this place, dark entity." Firenze's voice resonated like the depths of a still pond, rippling with latent power. The forbidden forest does not welcome those who defile life. Voldemort, or Quirrell, slowly turned his head. His crimson pupils met Firenze's deep, night sky blue eyes. "Centaur," he spat the word as if tasting something foul. "A mere servant of the stargazers. We read the stars, and we also guard the balance." Firenze notched another arrow, its tip aimed directly at Voldemort's brow. "You have disrupted the equilibrium. The blood of unicorns should not be spilled to sustain the darkness." The standoff lasted a mere 3 seconds. Voldemort abruptly relinquished his hold on Vittikel and Harry. Both boys collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their throats ablaze with pain. In that fleeting moment of respite, Voldemort flicked his cloak. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of black smoke. The noxious haze reeked of decaying flesh and sulfur, swiftly obscuring their vision. Cough, cough, he escaped. Harry struggled to rise, groping for his wand. Vittikel was a step ahead. The Nightwing's breath still gripped in his hand. He disregarded the risk of collateral damage, firing 3 sonic blasts into the densest part of the smoke. The sound waves stirred the fog, momentarily clearing a patch of visibility, but it was already devoid of any presence. Only a slick pool of viscous black liquid remained, hissing as it corroded the leaves and soil beneath. "We cannot pursue him." Firenze lowered his bow, hooves gently thudding against the ground. He utilized black magic to displace himself. Though immature, this body is too weak, yet sufficient to escape the confines of the forbidden forest. Vittikel knelt on the ground, his lungs aflame. Yet he compelled himself to regain composure, his mind racing with thoughts of the arrow wound, the sonic attack, and the immense strain Quirrell must have endured to forcibly employ the displacement spell. Voldemort's remark about timing indicated that his resurrection plan was not yet complete. This was crucial intelligence. "Harry, how are you?" He turned to his companion. Harry was leaning against a tree, retching, the scar on his forehead starkly visible in the moonlight, glimmering with an ominous, dark red hue. "My head feels like it's splitting," he managed to say, when he looked at me. "It felt like something was screaming in my mind." Vittikel crawled closer, grasping Harry's arm. The moment his fingers made contact with the boy's skin, he was met with a sharp sting, not physical, but a cold, foul residue of magic seeping through the point of contact. His insight blessing activated automatically, a faint golden halo appearing at the edges of his vision. He saw tendrils of dark energy coiling around Harry's scar, attempting to burrow deeper. "Don't move," Vittikel whispered, placing his other hand upon his own temple. Helena's blessing surged within him, guiding that gentle force to flow into his arm that touched Harry. Like redirecting a stream of water, the golden glow coursed through his skin, enveloping the dark energy surrounding Harry's scar. The process was arduous. The dark tendrils resisted, cold and viscous, brimming with pure malice. Vittikel gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could feel himself sharing the burden of that darkness, not eliminating it. but transferring part of it onto himself. The sensation was dreadful, akin to icy maggots writhing within his veins. Yet it was effective. Harry's rapid breathing gradually steadied, the anguish on his face easing slightly. "Thank you, Vit," he murmured weakly. "I feel a bit better." "You look so pale." "I'm fine." Vittikel released his grip, suppressing the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. He raised his gaze towards Forenza, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing us, Forenza." The arrow. The blood of the unicorn still flowed. Forenza interrupted him, turning his hooves back towards the direction they had come. "If you are concerned about life, your focus should not be on my arrow, but rather on the unicorn." Vittiker's heart sank sharply. In the midst of the fierce battle, he had forgotten the initial discovery of the unicorn, that sacred creature lying in a pool of silver blood. If Chilo had consumed its blood, it meant its throat or artery had been slit. Among magical creatures, unicorns are renowned for their extraordinary vitality, but excessive blood loss is equally fatal. "Is it still alive?" Harry responded, his complexion growing even paler. "Let's go see." Forenza had already begun to stride forward, his silver hooves dancing lightly through the forest. "Keep up, human children. But remain silent. The Forbidden Forest night is not merely cloaked in darkness." Vittiker tugged at Harry, and the two stumbled after the centaur. Buckbeak, the hound that was supposed to accompany them, had vanished at some point, likely returning to seek Hagrid. The forest fell into silence once more, interrupted only by the whisper of the wind through the treetops, their own heavy breaths, and the sound of their footsteps. 5 minutes later, they reached the glade. The moonlight shone brighter than before, cascading down like a silvery waterfall, illuminating the shocking sight on the ground. Large patches of silver blood had yet to dry, reflecting a pearlescent sheen under the moonlight. In the center of the bloodstains lay the unicorn, its elongated neck stretched weakly, its silvery mane matted with blood and dirt. It was still alive. Vittiker confirmed this at first glance, as his insight blessing allowed him to perceive the faint, yet still present magical aura surrounding the unicorn, a pale silver glow, flickering like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment, yet still pulsing. But that glow was too weak and visibly dimming. "Merlin!" Harry exclaimed, covering his mouth. A deep wound marred the unicorn's neck, extending from its jaw to its shoulder. It was not a clean cut, but a gaping tear, as if some beast's claw or a blunt instrument had savagely ripped it open. The edges of the wound curled inward, and silver blood continued to seep slowly. Its eyes were half open, pupils dilated, with droplets of blood clinging to its long eyelashes. Forenza halted at a distance, not approaching. "Unicorns do not welcome the proximity of adult males," he stated calmly, "especially centaurs. We are regarded as half-beasts, deemed insufficiently pure in their eyes. You may approach, children. You are still young, your hands unsullied by the sins of life." Vittiker cast a glance at Harry. Though the boy's face was pale, he nodded. The two approached cautiously. The closer they drew, the more Vittiker felt the unicorn's vitality ebbing away. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to standing before a door slowly closing, with the warm light behind it being gradually consumed by darkness. "It is still alive?" He raised his head, looking at Forenza. "Please, can you save it? Centaurs should understand healing magic, right? The creatures of the Forbidden Forest. The unicorn's wounds cannot be healed by ordinary magic." Forenza interrupted him, a trace of barely perceptible sorrow lacing his voice. "Injured by dark weaponry, the wounds will resist healing. Moreover, excessive blood loss, even for us, renders us powerless." "No." Vittiker's tone was resolute, surprising even himself. "There is still a chance. If we can stop the bleeding, if we can maintain its vital signs, if only." Vittiker had already unbuckled his bat belt. He swiftly rummaged through the small compartments. Dammy had mentioned that every member of the Wayne family must carry a basic medical kit when venturing out, for one never knows when they might need to tend to themselves or others. He retrieved a small, flat metal box, opening it to reveal neatly arranged items secured by elastic bands, several sterile dressing packs of varying sizes, 2 tubes of high-intensity hemostatic gel, military grade, capable of forming a seal within 30 seconds, a few auto-injectors of adrenaline, a package containing an intravenous fluid set, including bags of saline and a catheter, and even a small vial of perfluorocarbon blood substitute. Bruce had explained that this was the latest achievement from Wayne Enterprises' biotechnology department, able to temporarily replace blood's oxygen-carrying function. Buying time for rescue. "What is this?" Harry stared in astonishment at these items that clearly did not belong to the magical world. "My family prepared a first-aid kit for me," Vittiker replied tersely, his hands already in motion. He first took the antibacterial spray and evenly applied it to the wound. The moment the liquid made contact with the injury, the unicorn's body twitched slightly, emitting an almost imperceptible whimper. Vittiker's mind raced. He had received basic first aid training in the Batcave. Dick and Tim had taught him. and Alfred had even made him practice dressing wounds and administering IVs on a mannequin. But that training was aimed at humans, not magical creatures. Not a unicorn weighing half a ton with its carotid artery torn. There was no time for hesitation. He pulled out the largest tube of hemostatic gel, labeled for severe trauma, containing clotting factors and a local anesthetic, tearing open the sealed packaging. The gel was a translucent light blue, housed in a soft tube with a nozzle. "Harry, help me apply pressure here," Vittikel instructed, pointing to the area above the unicorn's neck wound to slow the blood flow. "Forenza, can you, I don't know, use magic to help stabilize it? Or at least tell me where the unicorn's major blood vessels are." "The centaurs are not adept in healing magic," Forenza finally replied, "but we can provide a support of life energy. As for the blood vessels..." He stepped closer, his long fingers gently pressing against the unicorn's neck. "Here, the jugular vein. And here, the carotid artery. The wound has torn the edge of the artery, but it has not completely severed it. That is why it can still survive." Vittikel nodded, inhaling deeply, suppressing the rising panic and the impulse to tremble. Now was not the time for fear. Now he was the only doctor. "Hang in there, it will be over soon," Vittikel whispered, unsure whether he was comforting the unicorn or himself. He picked up a tube of coagulant, removing the safety cap as the needle of the syringe automatically ejected. He carefully inserted the needle into the tissue at the edge of the wound and slowly pushed the plunger. As the gel-like medication was injected, a miracle occurred. The wound, which had still been seeping blood, began to clot at a visibly accelerated rate. It was not merely scabbing. The tissue was self-repairing under some form of catalysis, the ends of the blood vessels contracting and closing. Vittikel used 2 tubes in succession, covering the entire length of the wound. "It's working," Harry exclaimed in a low voice, his tone laced with incredulous surprise. "The bleeding has stopped." "Only temporarily," Vittikel replied, his voice taut. "The gel can only seal the surface. Internal bleeding may still be occurring. We need to..." Suddenly, he fell silent, staring at the unicorn's chest. The rise and fall of its breathing had grown faint, nearly imperceptible. Hypovolemic shock. Insufficient blood volume, decreased cardiac output, organs beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Vittikel's hand reached for the intravenous fluid set. Theoretically, he should establish a venous access for the unicorn, rapidly replenish fluids, and elevate blood pressure. But where were the unicorn's veins? The veins in a horse are in the neck, but a unicorn is not a mere horse. It is a magical creature. Would its anatomical structure differ? "The left jugular vein," Forenza suddenly interjected, pointing to a spot beneath the unicorn's neck. "It is the most prominent here. But how will you administer the fluid? With a human needle?" Vittikel glanced at the standard 18-gauge catheter, ample for a human adult, but perhaps too narrow for the unicorn's vessels. Moreover, he only had 1 bag of 500 milliliters of saline, a mere drop in the bucket for a creature of such size. The blood substitute, he extracted the small vial, labeled perfluorocarbon emulsion, 30 milliliters, capable of temporarily maintaining tissue oxygenation in emergencies. This substance could carry oxygen and be directly injected into the veins, buying precious time. The needle was a mere gamble. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the exhaustion of the recent sprint and battle. Adrenaline surged through him. And now he knelt on the frigid ground, concentrating all his efforts on a rescue that seemed almost hopeless. Yet he could not cease, could not surrender. For once he did, this exquisite, innocent creature would perish before their very eyes. "Allow me," Forenza extended his hand, not to take the vial, but to hover his palm above the unicorn's body. The centaur's hands were large, calloused from toil, yet now those calluses radiated a soft, luminous, pearl-white glow, akin to diluted moonlight. The light enveloped the unicorn's form, seeping into its silvery coat, penetrating the skin, the muscles, and the veins. Suddenly, the unicorn's breathing deepened slightly. While still faint, its rhythm became more regular, the rise and fall of its chest more pronounced. Forenza's life energy, he simply explained, his voice laced with fatigue, was not a cure, but a means of sustenance, like adding kindling to a dying fire. But this could not last long. Vittikel nodded, casting a grateful glance at the centaur before refocusing on his task. He wiped the area Forenza indicated with a disinfectant pad, where beneath the silver fur, a faintly blue vein pulsed with excruciating slowness. He tore open the packaging of the catheter, the needle tip gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Steady now," he told himself. And the unicorn, just one swift motion. The needle pierced the skin. The resistance was far greater than anticipated. The unicorn's skin was far more resilient than that of a human. Vittikel applied more force, the needle tip finally breaching the barrier with a soft pop as it entered the vein. The silvery blood surged back into the small glass chamber at the end of the syringe. Success. He swiftly advanced the tubing, withdrew the needle core, and secured the catheter with adhesive tape. Then he connected the vial of blood substitute, not directly, but through a miniature pressurized pump designed by Bruce, intended for rapid infusion in zero-gravity conditions. He pressed the switch. The pressurizer emitted a faint hum as the milky liquid was propelled into the vein. Vittikel monitored the unicorn's response, its breathing, heartbeat, and pupil reactions. Initially, there was little change, but after about 10 seconds, the unicorn's lashes fluttered, its dilated pupils beginning to refocus. Albeit slightly. It's improving. Harry's voice was nearly a whisper, filled with admiration. Merlin, Viti, you're saving it. Not out of danger yet, Vittikel replied, his gaze unwavering from the unicorn. It has lost too much blood. The wound is too severe, he noted as he glanced at the layer of hemostatic gel, which had begun to show subtle cracks. Its efficacy was limited. Vittikel then retrieved the biological adhesive patch. He tore off a piece and gently applied it to the deepest part of the wound. The foil softened upon contact with blood and gel, expanding to fit snugly like a second skin, its edges seamlessly merging with the surrounding healthy tissue. Finally, he needed a suture. The wound was too long. The adhesive could only cover the most critical section, with the ends requiring physical stitching. Vittikel threaded the curved needle, designed for subcutaneous sutures, surprisingly steady. Bruce had taught him basic first aid, and Jason had pressed him to practice wound care. He had not anticipated that his first real-world application would be on a magical creature. Where did you learn all this? Harry gazed at his deft movements, his voice trembling. Gothamites know, Vittikel replied without looking up, his fingers skillfully tying knots and cutting the thread. Harry opened his mouth, but found no words. The suturing lasted approximately 10 minutes. Vittikel was wholly absorbed, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. His insight blessing remained activated, allowing him to perceive the flow of magic within the unicorn. Those pale silver threads had initially been draining from the wound, but now, with the hemostasis and suturing, their loss had slowed significantly. The strands began to converge once more, slowly flowing toward the heart and other vital organs. As he finished the final stitch and snipped the thread, Vittikel slumped to the ground, leaning against the unicorn's warm body. He could feel the slow, weak beating of its enormous heart, yet it was indeed beating, once, again, and again. It survived? Harry asked softly. For now, Vittikel panted, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. It's lost too much blood, it needs rest and nourishment. But its vitality is strong. I felt it beginning to self-repair. Vittikel remained slumped against the unicorn's warm body, feeling as though all strength had been instantly drained from him. His arms ached and felt heavy, his legs trembled, and his mind buzzed as if a swarm of bees were nesting inside. He looked down at his hands, stained with blood, a mixture of the unicorn's silver blood and his own sweat, glinting eerily in the moonlight. Harry sat beside him, his face pale as a ghost, his round glasses askew, speckled with mud from their earlier flight. The two sat in silence, leaning against a dying unicorn, deep within the forbidden forest, enveloped by an impenetrable darkness and silence. Time passed, though how long, Vittikel could not tell, until he suddenly laughed, a short, hysterical laugh that rang out jarringly in the stillness of the woods. It was only then that the delayed wave of adrenaline began to wash over him. Vittikel felt every muscle tremble, his fingers cold, his stomach convulsing. The fear, tension, and dread that he had shielded himself from during the battle and rescue now surged forth. Harry turned to him, his green eyes filled with confusion and concern. Viti? Are you all right? All right. Vittikel echoed, his laughter turning into a bitter smile. Harry, we just nearly got killed by Voldemort, then almost killed Voldemort. And now we're trying to save a unicorn. I'm not all right, not at all. I think I might be going mad. He paused, lifting a hand to wipe his face, inadvertently smearing blood onto his forehead, but he did not care. But you know what? Vittikel turned to Harry, a strange light flickering in his blue eyes. We now share a bond that transcends life and death, quite literally, the kind forged from the jaws of the killing curse. Harry blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, similarly tinged with hysteria, but gradually transforming into genuine, relaxed laughter. A bond that transcends life and death, Harry repeated, playfully nudging Vittikel's shoulder. That sounds far more significant than just being grounded together. Indeed, it surpasses our joint efforts in writing potions essays, Vittikel added. Though we've yet to collaborate on any. We can start writing tomorrow, Harry suggested, if you don't mind my scrawled handwriting. My mother is a diplomat, Harry. I've been practicing calligraphy since I was 3. I can teach you. The two shared another bout of laughter, their mirth dissipating into the darkness like a fragile yet resilient signal of life. Together, they gazed up at the night sky above the forbidden forest. Through the interwoven branches, they could see a deep purple canopy, studded with stars that sparkled like shattered diamonds. The red planet Mars shone exceptionally bright, resembling a small, burning ember suspended in the eastern sky. Firenze watched them quietly, his chestnut eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. The centaur looked up at the sky through the sparse treetops, where a few particularly bright stars twinkled, one resembling a droplet of congealed blood. War has arrived, Firenze murmured, his voice almost a whisper, as if speaking to himself. Amidst the flames of Leo, the warriors are younger than anticipated. Mars embodies conflict, war, and the sanguine transformations that accompany them. Firenze continued, his tone imbued with a prophet's ethereal quality, its brilliance peaking this night. The stars have never lied, children. What you have just experienced is merely prologue. Harry clutched his knees tightly. Are you suggesting there will be more? Events akin to tonight? Not like tonight. Firenze finally lowered his gaze to them, his blue eyes fathomless. Tonight was merely a probing of the darkness, an immature hunt. The true conflict lies ahead, when Mars aligns with Saturn in Sagittarius. And when Venus slips into the shadow of the moon, that is when the loom of fate shall commence weaving its authentic design. Vittikel listened in silence. The rational part of him, trained by Bruce to analyze matters through logic and evidence, resisted such nebulous prophecy. Yet another part, the one that bore the blessing of insight and could perceive the flow of magic, resonated faintly. He could feel the weight of Firenze's words. Connected to the very essence of the stars, a form of ancient wisdom that transcended humanity. What of the unicorn? Vittikel shifted the conversation to a more pragmatic topic. Can it fully recover? If you staunch the bleeding in time, then yes, Firenze replied. The vitality of a unicorn is one of the purest forms of natural magic. They are potent creatures. The harm inflicted upon this unicorn was due to the impatience of its assailant. Is there a curse associated with unicorn's blood? Drinking unicorn blood can prolong life. Even if one has 1 foot in death's door, Firenze's tone grew grave. But it comes at a price. The drinker is cursed. The time stolen from a pure life will forever bear a taint. Will he return? Harry asked, his voice trembling with suppressed fear. For more blood? Firenze paused long, his gaze returning to the starry expanse, as if seeking answers among the twinkling lights. The darkness yearns to persist, he finally said. And there is not merely one unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. But after tonight, the guardians of the forest shall be alert. The centaurs will intensify their patrols. The thestrals will remain vigilant, and even those centaur tribes that typically disregard the outside world will begin to heed the anomalies. He hesitated. Your enemy is formidable. Yet he has also exposed himself. Those who walk in darkness fear being seen. Just then, heavy footsteps and the sound of branches being violently snapped echoed from afar, accompanied by a familiar, booming call. Harry, Vittikel, where are you? It was Hagrid, along with the panicked voices of Hermione and Ron. We saw the fireworks. Over this way. Merlin, so much blood. Hagrid, look at the ground. Firenze stepped back, retreating into the shadows of the trees. Your protector has arrived. I must take my leave. There exists an accord between centaurs and wizards, and we do not engage in overt contact. Wait. Vittikel struggled to rise. Thank you once more. Firenze, if it weren't for your arrow, the arrow merely delayed time. The centaur interrupted, his silver-white figure nearly vanishing into the shadows. What truly altered the trajectory was your courage, and that muggle creation. His gaze fell upon the night wing at Vittikel's waist, an expression of complexity crossing his features. The stars did not prophesy this. With that, he completely vanished into the darkness. Moments later, Hagrid's massive silhouette burst through the underbrush, emerging at the edge of the clearing. He held aloft a lantern larger than a human head, its flickering light illuminating his face, which bore a mix of fear, anger, and relief. Hermione and Ron trailed behind him, both breathless, their robes torn by branches. Merlin's beard. Hagrid exclaimed upon seeing the scene. Vast silver streaks of blood, the injured unicorn. And the two boys slumped on the ground in disarray. He rushed forward, nearly dropping the lantern. Are you hurt? What has happened? This blood, unicorn blood. We're fine, Hagrid. Vittikel managed to stand, his legs still shaky. But the unicorn is wounded. We rendered emergency aid, but it requires proper treatment. Hagrid knelt beside the unicorn, his enormous hands gently brushing over its neck, inspecting the stitching and adhesive Vittikel had applied. Did you do this? He stared incredulously at the clearly non-magical medical supplies. What are these things? This thread, this glue? First aid supplies I brought from home, Vittikel replied tersely. Can it survive? Hagrid examined the wound for several minutes. His heavy brow furrowed. The treatment is commendable, very well done. The bleeding has ceased, and there are no signs of infection, but it has lost too much blood. He gently touched the unicorn's neck, feeling its pulse, which was faint. It requires a blood replenisher and a vitality tonic, as well as professional magical trauma care. I must take it to a safe cave deep within the Forbidden Forest, where healing herbs can be found. He rose, extracting a large leather pouch from his moleskin coat, clearly enchanted to expand without seams, and began to carefully move the unicorn. The creature emitted a soft whimper in its unconscious state, but did not struggle. Hagrid, what exactly happened? Hermione finally could not contain herself, her voice sharp and her eyes wide. What did you encounter? Who attacked the unicorn? Harry, your face is so pale. It was Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Those 3 words caused the air to freeze. Not him, Vittikel interjected, his voice unexpectedly calm. It was Voldemort. He has possessed Quirrell. Quirrell's skull bears his face. They require unicorn blood to sustain Voldemort's existence. A deathly silence ensued. Hagrid's movements froze. Hermione's face drained of color. Ron looked as if he might faint. The Dark Lord, Hagrid's voice was hoarse, his hand trembling as he held the leather pouch, in the Forbidden Forest. He escaped. Vittikel continued. Firenze, a centaur, shot him. We interrupted him. He used some form of dark magic to vanish. You confronted him directly? Hermione's voice rose an octave. You two are just first-year students. How could you? How did you survive? Vittikel hesitated, then laughed. It was a weary smile, but genuine. Indeed, he said. We have now survived the grasp of the Dark Lord, Harry. This statement tore a small hole in the heavy atmosphere. Harry managed a faint smile, though it resembled more of a grimace. Hagrid took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He completely stowed the unicorn within the pouch, which miraculously accommodated the large creature without distortion, then secured the opening and slung it over his shoulder. We need to return to the castle immediately. His voice was more serious than ever. Dumbledore must be informed. At once, right now. He glanced at the 4 children. Can you walk? Vittikel nodded, though every muscle protested. Harry stood as well, swaying slightly, supported by Ron. Then let us proceed. Hagrid lifted the lantern, its light cutting through the darkness. Stay close to me. Do not fall behind. The Forbidden Forest is now more perilous than ever. They began their trek back. Hermione walked beside Vittikel, her lips pressed into a thin line, clearly brimming with questions yet aware that now was not the time. Ron supported Harry, glancing at him with concern. Vittikel walked in the middle of the group, his hand unconsciously brushing over the night wing at his waist, the metal casing still warm from the recent encounter. And those dark fumes, when he had touched the black mist surrounding Harry's scar, he felt the pure malevolence it harbored. A chilling, viscous darkness, eager to consume all. He abruptly halted his steps. What's wrong? Hermione inquired warily. Vortical offered no response. He turned, casting his gaze back towards the clearing they had just vacated. The moonlight remained resplendent, its silvery glow spilling over the blood-stained ground. Yet, within his enhanced vision, he discerned something else, faint, almost imperceptible black threads intertwined within the silver bloodstains. They writhed slowly under the moonlight, as if animated, attempting to converge towards the center. This was the residue of dark magic left by Voldemort. They were absorbing some energy from the moonlight, gradually growing. Hagrid, Vortikel said, his voice taut, that blood needs purification. Voldemort's dark magic has tainted it. Hagrid turned back. Following his gaze, a grave expression settled upon the giant's face. You're right. Once tainted by darkness, unicorn blood becomes a conduit for dark magic. He set down his leather pouch and produced a large bag of powder, a blend of ground crystals and herbs. He returned to the edge of the clearing and sprinkled the powder evenly over the bloodstains. The moment the powder made contact with the blood, a faint hissing sound erupted, releasing silvery smoke. The black threads writhing in Vortikel's vision swiftly dissipated, evaporating in the mist. Moonlight grass powder mixed with ground unicorn horn, Hagrid elucidated in a low tone, is the only thing capable of purifying tainted unicorn blood. Fortunately, I carry the essentials for guarding the Forbidden Forest. Having completed this task, they resumed their journey. This time, Vortikel did not look back. Chapter 24, A Conversation in the Headmaster's Office 1. The journey back to the castle felt tenfold longer than the way there. Each shadow seemed to harbor danger, and every hoot of an owl sent shivers down their spines. Hagrid led the way with a lantern, his massive frame parting the low-hanging branches and thorns, yet his steps were heavier and more cautious than usual. Vortikel's mind raced. He thought of Quirrell, that stuttering, timid professor reeking of garlic, with Voldemort's face affixed to the back of his head. Surely, that was not a pleasant experience. He mulled over Voldemort's gaze upon him. Those scarlet pupils had taken note of him, not because he was a friend of Harry Potter, but because he had wielded an unusual weapon that disrupted dark plans, becoming a troublesome impediment. He pondered the arrow, Firenze's arrow. The shaft was a pale golden wood, maple, or ash. Were the fletchings made from the white hairs of a centaur? That arrow had caused Voldemort considerable pain when it was lodged in Quirrell's body, but it was more than mere agony. It felt as though some balance had been disrupted. Vittikel? Harry's voice interrupted his reverie. The boy approached him, lowering his voice. About that thing you did with my scar. What was it? Vortikel glanced at him. Harry's expression was earnest, his green eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with confusion and a hint of expectation, as if he had finally found someone who could comprehend his suffering. A kind of ability, Vortikel chose to respond honestly, withholding details. I can sense the flow of magic. Sometimes, I can perceive its essence. There is dark magic residue surrounding your scar, left by Voldemort. I attempted to shift some of it, to share the burden. Share the burden, Harry echoed the phrase. So you're feeling it too? Just a slight headache. But it's nothing, Vortikel shrugged. Far milder than your symptoms, perhaps because I'm not directly connected. Harry fell silent for a few seconds. Thank you, he finally said. His voice soft. No one has ever been able to do that, truly understand what it feels like. Vortikel nodded, opting for silence. Some pains do not require the reiteration of words. They finally emerged from the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts Castle loomed in the night. Its towers and spires silhouetted against the starlit sky, the sporadic lights spilling from its windows resembling vigilant eyes. Curfew had long since passed, yet the castle doors remained ajar. Filch had evidently received word, or Dumbledore had made prior arrangements. Straight to the headmaster's office, Hagrid declared, not pausing. Dumbledore must be waiting for us. He surely sensed something. Powerful wizards can detect significant dark magic fluctuations within the castle's boundaries. They traversed the entrance hall and ascended the marble staircase. The castle felt eerily quiet at night. Most portraits were asleep, suits of armor stood motionless, and only their footsteps echoed in the empty corridors. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered Snape. The potions master emerged from the shadows like a massive bat, his black robes billowing behind him. His complexion appeared even more sallow than usual. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his dark eyes narrowed upon seeing them. Hagrid, he purred coldly, a group of students breaking curfew? Returning from the Forbidden Forest. No less. I must say, how very Gryffindor of you. Not a midnight escapade, Severus, Hagrid retorted firmly, but an emergency. We need to see Dumbledore. Snape's gaze swept over each of them, lingering briefly on Harry, whose scar was visibly red and swollen in the torchlight, before settling on Vortikel. His eyes fell upon Vortikel's robe, smeared with dirt and silver blood, and the outline of a bat belt subtly visible at his waist. Mr. Vortikel, Snape remarked slowly. Once again, every time something unusual occurs at Hogwarts, you seem to be present. Tonight's anomaly was not caused by him. Professor, Harry interjected suddenly, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. What was it, Potter? Snape turned to him, his voice lowered. Let me guess, another one of your inexplicable adventures? Once again placing yourself and your classmates in perilous situations? Severus, enough, Hagrid stepped forward, his massive form shielding the children. This matter must be addressed by Dumbledore. Now. Snape scrutinized him for a few seconds before stepping aside. Headmaster's office. The password is lemon drop, he stated, but his dark eyes remained fixed on Vortikel. But remember, Vortikel, Hogwarts has its rules, and those rules exist for a reason. Vortikel met his gaze unwaveringly. I understand, Professor, but some things are more important than rules, such as life, such as stopping the darkness. Snape's mouth twitched as if he wished to articulate something, but ultimately, he merely snorted coldly and vanished into the shadows. They continued upward. Why does he always target you, Vortikel? Hermione whispered. Perhaps he perceives me as a threat, Vortikel replied calmly. A first-year Slytherin from a notorious criminal city. Equipped with peculiar gear, consistently appearing at the epicenter of trouble. From Professor Snape's perspective, I am indeed quite suspicious. But you're saving lives, Ron muttered. You saved that unicorn tonight. Professor Snape distrusts appearances, Vortikel said. And I possess many layers beneath the surface. 2. They finally arrived at the door to the headmaster's office. An unsightly gargoyle crouched at the end of the corridor. Hagrid took a deep breath and uttered the password. Lemon drop. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiraling staircase behind it. They ascended, the stairs moving automatically to bring them before a gleaming oak door. Hagrid knocked. Come in. Dumbledore's voice resonated from within, gentle and serene, as if it were time for afternoon tea rather than a late-night crisis. They pushed the door open. The headmaster's office was as Vortikel remembered it, if not more cluttered than his last visit. The portraits of the past headmasters on the wall appeared to be awake, feigning slumber or engrossed in reading, yet their eyes discreetly darted towards the gathering below. A peculiar silver instrument buzzed and whirled on the desk, emitting wisps of smoke. Fawkes the Phoenix perched nearby, his golden eyes observing them with a concerned gaze. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, clad in a deep purple dressing gown and matching nightcap. His blue eyes behind crescent-shaped spectacles alert, as if he had just experienced the most invigorating day. Before him lay a hefty tome, accompanied by a steaming cup of honeyed tea. Ah, Hagrid, and our young adventurers, he said gently, his gaze sweeping over each of them. Please, have a seat. I imagine you have much to share with me. Hagrid began recounting the events, from his discovery of the peculiar happenings in the Forbidden Forest, the search parties formed, to the sight of red sparks, culminating in the scene where he found the injured unicorn and the 2 boys. He omitted details regarding Firenze, the centaur who preferred not to be too deeply involved, but emphasized Quirrell's attack and Voldemort's possession. Dumbledore listened quietly, his fingers forming a steeple against his chin. When Hagrid mentioned Voldemort's visage appearing on Quirrell's skull, a fleeting sharpness flickered in his eyes behind the lenses, but it soon reverted to calm. Well, Dumbledore began slowly after Hagrid finished. Professor Quirrell, or rather, Tom who occupied his body, has fled. One unicorn was gravely injured but has been timely treated. He turned to Vittikel. You employed non-magical means, Mr. Vittikel? Vittikel nodded, retrieving an emptied medical kit from his belt. Potent coagulants, biological adhesive strips, antibacterial spray. Absorbable sutures, all products from a laboratory my family invested in. Dumbledore accepted the medical kit, scrutinizing each item. His fingers glided over the sutures, which glimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the office's light. Remarkable craftsmanship, he murmured. Muggle technology has advanced to this degree? But have these items been tested for efficacy on magical creatures? My brother made modifications, Vittikel replied earnestly. He studied the physiological structures of magical beings and adjusted the formulas. It was initially a precaution, never anticipating it would be needed. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment before turning to Harry. And your scar, Harry, it ached tonight. Did it not? Harry nodded, instinctively touching his forehead. It hurt as if it were about to split when he looked at me. Vittikel helped ease some of it, but the scar is a connection, Dumbledore stated calmly. An unwilling, imposed connection, yet it remains a connection. It will react when Tom draws near. When he experiences intense emotions towards you, such as the anger and murderous intent displayed tonight, the reaction will intensify. He rose and moved towards the fireplace, gazing into the flickering flames. This is perilous, Harry, yet it serves as a source of intelligence. You must learn to discern which feelings represent genuine threats and which are mere noise. Professor, Hermione interjected, unable to restrain herself, her voice taut. Where is Professor Quirrell now? If Voldemort is still within him, if he remains at Hogwarts. Quirrell is no longer at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, turning with a serious expression. Before your return, I thoroughly searched the entire castle. His office is vacant, and all personal belongings have vanished. The house elf reported that approximately an hour ago, someone used an unstable port key from the West Tower, which would create magical fluctuations. I sensed it. He has escaped, Ron murmured. Temporarily, Dumbledore replied. He departs with grave injuries, unfinished rituals, and an enraged yet weakened Dark Master. This affords us time. Tom requires recuperation and new plans. And we must prepare. Prepare for what? Harry asked. Will he return? Oh, he will undoubtedly return. Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet each word bore the weight of lead. Tom has never truly accepted death. He will employ every means to return. And Hogwarts possesses what he desires. It always has. The office fell into silence. The portraits ceased their pretense. Now watching the conversation below with palpable concern, Fawkes emitted a gentle chirp. Now, Dumbledore's tone shifted to a pragmatic note. You four need to rest. The events of tonight have been sufficiently burdensome, and there are classes tomorrow. He glanced at Hagrid. Hagrid, please escort them back to their respective common rooms. I shall inform the heads of houses about tonight's extraordinary circumstances. They will not penalize you for being out past curfew. And the unicorn? Hagrid inquired with concern. It is temporarily housed within the protective circle behind your hut. Tomorrow, I will summon Pomona. She possesses considerable experience in the care of magical creatures. If necessary, we can also reach out to St. Mungo's for their magical creature injury department. Dumbledore paused. That creature's survival is largely thanks to your timely intervention. That is commendable courage and wisdom. The four children rose to leave. Vittikel felt fatigue wash over him like a tide, nearly causing him to stumble. Harry appeared equally worn, while Ron and Hermione, though they had not faced direct confrontation, wore pale expressions. Wait, Mr. Vittikel, Dumbledore called as they reached the door. May I have a moment alone with you? Just a few minutes. Vittikel glanced at Hagrid, who nodded. I'll wait outside. Harry shot him a worried glance. But Hermione pulled him away. As the door closed, only Vittikel and Dumbledore remained in the office. The headmaster did not speak immediately. He rose and approached a tall shelf, retrieving a silver pensieve. Inside swirled a substance resembling liquid moonlight. Mr. Vittikel, Dumbledore's tone was somewhat elusive, an 11-year-old child carrying a first aid kit for magical creatures. This piques my curiosity. What expectations does your family harbor regarding life at Hogwarts? Vittikel fell silent. He could not divulge matters regarding Batman, nor the connections between Lin Wan and the Ministry of Mysterious Affairs of Hogwarts. Yet Dumbledore appeared to have discerned something. My family believes in being prepared, Professor. He finally settled on a safe response, and they are aware that I possess certain unique abilities, specifically, the capacity to sense danger. For instance, sensing the unicorn's attack? Dumbledore inquired. Or perhaps the darkness within Professor Quirrell. Vittikel hesitated. Protecting secrets in front of Snape was one matter, but lying before Dumbledore was another. Both. He resolved to speak the truth while withholding details. I can feel the flow of magic. Tonight, the magical currents in the Forbidden Forest were chaotic, rife with pain and darkness. As we approached, I sensed the unicorn's life ebbing away, as well as the thick malevolence surrounding Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore gazed at him, his scrutiny lacking Snape's hostility, yet possessing a depth that seemed to penetrate skin and reach the soul. Vittikel forced himself to maintain composure, meeting the headmaster's gaze. After a few seconds, Dumbledore nodded slightly. The blessing of Ravenclaw, he remarked softly, yet his voice resonated throughout the office. Helena indeed chose an intriguing heir. Vittikel's eyes widened. You know, the castle reveals many things to me. Dumbledore smiled, though the smile bore shadows of fatigue, particularly when a ghost of a founder's direct lineage makes significant decisions. Helena's departure was no secret. It was merely that most were unaware of what she had done before leaving. He paused, the insight of a blessing, a heavy gift. You can perceive the essence of magic, alleviating the suffering of others, but you must also endure more. I comprehend the cost, Professor, Vittikel replied, but I accept it. This evening, as Chilo employed dark magic for his translocation, the castle's defensive enchantments recorded the moment's disturbance. Dumbledore's voice was soft as he said, I wish to show you something, Mr. Wayne, not to frighten you, but to illuminate the reality of what you are confronting. He drew forth his wand, lightly tapping his temple, extracting a silvery thread of memory and placing it within the pensieve. Then he gestured for Vittikel to approach. Vittikel leaned forward to gaze into the basin. The liquid began to shift, revealing not a clear scene, but a swirling, murky black mist. At the heart of this dark fog, two indistinct figures emerged, a tall, stooped Chilo, and another, smaller and more distorted, akin to a parasite latched onto the former, Voldemort. He could hear overlapping voices, Chilo's anguished groans and Voldemort's furious hisses. Then he beheld those eyes, even through the memory's playback, even separated by the magical medium of the pensieve. Those crimson pupils sent a chill down Vittikel's spine. It was not merely evil, it embodied a more fundamental loathing for life itself, a rejection of order and warmth, a ravenous thirst to drag everything into eternal coldness. He sees you. Dumbledore's voice resonated beside him, calm yet grave, not as an obstacle, nor as an annoying little wizard. He has seen the muggle weapon in your hand, witnessed your healing of the unicorn, perceived your capacity to share pain with Harry. He recognizes something you embody, innovation, adaptation, the crossing of boundaries. The image within the basin shifted. Voldemort's face, that flat, serpent-like visage with its scarlet pupils, turned toward the lens. His lips moved soundlessly. Yet the shape was unmistakable. I will remember. The vision dissipated. Vittikel straightened, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was not fear. Members of the Wayne family do not easily succumb to fear, but rather a heavy, frigid awareness. He had been marked. Not as Harry had been by a scar, but by a dark attentiveness. Why show me this? He inquired, his voice steadier than he anticipated. Because you must know. Dumbledore replied, stowing away the pensieve. You are a special child, Vittikel Wayne. You hail from two worlds, endowed with dual legacies. Your Muggle family has bestowed upon you technology and training, while your magical heritage grants you unique perception. And tonight, you have demonstrated how these two can be harmoniously intertwined, saving magical creatures with Muggle medical techniques, disrupting dark wizards with Muggle weaponry. He returned to his desk, his eyes, visible through the crescent-shaped glasses, gleaming with unusual brightness. This is significant. For Tom Voldemort, what he fears and loathes most are those things he cannot comprehend or control. He understands the pride of pure blood, the allure of dark magic, the game of power. But he does not grasp the potency of Muggle technology, the mindset that transcends boundaries, nor the determination to amalgamate methods from disparate worlds for the sake of preserving life. Vittikel listened in silence. Tonight, you not only saved a unicorn, aided Harry, and temporarily repelled a dark entity, Dumbledore continued, but you also validated a possibility, one that Tom never anticipated and knows not how to confront. He paused, but this also means you are now more perilous in his eyes. I am not afraid, Vittikel declared, his voice resolute. I know, Dumbledore smiled, warmth radiating from him. I can see it. You possess your father's resilience and your mother's wisdom, along with the additional gifts bestowed upon you by your siblings. He blinked, but let me remind you, you are not alone. You need not face all of this by yourself. Hogwarts is both your school and your fortress, and I am your headmaster. Protecting my students is my foremost duty. Vittikel nodded. I understand, Professor. Then return, Dumbledore instructed as he settled back into his chair, grasping the now cool cup of tea. Rest well. Tomorrow's potions class may prove particularly intriguing. Professor Snape must have had much to ponder tonight. Vittikel bowed and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he heard Dumbledore's final words. Oh, and Mr. Wayne. He turned back. The headmaster gazed at him over the rim of his crescent glasses. a glimmer of mischief dancing in his blue eyes, transforming the great wizard into a child who had just pulled off a successful prank. Please convey my regards to your father and mother. Tell them their son is indeed as exceptional as they are proud. Vittikel stood frozen. But Dumbledore had already lowered his head, resuming his perusal of the hefty tome as if nothing had been said. The door closed behind him. In the corridor, Hagrid awaited him. The other three had likely returned to their respective common rooms. The giant, lantern in hand, bore the marks of fatigue upon his face. Yet he managed to smile upon seeing Vittikel. All done, Vittikel replied. Let us return to the basement. They descended the spiral staircase, traversing the silent castle. As they neared the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Hagrid halted. Listen, Vittikel, he said softly, his tone heavy. Thank you for saving that unicorn tonight. I've witnessed far too many magical creatures suffer and perish. To salvage one feels quite rewarding. Vittikel nodded. It deserved to be saved. All life is worthy, Hagrid responded, hesitating momentarily, but you must also exercise caution. The matters of the Forbidden Forest will not simply conclude. I can surmise what Dumbledore has conveyed. You are entangled in significant affairs, child, more so than you realize. I know, Vittikel replied calmly, but I am already in it, and retreat is not an option. Hagrid regarded him for a long moment before delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder, so forceful that Vittikel stumbled slightly. You are a good lad, he beamed. Yet the smile swiftly faded. The password is ambition. Hurry inside. I need to tend to the unicorn. Vittikel faced the blank wall, uttering the day's password. The stone wall slid open, revealing the dimly lit common room beyond, a muted green glow illuminating the space. The fire in the hearth had dwindled, leaving only glowing embers. The common room was deserted. It was deep into the night, and all students should have been asleep. He treaded softly toward the boys' dormitory corridor. As he passed a sofa, a voice suddenly broke the silence. You are 5 hours late. Vittikel whirled around. Theodore Knott sat in the shadows, a book sprawled across his lap. Though he was not reading, the dark-haired boy, clad in pajamas, wore his customary indifferent expression, yet his gaze was sharper than usual. Knott, Vittikel relaxed slightly. Were you waiting for me? The head boy requested confirmation that all first years returned safely. Knott closed the book and rose. You are the only one missing. Filch checked for you and found nothing. You vanished after dinner with Potter and the others. Vittikel hesitated. He could not divulge the events of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore had made it clear that information needed to be contained. Yet Knott had evidently sensed something amiss. We dealt with some matters, he finally said. Dumbledore is aware. No points will be deducted. Knott studied him for a few seconds before nodding. Good. Surprisingly, he did not press further. You have blood on your robes. The silver and dark red hues intertwined. Go change and clean up. Vittikel glanced down at his robes. Indeed, the silvery blood of the unicorn mingled with dirt and some dark red stains, likely left by Chilo. Under the dim green light, it was not immediately apparent. But upon closer inspection, it was visible. Thank you for the reminder, he replied. Knott turned to head toward the dormitory, but paused at the door. Oh, and he did not turn back. If you require medical assistance, if you are injured and wish to avoid drawing attention in the infirmary, my family has sent over some exquisite white ginseng essence. It is placed in the second drawer of my bedside table. You may make use of it. Vittikel was momentarily taken aback. Could this be considered a gesture of concern in the manner of Knott? I'm fine, he finally replied, but thank you. Knott nodded and stepped through the door into his own dormitory. Vittikel returned to his room as well. Athena was already asleep on the perch, her head nestled beneath her wings. He changed out of his soiled robe, employing a cleaning charm, though the spell's efficacy was far from satisfactory, and the stubborn silver streaks of blood remained. He then donned a fresh set of sleepwear. The instant he lay upon the bed, all weariness was finally released. He gazed at the ceiling, observing the magical window's view. It was deep into the night. In the depths of the black lake, luminescent jellyfish drifted lazily by, resembling a slow-motion dream. His mind was still active, albeit slowing down. Fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Firenze's arrow, Voldemort's scarlet gaze, the faint breath of a unicorn. Harry's expression of agony, Dumbledore's profound look, and Knott's words, you may make use of it. And then there was Mars, that exceptionally bright red planet, burning in the night sky above the Forbidden Forest. The prologue, Firenze had said. If this was a prologue, how dark would the main act be? Too many questions. Too few answers. He reached for the wand bag beside his pillow, withdrawing the guardian wand. The ginkgo wood wand was nearly invisible in the darkness. Yet he could feel its warmth and pulse, having remained silently at his waist, a witness to everything. He scrutinized the wand's grain. In the dim light of the dormitory, the once light brown patterns were now more pronounced with golden veins, not an illusion. They were growing deeper. So, did tonight's experiences foster his growth? Perhaps. He faced the darkness, saved a life, shared in suffering, and bore the mark of the dark. These would leave their imprint. He returned the wand to the bag and closed his eyes. Sleep would not come immediately. The adrenaline had yet to fully dissipate, and his body still trembled slightly. However, he forced himself to relax, taking deep breaths as Bruce had taught him. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds. In the distance, the bells of Hogwarts tolled. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The castle was asleep, yet unrest. In the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, an injured unicorn quietly recuperated behind Hagrid's hut. In some distant, dark place, a fractured soul plotted its return. And deep within the dungeon, an 11-year-old boy lay in bed, holding the millennium-old ginkgo wood wand, contemplating the bright night of Mars and all that was to come. The prologue had begun. The main act was imminent, and he knew that regardless of what transpired upon the stage, he would be there. Sleep finally surged over him like a tide, dragging him into a dreamless darkness. Just before losing consciousness, his last thought was, he needed to write home tomorrow. If Vittikel were awake, he would discover that he no longer needed to write home. Gotham. Wayne Manor's Batcave. The main computer of the Batcave was typically in low-power standby mode at this hour, running only basic monitoring programs and a few real-time data streams from critical areas of Gotham. Bruce Wayne, or rather Batman, was not in the cave tonight. He was tracking a shipment of military-grade nerve gas in Gotham's East End. The communications channel occasionally relayed information synchronized with Nightwing and Red Hood, along with relevant satellite data filtered by Red Robin during his watch in the lookout tower. Therefore, when a sharp, urgent alarm sounded, its tone entirely unlike any Gotham emergency. It was the system AI that first responded. Alert! Young Master Vittikel's life sign monitoring module has triggered an abnormal protocol. The mechanical voice echoed calmly within the cave, while simultaneously, the main screen automatically displayed 17 independent monitoring windows. Heart rate, 187 BPM, danger threshold. Adrenaline level, exceeded by 437. Skin conductance response, severe fluctuations. Location signal, last recorded outside Hogwarts Castle, Forbidden Forest area, stationary for 23 minutes. Magical energy environmental reading, high intensity residual dark magic fluctuations detected. Nightwing's sonic disruptor, energy depleted. Offline for 4 minutes. Emergency medical kit, hemostatic gel, heavy duty, used, blood substitute utilized. Basic protection suit, non-lethal countermeasure recorded, 3 triggers. Alfred Pennyworth entered the Batcave to witness this scene. The old butler held a tray of supper prepared for Bruce, returning from his night patrol. But his gaze froze upon scanning the screens. The tray was carefully placed at the edge of the control console, the silver lid making no sound upon impact. Retrieve all available visual records. Alfred's voice dropped an octave. Initiate emergency communication protocols. Prioritize contact with Master Bruce and Miss Lynn. Processing. The main screen split into more images. Some depicted the shaky ground captured by Vittikel's mini-camera, branches whipping by, a pair of dirt-stained hands tearing open a medical kit. Others displayed the spectral analysis from the magical energy detector, the waveform graph tightening his brow. A deep black energy signature with jagged edges was repeatedly colliding with a lighter, more rounded golden energy fields surrounding Vittikel. The last effective image came from a lens disguised as a button at the collar of Vittikel's robe. The picture shook violently before stabilizing, capturing a pair of hands distorting grotesquely, fingers elongated. And then, stop, Alfred commanded. The image froze. Before those dreadful hands lay Harry Potter, collapsed, his face a deep purple. And at the edge of the frame, Vittikel's figure could be seen lunging forward. The old butler remained silent for 3 seconds. During those 3 seconds, his expression shifted from shock to gravity, then to a deep, characteristic calm unique to Pennyworth. Analyze the dark magic energy signature and compare it with the Alliance database, he instructed, simultaneously sending a high-priority alert to Master Bruce through an encrypted channel. The message was succinct. Vittikel has encountered a high-intensity magical threat. All protective measures have been triggered. Current status unknown. Immediate intervention required. Sending. Then, Alfred turned to another communication terminal connected via a highly encrypted line directly to Beijing, China, dialing Miss Lin. Utilize emergency protocol code, Ginkgo, Beijing. Apartment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Family District. Lin Wan had awakened 37 seconds prior to the alarm, not from sound, but from a deeper, almost physiological palpitation. She sat up in bed, her left hand instinctively pressing against her chest, where the emptiness resided. The yin-yang jade pendant she wore, paired with Vittikel's, had been temporarily placed at the Ministry of Mysteries for energy purification 3 days prior, due to her attendance at a sensitive diplomatic meeting. Yet the sensation of unease lingered. She slipped out of bed and approached her desk. A report lay unfinished before her, a lamp casting a soft glow over the surface. Beside a stack of documents rested a deep red silk pouch. the mother charm of the protective talisman Vittikel had received before his departure, connected to the child charm, capable of vaguely sensing the wearer's state. At that moment, the pouch was radiating heat. It was no illusion. As Lin Wan's fingers brushed the silken surface, the warmth caused her to flinch slightly. She untied the string and poured out its contents: an ancient bronze coin, a dried mugwort leaf, and a small scroll of rice paper inscribed with talismans in vermilion. The rice paper was spontaneously combusting. There were no flames, but the edges of the paper curled and charred, the vermilion runes fading one by one, as if erased by an invisible force. When the final rune, a complex seal representing protection, turned to ash, the temperature of the pouch plummeted to frigid. Lin Wan's complexion turned pale. She understood all too well what this foretold. This set of talismans had been procured from an old Taoist priest living in seclusion on Longhu Mountain, who had made it clear: the child talisman offers protection, while the mother talisman serves as a warning. If the mother talisman spontaneously combusts, it indicates that the child talisman has endured a life-threatening attack, and its energy is nearly depleted. She reached for her phone, but her fingers trembled slightly, causing her to miskey the unlock code twice. On the third attempt, she succeeded, her contacts scrolling rapidly until she found a number labeled BW. Just as she was about to dial, her phone rang. The caller ID read, Alfred Pennyworth, encrypted line. Lin Wan pressed the answer button, not waiting for him to speak. Alfred, something has happened to Viti. His talisman has just failed. A calm yet grave voice came from the other end. Ms. Lin, we have also received an alert. The surveillance system in the Batcave shows that Master Viti encountered a high-intensity magical creature or wizard attack approximately 27 minutes ago, with vital signs fluctuating violently and all protective equipment triggering records. Currently, the location signal is stationary within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, but we cannot confirm real-time status. Lin Wan closed her eyes. 3 seconds, a deep breath, and when she opened them again, only resolute determination remained in her typically calm and rational gaze. Did Bruce know? The alert has been sent. He is en route back. He is expected to arrive at the Batcave in 8 minutes. I will arrange for a plane immediately. Lin Wan had already approached the wardrobe, retrieving a travel outfit with one hand. The nearest available route is through Hong Kong to London, but if we utilize diplomatic privileges, we can take a detour through Berlin. The total duration will not exceed 10 hours. Ms. Lin, Alfred's voice held a rare note of hesitation. We have not yet made contact with Hogwarts officials. According to earlier information from Professor McGonagall, the magical world has strict confidentiality laws, and Muggles cannot enter the school grounds without permission, nor can they see certain key locations. Then we shall obtain permission. Lin Wan's tone was unequivocal. Alfred, you have the contact information left by Professor McGonagall, correct? Professor McGonagall indeed left a contingency plan, a specially crafted copper coin, to be inserted into any public telephone booth. Dialing the number 62,442, which corresponds to the magical word magic, a personal addition, allowing direct communication with the deputy headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Then let us call. Lin Wan had already changed her clothes, her phone wedged between her shoulder and ear, her hands swiftly twisting her long hair into a bun. Before Bruce returns, we shall attempt to make formal contact. If the school refuses or cannot provide real-time confirmation of Viti's safety, she paused, lowering her voice yet firm in resolve. Then I shall formally request an emergency consultation on a transnational magical incident in my capacity as a special advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Mystical Affairs. And Bruce Wayne, as the legal guardian of the affected student and owner of Wayne Enterprises. I believe he possesses sufficient resources and influence to compel the British Ministry of Magic to take this visit seriously. There was a brief moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Alfred replied, Understood. I will prepare for communication now. The master is expected to arrive in 4 minutes. Stay on the line, Alfred. I need to know every minute's updates while en route to the airport. Chapter 25, Gotham Arrivals, High Bat Family Content. 1 Bruce Wayne entered the Batcave, having already shed the upper half of his Batman armor. Still clad in tactical pants and boots, his face bearing the cold demeanor freshly acquired from the crime scene. However, upon seeing the flashing alert data and frozen images on the main screen, the fierce aura belonging to Batman immediately receded, condensing into a deeper, more ominous silence. Alfred, report everything. He approached the control panel, his voice remarkably steady despite having just undergone a high-speed chase. Alfred quickly reported, 40 minutes ago, Master Viti's vital sign monitoring system triggered a level 1 alert. According to the data returned, he encountered a high-intensity dark magic attack, with the assailant suspected to be the current defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Quirrell. Quirrell. Bruce repeated the name, his fingers rapidly tapping on the control panel to pull up the staff records established by Tim, continuing. Master Viti utilized a sonic wave gun and basic protective gear to retaliate, while the Eastern talisman provided by Ms. Lin was triggered, playing a crucial protective role that spared him from the same suffocating magic control. However, his friend Harry Potter was not so fortunate, having once been in grave danger. The scene shifted to a still image of Harry being lifted by an invisible force, his throat grasped. Bruce's pupils constricted slightly. What followed? The recording abruptly ceased. But the biological signal indicated that Master Viti subsequently exhibited violent movement and impact as he attempted to catch Potter, who was falling from the sky. Approximately 2 minutes later, all personal device real-time transmissions ceased, but basic vital signs stabilized, and the location signal began to move slowly toward the castle. The last complete data point was 17 minutes ago. Heart rate dropped to 112, blood pressure normal, blood oxygen saturation at 96, having exited the danger threshold. Bruce stared at the curve graphs, silent for 5 seconds. The assailant? The magical characteristic analysis has been completed, revealing a 32 similarity to a Gotham mystical event recorded in the Alliance database 3 years ago, which Zatanna assisted in addressing, involving residual dark rituals. However, this energy signature is more concentrated, more conscious. Zatanna had mentioned that certain powerful dark wizards could attach their remnants to others or objects after physical destruction. Voldemort, Bruce whispered. He called up another file. This was a newly established branch database created by the Bat system after confirming Viti's magical talents and the existence of Hogwarts over the past few months, the modern history of the magical world regarding dark forces. It detailed the rise of Tom Marvolo Riddle, aka Voldemort, his terror reign, and the mysterious failure of his attempt to kill infant Harry Potter 11 years ago, resulting in his physical destruction. If Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort's remnant, Bruce's fingers tap the edge of the control panel. Then there exists a latent, deadly threat within Hogwarts that could erupt at any moment. And Dumbledore either does not know, or he is planning something. Alfred interjected. But regardless of which scenario it is, Master Viti has become embroiled in a danger far beyond ordinary school conflicts. At that moment, the direct line on the control panel rang. It was a visual communication request, and the screen displayed Lin Wan's face, the background suggesting she was in the back seat of a vehicle, with scenery rushing by outside. Bruce, Lin Wan forwent any pleasantries. I just synchronized information with Alfred. My mother talisman has completely failed, indicating that the intensity of Viti's attack has reached a life or death level. What is your assessment? He survived, and the data suggests he is relatively safe now. Bruce's voice remained steady, but those who knew him could detect the tension beneath that calm. The issue lies in who the assailant is, what their motive is, and whether Hogwarts has the capability to prevent such an incident from occurring again. Therefore, we need to verify this in person. Lin Wan stated plainly. Alfred informed me that Professor McGonagall left an emergency contact for non-magical individuals. I propose that we contact the school immediately to request a real-time safety confirmation regarding Viti, and formally submit a guardian visitation request. Bruce did not respond right away. His gaze shifted between the data stream on the screen and Lin Wan's calm, yet unmistakably anxious face. Agreed, Bruce finally said, but we cannot merely request access. If Voldemort has indeed infiltrated Hogwarts, then the school's security system may harbor vulnerabilities. We must ensure that this visitation is not merely a formality, but a genuine opportunity to assess the risks and formulate a response plan. Lin Wan nodded. Thus, I suggest we present ourselves in dual capacities. You as a father and a representative of Wayne Enterprises, demanding the safeguarding of student rights. I, as a special advisor to the Ministry of Mysterious Affairs of Hogwarts, will formally request a collaborative investigation into this multinational magical security incident. Even the British Ministry of Magic cannot entirely disregard such a formal negotiation at this level. Alfred, Bruce turned to the butler. Contact Hogwarts. Now, to London. A certain red telephone booth. In the early hours of 4 a.m., the telephone booth stood out conspicuously on the London streets. Bruce and Lin Wan had landed directly in the outskirts of London via Wayne Enterprises private aircraft, where they completed all necessary preparations. Lin Wan engaged in a 20-minute encrypted phone call with the Jing City authorities, securing the electronic version of the official authorization document from the Ministry of Mysterious Affairs. Bruce, with the remote assistance of Tim and Damien, compiled a legal analysis regarding the legitimate intervention rights of non-magical guardians when underage wizards face life-threatening situations within magical educational institutions, referencing parts of the International Human Rights Convention and drawing from precedents related to superpowered adolescents. Alfred did not accompany them. He remained in the Batcave to continue monitoring data, serving as a backup communication center. However, before their departure, the elderly butler handed Bruce an ancient copper coin. Professor McGonagall stated that this coin had been enchanted to be used solely within the United Kingdom. when inserted into any public telephone booth and dialed to 62,442. The coin would activate the line, directly connecting to the Hogwarts vice principal's office. Of course, a magical version of the telephone. Now, Bruce stood outside the telephone booth, with Lin Wan beside him. Both were clad in formal dark overcoats. Lin Wan held a briefcase while Bruce clutched the copper coin. If this fails, Lin Wan whispered, I've instructed the embassy to prepare a contingency plan, to formally write to the UK Department of Education and the Scottish government under the guise of cultural and educational exchange, requesting a visit to a historic private school with a unique educational model. The process may take longer, but it can exert pressure within 24 hours. Bruce nodded and pushed open the door to the booth. The space was cramped, and the two were nearly pressed together inside. Bruce inserted the coin, lifted the receiver, and dialed the number, 6,244. As the first dial tone sounded, the coin emitted a faint green glow at the coin slot. With the second tone, the green light spread across the entire telephone body. By the third tone, what echoed in the receiver was no longer the standard British telecom prompt, but a gentle, slightly resonant female voice. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Vice Principal's Office. This is Minerva McGonagall. May I ask who is calling? Bruce and Lin Wan exchanged glances. Professor McGonagall. Bruce began, his voice steady and clear. I am Bruce Wayne, the father of Vittikel Wayne. Beside me is Ms. Lin Wan, Vitti's mother. We are calling via the emergency contact method you provided because we received an alert concerning Vittikel facing a severe life threat within the past hour. We need to confirm his safety and request an urgent meeting with the school authorities. There was a 3-second silence on the other end. Then, Professor McGonagall's voice returned. Still professional but tinged with tension, Mr. Wayne, Ms. Lin. Vittikel Wayne is currently safe and has returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Madame Pomfrey has just completed her examination, confirming he has only sustained minor abrasions and exhaustion, posing no life-threatening danger. His friend Harry Potter has also received adequate treatment. Lin Wan exhaled softly, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Yet her grip on the briefcase handle remained firm. We appreciate the school's prompt response, Lin Wan interjected, her tone polite yet unwavering. But as parents, we need to understand the full scope of the incident. Based on the information we received, Vitti's experience was not an ordinary accident or student conflict, but rather involved dark magic attacks and life-threatening threats. Therefore, we formally request to visit Hogwarts to meet with you and Headmaster Dumbledore to discuss this incident and future safety measures. Another silence ensued, this time longer, approximately 10 seconds. They could faintly hear whispers on the other end, more than one voice. Then, another voice took over the call. This voice was older, gentler, yet possessed a peculiar power that commanded attention. Mr. Wayne, Ms. Lin, good evening, or should I say, good morning. I am Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. First, please allow me to assure you that both Vittikel and Harry are safe and resting in their respective dormitories. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are exceptional, and the protective magic surrounding the castle itself is sufficient to ensure no further threats will occur tonight. Dumbledore paused, his tone now imbued with a hint of apology. Secondly, I must apologize for the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest. As headmaster, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of all students. And it is evident that there was a significant oversight this evening. We indeed need to communicate with you regarding this matter. Do you agree to meet? Bruce inquired. I agree, and I believe the sooner, the better. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, though his pace quickened slightly. However, there are some procedural details that need to be addressed. Hogwarts is situated within the magical realm and is strictly governed by the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Non-magical individuals, please forgive me for using this term, require special arrangements and permissions to enter the school grounds. Typically, such visits necessitate weeks of advance notice, but given the urgency of the situation, I can exercise my privileges as headmaster to expedite the approval. What time? Lin Wan inquired directly. How about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? At that time, students will be in class, allowing for a relatively private meeting space. I will have a professor meet you in Hogsmeade Village, the closest wizarding settlement, where a secret passage leads directly into the castle. Bruce and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. Bruce nodded. That works, Lin Wan replied. Please provide the specific location and the identity of our escort. The 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The proprietor, Aberforth, will guide you through the passage. Your escort will be Rubius Hagrid, our keeper of keys and grounds, who is also a witness and intervened during tonight's events. He will be waiting for you at the pub at 2 o'clock sharp. Dumbledore paused for a moment. Additionally, due to the requirements of the Statute of Secrecy, I will need you to sign a simple magical contract promising not to disclose the precise location of Hogwarts or the existence of the magical world to any non-magical individuals. This is purely formal, but essential. We can sign, Bruce affirmed, But in exchange, we require a complete report on tonight's incident, as well as the school's specific prevention plans regarding such threats. A fair request, Dumbledore seemed to chuckle lightly. Then, I shall see you tomorrow. Wishing you safe travels. Oh, by the way, the headmaster's voice suddenly lowered, tinged with curiosity. Mr. Wayne, Ms. Lynn, I must ask, how did you come to learn of the details of the incident in such a brief time following its occurrence? Even the most vigilant wizarding parents typically wait until owl letters arrive the following morning. Bruce glanced at Lin Wan, who gave a slight nod in return. The fusion of technology and magic, Albus Dumbledore, Bruce stated calmly, has led to the implementation of specially designed surveillance and protective equipment by Vittikel. Should any extreme fluctuations in vital signs occur, or should he face a magical assault, the devices will promptly send alerts to our security center via satellite link. A faint sound, akin to a teacup being set down, emanated from the other end of the line. How intriguing! Dumbledore's voice was imbued with genuine curiosity. Very fascinating indeed. Thus, apart from discussing security matters tomorrow, perhaps we could also exchange perspectives on the various interpretations of protection across different realms. I look forward to our meeting. The communication was severed. The green light in the telephone booth faded, reverting to the ordinary red of a public phone. Bruce hung up the receiver and pushed open the glass door, the frigid air of the early morning rushing in. Lin Wan followed him out of the booth, lifting her gaze to the overcast London night sky. After a long moment, she softly remarked, "He doesn't sound like a typical headmaster. He is one of the most powerful wizards in history." Bruce recalled the descriptions from the files, and according to Zatanna, an exceedingly clever individual. To the point of being dangerous. Tomorrow's meeting will not be straightforward. But at least Vittikel is safe for now. Lin Wan tightened her coat collar. And we have secured an opportunity for direct dialogue. The pressing issue now lies with Gotham's equipment, the Eastern Talismans, coupled with a Dark Lord residing in the mind of a professor of dark magic. She turned to Bruce, a humorless smile curving her lips. Bruce, to be candid, this place, Hogwarts, does not seem significantly safer than Gotham. Bruce silently observed the horizon, where the dawn was gradually brightening. Then, with the calm, factual tone characteristic of Batman, he replied, "At least the lunatics of Gotham cannot possess others." Lin Wan paused momentarily, then shook her head and chuckled. Yet that laughter swiftly dissipated into the chilly morning mist of London, replaced by a deep, maternal concern. "Let us go," she said. "We have 10 hours to prepare. I need Alfred to pull up all legal analyses concerning magical contracts, and I think I need to make another call back home to confirm some countermeasures regarding sole possession. The Ministry of Mystical Affairs may have relevant records." The two made their way to the black sedan parked at the street corner. The engine roared to life, merging into the still slumbering streets of London. Dick Grayson had just finished restraining two inept robbers who had attempted to hold up a convenience store, fastening them to a lamppost as he prepared to call for the Broodhaven Police Department's transport. At that moment, the built-in communicator in his helmet emitted a distinctive vibration pattern, 3 short bursts followed by 1 long, repeated twice. This was the internal alert code of the Bat family. Dick froze for half a second, quickly retreating into the shadows of the alley and pressing the communication button on the side of his mask. "Batcave, this is Nightwing. Highest priority alert, confirm source." Alfred's voice crackled through the channel, more taut than usual. "Master Nightwing, the alert originates from Master Vittikel's life monitoring system. He has encountered a severe magical attack at Hogwarts. He is currently out of immediate danger, but Master Bruce and Miss Lynn are in urgent contact with the school, preparing to visit the magical institution tomorrow." Dick felt his heart skip a beat. "Vittikel, what are the specifics?" Dick's voice lowered, edged with the characteristic sharpness of Nightwing's calm demeanor. "According to the data received, the assailant is suspected to be Professor Quirinus Quirrell of Hogwarts, possessed by the soul fragment of the dark wizard Voldemort. Master Vittikel utilized all protective gear, and Miss Lynn's talisman played a critical role, but the ordeal was perilous, Master Dick, extremely so." Dick shut his eyes, envisioning the scene. 11-year-old Vittikel, alone in an unfamiliar magical forest, confronting an adult dark wizard. "What must I do?" He opened his eyes, his expression transformed. "I can fly to London right now. Bruce's private jet has a spare key at Broodhaven Airport. I know the code." Master Bruce advises everyone to remain in position and refrain from direct involvement in magical affairs for the time being, to avoid escalating diplomatic or confidentiality issues. However, he has authorized me to relay information to all family members, except for the young ladies, who are engaged in missions in the metropolis. Dick fell silent for a few seconds. He understood Bruce's rationale. Batman always prioritized strategy and minimal intervention. Yet, as the older brother, the one who once cradled baby Vittikel to sleep, he desperately wished to be by his brother's side at that moment. "Tell him," Dick finally said, his voice slightly hoarse. "Tell Bruce that if he needs someone to apply pressure from a non-magical perspective, The Wayne Enterprises projects in the UK can suddenly encounter emergencies requiring the attention of the highest authority. He paused, adding, and tell Viti that his brother is proud of him. Once this is over, I want to hear the full story, every single word. I shall convey that, Master Dick. Alfred's tone softened. Moreover, according to the data replay, Master Viti employed the sonic weapon you designed, the Nightwing's breath, during the confrontation. It disrupted the assailant at a crucial moment. A small, proud smile tugged at the corner of Dick's mouth. I knew that little gadget would come in handy. Once Viti returns, I'll upgrade him to version 60. The communication ended. Dick looked at the two thugs still handcuffed to the lamppost, bickering with one another, and suddenly found the mundane street crime to be trivial and distant. He pressed the police communicator. This is Nightwing. The suspects have been subdued. Location sent. Requesting transport promptly. In Gotham's East End, at 3:20 in the morning. Jason Todd had just concluded a rather unsatisfactory conversation. The interlocutor was a newly emerged drug distribution kingpin in the East End, and the dialogue revolved around the consequences of allowing those tainted with fear toxin to infiltrate his territory. The discussion methods included, but were not limited to, the muzzle of a customized handgun pressed against the adversary's front teeth, 3 throwing knives embedded in the tabletop between the adversary's fingers, and a vivid description of the fragility of human bones. Thus, when his encrypted phone vibrated, displaying an urgent alert from the Batcave, Jason had just finished breaking the man's left hand as a minor warning. He glanced at his phone, frowning. With his unbloodied hand, he swiped to answer. Speak. Master Jason, Master Viti has been attacked at the magical school. Alfred's voice was succinct. He is out of danger. Master Bruce and Miss Lynn are attending to the situation. Jason's actions halted. He released the nearly unconscious drug dealer and stepped into the corner of the warehouse, lowering his voice. How severe? Vital signs had once reached a critical threshold. The assailant employed dark magic. A familiar, icy anger rose from Jason's stomach, igniting each time he witnessed the weak being bullied by the strong. Only this time, the weak was his brother. Name. Jason's voice became unnaturally calm, eerily so. The name of the assailant, their appearance, all information. Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, suspected of being possessed by Voldemort's soul fragment. Physical description, pale, stuttering, wearing a turban. However, based on the footage relayed by Master Viti, the possessed state causes his features to distort, revealing a second face. Jason's mind began to work. Is there a black market in the magical realm? He inquired. Is there a bounty system? Mercenaries? If this Quirrell or Voldemort has enemies, individuals who wish for his demise, we could exploit that. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Master Jason, I do not believe Master Bruce would approve. I did not inquire whether the old man would concur. Jason interjected. What I asked was if there was any possibility. Alfred, if the magical realm bears even the slightest resemblance to our world, that Voldemort must have garnered countless enemies. Even if he is merely a remnant soul inhabiting another's body. There are certainly those who would relish the thought of that corpse being utterly cold. He noted Alfred's gentle sigh. According to the database established by Master Tim, many former Death Eaters indeed attempted to distance themselves from Voldemort after his downfall, even resorting to backstabbing in hopes of leniency. But hiring non-magical individuals for an assassination? I did not stipulate that it had to be non-magical individuals. A hint of his characteristic streetwise cunning laced Jason's voice. Zatanna owes me a favor. And though that scoundrel Constantine is unreliable, he will take on any dirty job if the price is right. Even if they refuse, they must know other fringe magical folk. Just provide me with their contact information and the market rates. I shall negotiate. Jason, Alfred interjected. Jason's tone softened suddenly. That boy called me Jason brother. Although I always scoff at how cheesy that title is, he is my brother. If anyone seeks to harm my brother, they had better have their will prepared. A prolonged silence ensued. Then Alfred spoke. I will send the relevant contacts and the known information regarding the underground magical intelligence network to your secure terminal. However, Master Jason, please exercise caution. The rules of the magical world differ from ours, and a rash intervention could pose greater danger to young Master Viti. Rest assured, Jason replied, already striding toward the warehouse door. I am the most prudent of individuals. And tell Viti that lad. He paused, as if weighing his words, before gruffly stating, tell him to return alive. Otherwise, I shall personally go to that magical school and drag his spirit out of the portrait to give him a good thrashing. The call ended. Jason stood in the frigid dawn wind of the East End, lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply before extinguishing it with force. He began to sift through his phone for a long uncontacted number belonging to a second-rate sorcerer who had reportedly fled to the underground black market in Europe after failing to make a living in Gotham. 5. Watchtower, for 35 a.m. Tim Drake had been working for 22 consecutive hours. The final review of Wayne Enterprises' quarterly financial report. The completion of due diligence for 2 multinational mergers and a heap of contracts for Wayne Group that Bruce had hastily handed over to him. Thus, when all 3 of his monitors simultaneously erupted with red alert boxes, Tim's first instinct was to suspect a hacker breach. Then he read the content of the alerts. Vittikel. Abnormal life signs. Dark magic attack. Tim's hands paused over the keyboard for a full 5 seconds. Then he commenced operating at an almost superhuman speed. His left hand summoned all data streams transmitted from Vitti's personal device on the central main screen, while his right hand opened a magical energy analysis software on the right screen, simultaneously pushing his chair with his foot to glide toward the communications console on the left. Red Robin calling the Batcave. Alfred, I have received the alert. What do you require of me? Master Tim, you are already taking action. Alfred's voice emanated from the speaker. The Master requires a complete technical analysis of tonight's incident, particularly the comparison of magical energy characteristics with the known database. Moreover, he and Ms. Lin will be heading to Hogwarts tomorrow. Tim's eyes rapidly scanned the scrolling data on the central screen. Energy characteristic comparisons were 37 complete, with preliminary results indicating similarities to the Gotham dark ritual incident 3 years prior, though more orderly. It seemed to be of the same energy, yet manipulated by a more adept will. I am attempting to separate Chilo's magical characteristics from those of Voldemort's residual soul. If successful, we might uncover a method to disrupt the possession state. His fingers danced across the keyboard, pulling up another window. Negotiation leverage list prepared. First, Wayne Group's potential funding and technical support for the British Ministry of Magic. According to my research, their office budget is perpetually inadequate. Second, the Eastern Magical Exchange Project potentially offered by the Chinese Ministry of Mystical Affairs. Third, and most pragmatically, if Hogwarts cannot ensure student safety, we can invoke the International Convention on the Rights of the Child to file a lawsuit. Though it would be a lengthy process, it would generate enough public pressure. He paused, pushing his glasses up his nose. I have devised 7 emergency evacuation plans for Vitti from Hogwarts, but all require Bruce and Aunt Lynn's cooperation on site. Tim halted, finally glancing at Vitti's heart rate curve on the left screen. The line had descended from a perilous peak and now stabilized within a slightly elevated normal range. He silently exhaled in relief. Alfred, Tim's voice lowered. Is Vitti's real-time monitoring still functional? The basic life sign signals are stable, but real-time imaging and audio transmission have been interrupted. It is likely due to magical interference or equipment malfunction. Alfred paused. Tim did not respond. He fixated on the cold data displayed on the screen. Adrenaline levels, skin conductance responses, protective gear activation records. These numbers and curves represented his younger brother confronting death alone in some distant magical forest. He suddenly felt profoundly weary, not in a physical sense, but a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. He could analyze data, devise plans, and prepare 100 emergency contingencies, yet when Vitti truly faced danger, he could do nothing from another realm. Tim gazed at the now stabilized heart rate line on the screen, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. But his fingers remained poised over the keyboard. I will stay online, continuously analyzing any new data, and when Vitti is able to contact us. He pondered for a moment before adding, tell him that the data gathered from this practical experience is exceedingly valuable, but I hope that he can choose a method with a lower risk factor next time he provides data. 6. Damien stood before the control console. The screen segmented into multiple areas. Vitti's real-time monitoring, the magical analysis report, and evacuation plans from Tim at the Watchtower, legal documents provided by Dick. A summary of the magical black market intelligence just relayed from Jason, accompanied by a note indicating ongoing discussions, and the central main screen displaying Bruce and Lynn preparing for a meeting in a London safe house. Alfred had just concluded communications with everyone and sent out the organized information package. Damien scrutinized the introduction to several black market spells sent by Jason that could induce physical discomfort in a possessing residual soul, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Barbaric. Half an hour prior, Damien had been practicing his swordsmanship, not the training of the Bat family, but the ancient sword techniques he had brought from the League of Assassins. The movements were sharp, the angles intricate, each strike aimed at the vital points of an imagined foe, the carotid artery, the heart, the eyes. The training room reverberated with the sound of blades slicing through the air, just as the communication panel on the wall illuminated with a red light. Damien completed a series of strikes. He sheathed his sword, frowning as he approached the panel to answer. Alfred, Master Damien, young Master Vitti has been attacked at Hogwarts. Alfred's voice came through. He is now safe, but Master Bruce and Ms. Lin have decided to go to the magical school for negotiations tomorrow. Damien's expression remained unchanged, yet his grip on the sword's hilt tightened slightly. What is the identity and capability of the assailant? Suspected to be a professor possessed by the dark wizard Voldemort. Dark magic was employed. The specific type is still under analysis. Young Master Viti utilized basic protective gear and your trained Athena for reconnaissance, but primarily relied on magical countermeasures and Ms. Lin's protective talisman. Damien listened quietly, then inquired, did he use the batarang? According to the records, he employed training batarangs for deterrent attacks during earlier confrontations. However, the primary battle tonight occurred at a distance, and melee weapons were not utilized. A mistake. Damien spoke coldly, asserting that when confronting a practitioner of magic, the foremost principle is to close the distance and disarm them. VDS training remains insufficient. Master Damien. This is his first real combat experience. At 11, he was already capable of executing assassination missions within the Assassin's Guild. Damien interjected, yet he survived. This indicates that the foundational training was effective. He turned towards the weapon rack, returning the practice knife to its place before selecting a smaller, lighter dagger, one he had gifted Viti for his birthday last year, which Viti had returned before heading to Hogwarts, citing school regulations against carrying edged weapons. What of Athena's condition? Damien inquired, his fingers gliding over the blade's edge. The owl has been closely following Master Viti since the incident, and the signal remains stable. According to biological monitoring, it has sustained no injuries. Damien nodded, appearing most satisfied with this news. The Master wishes everyone to maintain a distance for the time being, to avert any escalation into direct conflict. He emitted his signature tongue click, a typical Batman-like response. But please inform my father that should negotiations falter, if that noseless one dares to threaten Viti again, I shall not adhere to the order to keep my distance. He paused, adding, I am going to the Batcave. Communication terminated. Damien stood at the center of the training room, gazing at his reflected silhouette wielding the knife against the wall. After a prolonged silence, he murmured softly, almost inaudibly, don't die, Viti Curl. Please, don't die. And thousands of miles away at Hogwarts, within the confines of the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore set down the peculiar, golden lighter-like magical telephone, his blue eyes narrowing slightly behind crescent-shaped spectacles. Minerva, he addressed Professor McGonagall, who stood nearby, please inform Hagrid of tomorrow's assignment. Additionally, perhaps we should preemptively inspect the passageway from the Hog's Head for its accessibility. I have a premonition that tomorrow's guests may bring forth some intriguing developments. He turned towards the fireplace, the flames casting a flickering glow upon his long silvery beard and contemplative expression. The confluence of technology and magic, Dumbledore murmured softly, and the Eastern magical systems behind Lady Lynn of the Wayne family. Tom, the adversary you have chosen seems far more formidable than you anticipated. The fire crackled in response. On the horizon, the first genuine rays of dawn finally pierced through the night. In the Slytherin basement dormitory, Viti Curl unconsciously turned in his sleep, his hand gently resting upon the jade pendant that had returned to room temperature against his chest. As if in a dream, he too felt the invisible lines of protection cast upon him from across the globe. Chapter 26. Some simple defensive measures. On a Scottish Highland afternoon, sunlight streamed through thick clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the crooked roofs of Hogsmeade Village. The Hog's Head nestled in the village's most secluded corner, its sign depicting a grimy pig's head creaking in the wind, windows caked with years of dust barely revealing the flickering silhouettes within. At 1:45 in the afternoon, when the wooden door of the inn was pushed open, the greasy-haired, rougher-looking man behind the bar, Aberforth, didn't he even lift his gaze. It was not until he heard footsteps that did not approach the bar, but instead headed straight for the staircase leading to the second floor that he sluggishly raised his eyelids. The second floor is off-limits. Aberforth's voice was gravelly, tinted with years of alcohol consumption. We have an appointment with Headmaster Dumbledore. Bruce Wayne halted, his voice calm. He was clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, draped in a black overcoat, holding what resembled a briefcase but was, in fact, a safe, giving him the appearance of someone attending a high-end business meeting rather than stepping into a bar reeking of goat and cheap alcohol. Lynn once stood beside him, her beige trench coat concealing a sharp outfit, holding a paper bag adorned with the logo of a Chinese pastry shop that seemed out of place. Her gaze quickly scanned the bar's interior, several dilapidated tables, customers shrouded in hoods, empty barrels piled in the corners, and the peculiar atmosphere of mingled magic and mundanity. Aberforth scrutinized them with his keen blue eyes for a few seconds before scoffing, Muggles. Albus truly grows more muddled with age. Nevertheless, he waved his filthy hand. Go on. The second door on the left. Don't touch anything else. Some items in certain rooms do not take kindly to strangers. They exchanged no further words, proceeding upstairs. The staircase creaked ominously underfoot, as though it might collapse at any moment. The second-floor corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few oil lamps. The second door on the left stood ajar, casting warm yellow light and faint murmurs of conversation. Bruce pushed the door open. The room was far more spacious and tidy than expected. A crackling fire blazed in the hearth, dispelling the chill of the Highlands. A round table was set with an exquisite tea service and several elegantly arranged pastries. Albus Dumbledore occupied the main seat, his blue eyes shimmering with warmth yet sharpness in the firelight, framed by his crescent glasses. Professor McGonagall stood beside him, her posture straight, her expression consistently grave. "Mr. Wayne." "Ms. Lynn, you are 15 minutes early," Dumbledore greeted with a smile, not rising, merely gesturing for them to sit. "Was your journey smooth?" "Very smooth. Thank you for your concern." Lynn Wan gracefully seated herself opposite Dumbledore, placing the pastry bag beside her feet, her movements composed. "We prefer to be prepared in advance." Headmaster Dumbledore, especially for important meetings regarding the safety of children. Bruce settled beside Lin Wan, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet carrying an invisible aura of authority. His gaze swiftly scanned the room. Magical portraits on the walls, their subjects feigning sleep, yet their eyelids fluttering, subtle magical fluctuations in the corners of the ceiling. And the peculiar ring on Dumbledore's finger, its silver stone embedded with unfamiliar runes. Professor McGonagall poured tea for them. The brew was a lovely golden amber, exuding aromas of honey and lemon. First, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers atop the table, his expression growing solemn. "Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies for the incident that transpired in the Forbidden Forest last night. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I bear an absolute responsibility to ensure the safety of every student, and it is evident that we have exhibited serious oversights in certain preventive measures." Lin Wan lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the steam, her actions graceful as if engaging in a tea ceremony. But when she spoke, her tone was gentle, yet possessed the clarity and organization characteristic of a diplomat. "Headmaster Dumbledore, we appreciate and accept your apology. However, as parents of Vittikel, we require to understand not only the apology itself, but also the systemic risks exposed by this incident, as well as the specific, verifiable measures Hogwarts will implement to prevent a recurrence of such incidents." She took a sip of tea, setting the cup down, her hands clasped in her lap, her gaze steady upon Dumbledore and McGonagall. "According to the information we have gathered from Viti, the core of last night's attack was your school's defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell, or rather, the remnants of the dark wizard known as Voldemort that have possessed him. This fact, I believe you have confirmed?" Her inquiry was not an aggressive interrogation, but rather a matter-of-fact verification, causing the air in the room to tense slightly. Professor McGonagall's jaw tightened, while Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Your information is largely accurate," Dumbledore replied steadily. "Professor Quirrell has indeed been corrupted by a dark force that ought not to exist. We are currently conducting a comprehensive investigation and have implemented corresponding restrictions." "Investigation and restrictions." Bruce spoke, his voice equally steady and gentle. "Professor Dumbledore, I beg your pardon for my directness. However, is it permissible for an individual who has been confirmed to cast the killing curse upon students and has direct ties to history's most dangerous dark wizard to roam freely within the grounds of Hogwarts, regardless of their original identity, even under restrictions?" Professor McGonagall interjected. "Mr. Wayne, the situation is exceedingly complex. Professor Quirrell's status is unique, and the Ministry of Magic's oversight procedures, along with the evidence." Lin Wan gently took up the thread of conversation, her tone remaining polite, yet each word sharpened like a finely honed blade. "Professor McGonagall, I fully comprehend the significance of procedure. My profession is fundamentally about resolving issues within the frameworks of international law and diplomatic protocol. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that I am acutely aware of a crucial point, when the procedures themselves can no longer timely avert imminent danger, and may even serve as a breeding ground for peril. We must scrutinize whether these procedures still hold validity, or if urgent, extraordinary measures are required." She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the two wizards to ensure they grasped her reasoning. "Voldemort, if I may use the term you have defined, is not a mere campus nuisance or a teaching mishap. According to our limited background investigations, he represents the most lethal security threat to the British magical community in nearly half a century, with his influence stretching across Europe, resulting in untold casualties. Today, his lingering essence not only persists but lurks within the venerable halls of Hogwarts, inhabiting a professor, preying upon sacred creatures like unicorns and attacking underage students to siphon their life force in a bid for resurgence." Lynn leaned forward slightly, a posture that diminished aggression yet amplified her sense of urgency. "Professor Dumbledore, based on your school and the current security framework of the Ministry of Magic, is there a written, actionable emergency protocol in place to address such a level of internal infiltration and potential revival threat? Is there a dedicated rapid response team or a joint operational mechanism? Following last night's incident, has the Ministry initiated any substantial interdepartmental cooperative response beyond the internal investigation?" Her inquiries were meticulously interlinked, logically sound, devoid of any emotional accusations, yet each word struck at the heart of the matter. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, removing his glasses to methodically polish them with a cloth, an action that seemed to afford him time for contemplation. Once he donned his spectacles again, his gaze remained profound, yet bore an added weight of earnestness. Ms. Lynn, your questions are exceedingly pertinent. Dumbledore's voice softened. I must concede that the Ministry's current official stance leans towards viewing Voldemort as a resolved chapter of the past. To compel them to formally acknowledge the tangible threat posed by his lingering essence and to activate high-level emergency protocols would necessitate irrefutable evidence, alongside a timing that would not incite widespread panic. Furthermore, last night's incident transpired within the Forbidden Forest, with limited witnesses, and it involves realms the Ministry is reluctant to delve into. Bruce interjected, leaning slightly forward, his elbows resting on the table. An entity that has already inflicted tangible harm upon children, with a clear objective of reinstating darkness, must await undeniable evidence and opportune moments for its threat level to be confirmed. Meanwhile, the safety of Vittikel, Harry Potter, and the hundreds of students at Hogwarts largely hinges on the school's limited precautions and mere chance. His volume remained calm, his tone almost courteous. Yet beneath that tranquility simmered a suppressed fury that made Professor McGonagall instinctively tense her shoulders. Mr. Wayne, McGonagall attempted to explain. And that boy, Bruce interrupted her, his tone even somewhat frigid. Harry Potter. The entire wizarding world seems to place a symbolic significance or future hope upon this 11-year-old boy, viewing him as a savior. Yet last night, in the Forbidden Forest, it was he who was throttled and faced death, a defenseless child. If the magical community entrusts its hopes of combating the darkest forces to a minor, does that not conversely indicate that the current adult wizarding society exhibits a disturbing gap in its ability to protect a child from the most fundamental threats to life? His words were dispassionate to the point of brutality, stripping bare certain uncomfortable realities. Professor McGonagall's lips quivered slightly, as though she wished to defend, yet found herself momentarily speechless. Dumbledore's blue eyes bore into Bruce's, devoid of anger, filled instead with a heavy understanding and a hint of barely perceptible pain. At that moment, Lin Wan gently sighed, her voice softening, as if she had plucked a taut string, preventing it from snapping. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, please understand our position. Bruce's words may sound harsh, but they stem from a father's genuine anger and fear upon witnessing his child and another innocent child nearly lose their lives. We do not seek to undermine the value of Hogwarts or question the dedication of its educators. She placed her hands flat on the table, adopting a more open posture. We are here not to cast blame or to burden Hogwarts. Our core objectives are threefold. First, to personally confirm Vittikel's well-being and obtain comprehensive information regarding his physical and mental state. Second, to establish a direct and candid communication channel with the school's administration to collaboratively explore and formulate a practical plan to enhance campus safety and student protection. And third, she smiled slightly, her expression finally revealing a genuine maternal concern that tempered the earlier tension. We wish to see our son and have brought him some of his favorite treats from home. When a child is away at school, one often longs for the taste of home. This is perhaps the most fundamental and indisputable right of a parent, is it not? This natural and warm shift illuminated the somewhat stagnant room like a ray of sunshine. Dumbledore's expression visibly softened, and he even managed a knowing smile. Of course, a parent's love is indeed unquestionable. In fact, I have already sent Severus to bring Vittikel to us. He should arrive shortly. The old headmaster's gaze flitted between Bruce and Lin Wan, his crescent-shaped glasses reflecting a glimmer of understanding. However, based on my experience as a parent, and given your respective temperaments, I suspect that the exquisite bag of pastries contains more than mere nostalgia, does it not? Lin Wan's smile deepened, not directly denying, but rather artfully responding. As parents, particularly given our unique professions that have exposed us to risks in various corners of the world, we invariably seek to provide our children with an extra layer of assurance, especially now that we have come to realize that the complexity of their environment may exceed our initial expectations. These assurances will manifest in forms that align with his age and character, while strictly adhering to Hogwarts' fundamental regulations. Bruce calmly added, his tone akin to stating a mutually understood fact: we understand and respect Hogwarts rules. We also believe that Vittikel possesses sufficient judgment to recognize boundaries. He will not provoke nor misuse anything unless his or those around him's safety is clearly and immediately threatened, thus providing him with some additional, non-offensive self-protective measures. In our view, is a reasonable precaution grounded in reality and an inescapable parental responsibility. Dumbledore exchanged a meaningful glance with Professor McGonagall. She appeared to still harbor doubts, her lips moving slightly, yet Dumbledore subtly shook his head. The headmaster turned back to Bruce and Lin Wan, his gaze deepening to an extraordinary level, as if he could see into the depths of their hearts, yet held an unusual sense of acceptance. Every parent possesses an inherent instinct and right to protect their children. Dumbledore spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet resolute, asserting that this protection must not contravene the fundamental laws of the magical realm, pose harm to others, disrupt the essential equilibrium, and should stem from wisdom and love rather than fear and control. Bruce calmly added, "We all believe that Viti is a good child, rational and measured. Unless he or others face an imminent threat, he would not act recklessly. Therefore, providing him with additional means of self-defense is a prudent precaution. Every parent has the right to safeguard their offspring," the headmaster concluded, his voice warm yet laden with significance. "As long as it does not violate school regulations, inflict harm on others, or incite greater danger, I believe we can reach a consensus." In the ensuing minutes, the atmosphere noticeably softened. Lin Wan unwrapped a pastry bag containing traditional Chinese delicacies, date paste pastries, egg yolk pastries, and osmanthus cakes, purchased from a venerable establishment in Jing City. She enthusiastically invited Dumbledore and McGonagall to sample them, naturally discussing the art of Chinese confectionery and its cultural significance, from the symbolism of reunion embodied in mooncakes to the auspicious connotations of rice cakes. The conversation was light and enjoyable, subtly revealing the profound heritage of the ancient civilization that lay behind her. Bruce engaged Dumbledore in discourse about the castle's protective enchantments. He refrained from directly probing sensitive information, instead approaching the topic from the perspective of an individual intrigued by architecture and security systems. Exploring the similarities and differences between ancient magic and modern technology, Dumbledore was evidently captivated by this subject, leading to a brief yet profound exchange regarding the energy sources of permanent protective spells. An intriguing perspective, Dumbledore remarked, his eyes sparkling. To perceive magic as a quantifiable, analyzable form of energy is in stark contrast to the intuitive understanding of most wizards. Mr. Wayne, your comprehension of the essence of magic seems to align more closely with the mindset of ancient alchemists. I merely endeavor to understand matters from multiple angles, Bruce replied calmly. Whether it be technology, magic, or any other system of power, they fundamentally represent applications of the laws of the world. To comprehend these laws is to better predict, respond to, and control our circumstances. Professor McGonagall listened intently, her expression complex. As a meticulous mistress of transfiguration, she instinctively disagreed with such a mechanistic interpretation of magic, yet could not deny that some of Bruce's analyses struck at the heart of the matter. Just as Lin Wan concluded her explanation of the osmanthus cake status as a tribute during the Ming and Qing dynasties, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Two light and one heavy. It was Vittikel, accompanied by another lighter, almost soundless step, Snape. A knock resonated. "Come in," Dumbledore called. The door swung open to reveal Severus Snape, clad in his customary black robe, his countenance darker than usual. Standing before him was Vittikel, impeccably dressed in his Slytherin robes, his hair hastily arranged, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of trepidation. Upon entering, the boy's gaze immediately fell upon his parents. His expression, as later described by Dick, resembled that of a student caught unprepared for an impromptu quiz, discovering that his favorite pen was missing while realizing that his most feared teacher loomed outside the window. In short, he sensed impending doom. Viti's eyes swiftly scanned the room. His father sat relaxed, yet those blue eyes bore into him with a calmness reminiscent of the bat signal piercing through Gotham's fog, a gaze that, while seemingly benign, was anything but friendly. His mother also sat, smiling. Yet that smile was akin to the gentle expression she wore when he had inadvertently transformed an antique vase into a frog with magic, just prior to receiving a well-deserved reprimand. "Headmaster, Professor, Mr. Wayne, Ms. Lynn," Snape's voice was smooth and icy. "The student is here. If there is nothing further, I have a cauldron of potion to attend to." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore nodded. "You may return. Oh, and please inform Pomfrey that I require an enhanced version of the invigorating potion tonight. The elderly tend to tire easily in the spring." Snape nodded impassively, his robe billowing as he departed like a storm cloud drifting away. The door closed behind him, leaving 5 individuals in the room: Dumbledore, McGonagall, Bruce, Lin Wan, and Vittikel, who stood at the threshold awaiting judgment. "Viti," Lin Wan began softly, "come sit. Do not be anxious. We are merely here to check on you." Viti cautiously approached and settled into the empty chair opposite his parents. He noticed the assortment of Chinese snacks on the table, brought by his mother, which offered him a modicum of comfort, albeit just a slight one. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. The venerable headmaster rose, his expression benevolent. "I believe it is time for the family to converse privately. Minerva, we have some matters regarding next week's curriculum to discuss, do we not?" McGonagall promptly understood. Indeed, headmaster. Viti, engage in a good conversation with your parents. If you need to return to the dormitory, you may come to my office later. The two exited the room, and the door closed softly behind them. Viti heard Dumbledore's low voice to McGonagall outside. Allow the children some space, and grant us a moment to contemplate the intriguing points raised by Viti's parents. Then, only the three of them remained. Silence lingered for 5 seconds. Viti resolved to take the initiative, or rather, to confess in hopes of leniency. Mom, Dad. He inhaled deeply, his voice relatively steady. I can explain what happened last night. It went like this. He recounted the events of the previous night's patrol in the Forbidden Forest as clearly and coherently as he could, discovering silver blood, tracking it to a unicorn, witnessing Quirrell drinking its blood, Voldemort revealing himself, Firenze intervening, the ensuing battle, Harry in peril, his attempts to rescue him, and ultimately Voldemort's retreat. He did not conceal any crucial details, including his use of Nightwing's breath and the protective charm, nor the harrowing moment when he nearly had his throat constricted. Albeit he glossed over it lightly. Throughout his narration, Bruce and Lin Wan remained quietly attentive, offering no interruptions. Their expressions were calm. Yet Viti could discern the subtle shifts in their emotions. His mother's fingers tightened slightly upon hearing of Harry being choked. His father's gaze dimmed at the mention of Voldemort appearing in his partial soul form. And then I returned, Viti concluded, licking his somewhat dry lips. Madame Pomfrey checked me. I am fine, just a few scrapes. Harry is also all right, though his throat is still a bit sore. Another silence ensued. Then, Lin Wan exhaled gently, not a sigh of disappointment, but one of heartfelt empathy and resignation. Viti, she said, her tone soft yet earnest, we are proud of you. Truly. In such circumstances, you remained calm, made the right decisions, saved your friend, and survived. That is remarkable. Viti blinked, slightly incredulous. No criticism, no parental reprimand. Yet, Bruce's subsequent words made it clear. However, pride does not equate to approval. His voice was steady, yet the undercurrents of emotion were palpable. The situation last night fundamentally represents a significant flaw in the school's safety system and a lack of adult accountability. You and Harry were compelled to confront a threat that should have been managed by the entire magical community. This is neither fair nor should it happen again. He paused, looking at Viti. Thus, we are here today, not only to ascertain your safety, but for another matter. Bruce bent down, retrieving an unassuming black briefcase from beside his feet and placing it upon the table. The box was not large, yet when he pressed the fingerprint lock on its side, it emitted a faint mechanical sound, transforming and reshaping itself like a transformer, revealing the meticulously layered contents within. Viti's eyes widened. The first layer, a firearm. Not a toy, but a genuine weapon. The silver-black body bore a compact design, accompanied by 5 neatly arranged magazines and a set of small disassembly tools. An almost imperceptible Nightwing emblem adorned the grip. A gift from Dick, Bruce remarked succinctly, a modified Glock 43X, with a 60 reduction in recoil, tailored to fit your hand. It's detachable for ease of concealment. He insisted that a young man ought to possess genuine self-defense tools. Magic is not an all-encompassing solution. Viti remained silent. The second layer, a row of bullets. However, these were not ordinary rounds. The tips were translucent, revealing a slow-moving silver liquid within. Intricate runes were etched upon the casings. Prepared by Tim, Lin Wan explained, he drew inspiration from Zatanna, combining ancient materials like Niven with modern science to design these anti-magic bullets. The liquid inside is a blessed amalgam of holy water and mercury, theoretically capable of inflicting additional damage on entities of dark magic or creatures tainted by it, especially when used with the Glock. Moreover, he added, he hopes you'll refrain from acquiring data through such practical means. Viti remained speechless. The third layer, a dagger. The sheath was made of aged black leather, the hilt wrapped in dark red thread. Yet, as Bruce partially drew the dagger, Viti sensed the room's temperature drop a few degrees. The blade was fashioned from an unknown dull metal, neither steel nor iron, but perhaps bone or stone. It bore runes that he did not recognize, but instinctively felt were perilous. Acquired by Jason, Bruce stated as he sheathed the dagger once more. Rumored to have originated from a boarder of some infernal lord, capable of directly tearing through magical defenses, particularly effective against spiritual entities. He instructed me to convey this. Strike the vital points without hesitation. Even wizards are flesh and blood. Viti remained silent. The fourth layer, a small crystal vial containing approximately 20 milliliters of a liquid that emanated an eerie green glow. The liquid swirled within the vial as if it were alive. A gift from Damien. Lin Wan's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. This is diluted water from the pool of Lazarus, sourced from the Assassin's Guild's secret stash. It cannot resurrect the dead, but it can forcibly prolong life in moments of severe injury, buying time for healing. He emphasized that it should only be used when on the brink of death, as side effects may include temporary hallucinations and potential personality exacerbation. Vitti was at a loss for words, gazing at the small vial. The image of Damien's serious little face flashing through his mind. The fifth layer, a diamond. Not the kind of flawlessly cut gem one finds in a jewelry store, but an unpolished stone about the size of a thumbnail. Yet, it shimmered with an extraordinary, ever-changing spectrum of colors: blue, gold, silver, green, like the aurora encapsulated within the rock. "This is mine," Bruce said, lifting the diamond, which lay quietly in his palm, a byproduct from Wayne Enterprises' renewable energy laboratory, formed during a mishap in an energy counteraction experiment. "We've tested it. It can absorb and store vast amounts of magic or energy shocks, releasing or neutralizing them upon reaching a critical point. In simple terms, it can help you withstand 3 lethal-level attacks. When carried on your person, it will activate automatically." The sixth layer, a stack of yellowed paper, several cinnabar pens, a bound ancient book, and a few ancient coins strung together with red thread. "These are mine," Linwan said gently, pushing the items toward him. "The talisman paper, cinnabar, and basic tools for drawing talismans. This book is a handwritten manuscript I procured from an elderly Taoist in our homeland. Detailed explanations of basic talismans. It contains some rather potent offensive and defensive talisman designs. The curriculum taught at Hogwarts is insufficient for your self-defense. Although you may need to learn some foundational Chinese Taoist practices first, your aptitude for learning should make that manageable." She paused, adding, "The Eastern talisman system operates on principles different from Western magic, yet at their core, they both involve the manipulation and guidance of energy. The more methods you possess, the safer you shall be. And these ancient coins, known as 5 Emperor coins, have been consecrated and symbolize protection against malevolent spirits. Carrying them will do you no harm." Vitti gazed at the array of items spread before him. The gun, the anti-magic bullets, the demon dagger, the pool of Lazarus water, the magical diamond, the comprehensive talisman guide, and felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. This was no longer merely a matter of preparing additional means for self-protection. It was an armament level sufficient to ensure that if Voldemort were to return, he would be met with an insurmountable defense. "Mom, Dad," Vitti finally regained his voice. "Somewhat feeble, isn't this a bit excessive?" "Excessive?" Bruce arched an eyebrow. "Vitti, someone attempted to kill you last night. It was neither an accident nor a misfire. It was a deliberate dark magic assault. We do not wish for you to seek out trouble, but we must ensure that when trouble finds you again, you possess the capability to survive and make those who seek to cause trouble pay the price." Linwan nodded, grasping Vitti's hand. "We know you are a good child and will not misuse these tools. But you must understand, Voldemort is not a reasonable adversary. The Ministry of Magic's efficiency is evidently lacking. And while we respect Headmaster Dumbledore at Hogwarts, last night's events demonstrated that the school cannot guarantee your safety in every circumstance." She gazed into her son's eyes, her brown irises filled with a mother's determination. "Therefore, we must implore you to protect yourself by any means necessary." Vitti fell silent, contemplating the items before him, memories of the previous night's events in the Forbidden Forest flashing through his mind. Voldemort's red eyes, Harry's asphyxiation, his own panic as he lunged forward, and the all-consuming rage of helplessness. He inhaled deeply, nodding. "I understand," he said, his voice firmer than before. "I will be cautious in my usage, only in times of necessity." "Excellent." Bruce closed the suitcase, the intricate locking mechanism automatically sealing it shut, restoring it to its ordinary appearance. The case contained hidden compartments to separately store these items, thereby preventing discovery during routine school inspections. Additionally, he handed Vitti what appeared to be an ordinary electronic watch. "This is a new communicator. Waterproof, shock-resistant, and capable of withstanding magical interference. It can resist at least ordinary-level disruptions. It features an emergency distress button, directly connecting to the Batcave and our private lines. Check the battery daily." Linwan then retrieved a small silk pouch from her handbag, deep blue and embroidered with a silver ginkgo leaf pattern. "This is a new talisman. This time, I had 3 different Taoists consecrated. Theoretically, its protective power is 3 times that of the previous one. Inside, there is a small amount of soil from our home, burned together with your hair, which can provide guidance for location in extreme situations." Vitti accepted the watch and pouch, feeling a weight within his heart, not a burden, but a solid, warm presence. His family had woven a protective net around him in their own unique ways, transcending the boundaries of worlds and systems, firmly encasing him. "Thank you," he murmured, then looked up, revealing a genuine smile. "And also, please convey my gratitude to Dick, Jason, Tim, and Damien. And to Alfred as well. I know he must be worried too." "He certainly is," Linwan smiled, ruffling her son's hair. He asked me to tell you that he'll be sending over a batch of freshly baked gingerbread next week, infused with a special calming formula. Bruce rose to his feet. It's about time we departed, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Vitty stood as well, looking at his parents. Suddenly, he stepped forward, embracing each of them tightly. I will be careful, he whispered into his mother's ear, and I will grow stronger, strong enough to protect myself and others. We know, Lin Wan replied, returning his embrace. Her voice slightly choked, but quickly regaining composure. Sweetheart, have some date-filled pastries. I bought them just for you. Vitty smiled as he picked up a piece of date paste pastry and took a bite. The familiar flavor melted in his mouth, sweet, yet not cloying. With a crisp outer layer and a dense filling of date paste. It was the taste of home. Moments later, they exited the room. Dumbledore and McGonagall were downstairs by the bar, seemingly engaged in a debate over some use of goat's milk. Finished your discussion? Dumbledore turned his head, his gentle gaze peering through his crescent-shaped glasses. We have. Bruce nodded, expressing gratitude for the time afforded to them. We trust you will do your utmost to ensure the safety of the school. As parents, we shall also fulfill our responsibilities. The underlying meaning was understood by both parties. Dumbledore smiled, of course. The responsibilities of family always take precedence. Vitty, shall you bid farewell to your parents? Certainly, Headmaster. They stepped out of the Hogshead Inn. The afternoon sun cast a slanting glow over the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade, while in the distance, Hogwarts Castle sparkled under the sunlight, ancient and mysterious. At the village entrance, Bruce and Lin Wan paused. This will be the end of our journey for now. Lin Wan adjusted Vitty's collar. Remember to write at least once a week. Contact us immediately if anything seems amiss. I understand. Bruce looked at his son, silence enveloping them for a few seconds before he added, Vitty, you mean a great deal to all of us. Vitty nodded earnestly. I have always known, Dad. All right, Lin Wan patted his shoulder. Off you go. And remember to share some snacks with your friends, especially that Harry Potter. The boy has had his share of challenges. I will. Watching his parents turn and gradually disappear along the path leading out of the village, Vitty stood still for a long while, clutching the suitcase filled with the love of his Bat family. Then he turned and gazed at Hogwarts Castle. The castle appeared tranquil and serene in the sunlight. Yet Vitty was acutely aware that darkness had already seeped into those ancient stone walls. Gripping the handle of his suitcase tightly, he stepped forward towards the castle. As dinner time approached, the Hogwarts Great Hall sparkled with candlelight as always, the enchanted ceiling reflecting the deepening twilight in shades of purple. With a few early stars beginning to twinkle, the 4 long tables of the houses were laden with food, yet the atmosphere tonight felt subtly different. The seat of the defense against the dark arts professor was conspicuously vacant, replaced by the presence of Severus Snape, who appeared somewhat more cheerful than usual. The news of Professor Quirrell's sudden illness had spread throughout the school that afternoon, with Snape stepping in to teach the defense against the dark arts class. As Vitty entered the Great Hall, he held the paper bag containing the Chinese pastries that his mother had specifically instructed him to share with his friends. Clad in his neatly arranged Slytherin robes, his ginkgo wand securely tucked into the wand pocket at his waist, and a newly acquired magical diamond pendant elegantly hanging from a delicate silver chain against his chest, he made his way towards the Slytherin table, scanning familiar faces. Millicent Bulstrode nodded at him, while his roommate Theodore not briefly lifted his gaze from a hefty tome on advanced potion-making, giving Vitty a subtle nod. At the front of the long table, Draco Malfoy sat with his back to him, conversing with Crabbe and Goyle in hushed tones, their body language exuding Malfoy-esque characteristic aristocratic elegance. Vitty hesitated for a moment before approaching. Good evening, he said, stopping beside Malfoy, his voice calm. Malfoy's shoulders stiffened imperceptibly. He slowly turned his head, his gray eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Wayne, Malfoy's tone was polite, yet somewhat stiff. I heard you encountered some trouble in the Forbidden Forest last night. The news had certainly spread quickly, Vitty thought, though it came as no surprise. Slytherin had its own network of information, and given that last night's events involved Harry Potter and an injured unicorn, complete secrecy was impossible. It was something like that. Vitty replied succinctly, having no intention of elaborating further. He lifted the paper bag. My mother visited today and brought some Chinese pastries. Would you like to try one? Date paste pastry. It's quite delightful. This gesture clearly took Malfoy by surprise. The blond boy raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Vitty's face and the paper bag, as if assessing whether this was a new form of mockery or provocation. However, Vitty's expression remained untroubled. He simply wished to share a snack and ease the tension. After all, sharing the same house and maintaining a constant state of animosity was exhausting. And following the events of the Forbidden Forest, Vitty had developed a clearer distinction between enemies and merely differing classmates. Malfoy undoubtedly belonged to the latter. Chinese pastries? Malfoy finally remarked, a hint of haughty skepticism in his voice. My father brought some back from the East during a magical exchange. They were overly sweet. This one isn't too sweet, Vittikel replied as he opened the paper bag, extracting a piece of the individually wrapped date paste pastry. Would you like to try it? If you don't like it, feel free to give it to Crabbe or Goyle. The two hefty boys perked up at the mention of their names, their eyes glistening at the sight of the golden, crisp treat. Malfoy cast a glance at Crabbe and Goyle's eager expressions, seemingly feeling that allowing them to devour it would be more humiliating. He accepted the pastry, elegantly tearing open the wrapper and cautiously taking a small bite, chewing, pausing. Another bite, this one larger. Not bad, Malfoy eventually commented, his tone begrudgingly appreciative. Better than I expected. The outer layer is quite flaky. Vittikel smiled. If you like it. I have more. He produced 2 more pieces, handing them to the eager Crabbe and Goyle, who devoured them almost whole while mumbling their approval. This small interaction caught the attention of several nearby Slytherin students. Pansy Parkinson curiously leaned in. Wayne, what is that? It smells delightful. Chinese pastries, made by my mother. Well, bought by her, Vittikel replied, casually placing the paper bag on the table. Everyone is welcome to try, although supplies are limited. The date paste pastries, egg yolk pastries, and osmanthus cakes began to circulate among the Slytherin table. Initially hesitant, many were soon displaying expressions of surprise and admiration after tasting them. Blaise Zabini remarked that the egg yolk pastry had an intriguing balance of sweet and savory, while even the typically aloof Theodore not offered a brief comment after sampling the osmanthus cake, noting its unique floral aroma without being overly sweet. Vittikel himself took a piece of date paste pastry, savoring it slowly. He could sense that the gazes surrounding him were no longer marked by the previous aloofness, but rather tinged with curiosity and even a hint of acceptance. Sharing food was an ancient and effective means of breaking the ice, something his mother had taught him. In Slytherin, such offerings must appear natural and unforced, and the items given must possess sufficient value, whether practical or symbolic. After finishing his pastry, Malfoy wiped his hands with a napkin and casually inquired, Your mother visited the school today? Yes, along with my father, to meet with Headmaster Dumbledore, Vittikel admitted candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth regarding last night's events. A flicker of understanding passed through Malfoy's gray eyes. They didn't ask you to transfer, did they? Malfoy asked, his tone striving for neutrality. Vittikel shook his head. No, it was merely to confirm my safety. He paused, recollecting the heavy affection contained within his suitcase. They offered me some advice and encouragement. A wise choice, spoke a 6th-year prefect seated opposite them, Gemma Farley, gracefully savoring a small piece of osmanthus cake. Hogwarts remains one of the safest magical places in Britain, despite recent disturbances. Her gaze subtly flickered toward the vacant seat of Quirrell at the faculty table. Professor Snape was substituting for the class, and Marcus Flint, a 7th-year student, gulped down a mouthful of pumpkin juice, gruffly proclaiming that at least they could learn something substantial. I had long grown weary of Quirrell's stuttering demeanor. This sentiment drew a few low murmurs of agreement from nearby Slytherin students, indicating that Professor Quirrell's unpopularity transcended house lines. As dinner neared its conclusion, Vittikel glanced into the paper bag, noting that half of the snacks remained alongside a small box of individually wrapped Dragonbeard candy and a bottle of autumn pear syrup, meant for Harry, as it was said to be soothing for the throat. He stood up, intending to cross over to the Gryffindor table. He turned to Theodore beside him and said, Please bring something for my friend. Theodore looked up from his book, nodding slightly. Don't take too long. There's a brief announcement from Flint about the Quidditch tryouts tonight in the common room. Although we are only first years, it wouldn't hurt to listen. It was almost a well-meaning reminder. Vittikel nodded in gratitude, picked up the paper bag, and made his way toward the distant Gryffindor table. As he traversed the central hall, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Slytherin students observed him as he approached the rival house with varied expressions. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students looked on with curiosity. At the staff table, Vittikel glanced up briefly. Professor Dumbledore was engaged in pleasant conversation with Professor McGonagall, but his blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped glasses, lingered on Vittikel for a moment, conveying gentle encouragement. Professor McGonagall's expression was more complex, a blend of concern and exasperation. Professor Snape's gaze swept over him like a cold blade, tightening his thin lips even further upon witnessing Vittikel's approach to the Gryffindor table. Professor Flitwick peered curiously, while the other professors merely cast a glance before returning to their meals or conversations. Indeed, Professor Quirrell's seat was conspicuously vacant. The once timid and stuttering figure had vanished, leaving behind an empty chair that appeared somewhat jarring in the candlelight. Vittikel's gaze lingered on the vacant spot for a moment, recalling the overlapping, red-eyed face he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest the previous night. A slight tightening in his stomach, but he quickly averted his gaze. It was not the time for such thoughts. Approaching the Gryffindor table, he found Harry, Hermione, and Ron seated together. Harry, his neck still wrapped in a soothing bandage provided by Madame Pomfrey, looked considerably better. Ron was devouring a steak pie, while Hermione was scribbling something on a napkin, likely outlining the study plan for the following day. Viti. Harry spotted him first, his green eyes brightening. Are you all right? I heard Hagrid say your parents came today. I'm fine, and they're fine, they just came to visit. Viti sat down beside Harry, placing the paper bag on the table. Here, some dragon beard candy and autumn pear syrup from my family. They said it's good for the throat. And these. Let us share. He pulled out the remaining snacks and the candy he had reserved for Harry. Ron was immediately drawn to the egg yolk pastry. What is this? It looks like a tart, but it's golden. Egg yolk pastry, a Chinese delicacy. Hermione, now setting down her quill, curiously picked up a piece. I've read about this in the culinary culture of the wizarding world, but I've never tasted it. Thank you, Viti. Thank your mother as well. Harry accepted the dragon beard candy and autumn pear syrup, speaking softly, and thank you for last night. If you hadn't rushed to catch me, and for your help, I might have we are friends, Harry. Viti reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Friends ought to help each other. Besides, you summoned Hagrid with that red spark. Ron had taken a large bite of the egg yolk pastry, his eyes widening. Merlin's beard, this is delicious. It's salted egg yolk. Hermione cautiously sampled the osmanthus cake, her expression one of appreciation. The sweetness is just right, and the floral aroma is exquisite. Your family has excellent taste. They conversed easily for a while, transitioning from snacks to classes, and then to the impending final exams, which had already begun to worry Hermione. Viti noticed, not far off. The Weasley twins were exchanging cheeky glances in his direction, seemingly intrigued by him. Meanwhile, Neville Longbottom shyly smiled at him. Such cross-house friendships were not uncommon at Hogwarts, though they were not the norm, particularly between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Viti felt the scrutiny from both houses, but remained unfazed. His principle for friendship was simple. Compatibility and mutual respect were sufficient. House colors were merely classifications, not shackles. After about 10 minutes, he stood to take his leave. I must return to Slytherin. I have some matters to attend to in the common room tonight. Go ahead, Harry replied. See you in potions class tomorrow. Merlin, help us. Snape's lessons seemed even more menacing. Because they indeed are more menacing, Ron muttered, as if we were the reason he had to substitute. He clearly relished the defense against the dark arts class. Viti couldn't help but chuckle. He waved goodbye and walked back to the Slytherin table. On the way back, he felt Professor Snape's icy gaze following him, but he bore it calmly, knowing he had not violated any school rules, merely sharing food with friends. Upon returning to his seat, Theodore had already put away his book and was leisurely sipping the last of his pumpkin juice. Draco had departed, but Crabbe and Goyle nodded at Viti. Finished? Theodore inquired. Viti sat down. When does the Quidditch briefing begin? At 8, in the common room, Theodore replied. Chapter 27, The Unicorn's Gift. The moonlight at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was clearer than any window in the castle. As Viti emerged from the secret passage near the Whomping Willow, the hem of his robe was dampened by moss. He brushed off his robe, his fingers lightly pressing the sonar module on his bat belt, which indicated no large creature activity within a 30-meter radius, only a few nocturnal animals rustling in the underbrush. This marked his 7th clandestine night visit to see Little White, the unicorn he had privately named despite its lengthy name in Elvish, which Firenze had once told him was too complex for human throats to pronounce. Since the incident in the Forbidden Forest 2 months ago, the creature had been recuperating in a secluded glade at the edge of the Centaur territory, cared for in turns by Firenze and several other centaurs. While Viti seized every opportunity to sneak out for a visit, tonight's excuse was a library visit, a ruse that was always effective with Hermione, provided he returned with adequately detailed notes. In truth, he had indeed spent time in the library until curfew, transcribing an entire 10 pages on the correspondence between ancient runes and Eastern spells. However, the moment the closing bell rang, he stuffed the parchment into his bag, evaded the patrolling prefects, and skillfully made his way toward this secret passage. The Forbidden Forest at night was a stark contrast to its daytime appearance. By day, it was merely dark, damp, and covered in moss, if one overlooked the moving trees and the occasional peeking magical creatures. But at night, the entire forest seemed to awaken to a different kind of life. Bioluminescent fungi bloomed with an eerie blue glow on decaying wood, while moonlight wove a silvery web across the forest floor through the layers of leaves. In the distance, the hooting of owls echoed and the sounds of some large creature moving through the underbrush could be heard. Viti tightened his grip on his wand. The wand shimmered with a warm amber hue under the moonlight, the charred scar at its tip nearly invisible, only discernible to the touch. Since the family armament upgrade in May, its color had indeed changed, shifting from a light brown to a deeper honey gold. With silvery strands of light coursing through the wood grain, almost visible to the naked eye. If Ollivander were to see it, he would likely be rendered speechless with excitement. He continued along the familiar path. He had traversed this path 7 times, and had memorized every marker. The oak tree split by lightning, yet still thriving. The thicket of blueberries that glimmered with an ethereal light, and the ancient blue stone inscribed with runes as old as the very language of the ancients, which Tim had remotely analyzed and deemed safe for drinking. However, this night bore an unmistakable difference. As he approached the cottage, a mere 200 meters away, the detector on Vittler's wrist began to pulse gently. This was not a warning signal. Rather, it was a soft, rhythmic vibration akin to a heartbeat. He lifted his wrist, and the dial illuminated with a constellation of dense silver points, arranged in a circular formation around a clearing in the woods ahead. There were many points, at least 20, each emanating a gentle yet potent energy, imbued with a magical resonance he had only ever felt in Little White, pure as freshly fallen snow. Vittler slowed his pace, silently maneuvering behind a sturdy beech tree, cautiously peeking out. Under the moonlight, the clearing seemed to be under a sacred enchantment. At least 25 unicorns stood in the glade, their coats shimmering with a gradient sheen ranging from pearly white to silvery gray, their spiral horns resembling exquisitely carved crystal, their tips reflecting soft rainbows. They exhibited various postures. Some lowered their heads to sniff the ground, others gazed skyward at the moon, while a few stood still, reminiscent of celestial fragments descended to the earthly realm. At the center of the clearing, Little White was encircled by several visibly older and larger unicorns. One in particular stood out, towering at least half a head above the others, its mane long and flowing, swaying like silver threads in the night breeze. Its spiral horn adorned with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of naturally occurring runes. It lowered its head to gently touch Little White's neck, a motion both graceful and authoritative. Is this a herd? Vittler held his breath. Unicorns were social creatures, yet typically, their gatherings were small and exceedingly secretive, rarely appearing in such numbers at the edge of the forbidden forest, especially so close to human habitation. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, unicorn herds migrated or congregated only for 2 reasons: breeding season or significant rituals. Suddenly, Little White lifted its head, nostrils flaring as it caught a scent in the air. Vittler instinctively took a half-step back, but it was too late. The unicorn's silver blue eyes had zeroed in on his hiding place. It emitted a soft, almost joyful whinny, its front hooves gently tapping the ground. Shoo, Vittler silently mouthed, no? But Little White had already sprung into action, gracefully leaping over its elder companions and bounding directly toward him. The moonlight cascaded over its silvery coat, and with each step, a faint halo of silver light blossomed beneath its hooves, a natural response of joy from the unicorn. All the unicorns turned simultaneously, 25 pairs of silver blue eyes locking onto Vittler's concealed position behind the tree. He felt his heart momentarily skip a beat. The tallest unicorn, evidently the herd leader, approached with a stately gait, its movements as elegant as skating upon ice, the golden patterns on its horn flowing gently in the moonlight. It paused beside Little White, lowering its head to regard the young unicorn before raising its gaze in Vittler's direction. There was no hostility. Utilizing his insight blessing combined with his innate affinity for magic, Vittler clearly sensed the emotions radiating from this group of unicorns: curiosity, vigilance, yet predominantly a sense of gratitude. A gentle, warm collective emotion surged toward him from the clearing. Little White had reached the base of the tree, gazing up at him and emitting a soft, urging whinny. Very well, Vittler sighed, stepping out from behind the tree. But you are the one who summoned me. He stepped into the moonlit clearing. In an instant, the attention of all the unicorns was drawn to him. The sensation of being scrutinized by 25 mythical beings was ineffable, not oppressive, but rather a transparent weight of earnest observation. Vittler felt as though they were perceiving him in a manner transcending mere sight, magical vibrations, emotional hues, and even deeper imprints of his soul. He stood tall, striving to appear relaxed and harmless. His wand was stowed away, and his hands hung naturally at his sides. This was a fundamental courtesy taught to him by Forenza when dealing with sensitive magical creatures. Do not wield weapons. Do not make sudden movements. Allow them to approach you willingly. Little White immediately nuzzled against him, its warm breath brushing against the back of his hand, then affectionately nudging his chest with its forehead. Vittler chuckled, reaching out to stroke the soft, flowing mane at its neck. Ah, it seems you have recovered splendidly. Forenza mentioned your wounds have fully healed. The unicorn emitted a contented purr, akin to that of a large feline. The towering leader advanced slowly, halting 5 steps away from Vittler, bowing with an elegant gesture, its front knee bending slightly, and its neck curving into a graceful arc. The other unicorns followed suit, creating a mesmerizing wave of silver-white forms in the clearing. Vittler blinked in surprise, then realized they were paying him homage. Clumsily, he returned the gesture with a wizardly bow, pressing his right hand to his chest and leaning forward at a 15-degree angle. This movement elicited curious tilts of the heads from several young unicorns. The leader straightened, its silver blue eyes fixed intently upon Vittikel. Within those eyes reflected the moonlight and his own image, profound enough to seem as though they could see through all superficial layers. Once again, Vittikel invoked his insight blessing, and this time he received not sounds, but vivid images projected directly into his consciousness. A darkened forest, Voldemort's twisted silhouette, silver arrows slicing through the air, shockwaves of sound, and then a boy kneeling beside a dying unicorn, a hand pressed against its wound. Followed by further scenes, the boys' clandestine weekly visits, bringing fresh moonlight grass and spring water, sitting beneath a tree reciting Eastern incantations softly. They were expressing their gratitude to him. Vittikel blinked, striving to shape his thoughts into words. You need not thank me. It was my duty. He was uncertain if unicorns could comprehend human language, but it was evident they could grasp emotions and intentions. The leader nodded gently, the golden patterns on its horn shimmering for a brief moment. Little White nudged him again, then grasped the hem of his robe with its teeth, gently tugging him toward the herd. Wait, are you asking me to come with you? Vittikel inquired uncertainly. Little White nodded. Unicorns could indeed nod, their movements as graceful as a dance. It continued to pull at his robe, the pressure gentle yet insistent. Vittikel glanced at the leader. The lofty unicorn slightly turned, creating a path leading to the heart of the herd. The other unicorns gracefully parted, forming a silver-white arc. This felt amiss. Unicorn herds were typically exceedingly averse to humans entering their core territories. This was a point emphasized in every magical zoology textbook. Yet at this moment, these mythical creatures were actively inviting him in. I only came to visit Little White, Vittikel attempted to explain. I didn't intend to intrude upon your gathering. Little White whinnied impatiently, tugging him forward. Vittikel stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, eliciting soft snorts of amusement from several young unicorns. All right, he capitulated. But only for a little while. I still have homework to complete. Truly, Hermione will check it. He followed Little White toward the center of the herd, the leader walking alongside him, while the other unicorns encircled them again, maintaining a respectful distance. Vittikel felt as though he was being escorted by a cadre of silver-white guardians, advancing toward the center of some arcane ritual. At the heart of the clearing lay a particularly smooth patch of ground, blanketed in soft moss and delicate white moonflowers, which only bloomed on nights of the full moon. The leader paused here, turning to face Vittikel. Then, it did something that Vittikel had completely failed to anticipate. It lowered its head and gently nudged the bat belt at Vittikel's waist with the tip of its spiraled horn. This? Vittikel queried uncertainly, pointing at the belt. The leader nodded, then took a step back, its gaze falling upon all the items hanging from his belt: the wand pouch, a small medical kit, a handgun, Jason's demon dagger sheath, which had been concealed in size by a shrinking charm, and Lin Wan's protective talisman pouch. Little White also approached, nudging his belt with its nose, and then looking up at him, its silver blue eyes filled with an insistent urgency. You want me to take everything out? Vittikel asked tentatively. The leader nodded once more. This request seemed peculiar, yet the unicorn, as a symbol of purity, was theoretically devoid of malice. Vittikel hesitated for a few seconds before beginning to unbuckle his belt. He first placed the wand pouch carefully on the moss, where it lay quietly in the moonlight, its wooden surface gleaming with a soft luster. Next came the medical kit, containing mainly basic supplies and calming biscuits, the handgun with its demon-repelling bullets, the dagger sheath, the talisman pouch, and a few miscellaneous tools, the miniature communicator from Bruce, Tim's modified magical energy detector, and the multi-functional knife, without a blade, bestowed upon him by Dick. Each item was laid out, forming a small circle on the moss encircled by moonlight flowers. The leader approached slowly, lowering its head to scrutinize each object. Its gaze lingered longest on the wand. As the spiraled horn drew near, the wand unexpectedly emitted a faint hum, not an alarm, but rather a resonance. The silver-white strands of light flowing across the surface of the ginkgo wood wand quickened, as if responding to the unicorn's magic. Then, the leader turned its attention to the demon dagger. Although still sheathed, the aura of the hellish border was unmistakable to the mythical creature. It took a step back, releasing a low, warning snort. Several older unicorns began to stir, their silver blue eyes flickering with caution. That is for self-defense, Vittikel hastily explained, only effective against dark magical creatures. I assure you it will not be used to harm any pure beings. He endeavored to convey his goodwill. The leader stared at him for a few moments, then, seeming to accept his explanation, stepped forward once more. Finally, its gaze fell upon an empty vial, a small crystal bottle that Vittikel had originally intended to contain moonlight grass dew, thumb-sized and sealed with a cork. Just before he arrived that afternoon, he had poured the last of the dew for Little White to drink, and the bottle had yet to be cleaned. The leader gently tapped the empty bottle with its horn, then looked up at Vittikel, then back down at the vial, repeating this action 3 times. "You want this bottle?" Vittikel asked uncertainly. The leader nodded, then nudged the bottle towards him with its horn. Vittikel picked up the vial. The crystal was transparent and flawless in the moonlight, with traces of dew still lingering on its surface. He removed the cork and tilted the bottle upside down. It was indeed empty. Then, Little White stepped forward. The young unicorn lowered its head to the bottle, and suddenly, a film of moisture enveloped its silver blue eyes. Before Vittikel could react, a single drop of silver liquid slipped from the corner of its eye, landing precisely in the bottle's opening. Wait, Vittikel's eyes widened. But Little White did not pause. It closed its eyes, and more silver tears began to fall. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, each like melted moonlight, producing a delicate, bell-like chime as they fell into the bottle. The tears pooled at the bottom, emanating a gentle white light, so pure that it overshadowed all the surrounding moonlight flowers. Vittikel's hand gripping the bottle began to tremble. He had read about unicorn tears in the appendix of Compendium of Rare Magical Materials, which contained a mere 3 lines of record. Unicorn tears, extremely rare. With only 7 known collection records, they possess a wide range of uses, with the most notable characteristics being purification and life prolongation. 1 drop can dispel the vast majority of curses in the world. 3 drops can grant 3 additional days of life to the dying. Conditions for acquisition are unknown, as they seldom weep, even when injured or dying. Unicorns prefer silence, more rare and precious than phoenix tears. For while a phoenix is reborn from fire every 500 years and may cry, leaving traces behind, the unicorn's pride is etched into its very essence. Weeping is nearly a shameful act for them. Yet now, Little White stood before him, quietly shedding tears, each silver droplet cascading into the vial. The other unicorns around bowed their heads, as if participating in some sacred ritual. The leader stood beside them, the golden patterns on its spiraled horn glowing brilliantly, as if guiding or witnessing the event. The vial quickly filled to 1/4. Little White continued to weep, the pace of its tears slowing but remaining steady. Vittikel could see its body trembling slightly. This was no easy feat, as each tear consumed its magical energy, perhaps even its vitality. "That's enough," Vittikel said hoarsely, attempting to move the vial away. "That is sufficient, Little White, please stop." But the leader gently pressed against his wrist with its horn, the pressure firm yet gentle, conveying a clear intent in its silver blue eyes. "Let it finish." Vittikel bit his lip tightly. He felt his own eyes growing warm, not from the urge to cry, but from the overwhelming weight of this unreserved trust and gift, rendering him utterly speechless. The vial was half full. The glow of the tears shimmered through the crystal walls, casting flowing silver reflections in his palm. Little White's breathing grew ragged, yet it did not cease. 2/3 full, the brilliance of the tears began to wane, shifting from pure silver to a softer pearlescent hue. Finally, just as the vial approached fullness, Little White opened its eyes. The last tear hung at the corner of its eye, lingering before falling. It gazed down at the nearly full vial, then looked up at Vittikel, letting out a weary yet satisfied whinny. The leader stepped forward, gently touching its forehead to Little White's neck, a gentle magic flowing between the 2 unicorns. Little White's trembling body gradually calmed. Vittikel held the heavy vial, the warmth of his palm warming the crystal slightly. The liquid within rippled under the moonlight, each tear maintaining its distinct form, akin to a bottle filled with encapsulated stars. He carefully replaced the cork. The moment it touched the bottle opening, all the brilliance receded, transforming the vial back into an ordinary crystal container, discernibly gleaming only when viewed closely in the light. Little White gave a gentle nuzzle against his arm, a light touch as if bidding farewell. It then turned and walked toward the herd, which parted to make way for it. The leader cast one last glance at Vittikel, bowed its head in a gesture of respect, and then led the herd slowly into the depths of the forest. They departed silently, their silver-white forms gradually merging with the shadows of the trees, like a host of spirits returning to the starlit sky. Only the lingering silver glow on the ground and the faint, sweet scent reminiscent of snow in the air testified to their existence. Vittikel stood rooted to the spot until the last glimmer faded into the night. He looked down at the crystal vial in his hand, feeling its weight as if it bore 1,000 burdens. It was both a gift and a responsibility. He took a deep breath, carefully placing the vial into the inner pocket of his robe, close to his heart. Then, he began to gather the scattered items: wand, medical kit, dagger, talisman. Each returned to its rightful place, his movements slower than usual, as if he were digesting everything that had just transpired. As he refastened his belt, he brushed against the small bulge in his inner pocket. Unicorn tears. A whole vial. Bruce needed to know about this, but it could only be shared with Batman. This treasure was too precious, too perilous. If it fell into the wrong hands, he glanced at his watch. 1:17 in the morning. He had been at the edge of the Forbidden Forest for nearly 2 hours. He needed to return to the castle post-haste. Voldemort cast a final glance at the direction in which White and his kin had vanished, before turning back to retrace his steps. The moonlight illuminated the path, and this time, he walked with a steadiness that belied his earlier turmoil. The journey back to the castle from the Forbidden Forest felt considerably shorter than before. Perhaps it was the weight of his thoughts that made him scarcely aware of having traversed the Whomping Willow's secret passage and stepped onto the lawn beside the Hogwarts main building. A gentle night breeze brushed against him, carrying the mist from the Black Lake and the subdued murmurs of the mandrakes wafting from the distant greenhouse. Those little creatures had recently been repotted and were rather irritable. He was about to circumvent the castle's side, planning to sneak back into the second-floor corridor through a window that was perpetually left unlocked. This route had been analyzed by Tim's satellite positioning, deemed the most discreet for nocturnal movements, when suddenly, a hushed voice emanated from his right. "You must come, Potter, unless you wish to admit that you are a coward." It was Draco Malfoy's voice, feigning nonchalance, yet laced with unmistakable provocation. Voldemort immediately halted, stealthily retreating behind a suit of armor. This armor was a familiar companion. During his last nocturnal escapade, it had reminded him of the head boy patrolling upstairs, and in return, Voldemort had polished its family crest. At that moment, the armor remained immobile, yet the slight tilt of its helmet seemed to grant him a vantage point for observation. From the shadows of the stone column, he beheld 3 figures. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley stood near the entrance hall, both clad in pajamas beneath their robes, evidently having rushed out. Harry clutched his wand tightly, his green eyes glinting with barely contained fury behind his glasses. Ron stood beside him, his tousled red hair and sleep-drenched face betraying his drowsiness. Yet he too held his wand aloft, albeit in a less-than-ideal stance. Facing them was none other than Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy wore dark green silk pajamas, draped in a Slytherin robe, his hair astonishingly intact, as if he had employed a styling spell. Unaccompanied, Crabbe and Goyle were conspicuously absent, which was somewhat unusual. Malfoy rarely acted alone, especially when taunting Gryffindors. "I never said I wouldn't come, Malfoy." Harry's voice was lowered, yet his anger was palpable. "I merely wanted to ascertain whether you were plotting something again. You delight in employing underhanded schemes to triumph." "That is strategy," Malfoy retorted with a feigned smile. "And that last attempt was unsuccessful, was it not? Your savior's halo has manifested once more. So tonight is the moment to settle this," Malfoy continued, drawing his wand. "Right now, in the trophy room, one-on-one. No helpers, no informing the professors, a true wizard's duel. How about it, Potter? Or do you only wish to play the hero on the Quidditch pitch?" Harry tightened his grip on his wand. Voldemort could see the knuckles on the back of his hand protruding. "Fine," Harry finally replied, his voice growing colder. "The trophy room now. But if you pull any tricks, Malfoy, you'll come crying to Dumbledore? Rest assured, tonight it will only be the 3 of us." Malfoy turned, his robe sweeping gracefully behind him. "Come along, if you aren't too frightened to follow." He strode toward the entrance hall. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance before trailing after him. Voldemort peered out from behind the armor, arching an eyebrow at the 3 figures disappearing into the shadows of the entrance hall. How utterly juvenile. And when did the 2 of them become so adversarial? He recalled that Malfoy and Harry had scarcely interacted before. A midnight duel? The trophy room? Not to mention Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolled that vicinity nightly. The mere risk of losing points for breaking curfew would be enough to deter them. Harry and Ron might not care too much, but Malfoy, a self-proclaimed noble Slytherin, suggesting something that could potentially cost points for his house. That was uncharacteristic of him, unless he had an ulterior motive. Voldemort hesitated for 3 seconds. Reason dictated that he should return immediately to the Slytherin dormitory, prepare the unicorn tears, pen a letter for Athena to send home in the morning, and feign that nothing had transpired tonight. Yet, curiosity, a trait inherited from the Waynes, a keen intuition for the unusual, held him in place. All right, he had to concede. The prospect of witnessing Malfoy humiliated was indeed alluring, especially since recently the blonde boy had consistently regarded him with that condescending look. One that barely acknowledged Voldemort's existence, while simultaneously suggesting he ought to befriend Malfoy. It made one want to do something to shatter that facade of arrogance. With a sigh, Voldemort stepped out from his hiding spot and silently followed. He maintained his distance, utilizing the shadows of the corridor and the blind spots of the moving staircases to trail them. The trio ahead clearly lacked experience in nocturnal escapades. Harry and Ron's footsteps were too heavy, while Malfoy's light footfalls were accompanied by the telltale rustling of his robe against the stone floor, echoing in the silent castle. To make matters worse, they were actually discussing tactics. What if he brings Crabbe and Goyle? Ron whispered. We should have called Hermione. At least she could keep watch outside. Hermione would just tell the head boy, Harry replied, and this is my issue with Malfoy. Ron, you stay at the entrance. If he brings reinforcements, just hoot like an owl. What kind of owl? Barn owl or snowy owl? Their hoots are different. Whatever. Just as long as it isn't a human voice. Malfoy ahead let out a scoff, but did not turn back. Voldemort rolled his eyes. Hooting like an owl? Really? The stealth techniques he learned from Jason at the age of 8 were far superior to this. They reached the 3rd floor without incident, which itself was rather peculiar. Filch typically patrolled the main corridor at least once during this hour. Yet tonight, both the caretaker and his cat were conspicuously absent. The castle was unnaturally quiet. Even the portraits that usually bickered at night were asleep. The door to the trophy room stood ajar. Malfoy pushed the door open, and Harry and Ron followed him inside. Voldemort waited a few seconds, then stealthily moved to the door and peered through the crack. The interior was darker than the corridor, with only the moonlight streaming through the high windows casting cold white patches of light on the glass display, cases, and trophies. The 3 figures stood in the center of the room, the tips of their wands emitting faint illumination spells, though poorly controlled, the glow flickering erratically. All right. Malfoy's voice echoed in the spacious room. As per tradition, the duelists will stand 20 paces apart, back to back, and upon hearing the signal, turn and cast spells. Weasley, you count. Why do I have to count? Ron protested. Because you're the witness. If Potter loses, you must ensure he upholds his end of the bargain. Malfoy feigned a smile. The stakes are, the loser must concede that the opposing house is superior, and for the next month, whenever they encounter each other in the corridors, they must yield the way. Harry scoffed. You better be ready, Malfoy. Start counting. The two positioned themselves back to back. Ron reluctantly began to count. 1, 2, 3. Voldemort leaned against the door, arms crossed. The scene was so juvenile it was almost laughable. 2 11-year-old wizards, clad in pajamas, engaging in a traditional duel in a room filled with antique trophies. He could even predict what would transpire next. One of them would cast a sleeping spell or a jelly-legs jinx, the other would dodge, or not. Then knock over an expensive trophy, triggering an alarm, and Filch would appear. However, the unfolding events proved more entertaining than he had anticipated. As Ron counted to 15, footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Not the sluggish, cat-accompanied footsteps of Filch, but lighter, quicker. The sound of leather soles gliding over stone, and there were multiple pairs. Voldemort swiftly turned, spotting 2 shadows rounding the staircase. It was Crabbe and Goyle. They were not clad in pajamas, but rather in neatly arranged robes, clutching ropes and bags that resembled traps. Malfoy had no intention of engaging in a fair duel. He had lured Harry and Ron here, setting Crabbe and Goyle in ambush nearby, ready to encircle them. Inside the room, Ron counted to 20. At that moment, both Harry and Malfoy turned, wands raised. Yet Harry had evidently heard the commotion outside. He abruptly glanced towards the doorway, his expression shifting. Ron, outside. It was too late. Crabbe and Goyle had already rushed to the entrance of the trophy room, clumsily yet effectively blocking the sole exit. The thick rope in Goyle's hand was clearly enchanted, writhing like a living serpent. Crabbe held a large bag, which Vittikel recognized as a binding bag, a rudimentary yet effective magical tool capable of forcibly containing struggling creatures. Good evening, Potter. Malfoy's smile turned smug and cold. It appears your savior instincts have failed you this time. You cheated, Ron bellowed, aiming his wand at Malfoy. This is strategy, Malfoy corrected, and you never mentioned anything about not bringing reinforcements. Now, you have 2 options. First, allow Goyle to tie you up, and I shall mercifully deposit you at the castle entrance in your pajamas. Second, resist, and then be tied up and thrown out, possibly with a few extra bruises. He raised his wand. I personally recommend option 2. I've always wanted to try a combination of the leg locker curse and the binding curse. Harry and Ron stood back to back, wands directed at Malfoy and the 2 hulking figures at the door. The odds were clearly unfavorable, 2 against 3. And although Crabbe and Goyle were clumsy, their sheer size meant they could withstand a few spells and still charge forward. Vittikel outside sighed. He could have turned and walked away. Truly, this matter was none of his concern. It was a personal feud between Harry and Malfoy. Moreover, if he intervened now, he might expose his nocturnal escapades and invite unnecessary trouble. However, he recalled the smile on Harry's face when he mouthed "We'll talk later." He remembered Ron discreetly passing him a note with incorrect potion steps during class, which ultimately led to an explosion in the cauldron. He even recalled the arrogant, blonde little scoundrel Malfoy occasionally tossing him a piece of candy while he read, then pretending to gaze out the window after the family armament incident. The Weasleys were not the type to stand idly by whilst others faced peril. Even if dying in this instance merely meant being tossed out in pajamas to freeze at the castle entrance for a night. And then there was the binding bag in Crabbe and Goyle's possession. Vittikel had seen such things before, used in Gotham's underground auctions to contain kidnapped children. Even though he knew Malfoy was likely just trying to intimidate, the mere presence of that bag tightened his stomach. He made a decision. Just as Malfoy prepared to cast a spell and Crabbe and Goyle advanced, Vittikel stepped out from the shadows by the door. "Good evening, gentlemen." His voice was calm, yet startlingly clear in the silent corridor. "Mind if I join you?" Regarding Vittikel's daily struggle with accessory choices each morning, inspired by a comment from the section below, Vittikel sat cross-legged on the dormitory carpet, arraying a collection of items before him as if at a market stall. To his left lay a jade pendant. To his right a diamond tie clip. In front of him a string of 5 emperor coins. Behind him some talisman papers and a vermilion brush. His watch already adorned his wrist, a basic daily essential that did not count towards today's dilemma. Of course, a firearm was absolutely not permissible in class. He cradled his chin, his brows furrowing in concentration. "They're all quite lovely," he murmured, picking up the jade pendant for a closer look before setting it down. Then lifting the diamond tie clip to compare it to his tie, only to return it to its place. All offered protection, but the emphasis varied. "The jade pendant balances energy, preventing excessive fluctuations in my magical power while casting," Vittikel spoke to himself, lifting the pendant to the magical window to catch a glimpse of the eerie green light streaming in, but I managed to control it quite well in yesterday's charm class. "The diamond can withstand 3 lethal attacks." He grasped the tie clip, its silver base chilling to the touch, but Professor McGonagall would be inspecting transfiguration assignments today. What if she deemed this ornament too ostentatious and deducted points? The emperor coins ward off spirits. He slipped the coin string around his wrist. The 5 ancient coins clinked softly, yet today as first class was magical history, and considering Professor Binns was a ghost, would wearing this be somewhat disrespectful? He picked up a talisman paper, examining a pre-drawn calming talisman. The yellow paper and vermilion ink stood out in the dim light, invigorating, but if Professor Flitwick spotted it, he would undoubtedly pester him with questions. He sighed, setting the talisman down. "I want them all, yet I cannot wear them all. That would make me resemble a walking magical accessory store, and I must conceal a dagger beneath my robe as well. If I wear too many, I would jingle with every step. Why must everyone gift so many protective items?" Vittikel lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. "Can't they be combined into one? For instance, a jade pendant embedded with diamonds, inscribed with runes in vermilion, and strung together with the emperor coins." Vittikel gazed at the assortment for a solid 2 minutes. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eureka! He leaped up, dashed to his desk, rummaging through a drawer for a blank piece of parchment and a quill. Returning to the carpet, he spread the parchment flat and began to draw a table. When Theodore Nott emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by the sight of his roommate sitting on the floor, surrounded by an array of peculiar items, diligently sketching boxes on the parchment while muttering to himself. Nott had intended to leave without a glance. He typically paid no mind to Vittikel's morning rituals. However, today, the contents of that parchment made him pause. Vittikel had drawn a table with 7 rows and 5 columns. The first row read, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The first column designated primary protection, secondary protection, and notes. For Monday, primary protection, jade pendant. Secondary protection, emperor coins. Notes. High activity of castle ghosts on Mondays. Avoid contact with ghosts. For Tuesday, primary protection, diamond tie clip. Secondary protection, emperor coins. Notes. Astronomy class late return. Avoid ghost encounters. Confirm that the diamond is securely fastened before transfiguration class. Nott stood at the door, his backpack already slung over his arm. He stared at the increasingly detailed table, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Soon, Vittikel was writing about Thursday. Primary protection, jade pendant. Secondary protection, emperor coins, exorcism talisman. Notes. Potions class may result in cauldron explosions, requiring comprehensive protection. Is Thursday too excessive? Vittikel muttered to himself, but still marked an asterisk in Thursday's row, annotating it as this Thursday only, to be reassessed next week. Nott's mouth twitched even more violently. He took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his calm indifference, yet his gaze remained fixated on that absurdly meticulous table. As Vittikel reached this point, he suddenly recalled something and added a line of small print at the bottom of the table. Supplementary clause. In the event of special incidents, such as the Forbidden Forest, nighttime excursions, Quidditch matches, or unexpected dark arts defense alarms, the full protective plan will automatically activate. All accessories must be cleaned and maintained weekly on Sunday evenings. The effectiveness of the schedule will be evaluated on the first Monday of each month and adjusted as necessary. New accessories must undergo a 3-day testing period before being integrated into the schedule. Finished. Vittikel set down the quill, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. The meticulously organized charts on parchment, with their detailed classifications and comprehensive considerations, represent nothing short of a perfect solution. No longer will he be plagued by daily indecision. He cheerfully remarked, "Let us adhere to the chart. It is both scientific and efficient." With great care, Vittikel rolled up the chart, preparing to affix it by his bedside. As he turned, he was taken aback to find Not standing at the doorway, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The air hung in silence for a brief 3 seconds. "Good morning, Not," Vittikel greeted, raising the chart in his hand, feeling a touch of embarrassment mingled with pride. "I have devised a schedule for accessory choices. What do you think?" Not opened his mouth, then closed it again. His gaze shifted from the chart to Vittikel's face. And back to the chart. "You've created a schedule for accessories?" Not's voice was slightly dry. "Indeed," Vittikel exclaimed enthusiastically as he unfurled the chart. "Look, on Monday, jade pendant and 5 Emperor's coins. On Tuesday, diamonds and 5 Emperor's coins. On Wednesday, a simpler look with just the 5 Emperor's coins and talismans. And on Thursday, if classes are numerous and stress is high, I'll wear more. Friday." "I get it," Not interrupted him, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "We must arrange scientifically," Vittikel asserted earnestly, "and there are notes to consider, such as removing the 5 Emperor's coins before Professor Bin's History of Magic class to show respect." Not closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he reopened them, his face had adopted its characteristic cool demeanor, though the corners of his eyes still twitched slightly. "So," he said slowly, "Thursday is the day for full regalia? This Thursday has the most classes." Vittikel responded matter-of-factly, "We have potions, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration, all in succession. You'll look like a walking magical accessory shop." "I don't think so. I've noticed that everyone in Slytherin wears accessories," Vittikel insisted. "And I've planned for this, so I'll keep some items in my bag. See, I've thought of everything." Not stared at him for a full 5 seconds. Then, without uttering a word, he turned and pulled open the dormitory door. However, just before closing it, he paused, facing away from Vittikel, and said, "Just a reminder. Today is Thursday." Vittikel was taken aback. He looked down at the chart, and indeed, today was Thursday. He glanced at the jade pendant, 5 Emperor's coins. Talismans sprawled on the floor, then at his watch and the dagger at his waist. Finally, he envisioned himself adorned with all of it as he walked. "All right," he murmured. "At least I won't have to agonize over it today." Outside the door, Not, separated by the door panel, could faintly hear a nearly imperceptible sigh, or perhaps laughter. The jade pendant hung around his neck, 5 Emperor's coins on his wrist, talismans neatly folded in his pocket, watch checked, dagger secured. Fully equipped, he stood before the mirror, puffing out his chest. Not was entirely mistaken. While it might be somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniably charming. Safety first, he reminded himself, and quite scientific. As Vittikel opened the door, Not raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. "Not at all out of place," Theodore remarked slowly, his gaze sweeping over Vittikel. "Let us go?" The moment Not laid eyes on Vittikel standing before him, he was taken aback, realizing that his roommate was, in fact, quite the beauty. Often overlooked amid the controversies surrounding him at Hogwarts, which obscured his strikingly superior appearance. He was a masterpiece that blended the virtues of both Eastern and Western aesthetics, vivid yet graceful, immediately pleasing to the eye. His blue eyes, softened by his mother's Eastern heritage, were adorned with alluring almond shapes that suggested a hint of romance, while a jade pendant dangled gracefully from his collar. The red string of the 5 Emperor's coins peeked from his sleeves, and his watch glimmered subtly, with the hem of his robe weighed down by the concealed dagger. All these details, illuminated by his clear aura and that exceedingly outstanding visage, quietly transformed into understated embellishments. He shook his head, but this time, the twitch at his lips was not one of annoyance, but rather a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "At least," he murmured to himself, "I will no longer sit on the floor in a daze every morning." Chapter 28. Through Walls and Locators. The 5 boys froze simultaneously. Malfoy's expression was the most dramatic. First shock, followed by the irritation of a plan being thwarted, then a complex array of emotions as he beheld Vittikel. Awkwardness, wariness, and perhaps a hint of guilt that Vittikel had not anticipated. "Weasley?" Malfoy's voice cracked slightly. "What are you doing here?" Stargazing, Vittikel shrugged. "As if it were the most natural thing in the world. The night view of the castle is splendid, especially near the trophy room." "What about you? A pajama party?" Harry and Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Ron stammered, "Viviti? How come you?" "I'll explain later," Vittikel interrupted, his gaze landing on Crabbe and Goyle. "First, you two, could you kindly put those things down? The ropes are rather filthy, and Merlin help us. Goyle, when was the last time you washed that bag? It smells quite foul." Goyle looked down at the bag in confusion, even sniffing it. Crabbe nudged him, and only then did the big oaf react, lifting the bag again. Though his earlier bravado had diminished, Malfoy's expression darkened. "This is none of your business, Weasley." Return to your dormitory. I would prefer to, Vittikel sighed, but you see, my roommate Theodore not is a bit of a neat freak. If I return now, covered in dual dust or the musty scent of ropes, he'll give me that look, the one that says you've polluted my air, for an entire week. That's worse than being caught by Filch. As he spoke, he sauntered into the trophy room, naturally positioning himself slightly in front of Harry and Ron, creating a subtle triangular formation. He had drawn his wand. His hands hung loosely by his sides, but Malfoy clearly noticed the small gadgets on his belt. So, Vittikel continued, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. I propose a compromise. Malfoy, you instruct your lackeys to put away the props. Harry, Ron, you lower your wands. Then we quietly return to our respective dormitories, pretending that nothing happened tonight. How does that sound? Silence ensued. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting cool shadows across the 5 boys' faces. The glass of the trophy case reflected their distorted silhouettes. Malfoy was the first to shatter the silence. What if I say no? Vittikel tilted his head. Then I shall have to resort to less elegant means. Perhaps screaming? Screaming? Malfoy scoffed. Do you want to attract Filch? That would ensnare you all as well. Oh, I want to scream. Vittikel smiled. I'll let something else scream. From the small pouch on his belt, he retrieved an inconspicuous metallic disc, a modified sound wave generator from Tim, originally designed to dispel magical pests, but adjusted to emit a high-frequency noise audible only to certain creatures. Vittikel gently pressed the edge of the disc. No sound emerged, at least not to human ears. Yet the next second, a piercing, metallic screech echoed from somewhere within the castle. The sound surged from downstairs, growing louder, accompanied by a cacophony of clattering. Those talking suits of armor. They had gone berserk in the armor corridor. What have you done? Malfoy's face drained of color. Just providing a little late-night music for the gentlemen in armor. Vittikel replied innocently, and they seemed to quite enjoy it. However, at this volume, Filch will likely arrive within 30 seconds. Mrs. Norris may arrive even sooner. No sooner had he spoken than distant cat yowls and hurried footsteps could be heard. Filch was coming. The 5 boys froze once more. Harry and Ron exchanged terrified glances. Malfoy gritted his teeth, while Crabbe and Goyle looked bewilderedly at their leader. Vittikel sighed. All right, plan B. He swiftly surveyed the trophy room, noting that there was but a single door, while the windows loomed high on the 3rd floor. The display cases were numerous, scarcely accommodating 5 individuals. The only potential escape route caught his eye, an ancient grandfather clock nestled in the corner. Its face bore a celestial chart, and though the pendulum stood still, the clock's imposing body could certainly conceal someone. More significantly, he recalled Tim mentioning during his examination of the castle's structural blueprint that behind the eastern wall of the trophy room lay an abandoned divination classroom. There had once been a door between the 2 chambers, now sealed for decades, leaving behind a slender interstitial space. If only there were a way to traverse through it. The sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by Filch's grumbled curses. Damn armor, what madness is this that allows me to be caught? Detention it shall be. Time was of the essence. Vittikel decisively turned, pulling Harry and Ron close. This way, he urged. Wait, they protested, but he disregarded their objections, dragging them toward the grandfather clock. Simultaneously, he hissed at Malfoy. If you wish to be caught, then stand still. Malfoy hesitated for half a second before grimacing and following suit, gesturing for Crabbe and Goyle to join him. The 3 Slytherins and 2 Gryffindors found themselves wedged in the narrow space between the clock and the wall, their breaths quickening. The footsteps halted just outside the door. The glow of Filch's lantern seeped through the crack, casting an elongated beam upon the floor. The fat lady emitted a sniffing sound. There is someone here. The caretaker's hoarse voice rang out. I smell fresh air. Vittikel held his breath, his left hand gripping Harry's arm while his right rested against the cold, rough stone of the wall. Yet, within his perception, he sensed the existence of space beyond the wall and magic. Faint, yet undeniably a remnant of spatial enchantment. This wall had been bewitched, not permanently sealed, but rather a reversible barrier. He withdrew his wand, its tip glowing softly in the darkness. However, before he could attempt anything, Harry suddenly moved, extracting a silver fabric from his pocket and swiftly unfurling it. An invisibility cloak. Vittikel's eyes widened. He knew Harry possessed such a cloak. He had mentioned it at Christmas, yet he never anticipated that Harry would carry it with him. Get in, Harry whispered urgently, draping the cloak over their heads. Yet a dilemma arose. The cloak was substantial, but not quite large enough to completely shroud 5 individuals. Vittikel, Harry, and Ron barely managed to fit beneath it, while Malfoy was half exposed, and Crabbe and Goyle remained entirely vulnerable. Moreover, the space was exceedingly cramped. As Harry tugged at the cloak, his elbow struck the grandfather clock. At that moment, the clock chimed. The deep, ancient toll reverberated through the confined space, penetrating the walls and echoing throughout the room. Filch's response was immediate. In there. The lantern's light surged forward as the door swung open entirely. Filch's gaunt figure appeared in the doorway, lantern raised high, illuminating half the room. The fat lady crouched at his feet, her yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. It was over. Vittiker's mind raced. Fight. Impossible. Any aggression towards the caretaker would result in immediate expulsion. Explain? That would be even worse. Flee. The sole exit was blocked. Just as Filch began to approach their hiding spot, Vittiker made a daring decision. He released Harry, turning to face the wall, pressing his wand against the stone bricks, and swiftly reciting the basic barrier-breaking spell in Mandarin that he had learned the previous day, not as an attack, but as a plea. The concept of doors in Eastern mysticism. Every wall is a door, and every door can be opened. The tip of his wand ignited with a warm golden glow. The silver threads of ginkgo wood swirling and accelerating within its grain. The wall began to tremble slightly, dust cascading down. What sound? Filch was drawing closer. The lantern's light already illuminating the edge of the clock. Vittiker clenched his jaw, channeling every ounce of his magical energy. This was not a forceful breach, but rather an attempt to locate a fissure in the barrier. Every magic has its imperfections, much like every lock possesses a keyhole. He found it. On the wall. The texture of one stone brick suddenly twisted, forming a vortex the size of a fist, its depths shrouded in profound darkness. The passage was too small for an adult to navigate, but perhaps a child could. In. Vittiker barked, shoving Harry forward. What the? Harry's torso was sucked into the whirlpool, the invisibility cloak slipping from his shoulders. Ron's eyes widened, yet there was no time for hesitation. Filch's lantern light was already illuminating his face. The red-haired boy screamed, lunging towards the vortex as well. Malfoy turned pale, glancing between the ominous black whirlpool and the advancing Filch. With a final grimace, he charged forward too. Crabbe and Goyle clumsily followed suit. Vittiker was the last to enter, but he managed to snag Harry's invisibility cloak, pulling it over himself as he turned. As he spun around, he saw Filch already at the grandfather clock, the lantern's beam shining directly on his face. The caretaker's gaunt visage was filled with confusion. What is this? Good evening, Mr. Filch. Vittiker silently greeted him in his mind, before tumbling backward into the vortex. Just before he was completely engulfed by darkness, he observed Filch reaching out to pat the wall, his skeletal fingers brushing against the hem of his robe, but failing to grasp hold, much like a muggle unable to pass through platform 9 3/4. The fat lady let out an indignant shriek. Then, the world spun. Darkness. Rotation. Weightlessness. The process of traversing through the wall was far more uncomfortable than Vittiker had anticipated. It was not the sensation of being squeezed as an apparition, but rather akin to being tossed into a washing machine, spun around for dozens of revolutions, and then thudding against a hard floor. He groaned as he propped himself up, his vision filled with golden stars. His wand remained in hand, the light of the Patronus providing a limited illumination, its golden halo brightening a few feet around him. This was evidently the abandoned divination classroom. The room was small, shrouded in dust, with peeling walls, several legless tables piled in one corner, and a half-dilapidated chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The air was thick with mildew and the scent of some ancient herbs. And he was not the only one who had fallen here. Harry and Ron were in a heap, the invisibility cloak crumpled beneath them. Malfoy lay awkwardly sprawled across a broken table, his blonde hair dusted with grime. Crabbe and Goyle fared the worst. Their larger frames had taken the brunt of the fall, and they lay groaning on the floor. Merlin's beard. Ron was the first to sit up, rubbing the back of his head. Did we just walk through a wall? Clearly. Harry replied, picking up the invisibility cloak and shaking off the dust before turning his gaze to Vittiker, his expression multifaceted. How did you manage that? Vittiker did not respond immediately. He first assessed his own condition. Aside from feeling dizzy and nursing a few scrapes, he was largely unscathed. His wand was intact, and everything on his belt remained in place. Then he looked at the wall. The surface they had passed through appeared entirely normal, the stone bricks tightly bound, devoid of any signs of a vortex or passage. Filch's voice was faintly audible from behind the wall, though muffled as if heard through thick glass. A temporary spatial conduit. Vittiker succinctly explained, a technique from Eastern enchantments. It won't last long. Filch won't be able to enter, but we should not linger here. Though he cannot see us, he might go fetch a professor. This statement heightened the tension among them. Malfoy descended from the table with as much grace as he could muster, but the dust covering him undermined his efforts. He dusted off his robes, his gray eyes fixed on Vittiker. You knew that wall could be traversed all along. Just a guess, Vittiker replied, stowing his wand. Tim, my brother, discovered the scanned blueprint of the castle. There should be an abandoned classroom behind it. As for the method of passing through the wall, that was improvised. Improvised? Malfoy's voice rose incredulously. You used an improvised spell to transport all 5 of us from the trophy room to here. What if the spell had failed? What if the wall behind is solid stone? We would be having tea with Filch now, Vittikel remarked calmly, yet the spell did not fail. Thus, here we remain. Any thoughts? Malfoy opened his mouth, but refrained from voicing anything. A flicker of anger, apprehension, and perhaps a hint of uncertainty crossed his features, colored by a blush that Vittikel couldn't discern as an illusion. Crabbe and Goyle finally managed to rise. The hulking figures appeared dazed, with Crabbe bumping his head and grinning foolishly as he rubbed the swelling. Hey, wall walking is cool. Goyle nodded in agreement, like a ghost. Harry and Ron also stood up. Harry meticulously folded the invisibility cloak and tucked it back into his pocket, then turned to Vittikel, earnestly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You just saved us. I saved us all, Vittikel corrected, including a certain strategically adept Slytherin. Malfoy's face flushed, yet he remained silent. Ron surveyed the abandoned classroom. Frowning, what do we do now? Filch is surely blocking the exit. Does this classroom even have a door? They searched the room. The only door was on the opposite wall, but it was obstructed by a heavy wooden cabinet piled high with tattered parchment rolls and rusty astronomical instruments. There were windows, but they were boarded up, and through the gaps, they could see the castle's outer wall at the third-floor level, with the roof of the herbology classroom below. No way out. Ron's voice began to tremble. Calm down, Vittikel said as he approached the clutter. Where there is an entrance, there must also be an exit. This classroom cannot be entirely sealed, otherwise, it wouldn't have been used back in the day. He started rummaging. Harry and Ron joined in, and after a moment of hesitation, Malfoy gestured for Crabbe and Goyle to assist. The five of them rummaged through the dust, and soon enough, Ron discovered a loose floorboard beneath an overturned copper basin. Here, as they pried open the floorboard, a narrow vertical shaft was revealed, with an iron ladder extending downwards into the abyss, faint sounds of flowing water echoing from below. A pipe? Harry peered down, probably part of the old drainage system. Where does it lead? Malfoy inquired skeptically. Better than being here. Vittikel had already crouched down, illuminating the interior of the shaft with his wand. The iron ladder was rusty, yet appeared usable. The walls of the shaft were damp and covered in moss, with a faint odor of sewage in the air. Who goes first? A silence ensued. Finally, Harry spoke up. I will. I have the invisibility cloak. If there is danger down there, at least I can hide. I'll go with you, Ron immediately added. Vittikel nodded. All right. I will bring up the rear. Malfoy, you and your companions will be in the middle. This arrangement caused Malfoy to frown. He did not appreciate being organized, yet he refrained from protesting. The five lined up, with Harry being the first to descend the iron ladder, followed closely by Ron. Then Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, and finally Vittikel at the end. The shaft was deeper than it appeared. They climbed for at least 3 minutes, the ladder creaking under their weight, several times nearly losing their footing. The sound of water grew louder below, and the air became increasingly damp and chilly. At last, Harry's voice came from below. I've reached the bottom. It's a tunnel? Vittikel was the last to jump down the iron ladder, landing on the moist stone floor. The light from his wand illuminated the surroundings. It was a narrow brick passageway with an arched ceiling. The ground covered in shallow standing water, flowing gently down the central trough. Both ends of the passage extended into darkness, the destination unknown. The Hogwarts sewers? Ron speculated. I've heard there is an ancient drainage system beneath the castle, but I've never. We should hurry back, Malfoy interrupted. Brushing off the newly acquired stains on his robes, the Slytherin common room is closer from here. Crabbe, Goyle, and I will go first. You Gryffindors can fend for yourselves. As he spoke, he began to head in one direction, only to be stopped by Vittikel's hand. Wait, Vittikel said, do you know the way? Of course. Malfoy lifted his chin. The Slytherin dormitory is under the lake. I'm a Malfoy. After all, I know a thing or two about these passages. Very well, Vittikel nodded. You go ahead. I'll escort Harry and Ron back to Gryffindor Tower. What? Malfoy and Harry exclaimed in unison. You'll escort us? Harry was taken aback. No need. We have the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak is not infallible, Vittikel replied calmly. Filch may still be patrolling nearby, and you're unfamiliar with the castle's secret passages. I know at least 3 concealed routes from this level to Gryffindor Tower. He paused, looking at Malfoy. You go first. Remember, no one is to speak of tonight's events, including the wall walking. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. You're ordering me? I'm requesting, Vittikel said, a hint of impatience creeping in. For the sake of all our houses, Slytherin has 2 more members than Gryffindor, and losing one would cost 50 points. Think it over. Malfoy scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally huffing. Whatever. Crabbe, Goyle, let us go. The 3 Slytherins turned and walked towards the end of the passage, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Once their footsteps faded away, Harry quietly asked, Vittikel, are you really going to escort us? I feel like we're imposing. Not at all. Vittikel replied, the light from his wand illuminating the path ahead. And frankly, I'm not quite comfortable with the two of you wandering alone. Ron nearly fell 3 times while climbing the ladder. I did not. Ron protested, though his voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Vittikel chuckled, selecting a direction. This way. Follow me, and keep quiet. The trio proceeded along the passage. The underground route was more intricate than anticipated, with numerous forks, and some sections had deeper water, forcing them to tiptoe. Vittikel, aided by the castle's blueprints provided by Tim and his own memory, chose a comparatively safe path. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a slightly more spacious junction. Faint voices could be heard ahead. Vittikel immediately halted, raising a hand for silence. Harry and Ron held their breath. The voices were soft and indistinct, seemingly emanating from the other side of the stone wall, yet in the stillness of the underground passage, fragments were discernible. We must hurry. The master cannot wait. The unicorn's blood can only sustain. We need something stronger. The philosopher's stone is the key, but the guards. Vittikel froze. He recognized one of the voices, though distorted and weak. It was Quirrell. The other voice was cold, hoarse, carrying a serpentine hiss. Voldemort. Quirrell had returned. And Voldemort was possessing him, right beneath Hogwarts. They could be less than 20 meters away. Harry had evidently recognized it as well. The boy's face turned ashen, his hand pressing against the lightning scar on his forehead, which throbbed faintly. Ron's eyes widened in terror, his lips trembling as he attempted to speak. But Vittikel swiftly covered his mouth. Vittikel signaled with his eyes, slowly back away. Do not make a sound. The 3 of them tiptoed backward, each step as silent as a feather landing. Vittikel's left hand rested on the hilt of the cursed dagger at his waist, while his right hand grasped his wand tightly, feeling immensely grateful for the upgraded protective amulet given to him by Lin Wan, and for the 5 coins and talismans in his pouch, not to mention the dagger Jason had provided before their departure. These Eastern artifacts, combined with the weapons from the borders of the Underworld Lord, would at least offer some protection against dark magic. The conversation at the end of the passage grew clearer, and footsteps were approaching. Quirrell was coming in their direction. There was no time to hesitate. Vittikel swiftly retrieved a small object from his waist pouch, a miniature bat locator designed by Bruce, originally meant for tracking, no larger than a grain of rice, yet possessing remarkable adhesive properties. He gestured for Harry and Ron to don the invisibility cloak and hide in the recess of the passage, while he pressed himself against the wall's shadow, holding his breath and waiting. Moments later, a figure emerged from around the corner. It was Quirrell, but he appeared utterly transformed from the man who had taught at Hogwarts just months before. He donned a tattered black travel cloak, the hood drawn low, revealing a gaunt, pale visage with cracked lips. His gait was peculiar, marked by a noticeable limp, his left hand pressed against a heavily bandaged right arm, from which dark crimson stains faintly bled through. Strangely, his head was tilted to one side, as if burdened by an unseen weight upon his neck. As he passed the shadows where Voldemort lay in concealment, Voldemort struck with lightning speed, his fingers deftly flicking a tiny locator that silently adhered to the interior hem of Quirrell's cloak. Oblivious, Quirrell continued his mutterings. Yes, my master. I shall procure a purer bloodline of unicorns that have departed, but there are other thestrals or merfolk, provided they can sustain your existence. The cold hissing echoed ominously in the recesses of his mind, though Voldemort could not discern the specifics. Quirrell's figure gradually faded into the distance at the far end of the corridor. After waiting a minute to ensure Quirrell had retreated, Voldemort exhaled softly. He turned, and Harry and Ron emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, both pallid and shaken. Was that Quirrell? Ron's voice trembled. But didn't he leave months ago? How could he dare return? Clearly, his master requires something else from Hogwarts to resurrect him, Harry whispered, pressing his hand against his forehead, where his scar throbbed as if it might split open. He nearby, very close. Voldemort's expression darkened. He has returned. And it appears that unicorn blood can only temporarily sustain Voldemort's existence. They require a more potent source of power, most likely the Philosopher's Stone. The stone should have been relocated long ago, Harry interjected. It must be within Hogwarts. Voldemort's return is undoubtedly for that object. So, Voldemort has returned to seize it. Voldemort concluded. We must inform Professor Dumbledore. How? Ron queried. Shall we say we overheard Quirrell and the Dark Lord plotting during our nocturnal escapades? Who would believe us? And we would be violating school rules. What do we do? Harry asked. Should we sneak back to eavesdrop? That's far too perilous. I have evidence. Voldemort pointed towards the direction Quirrell had vanished. I just placed a tracker on him. As long as we can prove he is active within the castle and behaving suspiciously, he produced a small device, a miniature camera, a gift from Tim, disguised as a button. They've already been recorded during their appearance, and my watch has captured audio. How do you possess everything? Ron's eyes widened. A common trait among Gotham families. Voldemort replied succinctly, stowing the camera back. He possessed even more sophisticated equipment, the listening charm from Jason, but those were too conspicuous for the current situation. Suddenly, he halted as a gentle vibration emanated from his watch, signaling a return from the tracker. Quirrell was moving swiftly, heading towards the upper levels of the castle. "Let us depart from here," Voldemort decisively declared. "We'll discuss it further in the common room. Follow me this way." He led the two through several branching corridors, ultimately ascending a metal ladder and pushing open a concealed trapdoor that led to a secluded corridor on the second floor. The walls were adorned with a portrait of the fat lady in slumber, not the one at Gryffindor's entrance, but her sister. "To the left from here. The third staircase up leads to Gryffindor Tower," Voldemort whispered. "There should be no patrols. Go quickly." "What about you?" Harry asked. "I'll return to Slytherin. We'll reconvene in the Great Hall tomorrow morning to strategize." Voldemort patted Harry's shoulder. "Remember, find a safe place to inform Hermione about tonight's events. And we'll approach the headmaster together." Harry hesitated, then nodded. "All right. See you tomorrow. And thank you, Viti." Once again, friends need not exchange thanks, Voldemort smiled. "Now hurry." Harry and Ron donned the invisibility cloak, vanishing at the corridor's end. Voldemort waited a few seconds, ensuring their safe departure, before turning to retrace his steps towards Slytherin. Alone in the dim corridor, the echoes of Quirrell and Voldemort's dialogue reverberated in his mind. Unicorn blood could only sustain. A more potent source, the Philosopher's Stone, was key. And the vial of unicorn tears he held. Voldemort's hand instinctively rested upon the pocket of his robe, feeling the smooth contour of the crystal vial. Little White and its kin had safely departed, but what of the other magical creatures? Thestrals? Merfolk? Or something worse? Voldemort's return was indeed a specter that refused to dissipate. He inhaled deeply, quickening his pace. He needed to return to the dormitory promptly to write a letter to Bruce, informing him of everything. Simultaneously, he had to devise a means to monitor the tracker constantly and ascertain Quirrell's whereabouts. The shadows of the castle elongated beside him, moonlight filtering through the tall windows, casting cold patches of light upon the stone floor. The night at Hogwarts had never seemed so protracted and fraught with peril. Yet, at the very least, they were aware that the enemy was near, and knowledge was the first step. Voldemort circumvented all the talking portraits, evaded the moving staircases, and utilized the ventilation shafts and abandoned classrooms, taking 40 minutes to reach the entrance of the Slytherin common room. When the stone wall slid open, he found only the flickering embers of the fireplace within. The common room was deserted. Even the most nocturnal seventh years had succumbed to slumber. Voldemort silently made his way back to the dormitory. As he pushed the door open, he noticed Theodore not perched on his bed, reading, the lamp beside him still aglow. Not glanced up at the sound. "Out for another night stroll?" he remarked coolly. "Just taking a walk," Voldemort replied, shedding his cloak to reveal clothes speckled with dust and moss. Nod's gaze swept over the stains on his attire, then landed on a fresh abrasion on his belt. Quite an intense walk. Voldemort offered no explanation as he headed towards the bathroom. "Keep an eye out for me if anyone inquires about tonight's events." "No one will ask," Nod interrupted, turning a page. "I respect privacy. As long as you don't bring trouble into the dormitory, you can wander until dawn." Grateful for such understanding from his roommate, Voldemort nodded. "Thank you." He quickly washed in the bathroom and changed into his pajamas. Upon emerging, he found Nod had extinguished the light and was asleep. Voldemort climbed into bed, retrieving the vial of unicorn tears from his inner pocket. The crystal vial glimmered softly in the darkness, the liquid swirling within like a miniature galaxy contained. He carefully poured a few drops into two prepared small vials, one to send to Bruce for research, the other to keep as a reserve. Sealing the vials, he concealed them in a hidden compartment by his bedside before lying down and closing his eyes. The events of the night replayed in his mind. Too much information. Too many dangers. Voldemort did not feel fear. Perhaps it was due to growing up in Gotham, where danger was a constant background noise. Perhaps it was because he knew he was not alone, with family support from afar, friends by his side, and even a reluctant Slytherin ally. He reached for his wand resting beside his pillow. The warmth of the night enveloped him, as if silently assuring him, "You will manage this." "Indeed," Voldemort softly replied. "I will." Drowsiness finally washed over him. Just before he fully succumbed to slumber, his last thought was, "Tomorrow, I must extract the recordings." Meanwhile, deep below, Voldemort's whispers continued, like a serpent slithering through the darkness. Chapter 29. On Saturday morning, Hogwarts lay shrouded in a thin veil of morning mist. Vittikel sat by the window in the Slytherin common room. Spread before him were magical potions and brews and a collection of parchment sheets, while a quill moved mechanically in his hand, transcribing the 3 alternative uses of moonstone powder in soothing potions. Yet, his attention was far from the textbook. Every few minutes, he glanced at the red dot on the miniature screen of his watch. This red dot represented Quirrell, or rather, it represented Voldemort. Over the past 72 hours, the trajectory of the dot's movement had been meticulously recorded and analyzed by the Watch. On the first day, it primarily lingered in the castle's underground areas, occasionally approaching the kitchen and cellar. On the second day, it began to ascend, wandering between the third and fifth floors, and since midnight yesterday, the dot had frequently appeared near a corridor on the eastern side of the fourth floor. A corridor that Dumbledore had explicitly warned against entering for those who wished to avoid unexpected and grievous demise. The fourth floor Forbidden Zone, the most likely hiding place for the Philosopher's Stone. Vittikel set down the quill and rubbed his temples. He had barely slept the previous night, preoccupied with monitoring the red dot's movement patterns. Tim's remote analysis indicated that the dot's duration near the Forbidden Zone had extended from an initial 3 to 5 minutes to 15 to 20 minutes last night, and the trajectory exhibited distinct exploratory characteristics, as if searching for an entrance or attempting to breach defenses. There was no time to waste. He gathered his books and parchment, stuffing them into his bag. The common room was quieter than usual on the weekend, with only a few seventh years murmuring by the fireplace about their upcoming Newt's exams, and 2 third years engaged in a game of wizard's chess. As Vittikel made his way across the room, Theodore Knott lifted his head from a hefty tome, his gray eyes sweeping over him. "You didn't sleep well again last night," Knott stated, his tone more declarative than interrogative. "Nightmares," Vittikel replied casually. "About walking through walls?" Knott raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by this excuse. Since the night of Tuesday, when Vittikel returned covered in dust and bruises, Knott had maintained a subtle demeanor of "I won't ask, but you'd better not stir up trouble." Vittikel halted, turning to face Knott. "Theodore, if I were to say, hypothetically, that you discovered something exceedingly dangerous was occurring, but informing a professor might alert the very entity that ought to remain undisturbed, what would you do?" Knott closed his book, his dark eyes appearing particularly calm in the flickering firelight. "That would depend on the severity of the danger, as well as your capacity to handle it. The first lesson of Slytherin is to assess the situation. Do not challenge an opponent far beyond your capabilities, but equally, do not readily relinquish control to others." He paused, adding, "especially to those who may hesitate due to bureaucratic procedures or political considerations." This response was quintessentially Knott, and very much Slytherin. Vittikel nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." "No need for thanks." Knott reopened his book. "Just a reminder, if you do decide to act, at least have a well-thought-out plan. And if you need someone to keep watch, I can assist within reasonable limits." This was Knott's way of saying, "I've got your back." Vittikel felt a flicker of warmth. "I'll remember that." He exited the common room, traversing the underground corridor towards the Great Hall. The corridors of Hogwarts were livelier than usual on the weekend, with students strolling in small groups, discussing Quidditch practice or simply relishing a morning free of classes. At the corner of the second floor, Vittikel encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione was clutching a hefty stack of books, evidently preparing to head to the library. Harry and Ron trailed behind her, their expressions caught between wanting to speak and feeling hesitant. "Good morning," Vittikel greeted. "Do you have a moment? We need to talk." Hermione glanced at the books in her arms, then at Vittikel's serious demeanor, hesitating. "About homework? I remember the potion essay is due next Tuesday." "Not about homework." Vittikel lowered his voice. "It's something more urgent. Can we find a quiet place?" 5 minutes later, they were seated in an abandoned History of Magic preparatory classroom on the 3rd floor. This room had seen no use for ages. The desks and chairs coated in thick layers of dust, and the blackboard bore remnants of notes left by a professor from the late 20th century, detailing the 5 economic causes of the Goblin Rebellion. Vittikel cast a simple cleaning charm with his wand, followed by a soundproofing enchantment, not the basic silencing charm, but the more potent soundproofing spell Helena had once taught him, which lasted longer and was far more effective. "All right," he turned to face the trio. "Now we can speak." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Harry finally spoke up. "Vit, shouldn't we tell Hermione about Quirrell and the Dark Lord? She needs to know." Hermione was polishing her glasses and paused at this, her movement stilled. "Quirrell? Didn't he leave? And the Dark Lord, what are you talking about?" Vittikel inhaled deeply. He had initially planned to observe for another 2 days, but the frequent activity of the near the Forbidden Zone had compelled him to alter his course. Time was of the essence. "A few nights ago, we encountered Quirrell in the castle's underground passage," he stated calmly. He revealed that he is possessed by Voldemort, who is searching for a purer blood to sustain his existence. They mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes widened, her glasses slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the desk. She opened her mouth, struggling to find her voice for several seconds. "He is back?" She finally managed, her tone taut. "He hasn't fully died," Harry interjected, instinctively reaching for his scar on his forehead. "I can feel him, Hermione. That night, when he was near, my scar burned like fire." "And we heard 2 voices. One was Quirrell, and the other." Ron nodded vigorously. That voice was cold as a snake, gave me chills. Hermione glanced between Harry and Vittikel, then finally fixed her gaze on Ron. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. This was one of Hermione Granger's greatest traits. Her ability to restore rationality in the face of crises. Evidence, she asserted, her voice regaining its usual clarity. I need evidence. Not feelings, not the pain of my scar, but tangible proof. Vittikel retrieved his modified watch from his belt pouch and pressed a button on the side. The display projected a miniature, three-dimensional map of Hogwarts, with a prominent red dot slowly moving near the eastern corridor of the 4th floor. This is the real-time location transmitted by the tracker, Vittikel explained. I placed a microlocator on Quirrell Tuesday night. His movements over the past 3 days are all recorded here. He switched the display mode, revealing a red path that snaked from the underground passage upward, ultimately forming a dense loop near the forbidden zone on the 4th floor. Between 11 o'clock last night and 2 this morning, he traversed this corridor 7 times. Vittikel pointed at the loops, each time lingering for more than 15 minutes. This is not mere nocturnal wandering. This is reconnaissance. Hermione leaned closer to scrutinize the map, her brow furrowed. How accurate is this locator? Could it be mistaken? My brother designed it. An amalgamation of magic and technology, with a margin of error not exceeding 1 meter, Vittikel replied. And I have this. He pressed another button, and the watch emitted a faint buzzing sound, followed by a muffled but discernible recording. We must act quickly. The master cannot wait. Unicorn blood can only sustain him for a limited time. The Philosopher's Stone is key, but it is heavily guarded. The recording was brief, lasting mere seconds. Yet it resonated with chilling clarity in the silent classroom. Hermione's complexion drained of color. This is a conversation from the underground passage, Harry whispered, recorded by Vit's watch. The classroom fell into a prolonged silence. Hermione fixated on the moving red dot on the watch, finally turning her gaze to Harry's forehead scar. She rapidly synthesized the information in her mind, her lips moving soundlessly as if reciting a mental chain of logic. Thus, the current situation is as follows. She finally spoke, her voice remarkably calm. First, Voldemort has possessed Professor Quirrell, infiltrating Hogwarts once more. Second, he is in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, seeking to utilize it to resurrect himself or restore his powers. Third, it is highly probable that Professor Dumbledore is aware of the stone's presence within the castle, which is why he has established protections around the forbidden section on the 4th floor. Fourth, Voldemort is currently attempting to breach those defenses. She lifted her gaze, her brown eyes sweeping over the 3 boys. You 3, along with me, are the only students privy to this information. We possess tracking evidence and recorded proof. Essentially, this is the situation. Vittikel nodded, but there remains one question. Who should we inform? When should we convey this information? We must inform Professor Dumbledore. Hermione interjected immediately. He is the greatest wizard and can confront Voldemort. But he is not at school. Harry interrupted her. We attempted to visit the headmaster's office yesterday afternoon, but the stone gargoyle at the entrance informed us that the headmaster was out, with no set return date. Hermione was taken aback. Not here? At this time? Perhaps he was deliberately lured away. Vittikel speculated. If Voldemort has a plan, he would undoubtedly seek ways to remove Dumbledore from Hogwarts. An emergency meeting at the Ministry of Magic? International affairs? There are numerous methods. Ron swallowed hard. Should we tell Professor McGonagall? Or Snape? Although I dislike him, he is still a professor. The risks are too great. Vittikel shook his head. Firstly, the professors may not believe 4 first-year students claiming to have discovered Voldemort's return, especially with evidence obtained during a nocturnal excursion. Secondly, even if they do believe us, protocol dictates that they would first investigate, verify, and report, which would take time. And time is the one commodity we lack. He pointed to the red dot on his watch. Quirrell has been active near the forbidden section for 3 days. At this rate, he could breach the defenses at any moment. By the time the professors complete their procedures, the Philosopher's Stone may have already fallen into Voldemort's hands. Hermione bit her lip. Her mind raced. Weighing the pros and cons, rationality urged her to report to the professors immediately, but Vittikel's analysis was not erroneous. Bureaucratic delays could render everything futile. Moreover, if Voldemort truly returned, Harry would undoubtedly be his first target. We need more information, she finally declared, her voice resolute. First, we must confirm whether the Philosopher's Stone is indeed in the forbidden section on the 4th floor. Secondly, we need to understand what the protective measures are. If we know the nature of the defenses, we can assess Quirrell's likelihood of breaching them. Hagrid knows some details, Harry suddenly said, remember? On the day of the Gringotts break-in, he took a small package from Gringotts. Later, he let slip in the hut, mentioning those protective measures, something about Fluffy. Fluffy? Ron's eyes widened. The 3-headed dog? The one Hagrid has? Yes, Fluffy is the first line of defense, Harry recalled. Music can lull him to sleep. He didn't elaborate on the others. Hermione's eyes lit up. So the protections are layered, like a video game. If we can ascertain what the levels are, we can determine how far Quirrell has progressed. Vittikel interjected, we could also estimate how much time he may require to succeed. But how do we confirm this? Ron asked. We can't just stroll down the fourth-floor corridor and knock on the door, can we? Vittikel glanced at his watch. The red had remained stationary near the fourth-floor forbidden section for 20 minutes. An ominous premonition arose within him. Perhaps we need not complicate matters, he said slowly. If Quirrell has already found the entrance and may even be starting to breach the defenses, we might require a more direct course of action. You mean? Harry's voice tightened. Vittikel raised his gaze, his eyes scanning his three companions. We must go to the fourth-floor forbidden section and stop him before he succeeds. Or at the very least, confirm the situation and obtain irrefutable evidence, then immediately notify the professors. Even if Dumbledore is absent, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly act swiftly upon seeing that the Philosopher's Stone is about to be stolen. This is utterly mad, Hermione exclaimed. We are first years. We are up against Voldemort. Hermione opened her mouth to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. She looked at Harry. The boy with the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the first target of Voldemort upon his resurrection. She glanced at Ron, who, despite his frequent foolishness, never faltered in critical moments. She regarded Vittikel, who was always calm and ever prepared, like a Slytherin carrying an entire arsenal. Then she remembered her identity, a Gryffindor. Courage does not equate to recklessness, but sometimes, courage means doing the right thing at the right time, even if it is perilous. I need to know the details, she finally asserted, her voice firm. What else did Hagrid say? Any detail could be useful. Harry strained to remember. I think he mentioned that Fluffy guards the trapdoor? I'm not entirely sure. That's already substantial. Hermione rummaged through her bag for parchment and a quill, quickly noting, Fluffy falls asleep to music. As for the subsequent defenses, we can devise countermeasures. I can manage the musical instruments. Vittikel stated, I brought a harmonica that Dick gave me, claiming it could be played during boring night patrols. What about combat preparation? Harry inquired. What if Quirrell is there? Vittikel paused for a few seconds, weighing how much of his family's special equipment to disclose. However, seeing the seriousness on his friends' faces, he decided to trust them. I possess some unconventional gear, he said cautiously, prepared by my family for extreme situations. Some are technological devices. Some are Eastern artifacts, and others are, well, not entirely aligned with the norms of the wizarding world, such as spells that allow one to walk through walls. Ron's eyes sparkled. Similar, Vittikel replied, but more focused on protection and distraction. I can ensure that each of us has basic protective charms, emergency potions, and some items that can temporarily block dark magic. Hermione frowned. That sounds dangerous. If the professors discover, if Voldemort obtains the Philosopher's Stone, that would be far more hazardous. Harry interjected, Hermione, I understand this is insane, but Vittikel is correct. We may be the only ones capable of acting in a timely manner. The professors are absent, the Ministry of Magic is unreliable, and we must do something. Hermione gazed into Harry's green eyes. There was fear, but more so, determination. She sighed and set down her quill. Very well, she conceded. But we cannot just charge in recklessly. We need a comprehensive plan, contingency measures, an escape route, and explanations for after the fact. If we successfully prevent Quirrell from succeeding but are expelled as a result, it would all be in vain. Let us first gather evidence, Vittikel proposed. We can check the entrance to the forbidden section to confirm whether Quirrell has entered. If there are signs, we can photograph or record it. My camera has a night mode. Once we have the evidence, we have two options. First, if Quirrell has not breached all the defenses, we immediately take the evidence to Professor McGonagall. Second, if he is close to succeeding, we must intervene to stop him. Agreed, Hermione stated, but we must act together. We cannot split up. Also, we must establish a signal for retreat if the situation spirals out of control. They deliberated for another half hour, refining each step. Who would be responsible for what? How to respond to various scenarios, the escape route, whether to return the way they came or find another exit. And most crucially, what to do if they encountered Quirrell or Voldemort himself. We must avoid direct confrontation at all costs, Vittikel asserted seriously. Our objective is to delay and gather evidence, not to engage in battle. If we encounter him, prioritize retreat and use distraction devices to buy time. Distraction devices? Ron inquired curiously. Vittikel retrieved several small gadgets from his waist pouch, smoke bombs, Jason's version, a sonic generator, Tim's version, and several sheets of yellow paper adorned with intricate runes, Lin Wan's version. These will create chaos, allowing us a chance to escape. The plan was taking shape. They had agreed to embark on their mission that Saturday night. Most students would be congregated in the common room or their dormitories, while professors typically occupied their offices, grading assignments or conducting research, resulting in a relatively lax patrol. The last thing we need, Hermione said, her expression exceptionally grave, is to leave a letter for the headmaster. It must elucidate our intentions and indicate where we might be found should we fail to return. This suggestion cast a pall over the atmosphere. Harry and Ron exchanged anxious glances, while Victor nodded in agreement. A prudent precaution, he remarked, after we write the letter. We shall slip it through the crack of the headmaster's door. Even in Dumbledore's absence, his portrait or the phoenix, Fawkes, may take notice. I will write it, Hermione offered. I know precisely how to phrase it. Before the meeting concluded, Victor cast one final glance at his watch. The red dot remained stationary near the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, unmoving. Too long. This is not normal. The time for action was set for 11 o'clock tonight. He declared, an hour after curfew, during the patrol's lull. Now, return to prepare by checking your equipment, reviewing spells that may be needed, and ensuring you rest well. Tonight may prove to be lengthy. The 4 first years departed the abandoned classroom, each heading towards their respective house towers. Victor trailed behind, his hand resting on the wand holster at his waist. The gentle warmth of the ward enveloped him, as if silently offering support. He gazed up at the corridor windows high above the castle. The 4th floor, east side. Tonight, they would discover if the Philosopher's Stone still resided within. They would also learn if 4 11-year-old children could thwart the resurrection plan of a century-old dark wizard. The hours of the afternoon trickled by in anxious anticipation. Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, Victor found that Theodore Nott had already left a note on his bedside, written in succinct handwriting, gone to the library, back before dinner. This provided Victor with a much-needed solitude, allowing him to thoroughly inspect and prepare his gear for the night ahead. He secured the dormitory door, drew the curtains closed, and then opened the heavily warded compartment in his bedside table. Inside lay an orderly array of special items prepared by his family, each magically disguised to appear as ordinary stationery or trinkets. He first attended to donning his core protective gear. He hung the pigeon egg-sized magical diamond gifted by Bruce around his neck. Next, he adorned his left wrist with the 5-element coin braided bracelet, an Eastern ornament crafted from 5 ancient coins of different dynasties, said to ward off evil. Finally, he carefully stowed a collection of Lin Wan's handwritten talismans, a peace charm requested from his grandmother, and a small pouch containing soil from the Wayne Manor garden, symbolizing roots, into the inner pocket of his robe. With his core protection in place, he proceeded to organize his combat and auxiliary equipment. First, the modified Glock 43X pistol gifted by Dick, which had been shrunk with a charm to appear less conspicuous. Victor tucked it into a specially designed holster on his belt. He then retrieved 6 individually packaged bullets from Tim's anti-magic ammunition supply, placing the remainder back into the compartment. Next, he secured Jason's demon dagger against the inner side of his calf. He selected 20 talismans from Lin Wan's compendium that encompassed functions such as illumination, immobilization, shielding, disruption, and thunderfire, wrapping them in waterproof oil paper and distributing them among his pockets, deliberately choosing several marked with cautionary red for offensive use. Lastly, he slung a medical kit crafted by Alf over his waist, containing various potions, bandages, disinfectants, and even a set of miniature surgical tools. Additionally, he prepared Tim's modified multifunctional watch, a pair of miniature earbud-style communicators, and several remote cameras the size of matchboxes, ensuring that information could be relayed and the environment monitored during their operation. Finally, he grasped his ginkgo wood wand, now glimmering with a deep amber hue, its silver-white veins more luminous than ever, and felt the calm yet profound flow of magic within. With the equipment check complete, Victor had thoughtfully distributed all items upon his person. An adage in the East suggests that a skilled warrior achieves no resounding glory. The Wayne family's interpretation is that the best battle is one that is avoided. Thus, he prioritized ensuring protection and retreat capabilities, reserving offensive equipment for when absolutely necessary. At 5 o'clock, Theodore returned. The dark-haired boy glanced at Victor, who had changed into flexible black attire, bulging with gear, and raised an eyebrow. It seems tonight's stroll is rather grand, Nott remarked, his tone ambiguous between mockery and concern. We might need to venture quite far, Victor replied vaguely. By the way, should I not return by tomorrow morning, could you do me a favor? Nott set his book down and met his gaze. What favor? I have a letter in my bedside compartment marked emergency, Victor explained. If I am not back by midnight, please deliver it to Professor Snape. It must only be given to him, not to any other professors or prefects. It was a risky trust, yet Victor believed in Nott's judgment, despite Snape's stern demeanor. As a master of potions, as deduced by Bruce, he would likely treat the letter with the seriousness it warranted, rather than dismissing it as a student prank. Nott fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Fine, but you owe me a reward. What reward? Come back alive and tell me what happened, Nott replied, retrieving his book. I am rather curious about the circumstances that necessitated your emergency letter. Victor chuckled. It's a deal. However, feeling as if something was lacking, he added, "Don't worry, roommate. I shall return promptly. After all, I am a Gothamite." During dinner, Victor encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the Great Hall. The four of them sat at their respective house tables, yet their glances frequently intersected. Hermione had a book spread before her, yet it was evident she was not reading. Harry mechanically sliced his steak, nearly piercing through the plate. Ron, on the other hand, was enjoying his meal heartily, albeit gripping his fork too tightly, his knuckles turning white. Victor himself had scarcely eaten. He forced himself to drink some pumpkin juice and nibble on bread, stockpiling energy for the night ahead. After dinner, students began to leave the hall in succession. Victor deliberately lingered until most had departed, then approached Hermione, who was feigning to organize her bag. "Have you finished the letter?" he whispered. Hermione nodded, extracting a sealed envelope from her book. "As you instructed, it states the facts, outlines our reasoning, and includes copies of the tracking data and transcripts of the recordings. If the professors see this, they should comprehend the gravity of the situation." "Did you slip it through the headmaster's door?" "I did so before dinner," Hermione replied. "The stone gargoyle at the entrance was dozing. I quietly slipped it in. I hope it proves useful." Victor patted her shoulder. "It will. Now, return to prepare. We shall gather at 11 in the room of requirement. Harry knows the location." They parted ways. When Victor returned to the Slytherin dormitory, it was still only 8 o'clock. 3 hours remained until the mission, and each minute felt as though it were stretching into eternity. He lay on his bed, closing his eyes to rest while mentally rehearsing the plan, entering the forbidden corridor, navigating through the various layers of protection, responding to emergencies, and plotting retreat routes. Each segment had been contemplated with at least 3 contingency plans. At 9:30, Theodore returned from the library. The two exchanged goodnights, and not extinguished the light at his bedside, soon emitting steady breaths that could have been genuine slumber or mere pretense. Victor continued to wait. At 10:45, he rose silently to conduct a final equipment check. All items were in place, the wand comfortably gripped, the pistol safety secured yet ready for activation, and talismans categorized within the most accessible pockets. He approached the door, casting a final glance at the dormitory. Moonlight filtered through the enchanted window overlooking the Black Lake, casting rippling blue patterns upon the floor of the room. Athena lay peacefully asleep on the perch. "Take good care of the house," he whispered to the owl. "I shall return shortly." Athena did not open her eyes, yet emitted a soft murmur, as if she comprehended his words. Vittikel pushed open the door, merging into the shadows of the corridor. The room of requirement was situated opposite the tapestry depicting the clumsy behemoth, Barnabas. Vittikel paced 3 times before the tapestry, concentrating intently, and a smooth door materialized on the barren wall. He stepped through it. The room was modest in size, yet highly functional. For cushioned chairs formed a semicircle around a table strewn with a map of Hogwarts Castle. Several shelves lined the walls, displaying basic equipment such as ropes, lanterns, and spare wands, evidently transfigured fakes. A small first aid kit even occupied one corner. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already present. The 3 Gryffindors had donned dark casual attire beneath their robes. Harry held his holly wand, his expression grave. Ron inspected the tip of his wand, appearing both anxious and exhilarated. Hermione was rapidly flipping through a volume entitled A Compendium of Common Magical Creatures' Weaknesses, muttering to herself. "Is everyone here?" Vittikel inquired, closing the door. The sound of the automatic lock echoed distinctly in the quiet room. "Just waiting for you," Harry replied, gesturing towards the map. "I've marked the optimal route from the 8th floor to the 4th, avoiding the moving staircases and the portrait that loves to complain." Vittikel approached to examine it. The route was well designed, utilizing the castle's hidden passages and abandoned rooms, minimizing the risk of exposure. "What about patrol times?" he asked. "Filch typically patrols the 3rd to 5th floors from 10:30 to 11:30, then returns to his office for tea," Hermione answered, closing her book. "Madame Loris could appear at any moment, but we have the invisibility cloak, which can cover at least 3 people. For can squeeze in as well," Harry added, "though it might be rather cumbersome. The cloak is our backup. Stealth is the priority," Vittikel stated. "I've brought distraction devices. If we're discovered, we can create chaos to escape." He moved to the center of the room, beginning to retrieve items from his belt and various pockets. First, he produced a stack of yellow paper talismans, approximately 30 sheets bound into 3 bundles with different colored silk threads. "1 bundle for each of you," Vittikel distributed them. "The red thread is for protective charms to be kept close, capable of withstanding 1 dark curse or physical attack. The blue ones are illumination charms that emit a strong light for 10 minutes upon tearing. And the yellow ones are binding charms that can be affixed to a target or thrown, effectively immobilizing them for 3 to 5 seconds. Applicable to both living beings and magical constructs." Hermione took her bundle, scrutinizing the vermilion runes on the talisman. Are these in runic script? She asked, puzzled by their structure. An Eastern charm system, similar in principle but differing in manifestation, Vittikel explained succinctly. When using them, focus your intent and envision the desired effect. My mother always said that sincerity is key. Ron held the talisman gingerly, as if it were a venomous spider. These won't explode suddenly, will they? Not unless you tear the red attack charm, which I haven't provided you, Vittikel replied. I'll keep the attack charms for myself, to be used if necessary. Harry showcased the invisibility cloak and a rough wooden flute that Hagrid had gifted him, which produced accurate notes. Ron had brought a wizard's chess set, just in case they needed to play, along with a packet of cream fudge sent by his mother for energy. Besides her books and notes, Hermione carried a small vial of her homemade calming potion to manage anxiety and a mini toolkit, including pliers, a small knife, and a magnifying glass. Vittikel nodded and began distributing communication earpieces, tiny, nearly invisible when inserted into the ear canal, with an effective range of 500 meters and a static interference mode for simple signals. Let us test the communication, Vittikel instructed, inserting his earpiece into his right ear. Press the earpiece once if you hear me. A long press of 2 seconds is an emergency signal. Harry, Ron, and Hermione complied. A faint static crackled in their earpieces, followed by Vittikel's clear voice. Test. 1, 2, 3. Received. Harry pressed. Clear. Hermione responded. Ron accidentally held down for 2 seconds, causing the earpiece to emit a sharp beep that startled him nearly out of his skin. Sorry. Remember, a long press is for emergencies. Do not use it unless necessary. Vittikel cautioned. Now, let us finalize the plan. The 4 gathered around the map. Route. Descend from the 8th floor via the west staircase to the 5th floor. Traverse the abandoned arithmancy classroom, and from there, directly down the maintenance passage to the east corridor on the 4th floor, near the entrance to the restricted section. Harry pointed at the map. The entire journey should take about 15 minutes, provided we encounter no unforeseen events. Upon arrival, we'll scout, Vittikel interjected. I will use a remote camera to assess the entrance. If Quirrell has already entered, or if there are signs of recent entry, we will follow. If all appears calm, we may need to consider whether to risk entering to investigate. He raised his head. Theoretically, as long as we coordinate well, we can navigate through these challenges. The concern is that Quirrell may have already passed through part or all of them. We might encounter him en route. If we do, we should first create a distraction. Vittikel reiterated. Our primary objective is to gather evidence and intervene, not to engage in combat. Should we find he is nearing success, we will use distraction devices to delay him, while sending someone to find a professor, even if it means waking Professor McGonagall. Agreed, Harry affirmed. But what if we succeed? If we stop him and obtain the evidence? Then we'll take the evidence directly to the headmaster's office or the professor's lounge, Hermione declared confidently. With tangible proof. The professors will have to believe us. Ron swallowed nervously. And if we fail? If he captures us? The room fell silent for several seconds. Then we must delay as much as possible, awaiting rescue, Vittikel finally said. I've left a backup message. Theodore will deliver it to Snape tomorrow morning. Moreover, my family knows I send a safety signal every night using my watch. If I fail to send it tonight, they will initiate the emergency protocol. Emergency protocol? Ron inquired. Curiosity piqued. Better not to know, Vittikel replied. It implies that matters have deteriorated to the point of requiring external force to intervene at Hogwarts. This statement cast a heavier atmosphere. Hermione took a deep breath and stood. Then let us depart. Remember, we are the first collaboration between Gryffindor and Slytherin in history to confront a crisis. Let us prove that the divisions between our houses are insignificant in the face of greater threats. Harry and Ron rose, their expressions resolute. Vittikel conducted a final check of their gear, his wand secured in a quick-draw holster at his waist, his pistol within easy reach, and the talismans neatly organized. Final communication test, he said. Maintain silence during the operation. Do not converse unless absolutely necessary. A short press indicates receipt, while a long press is for emergencies. Understood? 3 short presses responded affirmatively. Good. Vittikel moved toward the door. Remember the plan, stay calm, and look out for one another. We move. He opened the door, and the 4 figures silently merged into the shadows of the 8th floor corridor. The night at the castle had only just begun. Meanwhile, within the confines of the 4th floor restricted section, unknown dangers awaited, potentially holding the key to the fate of the entire magical world. Chapter 30, Beyond the Rules. Standing at the breaking point. 1. Saturday, 11:07 p.m., Hogwarts Castle, east corridor of the 4th floor. This corridor, seldom traversed during the day, was now an eerie silence that quickened the heart. The torches adorning the walls seemed dimmer than elsewhere, their flames flickering in an invisible draft, casting shifting shadows. The air was thick with the scent of aged dust, weathered wood, and some large animal lingering nearby. Vittikel pressed himself against the stone wall at the corridor's corner, holding his breath. The modified watch on his left wrist emitted a faint glow, displaying two signal sources, a green dot 5 meters behind him, indicating the gathering point of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The other, a red dot, moved at a languorous pace beyond the heavy oak door at the end of the corridor, revealing Quirrell's presence. He remained inside, as Vittikel lowered his voice and relayed information through a miniature communicator to his comrades, pinpointing the signal approximately 15 feet beyond the door, with no signs of departure. Strangely, however, the signal was weak and intermittent. The cloaked state may be interfering with the magical tracking. Hermione's voice came through the earpiece, calm and clear. It could also be that the fourth-floor restricted area possesses protective wards. Viti, are you certain we should proceed now? If Quirrell is still inside. All the better, Vittikel interjected, his blue eyes glinting with determination in the dim light. We are here to thwart him. Moreover, Dumbledore is away, and I've left a message for Snape. If we do not receive a secure signal back by midnight, Nott will relay the message. We have no retreat. He paused to add, furthermore, my locator indicates that Quirrell's movement pattern behind the door is peculiar, as if he is pacing in place. Perhaps he has encountered some trouble. Perhaps trapped at a checkpoint. This is our opportunity. Vittikel inhaled deeply and peeked around the wall, scrutinizing the scene at the corridor's end. The door appeared suspiciously ordinary. Just another oak door found throughout Hogwarts, devoid of any markings, keyholes, or handles. Yet, a faint yellow light seeped from beneath the door, accompanied by a vague sound of snoring. Three heads leaned closer behind Vittikel. Harry adjusted his tattered round glasses, his green eyes fixated on the door. Ron, pale but gripping his wand tightly. Hermione bit her lip, clutching an open notebook, still taking notes in such a moment. That's south the place where Hagrid said Fluffy is? Harry murmured. It should be. Vittikel nodded, a three-headed dog, a distant relative of Cerberus, the hellhound from Greek mythology. Hagrid purchased him last year from a smuggler in Greece to guard a little something. He referred to the Philosopher's Stone. Ron swallowed hard. So behind that door, there's a dog larger than a cart, with 3 heads, snoring? It certainly sounds that way. Hermione closed her notebook, retrieving a small pouch from her bag. Viti, are you ready? Vittikel nodded, producing a harmonica from the inner pocket of his robe. This was no ordinary instrument. Hidden beneath the brass casing modified by Tim was a miniature sound wave analyzer and a battery, ensuring absolute pitch stability, even in moments of tension. The body of the harmonica bore intricate inscriptions in runes, a silencing enchantment applied by a friend of Lin Wan from the Ministry of Magical Affairs, ensuring the sound would travel only in a specific direction, without disturbing the entire floor. Green sleeves, Vittikel intoned, his fingers gliding over the keys, a 17th-century English folk tune. Its rhythm soothing and melody repetitive. Hagrid had mentioned that Fluffy responded to any music, but particularly favored this old tune, as it reminded him of the shepherd's flute melodies he had heard in the mountainous regions of Greece during his youth. He glanced at the 3 Gryffindors. I will open the door, enter, and play. You follow behind, but keep your distance. If the music fails, we run. Harry interjected, his tone resolute, but we won't leave you behind. Vittikel chuckled, a smile sharp in the dim light. Fear not, I have a backup plan. He patted the holster at his waist. The Glock lay quietly there, its enchanted barrel glimmering with an eerie blue sheen in the torchlight. The magazine held 7 blessed silver alloy rounds, etched with runes of banishment. Tim had claimed that such bullets were effective against dark magical creatures and dark wizards, but could prove fatal to ordinary beings. Vittikel hoped he would not have to use it. Ready? Vittikel confirmed one last time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded in unison. Wands at the ready, expressions grave. Vittikel turned to face the door. He extended his left hand, palm pressed against the door's surface, feeling its cold, rough texture. There was no lock, no handle, but he could sense a powerful magical aura emanating from behind the door, akin to a viscous barrier. Does it require a specific incantation? Hermione whispered. Hagrid said it does not. Vittikel recalled their seemingly casual conversation in the hunting lodge. Fluffy guards the door, but the door itself is not locked. Who would be foolish enough to want to enter? He gently pushed. The door slid inward silently. In an instant, a wave of intense heat, redolent of animal musk, stale straw, and some acrid scent, rushed forth. The space beyond the door was larger than anticipated, almost as expansive as a small Quidditch pitch, with a ceiling that vanished into darkness. The floor was strewn with thick hay, and several floating magical lanterns provided dim illumination. In the center of the room lay a creature. Fluffy. Even with mental preparation, seeing the 3-headed dog in person made all 4 children gasp in unison. It was colossal. Each head was the size of a cartwheel, rising from a stout neck cloaked in thick black fur. Its eyes, 6 luminous yellow orbs, resembling little lanterns, were presently closed, their eyelids fluttering slightly with each snore. Its mouth hung ajar, revealing dagger-like fangs, drool dripping from the corners, pooling into a small puddle on the hay. Its body resembled a furry hill, rising and falling with its breath, each paw the size of a dinner plate, resting casually on the ground. What was most unsettling was the fact that the three heads did not sleep soundly. The leftmost head occasionally twitched its ears, the middle one emitted low whimpers, while the rightmost ground its teeth, producing a disconcerting grinding sound. Vittikel forced himself to remain calm. He raised the harmonica, leaning close to the mouthpiece, his fingers delicately pressing the keys. The first notes flowed forth. The sweet melody of green sleeves echoed through the vast chamber, filtered through the silencing enchantment. The sound soft and focused, like a thread of silk, precisely floating toward the three-headed dog. Tim's modifications had proven effective. The tone was pure and stable, devoid of any tremors. Fluffy's response was almost instantaneous. The middle head was the first to quiet, its snoring becoming steady. The left head's twitching ceased. The right head's gnashing halted, its mouth fully agape, tongue lazily hanging out. Vittikel continued to play, moving slowly and steadily deeper into the room. His gaze never left Fluffy, but his peripheral vision swept the ground. Hagrid had mentioned that the trapdoor Fluffy guarded lay directly beneath its paws. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed closely behind, tiptoeing, each step taken with utmost caution. Hermione covered her mouth, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Ron's face was as pale as parchment, his wand aimed at the ground, while Harry remained fixated on Fluffy, his green eyes brimming with concentrated vigilance. They reached the center of the room, now less than 10 feet from Fluffy. From this angle, it was evident that a trapdoor was indeed beneath the massive dog, a square panel set into the floor, edged with iron hinges, and featuring a brass pull ring at its center. However, the trapdoor was entirely pressed down by one of Fluffy's front paws. Vittikel's tune reached the second chorus. Fluffy had completely relaxed, all three heads tilting to one side, snoring in unison, like three synchronized steam engines. "What now?" Harry inquired breathlessly, pointing at the giant paw resting on the trapdoor. "We can't move it." Vittikel halted his playing, yet kept the harmonica poised at his lips, ready to continue at a moment's notice. He stared at the paw, his mind racing. "You cannot simply force it," he murmured, "or it will awaken. Yet perhaps it could be coaxed to move on its own." "How?" Ron's eyes widened. Vittikel extracted a small cloth pouch of Eastern talismans from his pocket. With a single hand, he opened the pouch and pinched out a piece of talisman paper between two fingers. The paper was a pale yellow, adorned with intricate runes drawn in vermilion, the strokes sharp and decisive. "This is a calming talisman," Vittikel elucidated, "taught to me by my mother. Initially intended for human use, but the principle should apply universally, guiding creatures into a deeper state of relaxation, perhaps even to dream sweetly." He carefully affixed the talisman to the back of the harmonica and resumed playing. This time, the melody underwent a subtle transformation. It was not the pitch that changed, but rather the timbre. The vermilion runes on the talisman glimmered faintly in the music, as if the melody had been infused with a warm essence, rendering it softer and more enveloping. Livy let out a contented rumble, all three heads shifting slightly. Then, under the watchful gaze of the four children, the paw resting on the trapdoor began to lift slowly. Not entirely raised, but repositioned, the paw slid sideways half a foot, resting on the haystack. This movement exposed a corner of the trapdoor. That was sufficient. Vittikel ceased playing, swiftly stowed the harmonica, and gestured. Harry immediately stepped forward, crouching to grasp the brass ring. Ron and Hermione flanked him, lending their assistance. 1, 2, 3. The trio heaved simultaneously. The trapdoor creaked open, revealing a dark, gaping void below. A rush of damp air carrying the scent of decaying vegetation wafting up. "Quickly," Vittikel urged, simultaneously retrieving a small vial of phosphorescent powder from his waist pouch and scattering it into the opening. The powder glimmered with a soft blue light as it descended, illuminating a vertical shaft with rough walls, where something could be seen writhing at the bottom. Harry was the first to leap down, followed by Ron, then Hermione. Vittikel cast one last glance at the still sleeping three-headed dog, its paws resting beside the trapdoor, showing no signs of awakening. He pocketed the talisman and leapt into the abyss. The descent was shorter than anticipated. Approximately 3 seconds later, Vittikel felt his feet land not on a hard surface, but rather on something supple and damp. "Devil's snare." Hermione's voice echoed in the darkness. "Don't move. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds." Vittikel immediately froze. He was suspended in midair, not truly suspended, but ensnared by countless slippery vines, which tightened around his ankles and waist like serpents come to life. The blue glow of the phosphorescent powder still hovered nearby, illuminating the underground chamber. It was a circular stone room, its walls cloaked in moss, the ceiling being the very trapdoor they had just jumped through, now slowly closing. The floor of the chamber was a dense mass of deep purple vine plants. These vines were as thick as arms, their surfaces slick with slime, advancing from all directions to ensnare the four intruders. "What is the stuff?" Harry shouted, already entangled up to his chest, the vines attempting to constrict his neck. "Light. It fears light and heat." Hermione's voice remained relatively calm, though Vittikel could see she too was in trouble. The vines had ensnared her wand wrist, rendering her unable to cast spells. Ron fared the worst, thrashing wildly, only to become bound like a mummy, with only his head protruding, his face turning purple from the strain. "Hurry." Vittikel took a deep breath. His right hand still had some mobility. The devil's snare had not yet reached that point. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a talisman from his sleeve. This was not the calming talisman, but an aggressive one, the Fire Sun talisman. "Close your eyes," he shouted, simultaneously biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he smeared upon the talisman. The vermilion runes instantly radiated heat. With all his strength, Vittikel hurled the talisman forward. It ignited in midair, but not with the ordinary orange-red flames. Rather, it blazed with a blinding platinum hue, exploding like a miniature sun within the stone chamber. Wherever the light reached, the devil's snare emitted a hissing shriek, the vines retracting rapidly as if scalded, wisps of white smoke rising from their surfaces. Effective. Harry seized the opportunity to break free, landing on relatively safe ground. He promptly drew his wand, Lumos. The tip of his wand glowed with white light. Though not as intense as the Fire Sun talisman, it was sufficient to compel the surrounding devil's snare to recede. Hermione too extricated herself, swiftly joining in. Incendio. A blaze of orange-red fire erupted from her wand, but Hermione quickly altered her gesture and incantation. "No, not that, Belladonna Flame." The flames instantaneously shifted from orange-red to a soft blue-white, the temperature seemingly dropping, yet the intimidation factor against the devil's snare intensified. Wherever the blue-white flames touched, the vines recoiled frantically, creating a passageway to the far end of the chamber. "Belladonna Flame?" Ron finally broke free, gasping for air. "Why is this more effective?" "Because the devil's snare thrives in darkness and dampness, yet it is particularly sensitive to specific frequencies of blue light," Hermione rapidly explained while maintaining the flame. Professor Sprout mentioned in herbology class that the spectrum of Belladonna Flame closely resembles the reflection of midday sunlight on a stream, an environment the devil's snare instinctively avoids. Vittikel had already reached the end of the passage, where stood a plain wooden door. He checked the doorknob. It was unlocked, but he sensed a faint magical aura. "There is something behind the door," he turned to say, "Be prepared." Harry and Ron positioned themselves on either side of the door, wands raised. Hermione extinguished the flame and also lifted her wand. Vittikel held his wand in his left hand while placing his right on the holster. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Behind the door lay a sight that left everyone speechless. It was a vast circular chamber, the ceiling soaring at least 50 feet high, adorned with a celestial map, though the stars appeared to move slowly. The room held no furniture, only flying keys. Hundreds, no, thousands of keys flitted through the air, resembling a metallic swarm of bees. They varied in size and shape. Ancient iron keys, delicate brass ones, modern serrated keys, and even a few that resembled small animals, all sporting wings as thin as gossamer, buzzing in a collective hum. Across the room, 30 yards away, stood another door, a heavy oak door with a large, old-fashioned keyhole at its center. "We need to find the correct key," Hermione immediately assessed, from among so many. "And the door is on the opposite side." Ron pointed to the walls on either side of the room. "Look, brooms." Indeed. Propped against the wall were 4 flying brooms, not the old Comet series used for school training, but rather the more advanced Nimbus series, well-maintained. Flying keys, Harry's eyes sparkled. His seeker's instincts allowed him to swiftly grasp the design of this challenge. Akin to catching the golden snitch in Quidditch, he had to seize the right one midair. But which one is the correct one? Vittikel squinted, scrutinizing the swarm of keys. They darted about too swiftly, their erratic paths making it difficult to discern details. Hermione had already produced a small telescope, not the kind used in astronomy class, but a high-powered portable one, a practical gift from Jason. She quickly scanned the swarm of keys. Most had intact wings, but a few, look, in the northwest corner, were flying more slowly, their wings appearing damaged. Vittikel noticed as well. At the edge of the swarm, approximately 20 keys formed a small cluster, their flight patterns indeed less agile than the others. He focused intently, summoning his innate magical perception. One of the keys, he gestured towards a silver-gray large key situated lower within the group, was the most severely damaged, its left wing missing a segment, causing it to veer to the right while in flight. Moreover, its magical fluctuations were distinct from those of the other keys, more ancient and stable. Harry had already grasped a broom and mounted it. I'll catch it. Wait, Vittikel intercepted him. One person is not sufficient. The swarm of keys will interfere with you. And that damaged key is clearly evading the central area. It knows it is the target of pursuit. We must coordinate. He swiftly devised a strategy. Harry, you will lead the charge, approaching from the front. Ron, you will flank from the left, using obstruction spells to restrict the key's escape routes. Hermione, you will remain below, prepared to use the softening spell to slow it down if it attempts to flee downward. Vittikel produced a small device from his pocket. No larger than a lighter, adorned with several buttons. A modified sonic wave generator capable of emitting specific frequencies to disrupt the perception of magical creatures. I will attempt to create temporary confusion among the keys, providing you with an opportunity. Harry nodded, gripping the broomstick tightly. All right, I'm following your lead. The four of them took their positions. Harry inhaled deeply, pushing off the ground as the broom ascended smoothly. Ron and Hermione also mounted their brooms. Although less skilled than Harry, they managed basic flight without issue. Vittikel remained behind, holding the sonic wave generator, his eyes fixed on the swarm of keys. 3, 2, 1. Action. Harry surged toward the keys like an arrow released from a bow. His flying posture was elegant and efficient, almost instantly capturing the attention of the majority of the keys. The intact keys, akin to an enraged swarm of bees, surged toward him, attempting to collide with his metallic bodies. Obstacles ahead. Ron sliced in from the left, waving his wand, as a transparent barrier unfolded in the air, blocking a dozen keys. Legs stiffen. Hermione cast a spell from below, causing several keys attempting to flee at low altitude to suddenly stiffen their wings and spiral downward. Vittikel pressed the button on the sonic wave generator. No sound, at least none audible to human ears. Yet the swarm of keys above clearly descended into chaos. Their flight trajectories became erratic, colliding with one another, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. The damaged silver gray key seized the opportunity to slip toward a corner of the ceiling. It's escaping, Harry shouted, lowering the broomstick and executing a sharp turn in pursuit. His flying skills were on full display here, weaving through the dense swarm of keys. Dodging and accelerating, each movement executed with precision as if calculated. On several occasions, metallic keys brushed perilously close to his cheek, but he did not flinch, keeping his eyes locked on his target. To the left. It's heading left. Hermione called from below. Harry immediately adjusted his course. However, the damaged key altered its direction as well, suddenly diving beneath Harry's broom, heading towards Vittikel. An opportunity. Vittikel did not flinch. He stood his ground, withdrawing his wand with his right hand while still gripping the sonic wave generator with his left. When the damaged key was merely 5 feet away, he pronounced the incantation clearly and confidently. Bind, swiftly. A silver rope shot forth from the tip of his wand, not an ordinary binding spell, but a light ribbon adorned with ginkgo leaf patterns, a unique magical effect of the guardian wand. The ribbon precisely wrapped around the base of the key's wings, immobilizing it without causing damage, merely causing its flight speed to plummet. Seizing this fleeting moment, Harry dove down, extending his right hand. He grasped it. The silver gray key struggled in his grip, its wings flapping wildly, but Harry held on tightly. He turned the broom and soared towards the opposite door, his other hand retrieving the key from his pocket. Before they descended through the hatch, Vittikel had instructed everyone to grab a handful of straw. Now, the straw in Harry's hand had been transfigured into a rough replica of that silver gray key. A substitution. Harry hurled the replica into the air, and it immediately sprouted wings, blending into the swarm of keys, while the true key was inserted into the door lock. Click. The door swung open. Harry landed, panting heavily. Yet his face radiated an exhilarated smile. We did it. Ron and Hermione also descended. Hermione promptly checked Harry for injuries, while Ron patted him on the back. That was brilliant. You flew just like my brother Charlie. He was the seeker for Gryffindor. Vittikel approached, reclaiming the sonic wave generator. Well done, Harry. But conserve your energy. The next challenge may be more troublesome. They exited the room, entering a narrow stone corridor. The corridor was short, culminating in another door, this time a heavy double wooden door, through the crack of which light seeped, accompanied by faint clicking sounds, akin to stones grinding against one another. Upon pushing open the double doors, the four children beheld one of the most magnificent indoor spectacles since Hogwarts' founding. It was a vast square room, the ceiling soaring high, and the walls were smooth black marble. The entire floor was a colossal chessboard, each square as large as a dining table, alternating black and white, flawless in its appearance. Yet the pieces on the chessboard were not wooden or stone carvings. They were alive, or rather, magically animated, colossal statues resembling living beings. The black side was crafted from obsidian, while the white side was fashioned from white jade. Each piece towering 10 feet tall, standing stoically in their respective starting squares. The king exuded majesty, the queen radiated elegance, the bishops were solemn, the knights valiant. The castles formidable, and the soldiers orderly. Their eyes, those pieces with carved eyes, were closed, as if in slumber. At the opposite end of the room, directly across from the chessboard, was an exit marked by another door, yet before it stood 3 rows of white soldier pieces, poised in a defensive formation. Wizardess chess, Ron murmured, his complexion shifting from pale to a focused excitement. But this is enormous. Moreover, we must win to pass. Hermione pointed to a line of glowing text suspended in the center of the room. It was ancient runic script, yet she read it fluently. White moves first. The victor shall proceed. Vittikel approached the edge of the chessboard, scrutinizing it closely. Each side of the board had an empty position. The black side was missing a bishop, while the white side lacked a castle. We need to substitute for the pieces, he concluded, becoming part of the board, and win this game. How do we know the rules? Harry inquired. Do standard chess rules apply? They should. Ron had crouched down to examine the board. Look. The pieces are set up in the classic opening, the king's pawn opening. But the black side's formation seems odd. The left flank is weak, while the right is aggressively fortified. This resembles a variant of the dragon defense. Vittikel gazed at Ron in astonishment. This red-haired boy, who typically displayed mediocrity in class, shone with brilliance as he analyzed the board, his eyes almost illuminating the room. Ron, you understand this? Hermione also expressed surprise. My grandfather taught me, Ron admitted bashfully. He was once the wizard's chess champion at Hogwarts. That old set we have is the one that talks and fights. It was passed down from him. I've been playing chess with it since childhood, and when I lost, the pieces would mock me. He stood, scanning the entire board, his finger tracing the air. We need 4 people to substitute for the pieces. The white side is missing a castle and a bishop. The black side is missing. Wait. The black side lacks a bishop, but one knight's position is peculiar. It should be at c6, but is now at d5. This is a trap. A trap? Vittikel's alertness heightened. If we were to replace that vacant position with a castle and then move the pawn to e4, we would lure the black knight to capture the pawn. And then we could checkmate its king with the bishop. Ron spoke rapidly. But look at the position of the black castle at h8. If the knight captures the pawn, the black castle can move straight down to h1, checkmating us. We would be checkmated. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The designer of this chess game is quite formidable. At first glance, it appeared to be a distinct advantage for the white pieces. Yet concealed within lay a lethal trap. What shall we do? Harry inquired. Ron pondered for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. We need to alter our strategy to avoid falling into its predetermined snares. Vittek, you shall take the place of the black bishop. The black pieces? Hermione furrowed her brow. Does that not make us adversaries? No, we remain the white side, Ron clarified, but the black side is missing its bishop. If one of us assumes the role of the black bishop, we can influence their moves from within. I can direct you to execute seemingly reasonable moves that will actually benefit the white side. Vittek understood immediately, a strategy of internal and external collaboration. Exactly. Harry, you will take the position of the white bishop. Hermione, you shall assume the role of the white rook. I, Ron, shall take a deep breath and occupy the position of the white knight, serving as the overall commander. The knight's movements are the most versatile, allowing me to oversee the entire board. With their roles assigned, the 4 moved to their designated positions. As Vittek stepped onto the square occupied by the black bishop, the white jade beneath his feet instantly transformed into obsidian, and his robe took on a deep gray hue. Immediately, he felt a powerful magical force enveloping him. Not as oppression, but as a connection. He could sense the state of every black piece on the board, hear their whispered slumber, and even vaguely perceive the threats posed by the opposing white pieces. Ron, standing on the knight's square, raised his wand not to cast a spell, but as a conductor's baton. Prepare. The white pawn advances from e2 to e4. Suddenly, the white pawn adjacent to Harry's bishop sprang to life. The colossal white soldier moved forward 2 squares, landing with a heavy thud that shook the ground beneath. The black side responded immediately, with an obsidian soldier advancing from d7 to d5, obstructing their path. Pawn from d2 to d4. Ron continued to command. Hermione's adjacent soldier advanced 2 squares, confronting the black piece. The ensuing series of moves were rapid and intense. Ron displayed remarkable skill, each step meticulously calculated, while deftly influencing the black side's strategy through Vittek. Vittek discovered he could control the black bishop's movements to a limited extent, not through complete domination, but as if making suggestions. The board's magic seemed to favor his inclination towards the white side. 10 minutes later, the game entered the mid-stage. The white side held a slight advantage, yet the black side's counterattacks were fierce. Knight to f3, Ron commanded, as his represented white knight leaped to f3, forming a pincer movement with Hermione's rook. The black side retaliated. The queen advanced to d6, threatening the white center. Rook from c1 to c3. Hermione's rook moved laterally 3 squares, safeguarding the central pawn. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black bishop was not the one Vittikel was controlling, but rather another black bishop made an unanticipated move. It advanced from c8 to f5, directly targeting the exposed flank of the white king. Oh no, Ron's face paled. I hadn't calculated this move. It should have moved to e6. What do we do now? Harry shouted, feeling the magical mark on his bishop's square indicating it was under attack. Ron quickly contemplated, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The only solution is to sacrifice the rook. He turned to Hermione. Hermione, I need you to move to d5. You will be captured by the black queen, but this will open the line for my knight to threaten the black king. Hermione's expression also turned pale, but she clenched her teeth. All right, how do I move? Rook from c3 to d5. The rook began its advance. Hermione shut her eyes tightly, gripping her wand, awaiting the moment of her capture. Yet, as she reached d5, the black queen did not move to take her as anticipated. Instead, another black knight leapt from b8 to c6, directly checkmating the white king. No, Ron shouted in despair, it sees through us. It knows we are employing an internal strategy and has altered its algorithm. The magic of the board seemed to possess some adaptability. Upon realizing that the black bishop Vittikel's moves consistently favored the white side, it adjusted the strategies of the other black pieces, even temporarily shifting the priorities of the queen and knight. Now the white king was checkmated, and the only way to escape was block with my bishop. Harry cried out. Ron, command me to move to e2. No, Ron said desperately, the e2 square is blocked by our own pawn. Even if you block, the black queen will still checkmate the king on the next turn. We've lost. What does losing mean? Being trapped here? Being attacked by the pieces? Or something worse? Vittikel's mind raced. He surveyed the entire board, examining the position of each piece, observing the flow of magic. Then he discerned it. The rules. Every game has rules, and rules invariably harbor loopholes. What were the rules of this colossal wizard's chess? One must win. However, there were no stipulations that victory had to be achieved through standard chess methods. How is victory determined? When one king is checkmated with no recourse. How is checkmate defined? When the king is attacked, unable to move, protected, or capture the attacker. But what if the attacker ceased to exist? Ron, Vittikel suddenly spoke, his voice calm enough to draw the attention of the other three. What would happen if I attacked that checkmating knight? You are the black bishop. You cannot attack the black knight. Ron shook his head. And even if you could, moving to c6 requires 2 steps, and there isn't enough time. The king will be checkmated on the next turn. I am not suggesting using a piece to attack. Vittikel's hand rested on the holster at his waist. He was inhabiting the role of the black bishop, which, according to the rules, could not attack the black knight. Yet he, Vittikel Wayne, was not merely a piece. The identity of a piece was but a temporary role bestowed by magic. And a gun, that was not magic. What are you planning to do? Harry's eyes widened. Vittikel offered no response. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his senses. The magical diamond at his chest warmed slightly, the yin-yang pendant emitted a gentle hum, and the 5 emperor coins bracelet vibrated softly. All his protective gear was on alert, as the ensuing actions might trigger the board's magical countermeasures. Yet he did not hesitate. His right hand drew the wand of the keeper, while his left hand withdrew the Glock 43X. The wand pointed at his feet as he softly recited the Eastern incantation taught by Lin Wan, not for offense, nor for defense, but for delineation. Yin and yang divided. The living and the dead diverged. Here I stand, my body is my own, the chess is the chess, each pursuing its own path, mutually uninvolved. A faint aura emanated from him, momentarily severing the board's magical identification of his personal identity. In that instant, he was not the black bishop. He was simply Vittikel standing on the square of the black bishop. Then, he raised the gun, aiming at the checkmating black knight piece. Sculpted from obsidian and towering 10 feet tall, it stood at c6, its long sword raised menacingly towards the white king. Vittikel pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the vast chamber of the chessboard, deafeningly loud. The anti-magic bullet soared with an ethereal blue trajectory, striking precisely at the knight's chest, not the head, which might have been impenetrable, but at the joint in the center of its breastplate, the most vulnerable point. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, the knight piece froze. Its elevated sword began to fracture, cracks spiderwebbing from the tip to the hilt, then spreading to its arm, shoulder, and chest, the fissures emitting a sharp cracking sound. Finally, under the watchful gazes of the 4 children, the enormous obsidian knight piece boom exploded into countless fragments. It was not a gradual collapse, but rather an explosive shattering. As though the interior had been packed with explosives, fragments of stone rained down upon the chessboard, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds. stirring up a cloud of dust. The chessboard room was plunged into an eerie silence. All the other pieces, both black and white, ceased their movements. Their eyes, those that possessed them, simultaneously opened. The stony orbs turning towards Voldemort, devoid of anger, devoid of surprise, only imbued with a profound, magical confusion. Then, the hovering Niven transformed. It was no longer the white side that moved first, nor a passage for the victors, but evolved into new words. Outside the rules, a breakthrough emerged. A passage opened silently. Ron slumped to the ground, gasping, "Merlin's beard, you shattered it." It declared victory for the victors. Voldemort holstered his weapon. Tucking his wand back into his belt, his voice still calm, "I made the piece attacking the king disappear. The king is no longer in check. Technically, the black side has lost a knight, while the white side is not in checkmate. The game cannot continue, thus the white side has not lost. Nor has the black side won, yet the conditions for passage have been fulfilled." Hermione approached, her expression complex as she surveyed the scattered obsidian shards. "Is this considered cheating?" "Consider it innovation," Voldemort replied, bending down to pick up a small piece of obsidian, still resonating with faint magical vibrations. The architect of this level anticipated various strategies, but did not foresee someone using a physical means to directly remove pieces. This was not a magical attack. It was a technological assault that exceeded the confines of wizard chess rules. Harry patted Voldemort's shoulder, a smile gracing his features, a blend of relief and admiration. "Who cares? We made it through." Voldemort nodded, gazing at the open door. Beyond it lay a spiraling stone staircase descending into darkness. Faint light and the dripping sound of some liquid emanating from the depths. "Logical puzzles and potion challenges," he remarked. "Hermione, the next stage is your domain." Hermione straightened her back, gripping her wand tightly. "I am ready." "Wait," Ron interjected suddenly, pointing at Voldemort's weapon. "You just used a muggle weapon. At Hogwarts. If the professors find out, then let them not find out," Voldemort replied calmly. "Moreover, Dumbledore has given his tacit approval. Do you recall my parents' meeting at the Leaky Cauldron? He consented that I may employ unconventional means to protect myself and my classmates when necessary." He paused, adding, "And besides, I only have 6 bullets left. Use them sparingly." The 4 of them exchanged glances before making their way towards the spiral staircase. Behind them, the magic of the chessboard room began to automatically repair itself. The obsidian fragments floated upwards, reassembling into the shape of a knight, but this time, its breastplate bore a small, permanent bullet hole, a badge of this knight, akin to a warning. Some rules are born to be broken. If Voldemort were truly but a small bat. This side story is an if line I had promised to a lovely little one. Ah, my dear readers. You are all as adorable and warm as Voldemort. Mua. Gotham's rain never falls with sufficient intensity. It is either a sticky drizzle or a torrential downpour, with rarely a middle ground. Tonight belongs to the latter, as raindrops pelted against the windshield of the Batmobile, the wipers set to maximum, barely clearing a wedge of visibility. On the 3rd floor of the laboratory, at the end of the east corridor, Barbara's voice resonated clearly and calmly through the communicator. Thermal imaging indicated 3 guards and 17 life signals, 5 of which were faint. Batman remained silent, his black cape unfurling in the rain like the wings of a great bat. Nightwing infiltrated from the other side. The Red Hood's motorcycle parked 2 blocks away as he was responsible for perimeter cleanup and retreat routes. The target this time was an underground magical creature laboratory, with intel suggesting that illegal cross-dimensional experiments were underway. 3 minutes later, all guards had been silently incapacitated. Batman pushed open the heavy isolation door, and even he paused for half a second at the sight before him. Glass jars lined both sides of the room, varying in size, each containing bizarre creatures, bunny-like beings with scales, glowing spiders, and self-walking plants. The air was a nauseating blend of disinfectant and some magical potion. Then he heard a tapping sound. Very faint, yet rhythmic. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap. A variant of Morse code, SOS. The sound emanated from a smaller glass jar at the farthest recess of the room. Batman approached, furrowing his brow at the creature within the jar. A bat, but not an ordinary bat. It was no larger than the size of a palm. Its deep gray fur clinging damply to its body, the wing membranes a translucent deep purple, speckled with silver dots. Most striking were its eyes, which shone like 2 tiny sapphires even in the dim light. At this moment, those blue eyes were fixed intently on him, its tiny claws rhythmically tapping against the glass wall. Tap, 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 tap. Batman reached to inspect the jar's latch, discovering it was magically reinforced. Just as he was about to call Zatanna for remote assistance, the Red Hood's voice suddenly broke in. "Old man, reinforcements are heading your way. 5 minutes, at most." "Received," Batman replied coolly, beginning to examine the jar's structure. The magical latch was intricate. Forcibly breaking it could harm the creature inside. At that moment, The little bat retreated slightly, taking a deep breath. If a bat could perform such an action, before its entire body began to glow, not in a blinding manner, but rather in a gentle golden hue, reminiscent of the faint light just before dawn during the darkest hour. The halo enveloped it, casting light through the glass and onto Batman's mask. Click. The magical latch released itself. The lid of the jar slowly rose. The little bat flapped its wings and flew out, its movements somewhat unsteady, clearly having been confined for a long time. It spiraled in the air before precisely landing on Batman's left shoulder. Its fur brushed against his chin, cold, damp, yet remarkably soft. The little creature emitted a faint squeak, then slumped down, hanging limply from his cape clasp. Batman froze. It was not fear. Batman does not fear. It was confusion. He had dealt with fire-breathing dragons, a pet of Damien's, talking plants, poison ivy's offspring, and even magical puppets attempting world domination. But a little bat that actively flew to his shoulder, nuzzled his chin, and then fainted? This was not in any contingency plan. B. What is your status? Nightwing's voice came through. He had finished clearing the west side. The subject has successfully self-rescued. Batman weighed his words carefully, preparing to retreat. Do you need medical assistance? Batman glanced at the damp little fur ball on his shoulder. It was still using its wings to unconsciously grasp at the fabric of his cape. Yes. Alfred Pennyworth had cared for many injured souls throughout his life. From the youthful scrapes of Master Thomas after a night of revelry to the gunshot wounds, fractures, and internal bleeding sustained by Master Bruce after becoming Batman, and later, Master Dick S. tumbles, Master Jason S. numerous brushes with death, Master Tim S. overexertion leading to fainting, and Master Damien S. training mishaps. If Gotham's medical system were aware of the actual amount of bandages and sutures consumed by the Wayne family, they might very well demand a separate tax from them. Yet, the little patient before him raised an eyebrow from the old butler. A little bat, sir. Alfred delicately wielded tweezers, gently cleansing the binding wounds upon the diminutive bat's wings with a sterilized cotton swab. Although, from a taxonomical perspective, you and it might be considered distant relatives, that does not necessitate our adoption of every creature we encounter. It has saved itself. Bruce had already shed his bat suit. Standing by the medical table clad in a simple black t-shirt, the magical clasp having unfastened itself. Quite impressive. Alfred cautiously turned the little bat's body, inspecting for additional injuries. Signs of malnutrition, dehydration, and a slight inflammation of the wings. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, it appeared to be attempting to grasp Bruce's finger in its slumber. Indeed, even in its unconscious state, the tiny bat's claws clung tightly to a finger that Bruce had placed on the edge of the medical table. Whenever Bruce attempted to withdraw his finger, it emitted a faint, dreamy squeak, its wings quivering slightly. Bruce observed in silence. The logic of Batman dictated that they wait for it to recover, then contact Zatanna to locate an appropriate magical sanctuary. Yet, that SOS signal, the sapphire-like eyes, and the soft downy fur brushing against his chin compelled him. First, heal it, Bruce ultimately stated, and then we shall discuss further. Alfred cast a glance at him. Remaining silent, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. He understood Bruce all too well. The outcome of their discussion was often determined the moment that phrase was uttered. The little bat awakened at 3 in the morning. Bruce was still at the bat computer, analyzing laboratory data in pursuit of the puppet master behind the scenes. Alfred had retired for the night, but had left a makeshift nest, a paper box lined with soft velvet, nestled in a warm corner of the medical table. First came the faint sound of fabric rustling, followed by a tentative squeak. Bruce turned his head. The little bat peered out from the box, its blue eyes twinkling like two lanterns in the dim Batcave. Upon spotting Bruce, its eyes brightened noticeably, and it flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight, only to falter and fall due to its weakness. Instinctively, Bruce reached out to catch it. The small, warm body settled into his palm, lighter than he had imagined, its feathery down brushing against his skin. The little bat curled up in his hand, gazing up at him, and emitted another sound. This time, the pitch rose, as though inquiring. You are safe now, Bruce reassured, his voice unconsciously softening. This place is very safe. The little bat appeared to comprehend. It relaxed, beginning to curiously survey the vastness of the Batcave, the flickering computer screens, the glass cabinets displaying various equipment, and the enormous mechanical dinosaur in the distance. Upon spotting the dinosaur, it instinctively shrank back into Bruce's palm, its wings shielding its eyes. That is merely a replica, Bruce explained, then realized he was conversing with a bat. He cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Are you hungry? The diluted glucose solution prepared by Alfred was nearby. Bruce dipped his fingertip into it and presented it to the little bat's mouth. The bat hesitated, sniffing, before extending its tiny pink tongue to gently lick. Once, twice. And then it grasped Bruce's finger, earnestly licking the sugar solution, purring with satisfaction in its throat. Bruce froze. Not due to the act itself. He had once fed Dick in a similar manner when he was feverish, but rather because this little creature trusted him so completely, unreservedly, wholly, as though it were a pet he had nurtured for years, rather than a stranger rescued from a laboratory only hours prior. When the little bat had its fill, Bruce attempted to return it to the paper box. However, the moment it left his hand, it emitted anxious squeaks, flapping its wings in a bid to return to him. After 3 repeated attempts, Bruce surrendered. Thus, that night, Gotham's Dark Knight, the terror of criminals known as Batman, operated the computer with one hand while cradling a sleeping little bat in the palm of the other. Occasionally, it would twitch its ears in slumber or unconsciously pat his thumb with its wings, as if assuring itself of his presence. When Alfred beheld this scene the following morning, he said nothing, merely setting a cup of breakfast coffee beside the computer before preparing a more suitable environment for a magical bat to reside. 3 days later, the little bat, now affectionately dubbed Vittikel by everyone due to its response to the laboratory designation 73, exhibited marked improvement in health. The binding wounds had nearly healed. Its weight had increased from 32 grams to 38 grams, and its magical fluctuations had stabilized. Furthermore, its penchant for affection grew exponentially. Alfred crafted the first miniature piece of furniture for it, a 4-poster bed. The frame was constructed from dismantled clock parts, and the canopy was fashioned from scraps of silken fabric in silver-green hues, as Vittikel had shown a fondness for these colors. With a mattress filled with lavender and soft cotton. "Master Vittikel, please do try your new bed," Alfred said as he presented Vittikel to the bedside. Vittikel circled the bed curiously before landing atop one of the bedposts, tilting its head to regard Alfred, then the bed. Then, it performed an act that nearly melted the old butler's heart. Rather than diving into the bed, it first flew to Alfred's hand, nuzzling its fluffy head against his thumb. 3 gentle rubs, one to the left, one to the right, and another in the middle. Once satisfied, it flew back to the little bed, wrapping itself in a velvet blanket, revealing only its blue eyes and pointed ears. Alfred stood there, silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he turned and approached the workbench, beginning to sew a second small blanket in rainbow stripes and a palm-sized cushion stuffed with lavender and chamomile for sleep aid. "It just expressed gratitude towards you, Alfred," Dick remarked, having appeared at some point in the medical area, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. "Goodness, this is even more touching than the one time Damien called me brother." "Master Dick, I believe it is inadvisable to draw comparisons between the two," Alfred replied calmly, though his stitching had noticeably quickened. "However, it indeed displays an extraordinary sense of etiquette and cunning," Dick added, stepping closer and extending his index finger. "Hey, little one, let me feel a nuzzle too." Vittikel peeked out from the blanket, glancing at Dick's finger, then at his grinning face. Instead of nuzzling Dick, it flew to the freshly sewn rainbow blanket, using its claws to push it toward Dick's direction, nudging it a short distance before looking up at him and emitting a clear squeak. The meaning was unmistakable. The blanket was for him. But nuzzling was reserved for Alfred alone. Dick stood momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Oh my, it can differentiate between us. Alfred, you have been favored." The curve of Alfred's lips became more pronounced. He took the rainbow blanket and carefully spread it across the other side of the little bed. "I believe Master Vittikel thinks I require more color to embellish my life. How thoughtful." Vittikel joyfully took flight, circling above the bed, a soft golden halo radiating around it. This was its expression of happiness. It then landed upon the new blanket, contentedly curling up, and within moments, drifted into slumber. Its purring as gentle as a miniature engine. Dick observed this scene, suddenly producing his phone. "What are you doing?" Bruce's voice came from behind. He had just finished his morning workout, his hair still damp. Capturing this moment, Dick replied assertively. In the Batcave lay a mini bed with a 4-poster design and a rainbow blanket, upon which slept a glowing magical bat. To not document this scene would be a crime against history. Bruce regarded the slumbering Vittikel and offered no objection. Thus, the photograph became the cover of Dick's phone album. Later, it was printed and affixed to the bulletin board of the Batcave, entitled "The Softest Resident of the Batcave." If Vittikel had conquered Alfred with courtesy and thoughtful gestures, then its methods towards other family members were tailored and precise. Dick soon discovered that Vittikel was an exceptional playmate. First came the aerial stunt lessons. While Dick practiced his 3.5 mid-air twists in the training area, Vittikel would synchronously mimic him from the side, albeit often veering off course due to its insufficient wingspan, resembling a tipsy little kite. Yet, it never gave up. After tumbling onto the soft mat, it would shake its head and take to the skies once more to try again. "Look, little one, it's all about the angle of takeoff." Dick slowed his movements to demonstrate. Hanging upside down on the horizontal bar, Vittikel followed Dick's motions with its little head swaying side to side, as earnest as a graduate student attending a lecture. Once Dick finished, it flew down, not immediately imitating him, but first circling around Dick, gently tapping his shoulder with the tip of its wing, a learned gesture of reward, signifying you did splendidly. Dick's heart was touched. He devised an entire mini Nightwing training course for Vittikel, an obstacle course built from Lego blocks, an aerial maze crafted from feathers and bells, and even a miniature trampoline made of rubber bands and handkerchiefs. Vittikel relished every moment, particularly with the trampoline, where it could bounce for a full half hour, chirping joyfully, its soft golden aura warming the entire training area. However, what truly captivated Dick was the bedtime story hour. One day, after sharing a whimsical tale from his circus days, he found Vittikel hanging from his finger, eyes wide and unblinking. Upon hearing a thrilling part, it would cover its mouth with its wings, if bats could perform such an action, emitting a stifled chuckle. During perilous moments, it would clutch Dick's finger tightly, its blue eyes filled with concern. Thus, it became a routine. Whenever Dick spent the night in the Batcave, he was obliged to tell Vittikel a story. From Nightwing battling rogues to the Teen Titans pizza party, Vittikel absorbed every word. Then came Starfire's line, "Earth's ketchup is too sweet." Dick lowered his voice to mimic the alien princess. Vittikel rolled about on his finger, genuinely tumbling and nearly falling, only to be caught by Dick's other hand. Once safe, it lay in Dick's palm, legs splayed in delight, continuing to chirp and flapping its wings against his skin. Observing the little ball of laughter nestled in his hand, Dick suddenly became serious. "Do you know, little one? You are more formidable than all the villains in Gotham combined. For villains can be dealt with using fists. But a magical little bat rolling and laughing in your palm? That is invincible." When Barbara Gordon first encountered Vittikel, she was at the Batcave's main console, managing the surveillance data streams for Gotham's East End. Wearing headphones, her fingers glided swiftly across multiple holographic screens, completely immersed in the ocean of information until a data cable abruptly floated into the air. It was not a malfunction. The data cable, as if endowed with life, elegantly extricated itself from a tangled mass, performing a graceful curl in midair before gently landing in the cable storage box, arranged neatly. Barbara paused, adjusted her glasses, and turned to the direction from which the cable had come. A small, deep gray bat hung upside down from the ventilation port at the edge of the console, its blue eyes gazing at her, the tips of its wings still shimmering with a hint of silvery magical glow. Upon noticing her gaze, the little bat shyly retracted its neck, emitting a tentative "ee." "So, you are the legendary little one who wields magic." Barbara smiled, extending her finger. "I'm Barbara. You're Vittikel, aren't you?" Vittikel swooped down, not landing on her finger immediately, but first circling the neatly organized data cables as if showcasing its labor, before gracefully settling in Barbara's open palm, adjusting its position to ensure its fluffiest side faced up. In that instant, Barbara's heart was captured. She had seen countless adorable creatures, her neighbor's corgi puppy, fluffy squirrels in the park, even the bow-tied teddy bear Dick had gifted her in an attempt to charm her. Yet none could compare to the warmth, softness, and shy blue-eyed gaze of the little bat in her hand. "You helped me organize the data cables." Barbara gently touched the tip of Vittikel's ear with her fingertip. "Thank you, Vittikel." Vittikel responded by nuzzling its head against her thumb, purring contentedly. And the soft golden aura glowed once more, now warmer and gentler. From that day forward, Vittikel became Barbara's work companion in the Batcave. Barbara soon discovered that Vittikel possessed an almost obsessive preference for order and tidiness. If she worked late into the night, leaving her coffee cup, data pads, and notes scattered across the console, she would find everything magically arranged in perfect order by morning. Coffee cups in the upper left corner, data pads stacked chronologically, and the edges of her notes smoothed. It was as if she had a little housekeeper with a penchant for perfection. One day, upon witnessing this, Dick remarked, "Babs, your new assistant is stricter than Alfred." "Quiet, Dick," Barbara replied, not looking up, a small dish of Vittikel's favorite blueberries beside her, as Vittikel diligently worked. Indeed, Vittikel was not merely tidying up. It seemed to comprehend the nature of Barbara's work: information processing, pattern recognition, logical analysis. One day, while investigating a series of seemingly unrelated bank robberies, trying to uncover the underlying connections, Barbara found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of data. The graphs on her screen densely packed. Rubbing her forehead, she felt a headache coming on. Vittikel, who had been hanging upside down at the edge of her monitor, noticed and flew down, hovering in front of the screen, tilting its head to observe the graphs. After a few minutes, it extended a tiny paw, tapping 3 points on the touchscreen, 3 anomalies in the timestamps that Barbara had yet to notice. Barbara stared at those 3 points, her mind racing. Moments later, her eyes widened. Wait, these timestamps correspond to the shift changes at the Gotham Police Department. This wasn't random robbery, it precisely exploited security lapses. She immediately retrieved the corresponding police deployment map, which matched perfectly. "Vittikel, you are a genius," Barbara exclaimed, lifting the little bat and planting a kiss on its fluffy head. a completely instinctive gesture. Afterward, both froze. Barbara blushed. "I'm sorry, I got too excited." Vitti's response was to cover its face with its wings, or attempt to, peering at her through the gaps, its golden aura shifting to a shy pink, its ears twitching incessantly. The sight was so endearing that Barbara couldn't resist gently patting its back. "You helped me immensely, truly." Only then did Vitti lower its wings, flying to her shoulder and nuzzling her cheek gently, its fluff brushing against her skin like the softest feather. It then returned to its perch, a mini heating rack Barbara had installed next to the console, curling up and feigning sleep, though its twitching ears betrayed its lingering shyness. Barbara chuckled and shook her head, resuming her work, but feeling her spirits lift considerably. In return, Barbara designed a holographic simulation program for safe flying within the Batcave. "Listen, little one, some areas of the Batcave can be quite perilous." Barbara projected the hologram, revealing a three-dimensional map of the Batcave, with different regions color-coded: red for absolute no-go zones, chemical labs, magical item storage rooms, and active defense system trigger areas; yellow for caution zones, Batmobile maintenance areas, and weapon testing sites; and green for safe zones. Vitti hung upside down from her finger, intently observing the holographic display, occasionally emitting a soft squeak as if posing questions. They were situated at Jason's firearms maintenance station. Barbara pointed to a red dot on the map, cautioning that gunpowder residue was detrimental to bat respiratory systems, advising to steer clear. This area marked the cold weapon training zone of Damien, where throwing knives and shurikens were indiscriminate in their flight. Vitti nodded, her tiny claws gesturing in the air, mimicking Barbara as she tapped on the holographic map. Thanks to her magic, this action yielded real interaction, causing the selected area to enlarge and reveal detailed descriptions. "Clever," Barbara praised. "Now, let us engage in a little game." She activated the simulation program. The holographic map transformed into a real-time first-person perspective, where Vitti was tasked with controlling a virtual bat, navigating through a simulated cave, avoiding hazardous zones, and collecting blue light points symbolizing safe actions. On her first attempt, the virtual bat collided with the chemical experiment zone, triggering the simulated alarm. Vitti, startled, fell from Barbara's finger, only to be caught by her. "It's all right, let's try again," Barbara encouraged. On her third attempt, Vitti flawlessly navigated all zones and collected every blue light point. As the last point was gathered, the simulation erupted in celebratory fireworks, transforming the virtual bat into a graduation figure adorned with a miniature cap. Vitti joyfully spun in circles above the console, a soft golden halo radiating around. Barbara, smiling, rewarded her with a dried blueberry. However, it was an event that transpired shortly thereafter that truly touched Barbara's heart. Following an injury to her spine, some days proved more challenging than others, not due to pain, but an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if her body had betrayed her. That day was one such occasion. Seated in her wheelchair, she struggled to complete a simple data analysis, her fingers refusing to cooperate, resulting in numerous typos. Frustration surged within her. She contemplated throwing her tablet, but reined herself in. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. Suddenly, she felt a gentle weight upon her legs. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Vitti had flown over, not landing on her hand, but curling up on her lap, her petite form pressed against her. A silvery halo emanated from Vitti. Unlike the previously seen golden, pink, or green hues, it was a new, cool silver, reminiscent of moonlight. The halo enveloped her legs, not healing, for she knew that was impossible, but providing an extraordinary sense of relief. The heaviness dissipated, her agitation calmed, replaced by a tranquil coolness akin to a summer night's breeze brushing against her skin. Barbara was taken aback. "Vitti, is this your new ability?" Vitti lifted her head, her blue eyes gazing earnestly at her, and let out a soft squeak. The tone was gentle, as if inquiring, "Do you feel better?" Barbara reached out to stroke the soft fur on her back, her voice a bit choked. "Much better. Thank you, little one." Vitti purred contentedly, adjusting her position on Barbara's lap, curling into an even smaller ball, and then began to perform magic. Not grand gestures, but delightful little tricks, making a few scattered pens stand upright and tap dance in a row, causing a scrap of paper to fold in midair into a flying origami crane, transforming the fish swimming across the screensaver into dancing bat shapes. Each charming little trick was endearingly goofy, eliciting joyous laughter from Barbara. Finally, Vitti flew above her tablet, tapping the screen with her paw. Barbara glanced down to see Vitti magically controlling a stylus, awkwardly drawing a picture, a seated figure, a stick figure in a wheelchair, beside a flying bat, with a heart drawn between them. Although the lines resembled the crude scrawls of a 3-year-old, Barbara understood. She cradled Vitti close to her cheek, the fur soft and warm, the silver halo still lingering like a gentle veil. "You know, Vitti?" Barbara whispered, If Gotham's criminals knew that Batman's communications director was daily comforted by a magical bat's doodles, their worldview might just shatter. Vitti nuzzled her face, emitting a soft, affectionate squeak, as if laughing. From that day forth, Barbara's tablet housed a new encrypted album titled My Little Assistant, filled with photos of Vitti organizing data cables, recordings of their safe flight simulations, images of her sleeping on Barbara's lap, and that charming doodle set as her lock screen wallpaper. Vitti seemed to embrace this as part of their routine. Whenever Barbara worked too long or exhibited signs of fatigue, Vitti would flutter over, either using her silvery halo to soothe her or performing silly magical tricks to elicit her laughter. Once, Dick witnessed this spectacle and, with a tinge of jealousy, exclaimed, "Unfair. It has never performed a dancing crane for me." Barbara merely smiled, stroking Vitti's tiny head on her shoulder. "Because this is our secret, right?" Vitti puffed up her little chest proudly, squeak. If Vitti truly was just a little bat, Jason's resistance was the longest and most dramatic. On the first day, his declaration was resolute. "I will never keep pets. Especially not one that is fragile and prone to casting spells like this little nuisance." Vitti's response was to hover near the edge of the workbench while Jason maintained his firearms, not approaching but keeping a safe distance, and then began to meticulously preen her feathers. Not haphazardly, but with extreme seriousness and attention to detail. First using her tiny claws to groom the fuzz atop her head, then lowering her head to tidy her soft belly fur, and finally spreading her wings to delicately clean each bone with her tongue. The entire process was quiet and focused, as if she were performing some sacred ritual. Jason feigned ignorance, continuing his work on the gun. Yet, as time passed, his gaze began to drift towards her. On the 5th day, while baking insect cookies, merely an experiment to see which insects contained higher protein, he accidentally burned a batch. Cursing, he discarded the charred cookies into the trash, only to turn and find Vitti hanging upside down from the cabinet handle, her eyes fixated on the failed treats. "You want to eat this?" Jason asked skeptically. Vitti descended, not directly to the food, but first fluttered to Jason's wrist, giving it a gentle nudge before cautiously approaching the trash bin, carefully retrieving a less burnt fragment to savor in a corner. Jason stood there, watching the little bat savoring the charred cookie piece with a peculiar tug at his heart. On the 10th day, events escalated. While Jason was clearing a drug den in the East District, Vitti stealthily followed him, hidden in the hood of his motorcycle jacket. When the transaction went awry and gunfire erupted, Jason dodged, a bullet grazing his arm, resulting in a mere scratch, but blood began to seep out. At that moment, Vitti burst forth from his collar, not fleeing, but soaring in front of Jason, facing the gunman. Then she performed an action that left everyone in shock. The diminutive bat spread her wings and emitted a sharp cry, not an ordinary squeak, but a high-pitched sound imbued with magic, nearly piercing the eardrums. Simultaneously, a silvery light erupted from her, instantly enveloping the entire room. Every gun's trigger jammed simultaneously, all precise metal components suddenly rendered immobile as if glued together. Unable to fire or open, the gunman panicked. Jason, unfazed, seized the 3 seconds of opportunity to incapacitate them all non-lethally. Back at the safe house, Jason removed his jacket to find Vitti sprawled across the table, her wings drooping, the halo dimmed as if it might extinguish at any moment. Magic depleted. "You fool." Jason crouched down, delicately brushing his fingertips against Vitti's ears, murmuring, "Who asked you to protect me?" Vitti reluctantly opened its eyes, catching sight of the hastily bandaged wound on Jason's arm. It struggled to take flight, but failed, extending its tiny claws in a futile attempt to grasp Jason's direction. After a prolonged silence, Jason extended his hand, allowing Vitti to perch in his palm. That night, the red-hooded safe house welcomed a temperature-controlled bat box, outfitted with soft padding and a small water bowl. Jason also made a detour to the pet store to procure premium freeze-dried insects and vitamin supplements, simply to ensure it did not perish under his care. After all, medical expenses were exorbitant. However, the true testament of their bond unfolded a week later when Vitti entered its teething phase, losing its first milk tooth, a minuscule white fawn, the size of a grain of rice. Unaware of the significance, Vitti continued its antics, but Jason noticed, carefully retrieving the tiny tooth, disinfecting it with alcohol, and threading it with a red string to sew into the lining pocket of his tactical vest. Later, during an explosion, Jason fell unconscious and awoke to find himself on the medical table in the Batcave, his vest cut open to treat his wounds. The little tooth, adorned with the red string, had been tenderly extracted by Alfred and placed beside his pillow. Jason gazed at the tiny tooth for an extended moment before clenching it tightly in his hand. Foolishly sentimental, he muttered, but in the absence of others. He restrung the tooth onto a sturdier chain and tucked it away in the box. When Stephanie Brown first visited the Batcave, Viti was ensnared in a dire crisis. The box of its beloved blueberry treats was empty. Alfred had gone shopping, Barbara was absent from Gotham, Dick was in Bloodhaven, Bruce was in a meeting, and Tim was engrossed in data, oblivious to the unfolding disaster. Damien, on the other hand, deemed anxiety over snacks a sign of weakness. Though he had silently added blueberries to the shopping list, he would never voice it. Thus, Viti could only hang upside down by the edge of its small cot, its wings drooping lifelessly, radiating a melancholic gray-blue aura, embodying a profound sense of abandonment. It was then that Stephanie bounced into the scene. "Hey, Tim. Alfred sent me to grab what I left behind." "Wow." She halted, her eyes widening at the sight of the despondent little fluff ball on the cot. "What is that? Did Bruce finally get a pet?" "Wait, it glows." Viti lifted its eyelids, glanced at her, then let them fall again, emitting a soft squeak. The pitch dropped 3 notes, translating roughly to, "Without blueberries, life is devoid of meaning." Stephanie's heart was instantly seized, not in a trivial manner, but with an urgent need to make this little creature smile, lest she be deemed a sinner. She squatted down, meeting Viti's gaze. "Hey, little one. Aren't you happy?" Viti buried its face in its wings, exposing only its teary blue eyes. Though no actual tears were shed, the effect was the same, and emitted another squeak. Scanning the surroundings, Stephanie spotted the empty blueberry box and understood. "A snack crisis, is it?" She stood with her hands on her hips, declaring, "Stephanie Brown, aka the Interloper, aka Snack Problem Solver, is on the case." She dashed out of the Batcave and returned 5 minutes later, clutching a small box of fresh blueberries pilfered from the Wayne Manor kitchen's refrigerator. "Look," she exclaimed, wiggling a blueberry in front of Viti. "Blueberries are here." Viti's eyes sparkled instantly, its aura shifting from gray-blue to a golden hue of anticipation. Yet, it did not immediately swoop in. Instead, it circled around Stephanie, as if to confirm, "Is this for me?" Only then did it cautiously land in her palm, cradling the blueberry, which appeared as large as a watermelon to it. Nibbling at it daintily. While munching, it would occasionally glance up at Stephanie, its blue eyes brimming with gratitude. Stephanie felt as though she might melt. "Take your time. It's all yours." She sat cross-legged on the carpet, allowing Viti to feast comfortably in her hands. "I'm Stephanie. You're Viti, right? I've heard about you. The magical little bat rescued from the lab, now a member of the Wayne family." Viti nodded while eating, but halfway through, it suddenly halted, pushing the half-eaten blueberry towards Stephanie's fingers, looking up at her. "Squeak?" Stephanie paused for 2 seconds before comprehending. "You want to share with me?" Viti nodded. "Oh, no need. Little silly. You enjoy it. I have plenty of ways to get snacks. Alfred's special cookie jar has a password, Thomas Wayne's birthday. The pudding in the fridge gets restocked every Wednesday, and there are 3 boxes of concentrated coffee hidden by Dick in the storage room." She recited the snack map of Wayne Manor with great enthusiasm, and Viti's eyes grew brighter, eventually abandoning the blueberry entirely to fly up to her shoulder, nuzzling its head against her cheek. Its aura transformed into an excited rainbow hue, a new skill it had developed while shyly interacting with Barbara, now its ultimate expression of joy. From that day forth, Stephanie became Viti's chief adventure partner. Their first formal escapade occurred 3 days later. While rummaging through the Batcave's storage room for old equipment to repurpose, Stephanie found herself in need of a roll of specialized fabric perched on the highest shelf. The latter had been borrowed by Jason for motorcycle repairs. "If only I had a flying little friend to assist," Stephanie mused aloud, casting a glance at Viti, who was practicing levitation not far off. Instantly, Viti flew over, hovering before her, tilting its head. "Squeak?" Stephanie pointed at the top of the shelf. "Do you see that roll of silver material? Can you help me get it down? It's light, just a bit far." Viti looked up at the 3-meter-high shelf, then back at Stephanie's eager expression, puffing out its tiny chest. "Squeak." "No problem." It soared upward, cautiously testing the material with its claws. It was indeed light, though still somewhat large for its petite frame. After a moment of thought, Viti refrained from yanking it down. Instead, it spread its wings, enveloping the material roll in a soft golden aura. The aura gently lifted the material, with Viti guiding it down like a small tugboat towing a large freighter. Wobbling but determined, Stephanie held her breath, extending her hands below in preparation. The roll landed safely. Exhausted, Viti gasped in her palm, yet its eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if asking, "How did I do?" "Perfect," Stephanie exclaimed, giving it a thumbs up. "You're a genius mover." In gratitude, Stephanie decided to craft something special for Viti. "Every superhero needs a costume," she declared, pulling out needles, threads, scraps of fabric, and miniature buttons from her toolkit. "And every superhero's partner needs matching gear." Thus, in the ensuing week, each time Stephanie visited the Batcave, she would whisk Viti away into a small workshop, actually a repurposed storage locker, for their top-secret crafting projects. The results were as follows. 1. A A Batman-style mini-cape, fashioned from black matte fabric, lined with deep gray, featuring a tiny magnetic clasp at the collar, with openings at the wingspan to allow VD's wings to extend freely. Stephanie even embroidered a small bat symbol on the back with silver thread. 2. A Nightwing-style flying scarf, adorned with red, blue, and gold stripes, with tassels at both ends. Stephanie explained, though you lack a neck, you can tie it on your back. And when you fly, the tassels will flutter, super cool. 3. A spoiler-style eye mask, purple, no bigger than a fingernail, which could hardly conceal VD's large eyes. But Stephanie insisted it was symbolic. It represents that you are my secret agent. The 4th Red Hood variant was never crafted. Jason would undoubtedly call it childish and secretly envy it, so we decided against making it, allowing him to stew in his jealousy. Stephanie winked mischievously. VD's favorite was the Batman-themed cape. The first time he donned it, he soared around the Batcave several times, the cape billowing behind him, exuding a certain aura reminiscent of a Dark Knight's sidekick. Even Bruce was momentarily taken aback, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Not bad, he remarked. Filled with pride, VD puffed out his chest and flew onto Bruce's shoulder, rubbing the corner of his cape against Bruce's face. However, Stephanie brought more than mere craftsmanship. One sweltering summer afternoon, she stealthily whisked VD out of the Batcave and into Gotham Central Park. She purchased a double-scoop ice cream cone, vanilla and strawberry, and settled onto a bench beneath the shade of a tree. This is ice cream, she explained, scooping a minuscule morsel, no larger than a grain of rice, and offered it to VD. Just a tiny taste. Your little stomach might not handle dairy well. VD cautiously licked it, then froze in place. 3 seconds later, he erupted with an unprecedented rainbow glow, flapping his wings in excitement as he circled around Stephanie's lap, emitting a jubilant chirp that roughly translated to, "What divine delicacy is this? It's absolutely delicious. I want more." Stephanie burst into laughter. "Do you like it? But remember, you can only have a little bit. Here, just one more tiny scoop." That afternoon, the two of them shared the ice cream. Stephanie relished the larger portion while VD received tiny rewards every few minutes. With each bite, he would joyfully bounce on Stephanie's shoulder or soar around the bench, attracting the attention of passing children who pointed and exclaimed, "Look, Mom, a glowing bat. It's a drone." "Yes, a high-tech drone," Stephanie quickly clarified, tucking VD into the hood of her sweatshirt. VD peeked out from the edge of the hood, his blue eyes blinking adorably, a final morsel of ice cream clutched in his tiny mouth. On the way back, Stephanie bought a popsicle, and as she enjoyed it, VD hung upside down from her backpack strap, gazing longingly. Softening, she scraped a tiny bit of ice from the popsicle with her nail and offered it to him. VD caught it with his little tongue, his eyes squinting in satisfaction as his glow transformed into a cool, pale blue. "You know, VD," Stephanie suddenly said, "you possess magic. You know how to charm, and you bring laughter when others are downcast." She extended her hand, allowing VD to rest in her palm. "You are a little miracle. Do you understand?" VD seemed to comprehend. Instead of nuzzling her hand as usual, he performed an unexpected gesture. He flew to her cheek and, with his fluffy head, gently tapped her face. Not a nuzzle, but a touch. It was akin to a tiny kiss. Then he returned to her palm, curling into a ball, his glow shifting to a warm amber hue as he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, though the quivering tips of his ears betrayed his shyness. Stephanie stood still, feeling a warmth in her eyes. "All right," she sniffled, carefully placing VD into the pocket of her sweatshirt. "You win. You tug at the heartstrings more than all of Bruce's batarangs combined." From that day forth, Stephanie always kept a small pouch of dried blueberries in her toolkit. Her phone now contained an album titled My Little Partner, filled with photos of VD in various mini-capes, videos of him licking ice cream on park benches, and the candid shot she took of him curled up in her palm after that cheeky little peck. It seemed VD had also designated Stephanie as a special adventure companion. Whenever she arrived at the Batcave, he would be the first to zip over and greet her, bouncing on her shoulder or peeking out from her pockets, as if to inquire, what fun awaits today? On one occasion, when Stephanie was injured, nothing serious, just a sprained ankle, she sat in the medical area waiting for Alfred to attend to her. VD flew over, not to perform magic, but to drag out a roll of bandage from her toolkit, much smaller than what she needed, only the size of a band-aid, and attempted to help her wrap it. Though he clumsily ended up wrapping the bandage around his own wings, the thoughtfulness brought tears of laughter to Stephanie's eyes. "Thank you, little nurse," she stroked VD's head. "I'm feeling much better." Proudly puffing out his chest, VD sported the crooked bandage on his wings, resembling a battle-scarred soldier. Later, Stephanie preserved that tiny bandage, placing it in a small glass jar on her nightstand, labeled, "VD's first medical attempt, a failure, yet adorable." It appeared VD had learned from this misstep. A few days later, he floated over with a genuine band-aid, the one Stephanie had used when she accidentally cut her finger, wobbling as he approached, and accurately adhered it to her wound. Though it was slightly misaligned, it stuck firmly. Significant progress. Stephanie rewarded him with 2 dried blueberries. Viti clutched the blueberries, rolling about in her palm, his rainbow glow illuminating the entire medical area. Cassandra Cain's first encounter with Viti was a silent affair. It was 2 in the morning, and the Batcave was illuminated only by basic lighting. Cassandra trained in the farthest corner of the training area, where there were no cushion mats, only cold concrete. She practiced a new martial arts routine, not an offensive technique, but a flowing combination of defensive maneuvers and energy release, her body weaving like water, her footfalls nearly soundless. Viti had just learned to patrol the Batcave at night, with Alfred's approval for limited exploration, and was dozing upside down on a beam high above the training area. Cassandra's movements were so subtle that he initially did not notice. It wasn't until a particular turn, when her shadow glided across the wall in a graceful arc, resembling both a dance and flight, that Viti awoke. He did not descend or call out, but merely observed quietly. His blue eyes, in the dim light, resembled 2 small lanterns, tracking Cassandra's every movement. Cassandra was well aware of his presence. Her perceptive abilities could detect the faintest life signs, the rhythm of the little bat's breathing, the occasional flutter of his wings, and that peculiar, warm magical aura. Yet, she continued her practice undeterred. Upon completing a set of movements, she concluded with poise, her breathing steady as if she had not moved at all. Then she looked up towards the beam. Viti was watching her, too. In the stillness of the Batcave at 2 in the morning, a bat and a girl shared a moment of connection. Cassandra extended her hand, not in an inviting gesture, but simply outstretched, fingers gently curved like the branches of a tree. Viti hesitated for 3 seconds, then descended. Instead of landing directly on her hand, he circled around her slowly, gliding with barely a flap of his wings. After completing the circle, he landed on her fingertip, standing upright, his tiny claws lightly gripping her skin. Cassandra remained still, allowing Viti to acclimate to her presence. She could feel the warmth radiating from her fingertip, the slight weight, and the magical aura becoming clearer, not aggressive, but curious and tentative. Viti looked up at her and let out a soft chirp. Beep. The sound was so delicate that it seemed to fall like a feather in the quiet training area. Cassandra did not respond. It wasn't that she couldn't speak. She simply was not accustomed to it. She was more adept at communicating through body language, eye contact, and subtle shifts in expression. Thus, she merely gazed at Viti, blinked, and allowed a nearly imperceptible smile to curve her lips. Viti seemed to understand. Instead of calling out again, he responded with something else, his glow. A soft, golden-hued radiance emanated from it, not exuberant and lively as it might appear before others, but rather steady and gradual, pulsing in rhythmic alternation like the breath of life. This halo enveloped her and it, casting a warm circle of light upon the cold ground. Cassandra gazed at the luminescence, then met Viti's eyes. She discerned that this was not a performance, but a natural manifestation of its comfort and security. Just as her breath deepened in relaxation, Viti glowed when at ease. She raised her other hand, not to touch Viti, but to create a gesture with her palm open, gently pushing outward from her chest. This was one of her self-invented signs, signifying tranquility, assurance. Viti tilted its head, observing her gesture intently. Then it performed an act that astonished Cassandra. It took flight, not to escape, but to mimic her actions. The small bat spread its wings in midair and then gently propelled itself forward. Though its anatomical structure precluded perfect replication of her movements, the intention behind its slow unfolding was unmistakably clear. After the display, it returned to her fingertips, gazing at her, the rhythm of its halo quickening slightly, as if to inquire, "Did I do it correctly?" Cassandra smiled, not merely a smile of the lips, but one that began with her eyes curving into crescents, followed by a release of her facial muscles, a genuine delight radiating from within. She nodded. Viti's halo instantly brightened, joyfully twirling around her fingertips before it commenced a dance. Not a conventional dance, but its own version, gliding in a figure-8 pattern through the air, its wings beating to a rhythm audible only to itself, the halo fluctuating in brightness with each motion. A silent visualization of music. Cassandra observed for a moment, then joined in. She eschewed martial movements, instead synchronizing with Viti's rhythm, moving slowly, not in combat, but in dance. Her arms unfurled like wings, her steps light as feathers, her body whirling like the wind. There was no music, yet Viti's halo served as the beat. The flapping of its wings became the percussion. Together, a human and a bat, they engaged in a completely silent ballet within the cavernous training area at dawn. Viti flew around her, sometimes leading, sometimes accompanying, occasionally hovering just above her palms, the halo enveloping her. Cassandra's movements flowed as if she were born to dance in such a manner. Every turn, every extension perfectly aligning with VD's flight path. This dance perhaps lasted 5 minutes, maybe 10. When it concluded, Cassandra stood still, her breath slightly elevated. VD alighted upon her shoulder, its small body pressed against her neck, and she could feel it breathing faintly. They lingered together for a moment, sharing a tranquil silence amidst the gradually calming magical glow. From that moment onward, a unique rapport blossomed between Cassandra and VD. Their communication was seldom verbal. With a mere glance, Cassandra could convey her desire for solitude or her wish for its company. A subtle shift in VD's wing angle could inform Cassandra of its hunger, fatigue, or playful intent. Cassandra discovered that VD's understanding of body language surpassed that of ordinary animals, even exceeding that of many humans. Once, while reviewing footage of a battle, she furrowed her brow at a particular opponent's feint. VD, hanging upside down at the edge of her monitor, noticed her reaction and swooped down, using magic to control a feather on the ground, mimicking the feint by drifting to the left before abruptly veering to the right. Cassandra's eyes widened as she pointed at the screen, then at the feather. VD nodded and made the feather repeat the action, this time at a slower pace, clearly illustrating the pivotal moment of the feint. "You understood," Cassandra murmured, her voice soft, a complete sentence she seldom used. VD puffed up its chest proudly, its halo transforming into a radiant gold. In return, Cassandra began to teach VD some genuine, practical concepts. Not martial arts, the bat's anatomy precluded that, but how to read body language. She used herself as a teaching tool. The curvature of her shoulders when relaxed, the tension in her muscles when alert, the subtle shifts in her center of gravity before movement, even the variations in her breathing rhythm. VD studied earnestly. It would hang upside down beside her, its blue eyes unwavering as it intently observed her movements, its little head tilting side to side like the most dedicated of students. Occasionally, it would attempt to mimic her, albeit in a rudimentary fashion, such as raising its ears when she was vigilant, its ears naturally erect, yet it would give them a little shake, or lowering its wings when she relaxed. Once, Cassandra deliberately executed an exceedingly subtle feint, her right shoulder sinking a mere half-centimeter, a technique learned during her time with the Assassin's Guild, designed to deceive formidable opponents. VD observed thrice, then flew to her front, not to imitate, but to perform another act. It conjured a small cluster of silver light above her right shoulder, the luminescence tracing the trajectory of her earlier movement, precisely marking that half-centimeter displacement. Cassandra was taken aback. Then she erupted into laughter, not a sound, but a silent convulsion of her shoulders, her eyes crescent-shaped, her entire being tilting backward in an unrestrained expression of mirth. It had been long since she had laughed in such a manner. VD, slightly abashed by her laughter, turned its halo a blush pink, seeking to hide behind her. Yet Cassandra reached out, catching it and bringing it before her, gently touching her forehead to its fuzzy head. This was the highest form of intimacy she could offer. VD understood. It did not shy away but instead nudged its head against hers, the halo shifting from blush pink back to warm gold, now infused with a hint of delicate lavender. Cassandra would later realize that this was VD expressing profound trust. Their most profound connection occurred when Cassandra was injured. During a night patrol, she brushed against a trap. The wound was shallow, yet it bore remnants of a curse, and ordinary healing methods yielded slow results. The injury throbbed ominously with a dark green hue. Cassandra kept it to herself, tending to it alone while continuing her training. However, VD sensed the moment Cassandra drew near, its magical aura suddenly disordered, the halo flickering erratically. It flew to her side, not landing on her shoulder as usual, but hovering above the wound, emitting anxious squeaks. Cassandra wished to reassure it that all was well, but VD had already taken action. It landed beside the wound, not making direct contact, but unfurling its wings to cover the injury. Then it began to glow, not the usual gold or silver, but a milky white light, rich as cream. The luminescence surged from beneath its wings, penetrating the wound. Cassandra felt the stinging diminish, the dark green receding, the chill of discomfort beneath her skin replaced by warmth. Yet, VD trembled. Its small body shook violently, the halo flickering, its breath rapid. It was exhausting its magical energy to purge the remnants of that dark magic. Cassandra wished to halt it, yet her hand paused mid-motion, arrested by the intensity in VD's gaze, so earnest, so resolute, as if to say, "Let me help you. I can help you." The healing lasted approximately 3 minutes. When it concluded, the wound was entirely healed, leaving no scar. But VD collapsed onto her lap, its wings splayed weakly, the halo dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. Cassandra carefully cradled it, drawing it close to her heart. She could feel its cool little body, hear its faint breaths. She maintained this position, utterly still, until VD's temperature gradually rose, its breathing steadied, and the halo flickered back to life, though faintly, in a pale blue hue, indicating its need for rest. On that day, Cassandra forewent training and the nocturnal patrols, choosing instead to sit in the quietest corner of the Batcave, allowing Vittikel to slumber in the palm of her hand for an entire day. Every half hour, she would check its breathing, gently caressing its back with her fingers to ascertain its temperature. Whenever it trembled in the throes of a dream, she would tenderly stroke its ears until it settled once more into tranquility. As dusk approached, Vittikel awoke. The first thing it did was look up at her, its blue eyes still tinged with weariness, yet now sparkling with life. It let out a soft chirp. "G, are you there?" Cassandra nodded, lightly touching the formerly wounded area, now smooth and fully healed. Vittikel sighed in relief, turning onto its back in her palm, exposing its belly, yawning, and preparing to sleep again. However, this time, Cassandra would not allow it to doze off. She carried it to the kitchen, observing as Alfred prepared a specially formulated nutritional meal for it. While Vittikel ate, Cassandra sat quietly beside, watching intently. Once finished, Vittikel flew onto Cassandra's shoulder, nuzzling its head against her cheek, before curling up contentedly in the crook of her neck and truly falling asleep. Cassandra maintained her position, ensuring it could rest undisturbed. From that moment on, their bond deepened significantly. Cassandra discovered that Vittikel seemed capable of sensing the subtlest fluctuations of her emotions, not through expression or action, but through a more direct perception of a magical nature. When she fell into melancholy due to memories of the past, Vittikel would not perform tricks to elicit laughter. Instead, it would quietly remain by her side, its aura shifting to a soothing pale green, or gently tapping her hand with its wings. One tap, two taps. A silent act of comfort. In turn, Cassandra became Vittikel's sanctuary. When the Batcave became too raucous, during disputes between the batlings and the adult bats, or when Vittikel grew weary from being petted by too many, it would fly to Cassandra, hanging nearby, savoring the tranquility of being undisturbed. At times, they would spend entire afternoons in silence, each engrossed in their own pursuits, Cassandra training or reading, while Vittikel napped or practiced magic. But an unspoken understanding flowed through the air. On one occasion, Barbara observed this scene and remarked, "They don't even need words. Sometimes I feel that the way Cassandra and Vittikel communicate is more sophisticated than our verbal exchanges." Indeed, it was so. Cassandra's phone contained no photographs of Vittikel, for she disliked taking pictures. Yet her memory was a treasure trove of countless images. Vittikel's first dance under the moonlight, the earnest expression it wore while mimicking her body language, its small body trembling while healing her wounds, and the steady rhythm of its breathing as it nestled in her neck. One deep night, when Vittikel trembled and whimpered on its perch due to nightmares, perhaps a haunting memory from the laboratory, she approached not to awaken it, but to gently place her palm over it, employing the soothing rhythm learned from the Assassin's Guild that calmed the most vigilant of beasts, slowly stroking its back. Once, twice, thrice, Vittikel gradually calmed in its dreams, curling into her palm, its aura shifting from a fearful silvery white to a tranquil pale gold, continuing to sleep. Cassandra remained in that position all night, her hand held there until the morning light filtered through the crevices of the Batcave, awakening Vittikel, who nuzzled her fingers as a new day began. No words were necessary. Everything was conveyed in silence. Tim epitomized scientific rationality. His first response was, "We must systematically study its magical abilities, operational mechanisms, and potential risks." Thus, he devised a series of experiments. Experiment 1. Monitoring magical fluctuations. Tim crafted a miniature collar weighing merely 0.8 grams, capable of real-time monitoring of Vittikel's magical levels, emotional states, and vital signs. Vittikel complied splendidly while wearing it, even playfully tapping the collar with its wings, producing a series of beeping sounds that amused Tim. Experiment 2. Magical Training Program. Tim designed a progressively challenging levitation control game, where colored balls appeared on screen, and Vittikel was required to use magic to move them into corresponding colored baskets. The first 3 levels were simple, which Vittikel breezed through, its pale gold aura stable. However, the 4th level presented a sudden spike in difficulty. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, its aura began to flicker, transforming into a dejected gray-blue. Just as Tim was preparing to record its frustrated response, Vittikel unexpectedly flew away from the screen, not in defeat, but rather toward Tim's coffee cup, nudging it with its paw. "Do you want coffee?" Tim questioned, perplexed, knowing bats could not consume caffeine. Vittikel shook its head, nudged the cup again, and then returned to the screen, retrying. This time, it succeeded. Tim stared at the empty coffee cup, suddenly realizing that Vittikel was not asking for coffee, but mimicking him. Tim had a habit of drinking coffee while pondering, and Vittikel had interpreted that as a ritual aiding thought. A clever association. Tim noted in his record book that the subject exhibited observational learning and ritualistic behavior. However, he did not write that at that moment. He found Vittikel irresistibly adorable. What truly dismantled Tim's defenses occurred at 4 in the morning. having worked for 32 consecutive hours. The excessive caffeine intake led to palpitations and trembling hands. He rested his head on the computer, attempting to alleviate the symptoms with deep breaths, but to little avail. Then he felt a weight on his chest. Vitti had flown in, not hanging upside down, but rather directly lying on his chest, its small body pressed against his heartbeat. A soft green aura emanated from it. Unlike the golden, silver, or blue hues he had seen before, it was a brand new, soothing green. The aura enveloped Tim's chest. And miraculously, the palpitations subsided. His hands stilled, and his breathing became smooth. This was not magical healing, but rather an emotional balm. Tim looked down to find Vitti gazing up at him with its little face, its blue eyes earnest, as if asking, "Are you feeling better?" He extended his hand, gently stroking Vitti's back, its fur soft as the finest velvet. "Thank you," Tim whispered. Vitti emitted a contented purr, rolling onto its back in his palm, exposing its furry belly, its highest expression of trust. After that day, Tim's private server acquired an encrypted folder named VKW. Inside were not experimental data, but photographs of Vitti, behavioral records, and even sketches drawn by Tim himself. Vitti sleeping by the Bat computer, Vitti nibbling on a blueberry, and Vitti learning to use a specially designed mini keyboard. Though it could only produce gibberish, it was earnest in its efforts. The password was the date of Vitti's first successful levitation of an object. Damian Wayne first encountered Vitti when the little bat was curled in Alfred's palm, delicately licking glucose water, its deep gray fur damp against its body, and the silver specks on its wings glimmering faintly under the cold light of the Batcave. The 10-year-old heir of the former Assassin's Guild had merely been conducting a routine inspection, checking the safety of various areas in the Batcave every evening. However, when his gaze fell upon the minuscule, quivering bundle of fur, his footsteps halted. "What is this?" Damian's voice retained its usual coolness. Yet his green eyes were firmly locked onto the creature nestled in Alfred's palm. "Little Vitti," Alfred replied calmly, gently stroking the bat's back. "A magical being rescued from an illegal laboratory. It is currently undergoing rehabilitation." Damian edged closer, crouching to meet Alfred's palm at eye level. This action rendered him less a warrior and more like a curious child, though he quickly became aware of this and straightened his posture. At that moment, Vitti lifted its head, its blue eyes meeting Damian's green ones. If it had been an ordinary animal, facing Damian's trained, evaluative gaze would have likely induced anxiety or retreat. Yet Vitti remained unperturbed. It tilted its little head, its pointed ears twitching slightly, and then emitted a faint squeak, the pitch rising as if to inquire, "Who are you?" Damian refrained from responding, yet a subtle transformation occurred in his expression. His eyebrows lifted by approximately a millimeter, and his lips relaxed a mere half millimeter. This was the same expression he bore when he first encountered the snow owl that his grandfather had raised amidst the Assassin's Guild, though he may not have been fully aware of it. "A magical bat?" he echoed, pondering its specific abilities. Preliminary observations indicated a capacity for levitation, emotional sensing, and slight healing abilities. Alfred replied, noting its high intellect, capable of comprehending simple commands, and then paused. As Vitti performed an unexpected act, it wobbled up from Alfred's palm, evidently still weak, and landed on the back of Damian's hand resting on his knee. Not merely settling, it adjusted its position to ensure that its fluffiest back faced upward, then curled into a ball, gazing up at Damian, and let out another squeak. This time, the tone was steady, as if it were introducing itself. Damian froze. It trusts humans. He eventually spoke, his voice a touch lower than usual. "It seems to possess a particular affinity for the Wayne family." Alfred smiled, noting that Master Vitti had already nuzzled against old Master Bruce's chin, dozed on Master Dick's fingers, and even attempted to assist Miss Barbara with organizing data cables. Damian looked down at the warm little fluffball on his hand. Vitti had begun to groom its feathers with its tiny paws, its movements earnest as if completing some significant ritual, occasionally glancing up at him, its blue eyes sparkling like two small gemstones in the dim light. "It requires systematic training," Damian asserted, but his tone lacked the usual tactical precision. It resembled a plea for someone to care for it properly, as its magical abilities could spiral out of control or cause harm without proper guidance. Moreover, as a flying creature, its aerial maneuverability had ample room for improvement. Alfred discerned the underlying implication. "So, Master Damian's intention is, I shall take responsibility," Damian declared, his voice regaining its customary calm, though his gaze remained fixed on Vitti. "Commencing tomorrow, an hour of fundamental training each day. The syllabus will encompass, but not be limited to, magical control, flying techniques, environmental awareness, and essential self-defense skills." He spoke with utmost seriousness, yet his hand maintained its position to keep Vitti securely on his hand. Vitti seemed to comprehend the word training, pausing its grooming, tilting its head in contemplation. and then executed an unexpected maneuver. It took flight, not to escape, but to perch upon his shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy head against his cheek. The sensation was light, its fluff brushing against his skin like the softest feather. After a moment, it returned to his hand, curled up, closed its eyes, and moments later emitted a faint purr. It had fallen asleep. Damien remained there, his shoulders still positioned at the angle from the nuzzle, feeling an odd warmth where it had brushed against his face. He sat in silence for an extended period, long enough for Alfred to quietly leave to prepare dinner. Chapter 31. The Battle for the Philosopher's Stone. The spiral stone steps seemed endless, coiling downward, with luminescent moss embedded in the stone walls providing a faint glimmer of light. The air grew increasingly cold and damp, imbued with a complex chemical scent. Potions, Hermione, positioned in the middle of the group, sniffed the air, identifying at least 5 distinct herbal aromas, along with sulfur, saltpeter, and some metallic oxide. Can you smell it? Ron turned back from a lower step, his expression oscillating between admiration and concern. I prepared for this, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. The ability to distinguish scents is an essential skill for any accomplished potion maker. Vittikel led the way, wielding a modified watch in illumination mode. A blue-white beam sliced through the darkness. His other hand rested on the holster at his waist, still feeling the faint tremor from the recoil of the recent shot. Though what preoccupied him more was the initial flicker of the magical diamond at his chest at the moment he fired. A magical diamond, granting 3 instances of lethal protection. The backlash from the chessboard's magic had been repelled during the attack. Only 2 opportunities remained. Caution was paramount. At last, they reached the bottom of the staircase. They entered a low, circular stone chamber, significantly smaller than the previous room, with a diameter of roughly 20 feet. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, atop which were 7 glass bottles of varying shapes, aligned in a row. Each bottle contained a liquid of a different hue, glimmering under the reflection of flames at either end of the chamber. Each end of the chamber boasted a fiery portal. The entrance side bore a flickering purple flame, reminiscent of molten amethyst, radiating a gentle wave of warmth. The other end displayed a serene black flame, akin to solidified midnight, devoid of heat, yet imparting a bone-chilling coldness. In addition to the potion bottles, the pedestal supported a scroll of parchment. A logic puzzle. Hermione hastened over to unfurl the parchment, examining the riddle set by Professor Snape. Vittikel and Harry gathered close, while Ron remained at the entrance, on guard. The parchment was inscribed in elegant calligraphy. Danger ahead, safety to the left. 2 bottles of nettle wine, no harm bequeathed. 3 are poisons. 1 sip and you fall. 2 can traverse fire, 1 before, 1 after all. The second from the left and the second from the right. Taste alike, yet meet different fates in sight. 7 brothers, of varying size, the smallest, the bravest, the prize. Giants and dwarfs shun the poison's bite. The ends on either side are not your plight. A quintessential logic riddle. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, the thrill of an academic challenge temporarily overshadowing her anxiety. She needed to discern which bottle could pass through the black flame, which could return through the purple flame, and identify the poisons versus the nettle wines. She began to scrutinize the 7 bottles meticulously. Indeed, they varied in shape, from left to right. The first was a slender conical bottle containing blue liquid. The second was a short, stout round bottle filled with purple liquid. The third was a goblet shape holding a transparent liquid. The fourth was the smallest finger-shaped bottle filled with red liquid. The fifth was a square bottle containing green liquid. The sixth was a spherical bottle filled with orange liquid. And the 7th was the largest, flask-shaped bottle containing black liquid. Varying sizes, Hermione muttered, the smallest. The bravest might imply that the tiniest bottle is the potion for advancing. Vittikel did not immediately engage in the reasoning. His attention was drawn to the 2 flames, especially the black one. To others, it appeared as a still, profound darkness. Yet, Vittikel's innate magical perception revealed more. The flame was not merely burning, it was consuming. Consuming light, absorbing warmth, even devouring the surrounding magical fluctuations. It resembled a 2-dimensional projection of a black hole, pulling everything nearby into the void. Yet curiously, Vittikel felt no threat. No, it wasn't a lack of awareness regarding the danger. He recognized the peril of the flame. But something within him whispered that he could pass through. He recalled a memory. On a deep night a few weeks before Christmas, Helena had looked at his wand. The ginkgo wood wand she had gifted him, and uttered something peculiar. The bearer of the wood of time may learn the oldest of protections. Then she taught him a spell, not one from modern charms lessons, but an ancient, nearly forgotten incantation, a combination of runic syllables she called the armor of Ravenclaw. It cannot withstand physical attacks, Helena had said, her voice like a distant breeze, nor can it block malevolent magic. But it allows you to temporarily attune with the surrounding magical environment, akin to a drop of water merging with the sea, a leaf descending into the forest. In certain circumstances, one may traverse an otherwise impenetrable magical barrier. Vittikel had practiced this feat in solitude on several occasions. Yet he had never employed it in a real confrontation. Now, as he gazed upon the black flames, a sudden realization dawned upon him. These flames were not merely a conventional protective enchantment. They functioned as a magical filter, discerning the magical attributes of those who sought to pass through. Only those with specific frequencies of magical fluctuations, such as individuals who had consumed the correct potion, could traverse safely. The principle behind Ravenclaw's armor was to mimic the environmental magical vibrations. Perhaps it was worth a try. Hermione, Vittikel began, his voice breaking the witch's reverie. What if I attempt to pass through first? What? Hermione lifted her head. Her brow furrowed in concern. You intend to cross the flames without drinking a potion? That is far too perilous. Professor Snape's defenses. I possess a spell that might suffice. Vittikel interjected, stepping 3 paces away from the black flames. He could sense the flames' allure, not of a physical nature, but rather a magical one. As though unseen hands were tugging at his magical core, he drew forth his wand, a ginkgo wood artifact, which shimmered with an unusual hue in the light of the flames. The once amber gold wood now glimmered with a profound dark golden sheen, and the charred scar at the tip appeared to animate, with delicate silver veins coursing through it. Vittikel closed his eyes, recalling the Niven's sequence taught by Helena. Those ancient symbols materialized in his mind, and he began to chant softly, not in Latin or English, but in an even more archaic tongue, the syllables rolling like stones tumbling down a ravine. The tip of his wand ignited with a gentle silver luminescence, a halo radiating from its tip, enveloping Vittikel entirely. This light was not a protective barrier. Rather, it felt like a gossamer veil, draping over him before merging seamlessly into his being. Upon reopening his eyes, Vittikel perceived that the magical fluctuations surrounding him were gradually altering, adjusting their frequency to synchronize with the magical waves emitted by the black flames. It was akin to tuning a radio station, click, click, until, at last, they resonated in harmony. I shall give it a try, he declared to Harry and Hermione. But if anything goes awry, execute the retreat as planned. Vittikel, wait. Harry reached out to stop him, but Vittikel had already taken his first step into the black flames. The fire did not scorch him. Instead, it parted like water, enveloping his form. An intense, bone-chilling cold washed over him, not a chill of temperature, but of magic, as though he were submerged in a frozen lake. Yet the armor spell took effect, allowing his magical fluctuations to synchronize with the flames. The icy sensation lingered only for a fleeting moment before transforming into an unexpected warmth. With a second step, he fully entered the flames. To Harry and Hermione, it appeared as though Vittikel had been consumed by the black fire, vanishing for 3 seconds. Then, on the other side of the flames, he emerged, unscathed. By Merlin, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Vittikel stood beyond the black flames, turning back to face them. He could see the scene from this side, a smaller archway leading to the final chamber. Yet he did not dash inside immediately. Instead, he turned and traversed the flames once more, this time more swiftly and smoothly, as if passing through a veil of mist. The incantation had worked. He returned to the stone chamber, the silver light fading from his form, though it could only be sustained for approximately 2 minutes, and was quite taxing. I cannot bring anyone across, he stated, as Harry and Hermione remained in stunned silence. Ron rushed in from the doorway. How did you accomplish that? That was Snape's flame. A very ancient spell, Vittikel explained succinctly, but it can only be utilized by me. Thus, Hermione, we still require your intellect to unravel the riddle. We must ascertain which potion will allow Harry to pass, and which will enable you to return for assistance. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to refocus on the puzzle. She picked up the parchment and traced her fingers over the 7 bottles. Clue 1. The second from the left and the second from the right share the same scent, but differ in fate. The second bottle on the left was a purple round flask, while the second on the right was an orange spherical vessel. If they bear the same fragrance, it suggests their contents are identical, yet one permits passage through the flames while the other does not. One may be poison, while the other is safe. Clue 2. The giant and the dwarf do not touch the poison. The giant should correspond to the largest bottle, the black flask, while the dwarf should be the smallest, the red phial. As they do not come into contact with the poison, it implies that neither of them is poisonous, nor are the bottles adjacent to them. She observed the arrangement of the bottles. The smallest red phial was in the 4th position, with the 3rd position occupied by a transparent goblet to its left and the 5th position hosting a green square bottle to its right. Thus, the transparent and green bottles cannot be poisonous. The largest black flask was positioned 7th, with the 6th bottle being the orange sphere. Consequently, the orange vessel is also not poison. Clue 3. The two ends are not what you seek. The first, a blue conical bottle, and the seventh, the black flask, were neither the potions for advancement nor retreat. Hermione's pace quickened, her mind functioning like a finely tuned machine. Now, it is understood that among the 7 bottles, 2 contain harmless nettle wine, 3 hold lethal poisons, and 2 are fire-breathing potions, 1 for advancement and 1 for retreat. We have eliminated 3 bottles as non-poisonous: the transparent bottle, the green bottle, and the orange bottle. Additionally, the smallest and largest bottles are not poisons themselves, but they may contain nettle wine or fire-breathing potions. She paused, her eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. Wait a moment. The smallest is the bravest. If the smallest bottle is the potion for advancement, then it cannot be poison. Nor can it be nettle wine, for nettle wine is merely a harmless beverage, not one of bravery. Thus, the red phial must be the potion for advancement. Harry and Ron followed her reasoning, nodding with a mix of comprehension and confusion. Therefore, the ends are not what you seek. The black flask is not a fire-breathing potion. But it is also not poison, so it must be one of the nettle wines. Hermione continued her deductions. What is the other nettle wine? Let us see which remaining bottles are neither poison nor fire-breathing potions. She glanced at the transparent and green bottles. If the red bottle is the potion for advancement, then the potion for retreat must surely be one of the remaining 2 fire-breathing potions. And as there are only 2 fire-breathing potions, one of the transparent or green bottles must be the potion for retreat, while the other is nettle wine. Clue 1. Hermione tapped the parchment. The second from the left and the second from the right share the same scent, but differ in fate. The second from the left is a purple round flask, and the second from the right is an orange spherical vessel. They share the same aroma, indicating they are of the same liquid, meaning they are either both poison, both nettle wine, or both fire-breathing potions. Her eyes widened suddenly. But they cannot both be fire-breathing potions, for there are only 2 of those. And we have already established that the red bottle is the potion for advancement. Thus, one of the transparent or green bottles must be the potion for retreat. Therefore, the purple and orange bottles must be either both poison or both nettle wine. However, the orange bottle is known to be non-poisonous as it is adjacent to the largest black flask, and the giant and dwarf do not touch poison. Hermione's reasoning entered its final phase. Thus, both the purple and orange bottles must be nettle wine. This revelation confirmed that, aside from the red advancement potion, the transparent or green bottle must contain the retreat potion, while the black, purple, and orange bottles contain nettle wine. The blue conical flask, being the first, must be poison. Hermione pointed to the leftmost bottle. Additionally, the one among the transparent and green bottles that does not serve as the retreat potion must also be poison. Yet we must determine which is the potion for retreat. She regarded the final clue. The 7 brothers of varying sizes. The smallest is the bravest. If the smallest is for advancement, then what should the potion for retreat be? The poem does not state this explicitly, but typically, in symmetrical reasoning, advancement and retreat form a pair. If advancement is the smallest, then retreat could potentially be the largest? No, the largest black flask is nettle wine. Hermione bit her lip, staring at the transparent and green bottles. Both were neither the largest nor the smallest, yet they differed in shape. The transparent one was goblet-shaped, while the green one was square. Suddenly, she recalled something. Wait, the poem's beginning warned of danger ahead, safety to the left, if faced with flames. The direction ahead was that of the black fire, while the left led to the purple flames. Safety to the left might imply that the potion for return was positioned on the left side. She counted the transparent goblets. The third was transparent, and the 5th was a green square bottle. The 3rd goblet was positioned more to the left than the 5th. The transparent vessel could indeed be the return potion, Hermione concluded, while the green bottle represented the 3rd vial of poison. She lifted her gaze, her expression resolute. The conclusion was that the red phial was the smallest, the potion for advancement. The transparent goblet was the potion for return. The black flask, along with the purple round bottle and the orange spherical vial, comprised 2 of the 3 vials of nettle wine. In fact, the black and orange vials were nettle wine, while the purple was also nettle wine. But that would imply 3 vials of nettle wine, wouldn't it? No, the poem specified only 2 vials of nettle wine. Hermione furrowed her brow, reviewing her thoughts. Moments later, she smacked her forehead. I was mistaken. The giant and the dwarf do not stand adjacent to the poison, meaning the largest black flask and the smallest red phial do not sit next to the poison, yet they themselves could be anything. Thus, the black flask could either be nettle wine or not. However, the 2 ends do not lead to what you seek. The black flask is not the potion for traversing the flames, which means it can only be either nettle wine or poison. If it is nettle wine, then the adjacent orange spherical vial cannot be poison, aligning with the notion of not being next to poison. Therefore, both the black and orange vials are safe. But they need not both be nettle wine. One could be nettle wine, while the other is. Wait, no, the orange spherical vial is the second on the right. And the second on the left is the purple round bottle, which has the same aroma. If the orange is safe, then the purple must also be safe. Thus, both the purple and orange vials are nettle wine, or they are other safe liquids. Her mind raced, her complexion paling. Hermione, whispered Vittikel, time is of the essence. Quirrell may already be in the room ahead. We require a definitive answer. Hermione closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them. I trust my reasoning. The red is for advancement, the transparent for return. The blue, green, and purple are the 3 poisons. The black, orange, and... Wait, that only confirms 6 vials. What of the 7th? She suddenly grasped the issue. If the red is for advancement, the transparent for return, and the blue, green, and purple are poisons, then what of the black and orange? The poem mentioned 2 vials of nettle wine, so the black and orange must be nettle wine. Yet, combining them gives 1 for advancement, 1 for return, 3 for poison, and 2 for nettle wine, totaling 7 vials. Perfect. That's it. Hermione's eyes sparkled. Harry, you drink from the red vial. I will take the transparent one. Ron, you come back with me. We will seek out the professor. Vittikel, you can pass through the flames, so accompany Harry. Harry grasped the red vial, gazing at the blood-like liquid within, hesitating momentarily. Be cautious, Hermione warned. While the reasoning should be sound, what if? No what ifs, Harry interjected, then turned to Vittikel. Let's proceed. He tilted his head back and down the crimson liquid. It tasted like a blend of ice and fire, coursing down his throat and exploding warmth within his stomach. Almost immediately, he felt a faint red glow surface upon his skin. Give it a try, Vittikel urged. Harry approached the black flames, extending his hand. The flames parted as if welcoming him. He stepped in and emerged on the other side. Success! Ron cheered. Hermione, too, drank the transparent liquid. It resembled clear water. Yet upon swallowing, it left her feeling invigorated, her skin shimmering with a silver sheen. She approached the purple flames, likewise passing through safely and returning. Ron and I will head back now, Hermione stated, though her gaze remained fixed on Vittikel and Harry, concern filling her eyes. Be careful. We will, Vittikel assured. You too. As well. If trouble arises, use the communicator. Hermione nodded, taking Ron's hand as they moved toward the purple flames. Just before stepping into the fire, she cast one last glance at Harry, whispering, Viti must come out alive. Then she and Ron vanished into the purple flames. Only Vittikel remained in the stone chamber. He surveyed the remaining 5 potions, blue, purple, green, black, and orange. According to Hermione's reasoning, blue, purple, and green were poisons, while black and orange were nettle wine. Yet he felt an urge to verify this. Vittikel retrieved a small piece of bread from his pocket, a calming biscuit from AFO, with just a bit left. He broke off a small piece, dipped it into the blue liquid, and tossed it towards the corner. The breadcrumb hit the ground, instantly emitting black smoke and corroding a small charred pit. Poison, confirmed. He repeated the process with the green liquid, yielding the same corrosive result. However, when he dipped into the purple liquid, the breadcrumb did not corrode. It merely emitted a slight hissing sound before melting, and the melted liquid was clear, unlike poison. Odd. Vittikel frowned. He hesitated, then retrieved a bread bug from his medical kit, a test subject prepared by AFO, magically modified and exceedingly resilient. He used tweezers to apply a drop of the purple liquid onto the back of the small mouse. The bug twitched but did not perish. Rather, it seemed invigorated. Its tentacles extended, continuing to struggle in Vittikel's hand. Not poison. So where did Hermione's reasoning falter? If purple was not poison, then which 3 vials contained poison? Blue, green. And which one? Black, orange. Vittikel tested the black liquid. The bread bug spun dizzily after consuming a drop of the black liquid, resembling a drunken state. Nettle wine, confirmed. The orange liquid yielded a similar inebriation. Thus, both black and orange were indeed nettle wine. The poisons were blue, green, and purple. Yet the purple test did not indicate poison. Unless... Vittikel glanced at the arrangement of the 7 vials. Hermione's reasoning hinged upon the assumption that the second left and second right in the poem referred to the observer's perspective. But what if it were viewed from the vial's own perspective? Vittikel moved to the opposite side of the stone platform, observing the arrangement of the vials from the other side. In this manner, the second left became the original second right, the orange spherical vial. The second right transformed into the original second left, the purple round bottle. The pairs remained the same. He fixated on the purple vial, suddenly considering an alternative possibility. Same aroma, yet divergent fates. Same aroma implies identical contents. Yet divergent fates could suggest that one might be nettle wine, while the other could be something else entirely, though their appearance or fundamental components are the same. Or, divergent fates could refer to differing effects post-consumption, rather than differing properties of the contents? Vittikel's mind raced. If both purple and orange were nettle wine, why would the poem distinctly note their fates as different? Unless one of the nettle wines had been enchanted to resemble poison, or exhibited responses akin to poison during testing. He retested the purple liquid, this time employing a different method, dripping it onto the tip of his wand. The wand emitted a faint hum upon contact with the liquid, though not a painful hum, rather a resonance. The silver birch wand reacted to the purple liquid. Vittikel suddenly understood. The purple liquid was neither poison nor ordinary nettle wine. It was some form of mimicry potion, imitating the properties of poison or nettle wine, yet fundamentally something else. So which 3 vials contained poison? Time was running short. Vittikel resolved to trust Hermione's overarching reasoning, intending to delve into the details later. He reenacted the charm of Ravenclaw's armor, a silver light enveloping him entirely, and then he passed through the black flames to reunite with Harry. Behind the black flames lay a chamber, the destination. It was a circular stone room, smaller than the previous ones, with a low ceiling that created an oppressive atmosphere. The chamber bore no other exits. Its sole decoration was a massive mirror situated in the center. The mirror towers majestically to the ceiling, its breadth ample enough to accommodate 3 individuals standing side by side. The opulent golden frame is intricately carved with complex patterns that eschew floral or faunal depictions, instead resembling ancient magical glyphs akin to those of the Nivern, faintly aglow in the dim light. The surface of the mirror is not composed of ordinary glass, but rather a profound material that seems to absorb light, its surface adorned with subtle ripples reminiscent of a placid water surface. This is the Mirror of Eris. Before it stands an individual, or rather, 2 souls sharing a single corporeal form. Professor Quirrell, his back turned to the entrance, faces the mirror, clad in that ever-concealing purple turban. The body beneath it shivers ever so slightly. His right hand clutches a wand, while his left gropes the mirror's surface, as if attempting to extract something from within its depths. The reason for his fruitless endeavors is evident. Quirrell's voice is hoarse, laced with despair and fury. I see the stone right here in my grasp. Why is it absent from reality? Then, another voice echoed through the stone chamber, not emanating from Quirrell, but reverberating like a serpent's hiss, or a chilling wind sweeping through a grave. Fool! The mirror is enchanted. It requires specific conditions. Quirrell's body convulsed violently. The face beneath the turban contorted in anguish. Please, grant me a little more time. Time. We have no time left. The voice of Voldemort was sharp and frenzied. Dumbledore could return at any moment. We must secure the stone. In the shadows by the entrance, Vittikel and Harry held their breaths, Vittikel's hand resting on his holstered weapon. Yet he refrained from immediate action, observing and analyzing. Quirrell was in a precarious state. The hand gripping the wand trembled, and the motions of his left hand, exploring the mirror's surface, appeared rigid and uncoordinated. Moreover, Vittikel noticed dark stains on the cuff of Quirrell's right arm. Was it blood? The aftermath of the Forbidden Forest incident? More crucially, Voldemort's voice seemed weaker than the last time they had heard it in the Forbidden Forest. Though still rife with malice, it bore less of a tangible power, resembling more a ghostly echo. What do we do? Harry whispered, his voice scarcely audible. Vittikel's mind raced. They possessed 2 advantages. First, Quirrell was oblivious to their presence. Second, they knew how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, thanks to the hints Harry had received from Dumbledore. Yet their disadvantages were glaring. They were merely 2 children confronting an adult wizard and a possessed Dark Lord. Even with Quirrell injured and Voldemort weakened, the disparity in strength remained colossal. Unless... Vittikel recalled his parents' words from their meeting at the Hog's Head. When necessary, Vittikel, you may employ any means to protect yourself and others. We only ask that you refrain from killing. Refrain from killing. Not that it was forbidden, but rather to strive not to. Vittikel's grip on the gun tightened. He leaned closer to Harry, whispering, I'll draw his attention. You approach the mirror. Remember Dumbledore's words? Only those who do not wish to use the stone may grasp it. Harry nodded, anxiety etched across his face. And you? I have a plan. Vittikel inhaled deeply, stepping forth from the shadows. His footsteps echoed clearly in the silent stone chamber. Quirrell abruptly turned, his wand aimed toward the source of the sound. Though his face was obscured by the shadow of the turban, the shock and terror in his eyes were unmistakable. Who? Good evening, Professor Quirrell, Vittikel stated calmly. Halting 15 feet away, or rather, good evening, Lord Voldemort. Quirrell's body quaked violently, and the hoarse voice emerged again, this time tinged with palpable surprise. You again, you boy? Wayne. It is I. Vittikel's right hand hung naturally at his side, fingers grazing the edge of his holster, while his left raised the wand, not in an aggressive posture, but rather in a mock salute. Has the lesson from the Forbidden Forest taught you nothing? The curse of unicorn blood has hardly restored you, has it? Preposterous. Quirrell's scream erupted, intertwined with Voldemort's furious roar. The tip of the wand blazed with a sickly green light, Avada. The green light of the killing curse tore through the gloom, hurtling toward Vittikel's face. There was no time to evade. Harry was mere shadows behind him. And should the light veer even slightly, it would strike the defenseless boy. Vittikel did not raise his wand for defense. Instead, he tightened his chest, where a magical diamond embedded in his clothing flared to life, casting a luminous shield. Boom! The green light collided with the shield, exploding into a multitude of sparkling fragments. As the rush of air enveloped Vittikel's face in a cloud of dust, Quirrell and his own consciousness froze simultaneously, his scarlet eyes fixated on the luminous barrier, as though he had witnessed a ghost. What is that? Technology, my lord, Vittikel replied, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Muggle technology, augmented with a touch of magic. Would you like to learn? In the next instant, his right hand moved with lethal precision, drawing the gun, chambering around, aiming, and firing, all within 8 seconds. As though rehearsed 1,000 times. The Glock 43X erupted in the dim stone chamber, the first round of the anti-magic bullet flying not toward Quirrell's body, but rather his wand. Crack! The bullet struck the wand's midsection with pinpoint accuracy. The enchanted silver alloy projectile instantly tore through the wooden shaft. The anti-magic glyphs igniting upon contact with the spell, erupting in a blinding blue light that severed the wand's magical circuitry. The upper half of the wand flew away, crashing against the stone wall with a muted thud, charred and blackened upon landing. This time, it was Quirrell's own scream. Pure agony and terror piercing through Voldemort's oppressive presence. The backlash from the shattered wand coursed through his entire being like an electric current, causing him to stagger backward. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, black-red blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The damage inflicted by forcibly disrupting a wizard's wand was akin to that of ruptured internal organs. Yet Vittikel offered no respite. The second gunshot reverberated within the stone chamber. The anti-magic bullet racing toward Quirrell's right knee. His aim was to incapacitate, not to kill. His finger trembled slightly on the trigger, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Bang! Quirrell's scream escalated sharply, his right leg buckling as he sank to the ground, his robes soaked in blood. The anti-magic bullet embedded within his bone audible even through the air. More deadly still was the glyph inscribed on the bullet, igniting within the wound and emitting thick black smoke, hissing as the remnants of dark magic were gradually incinerated, sending Quirrell into violent convulsions. How dare you? How dare you employ such muggle trinkets? Voldemort's voice erupted from Quirrell's throat, laced with unbridled fury, his scarlet eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. I will tear you limb from limb. Quirrell's body contorted in a manner that defied human anatomy, the turban slipping to reveal a bald head, a waxy, noseless visage embedded in flesh. The crimson eyes fixated on Vittikel, mouth agape in a silent scream. Quirrell's eyeballs rolled back, his bodily autonomy wholly usurped. Voldemort had seized control of the shattered vessel. The kneeling form sprang upright, the wound on his right leg still bleeding, yet it stood rigidly, as if devoid of sensation. The face on the back of his head turned toward Vittikel. An invisible magical pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, constricting Vittikel's chest, rendering his breath labored. Even in a state of weakness, merely possessing a host, he remained the dark wizard who instilled terror across the entire magical realm. Vittikel swallowed hard, yet he did not retreat an inch. He holstered his gun, withdrawing the demon dagger gifted by Jason. The dark red blade glimmered in the dim light. Stained with dried blood, its material from the edge of hell inherently imbued with the chill that countered dark magic. The inverted cross pattern on the blade pulsing gently with his breath, as if it were a living entity. Let us see what you can do. He assumed a combat stance taught by Damien, knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered. Voldemort chuckled, the face on the back of his head contorting into a terrifying arc. The corners of his mouth stretching to the roots of his ears. An intriguing child from Slytherin? No, you possess none of the noble purity of pure blood. Only the filth of muggles. He sniffed, as if detecting a noxious scent, the stench of some ancient bloodline. Vicar did not respond. Every nerve in his body taut with anticipation. He awaited the moment when Voldemort would strike first. His opponent had lost his wand, and in a close-quarters confrontation, haste would be his ally, providing an opportunity. Indeed, the next second, Quirrell's left hand shot up, fingers curling into a claw-like shape. An invisible force coalesced, akin to a massive hand, ready to crush stone, hurtling towards Vicar's throat. It wasn't the killing curse or the Cruciatus curse, but a more fundamental spell, the wizard's hand. Yet, wielded by Voldemort, its power was sufficient to shatter stone. Vicar rolled to the side, his movements swift as a cheetah, narrowly avoiding the phantasmal claws that grazed his shoulder, tearing fabric and eliciting a sharp sting on his skin. As he rolled, his wrist twisted, and the demon dagger traced a dark crimson arc. aiming precisely at the core of the wizard's hand. The piercing sound of metal against stone erupted in the chamber like glass being sliced by a steel blade. The dagger's properties activated, severing the magical structure of the wizard's hand, causing the invisible force to dissipate into wisps of black smoke. Humph! Voldemort emitted a surprisingly amused scoff, yet remained utterly unfazed. In the moment Vitker hit the ground, he propelled himself forward, reaching Voldemort in 3 swift strides. Gripping the dagger in a reverse hold, he aimed its cold gleam directly at Quirrell's chest, intentionally avoiding the heart, targeting the right lung instead. His intent was to inflict severe injury, not death. However, Voldemort's reaction was astonishingly swift. Quirrell's body suddenly arched backward, like a bowstring drawn taut, narrowly evading the dagger's blade. Simultaneously, his left hand clamped down on Vitker's wrist with the force of iron, the bones creaking under the pressure, causing cold sweat to bead on Vitker's forehead. "Got you," Voldemort hissed, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruel delight, nothing more. The agonizing grip on his wrist nearly made Vitker drop the dagger, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. With a swift motion, he drew a talisman from his waist, the most aggressive fire talisman, his most effective means of breaking the deadlock in this moment. Biting down on one corner of the talisman, he tore it open and mumbled the activation incantation. In an instant, the talisman ignited with an orange-red flame. Instead of throwing it at Voldemort, he pressed the burning talisman against his ensnared wrist. Voldemort instinctively released his grip, his fingertips scorched black, emitting wisps of smoke. Vitker seized the opportunity to withdraw, his wrist now swollen and crimson, shaking his arm to alleviate the excruciating pain. Yet he dared not lose focus as Voldemort's assault surged once again. Another spell? Voldemort glared at the ashes of the talisman on the ground. His scarlet eyes filled with suspicion. "What exactly are you?" "Guess," Vitker retorted, switching the dagger to his left hand and charging forward once more. This time, his target was unmistakably clear, the face of Voldemort embedded in Quirrell's skull. The dagger lunged forward, and Voldemort immediately commanded Quirrell to turn, bracing against the blow. With a sickening squelch, the dagger pierced Quirrell's shoulder blade, drawing forth a stream of blood, yet Voldemort's visage managed to evade a fatal strike. Vitker did not withdraw the dagger. Instead, he released it, allowing it to remain embedded in Quirrell's back while he crouched low and swept a leg. Crack! The sound of bone grinding was deafening, Quirrell's right leg finally buckling under the pressure, sending him sprawling to the ground. Voldemort's face, now fully exposed, was laid bare before Vitker's gaze, devoid of any obstruction. The opportunity had arrived. Vitker drew a second, smaller dagger from its sheath, equally sharp and forged from the same hellish material. He lunged, kneeling atop Quirrell's back, his left hand firmly pressing down on the opponent's head while he raised the dagger high, its chilling light aimed at that pale face. This strike aimed to utterly obliterate the foundation of Voldemort's possession. No, Voldemort screamed at a soul-deep level, not through Quirrell's vocal cords, but erupting directly into the air. The dagger plunged into his right eye, embedding to the hilt, a thick, black-red liquid gushing forth, carrying a putrid stench, splattering across Vitker's face. Voldemort's face twisted violently, resembling a melting wax figure, continuously dripping dark fluid. In a final outburst, Voldemort unleashed the last remnants of his magical power. A black shockwave exploding from Quirrell's body, akin to a dark bomb. Vitker was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall with a dull thud, coughing up blood. His ribs feeling as though two had broken, pain curling him inward. Crack! The magic diamond on his chest crumbled to dust, and a golden barrier sprang forth just in time to intercept the following killing curse. In a last-ditch effort, Voldemort managed to conjure a spell. The green light collided with the golden shield, splattering like water, dissipating completely, while the amulet cracked with a fissure. For the third time, this light shield had saved him. Vitker slammed against the wall, sliding down, expelling another mouthful of blood. At least 2 ribs were likely fractured, his insides churning. Yet he immediately rose. Casting a glance at Quirrell, he struggled to get up, wiping the blood from his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Quirrell, who lay convulsing on the ground. The face on the back of his head melting away, rotting, skin peeling back to reveal a writhing mass of translucent black substance, as if alive. Voldemort's soul was escaping Quirrell's body. "Harry!" Vitker shouted now. Harry burst forth from the shadows, his steps unsteady yet resolute, heading straight for the mirror of Erist. Dumbledore's words echoed in his mind. Only those who truly wish to find the stone, not to use it, will be able to possess it. He stood before the mirror, breathless, staring at its surface. In the mirror, Harry appeared taller, more upright than in reality, his glasses perfectly placed, his hair no longer disheveled. But that was not the focal point. What mattered was that flanking him in the mirror stood 2 figures. To his left was a dark-haired man, wearing glasses just like his, with a warm and shy smile, James Potter. To his right was a red-haired woman with the same striking green eyes, her smile radiant as sunlight, Lily Potter. They embraced his shoulders, their fingertips seemingly capable of transmitting warmth through the mirror. In the reflection, Harry pulled a blood-red stone from his pocket, raising it before his parents. James nodded approvingly, while Lily leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. The next moment, Harry felt a weight in the pocket of his robe. He reached inside, his fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of an egg-sized blood-red stone, emanating a subtle glow in the dimness, as if liquid flowed slowly within. The Philosopher's Stone. He had obtained it. Give it to me. A hoarse voice came from the ground. Quirrell struggled to rise, his eyes regaining clarity, while Voldemort's face had melted away significantly, losing half its control. Quirrell's own consciousness was returning, yet it was drowned in pain and fear. Give me the stone. Quirrell stretched out his hand, trembling fingers reaching for it. My master needs it. Harry tightened his grip on the stone, taking a step back, his gaze shifting to Vittikel, who clutched his chest, pale and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, clearly grievously injured. Vittikel, you. I'm fine, Vittikel interrupted, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Protect the stone. Upon seeing the stone, Quirrell unleashed his final reserves of strength, dragging his broken leg as he lunged toward Harry. Give it to me. Hand over the stone. Harry turned to flee, but was ensnared by Quirrell's grip on his wrist. A hissing sound erupted suddenly, piercing the air like fat sizzling on a searing iron plate. Quirrell emitted a ghastly scream, abruptly releasing his hold as the skin where he had made contact with Harry became blistered and charred, emitting tendrils of smoke. He shook his hand in agony. What? Quirrell gasped in terror, glancing at his own hand and then at Harry. Harry stood frozen, looking down at his unblemished wrist, yet in the fleeting moment of Quirrell's touch, he had felt a warmth, not the searing heat, but a gentle embrace akin to sunlight. The protection of blood, whispered Voldemort. His insight had finally unveiled the connection that bound him to Harry. The protective spell cast by his mother with her very life still lingered upon him. Quirrell harbored fragments of Voldemort's soul, and that incantation reacted to Voldemort and his minions. Harry's eyes widened as memories flooded back. How Quirrell had always suffered in his presence during their first year, his ever-present gloves, and how he had consistently avoided direct contact with him during defense against the dark arts lessons. It all made sense now. Gazing at his own hand, and then back at Quirrell, Harry's expression solidified with determination. You cannot touch me. Quirrell recoiled in fear. Yet his greed for the stone kept him tethered, a tumult of avarice and dread contorting his features. At that moment, a cluster of black soul fragments on the ground began to writhe, detaching from the back of Quirrell's head and coalescing into a vague humanoid shape devoid of features, save for a pair of crimson eyes that glowed ominously in the shadows. Harry Potter, hissed the shadow, its voice imbued with malice. Give me the stone, or I shall make you experience the most excruciating death. Not a chance, Harry retorted, his voice low yet unwavering. The shadow quivered violently, lunging at Harry, not with a physical assault, but aiming to penetrate his very being and siphon his life force. Just as it was about to make contact, a soft, radiant light erupted from beneath the fabric of Harry's shirt. It was the protective talisman sent by Voldemort, dozens of talismans activating simultaneously, weaving a delicate shield of light. The shadow collided with the shield, akin to an insect striking glass, rebuffed with a cry of torment. The voice of the eastern shadow seethed with rage. You shall all perish. You will accompany me to the grave. It pivoted, targeting Voldemort. Voldemort had already retrieved the demon dagger from the ground. Yet he understood that such an assault would have limited efficacy against a purely spiritual entity. He swiftly drew a small vial from his pocket, uncorking it to reveal unicorn tears, the crystalline liquid shimmering with a silvery glow. As the shadow lunged, he hurled 3 drops of tears into the air. The droplets hovered momentarily before erupting into blinding silver light, illuminating the shadow. The glistening tears suspended in midair radiated a silvery brilliance. The light struck Voldemort's soul shadow, which let out a piercing wail, akin to being splashed with caustic acid, its surface roiling and exuding even more black smoke. How do you possess such a thing? The shadow writhed in agony. That is none of your concern, Voldemort replied, advancing toward the shadow as he plunged the dagger deep into its form. Specifically crafted for vermin like you. The shadow began to disintegrate. It sought to flee, but the chamber was sealed, the only exit being the fiery portal. It charged toward the black flames, yet the flames inflicted damage upon its soul state, causing it to recoil in anguish. Harry, use your mother's love, Voldemort bellowed, restraining the shadow with the dagger. That is your mightiest weapon, the bane of dark magic. Harry hesitated. How? How do I do that? Think of her. Voldemort's arm was swept by the shadow, sending a jolt of icy fear through him, as if his blood threatened to freeze. Recall the love she sacrificed for you. The protection she provided that transcended death, more potent than any spell. Harry closed his eyes. He envisioned the cupboard at number 4, Privet Drive, those lonely nights curled within. Fantasizing about his mother coming to rescue him, he remembered the album Hagrid had gifted him, the radiant smiles of his parents captured in the photographs. He recalled the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell's words about his mother pleading for him before her demise, a heart-wrenching mix of rage and sorrow. Harry opened his eyes, his green irises shimmering with an unprecedented light, warmth, and resolve. He approached the shadow without a trace of fear, only the fierce determination to protect. He loved them. They loved him. That love transcended death, shielding him for 11 years. My mother, Harry declared resolutely, will not allow you to harm anyone. He extended his hand. Not to attack, but as if to embrace, to convey something profound. His palm emanated a gentle, golden-green glow. The light enveloped Voldemort's soul shadow. The shadow let out one final scream, not of fury or pain, but of utter despair and terror. It began to dissolve in the golden-green radiance. Like morning mist meeting the dawn, dissipating gradually without leaving even a trace of black smoke. No, this is impossible. Lily Potter. The shadow's voice weakened, ultimately vanishing into the ether. Love, foolish love. The last vestige of darkness evaporated, and the chamber fell into profound silence. Only the heavy breaths of the two men and the distant sound of dripping water echoed softly against the stone walls. The chamber remained still. Quirrell lay slumped on the ground, unconscious. A massive wound marred the back of his head, a gruesome amalgamation of blackened flesh and blood, yet Voldemort's visage had completely vanished. Quirrell's breath was faint, yet he still clung to life. Harry lowered his hand, the glow dissipating. He gazed at the Philosopher's Stone and then at Voldemort. Leaning against the wall, Voldemort coughed but managed to smile. Well done, Harry. Are you all right? Harry rushed over to support Voldemort. 2 ribs are broken. I may have internal bleeding, Voldemort grimaced, but I will survive. There's an emergency kit in my bag. He gestured for Harry to fetch his backpack. Harry rummaged through the magically expanded medical kit, finding it well stocked. Voldemort retrieved painkillers and a bandage, performing a rudimentary treatment on himself. Quirrell. Harry glanced at the professor on the floor. He is still alive, Voldemort assessed, but the damage inflicted by Voldemort's departure may prove fatal. Furthermore, the Ministry will prosecute him for the murder of a unicorn, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and serving Voldemort. He paused, adding, at least Voldemort's soul has been severely weakened. The unicorn tears combined with your mother's protective spell delivered a dual blow. He may require a long time to recuperate. Harry nodded, tightening his grip on the Philosopher's Stone. What should we do with it? Return it to Dumbledore, Voldemort replied, or destroy it. Such an object has no place in this world. While Harry was distracted, Voldemort discreetly broke off a small piece, preparing to take it back to the Batcave for Bruce to study, deeming it far too dangerous should it fall into the wrong hands. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the chamber. Many footsteps. The purple flames parted, revealing a throng of people rushing in, led by Snape, his black robes billowing, his expression as stormy as the sky before a tempest. Behind him was Professor McGonagall, her face a mask of shock and concern. Following were Hermione and Ron, as well as Theodore Nott. Voldemort. Hermione dashed forward, her eyes widening in horror upon seeing Voldemort's injuries. You're hurt. I am fine, Voldemort repeated, then turned to Snape. Professor, Silence. Wayne. Snape's voice was frigid, yet his gaze swept over the unconscious Quirrell, the battle scars on the walls, the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's hand, and the lingering traces of dark magic in the air. Everyone, leave this place. Professor McGonagall had already crouched beside Quirrell, her complexion pale. He was still alive, but gravely injured. Good heavens, you lot. They thwarted Voldemort. Snape interjected suddenly, his tone as cold as ever. Yet the substance of his words drew everyone's attention. The letter left by Wayne detailed the entire plan. Professor Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Wayne and Potter prevented him. Snape's expression was inscrutable. He approached the mirror of Ariste, inspected it briefly, then turned his gaze to the stone in Harry's possession. Hand it to me, Potter. Harry hesitated, glancing at Viti. Viti nodded. Harry relinquished the stone to Snape, who took it, scrutinized it carefully, and then tucked it into the pocket of his robe. All 4 of you, Snape stated, his eyes scanning Viti, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, have violated at least 20 school rules. Wandering at night, trespassing in forbidden areas, damaging school property. He cast a glance at the bullet holes and battle marks on the wall. Using dangerous non-magical weapons, and whatever this is, which surely constitutes a violation as well. He paused, then continued, each of you will lose 50 points. 150 points from Gryffindor and 50 from Slytherin. Severus. McGonagall rose, visibly distressed. But, yet Snape's voice carried a hint of almost imperceptible awkwardness. You thwarted the Dark Lord's return and safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, each of you will receive an additional 100 points. He turned toward the exit. Now, all of you to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will tend to your injuries. As for Quirrell, I shall handle that. Professor McGonagall escorted the children out of the stone chamber. As they passed through the purple flames, Hermione quietly asked Viti, "Are you truly all right? You've lost so much blood." "I'm fine," Viti replied, though he leaned against Harry for support, his steps somewhat unsteady. "I just need to sleep." Ron followed behind, astonished that naught had actually come over. "I need to hand this to Professor Snape," Nott remarked, as if reading Viti's confusion. "I don't enjoy trouble. But if it has arrived, it's best to resolve it quickly." Viti chuckled, though the laughter pulled at his wounds, prompting a cough. They exited the 4th floor's forbidden area and entered the corridor. Outside, dawn was breaking, the sky tinged with pale light. The castle was silent, most students still slumbering, unaware of the night's events. At the hospital wing's entrance, they encountered Madame Pomfrey hurrying towards them. Upon seeing the battered children, especially the bloodied Viti, her eyes widened. "Merlin's beard, come inside quickly." Before the door to the hospital wing closed, Viti glanced back at the end of the corridor. Dawn had arrived. Voldemort's first attempt at resurrection had been thwarted. The Philosopher's Stone was safe. Quirrell had been captured, and he and Harry had survived. A wave of profound fatigue washed over Viti as Madame Pomfrey assisted him to a bed, and he closed his eyes. In the final moments before succumbing to slumber, he recalled everyone in the Batcave. "Oh dear, they'll surely have me practice during the summer." Sleep enveloped him like a tide. Beside his pillow, the wand lay quietly, its wooden hue deepening in the morning light. Chapter 32. The critique conference for Vittikel Wayne was awakened by pain. Not the sharp, tearing kind, but rather a pervasive, dull ache, as if each bone had been disassembled and reassembled with discomfort. He opened his eyes to find the familiar white ceiling of Hogwarts Hospital Wing and the persistent scent of antiseptic mingled with some herbal ointment. He attempted to move, but his body felt as though it were laden with lead. "Now that you're awake, don't move around," a voice came from beside him, stern yet tinged with relief. "I've administered a strong bone-repairing potion and painkillers, but your fractured ribs will require at least 12 hours to heal completely. You also have internal bleeding, multiple soft tissue contusions, and magical exhaustion. Merlin above, how did you manage to get yourself into this state?" Viti laboriously turned his head to see Harry in the adjacent bed, also awake. Propped up and pale but alert, Madame Pomfrey stood between the two beds, hands on her hips, wearing an expression that conveyed she had seen countless reckless students. Yet they had truly set a new record this time. "I'm sorry, Madame Pomfrey," Viti rasped, his voice hoarse. "I know what transpired," she interrupted, her tone softening slightly. "Professor McGonagall gave me a brief account. You thwarted the Dark Lord and protected the school, commendable indeed. But that does not mean you can gamble with your lives. You are both merely 11 years old." She paused, retrieving a bottle of purple potion from her cart. "Drink this. It's a calming and restorative potion to prevent the after-effects of magical exhaustion." Viti obediently consumed the concoction, which tasted like a nauseating mixture of rotten strawberries and mint. Harry grimaced beside him, clearly having experienced the flavor as well. After they had both taken their medicine, Madame Pomfrey checked their vital signs, recorded something in their medical files, and then stated, "Professor Dumbledore will be arriving in half an hour. Also," she glanced at Viti, "your family has requested a visit. The owls have been piling up on the headmaster's desk since early this morning." A sinking feeling filled Viti's heart. Oh no, his family was coming. He could almost envision their expressions. His father would silently glare at him with that disapproving Batman gaze. His mother would calmly say, "We need to talk about what you did yesterday." Oh dear, he would undoubtedly be lectured to the point of blistering ears when he returned home, and perhaps even face extra training from Damien until he was utterly exhausted. "When will they arrive?" Viti cautiously inquired. "They're already on the way." Madame Pomfrey glanced at the magical clock on the wall. "They should be here shortly. You two should rest. I'll prepare for the visiting procedures." After she left, the ward fell silent. Morning sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting bright patches of light across the floor. Other beds in the hospital wing were empty, as it was evident that most students were indulging in sleep on a Sunday morning. "Viti," Harry said softly, "thank you for last night." Viti turned to him. "For what? You nearly died too. But you protected me," Harry said earnestly. "When Quirrell had me, when Voldemort lunged at me, you were there." "We're friends," Viti replied simply. "Friends look out for one another." Harry smiled. "Right. Friends." They lapsed into silence for a moment. Viti began to assess his own condition, and it was indeed dire. He felt a prickling itch from the bandages around his ribs as they healed, while his internal organs still throbbed with pain. His right wrist was swollen like a dumpling, and the back of his left hand bore burn marks, remnants of the fire spell. All over his body, he counted at least a dozen bruises. What pained him most, however, was the loss of equipment. His magical diamond was completely shattered. The yin-yang pendant had developed cracks. 2 coins from his 5 Emperor's money bracelet were missing. He had consumed more than half of his talismans. Only 4 bullets remained, and while his New Year's wand was undamaged, Viti could sense it had expended a considerable amount of magic and needed time to recover. At that moment, a flurry of wings fluttered from the window. Viti turned to see Athena perched on the windowsill, her amber eyes fixed on him, brimming with unmasked concern and fury. Athena? Vittikel yearned to sit up, yet his ribs vociferously protested, compelling him to remain supine as he beckoned the owl to approach. Athena glided over and alighted upon the bedside table. But unlike her usual demeanor, she refrained from drawing near. Tilting her head, she emitted a low, reproachful coo. I know, Vittikel chuckled apologetically, acknowledging that he had perhaps overstepped this time. Yet, the urgency of the situation loomed. Athena gently pecked at his fingers, not forcefully, but enough to convey her discontent. Vittikel continued to appease his dear companion, for Athena possessed extraordinary wisdom. She evidently comprehended the events of the previous night and was decidedly displeased with her master for incurring such injuries. I promise to be more cautious next time, Vittikel declared earnestly, and look, I'm still alive. Harry is alive. Voldemort has been repelled, and the Philosopher's Stone is safe. That is not too dire, is it? Athena scrutinized him for several seconds before emitting a sigh-like call, finally flying to his pillow and gently nuzzling his cheek. It was a gesture of forgiveness. Vittikel exhaled in relief. If even Athena could not forgive him, facing his family upon his return would surely prove more troublesome. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door to the infirmary swung open. Madame Pomfrey entered first, her expression somewhat peculiar. Mr. Wayne, your family has arrived. Professor Dumbledore is accompanying them. Vittikel immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He attempted to sit up straight, adjusting his hospital gown and smoothing his hair, fully aware that such efforts were futile. Any facade before Batman and the Minister of Magic would be in vain. However, the individuals who stepped through the threshold left him momentarily speechless. It was not Bruce and Lynn. Instead, 3 familiar yet unexpected figures emerged. Tim Drake, clad in a sharply tailored dark gray suit, his eyes rapidly scanning the infirmary through his glasses, holding a tablet. Barbara Gordon, seated in a wheelchair, her long red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, a laptop resting on her lap, and Jason Todd, donned in a black leather jacket and cargo pants, hands tucked in his pockets, wearing a look of displeasure tempered by resolve. Dumbledore trailed behind them, the gentle light in his blue eyes shining through his half-moon spectacles. Viti. Barbara was the first to speak, wheeling herself quickly to his bedside, scrutinizing him closely before sighing in relief. Thank goodness, you appear to be alive. Well, that's quite an understatement, Jason remarked as he approached the other side of the bed, arching an eyebrow at the bandages adorning Vittikel's form. You really took it to the next level this time, huh? Going toe-to-toe with Voldemort? Tim remained silent, yet had already utilized the tablet's camera to scan Vittikel's entirety. Data streaming across the screen. 3 fractured ribs, treated. Internal bleeding, under control. Magical overexertion, moderate. Multiple soft tissue contusions overall. Severe injuries, but not life-threatening. Prognosis good. Vittikel was bewildered by this trio. Hey, what are you all doing here? Gotham had some issues, Barbara succinctly explained. Last night, Black Mask and the Penguin orchestrated a significant operation, and Bruce and Lynn got tied up with that. Originally, Dick and Damien were supposed to join, but Dick is embroiled in the crucial phase of the Bridhaven case, and Damien insisted on thoroughly cleaning up Gotham's trash so that his father could focus on reprimanding certain reckless behaviors. Vittikel decided to feign ignorance to the latter statement and swiftly redirected the conversation. What about Alfred? He inquired. He.s. coordinating logistics. Tim adjusted his glasses. The Wayne Group's formal negotiations into the magical realm are reaching their final stages, and he needs to oversee it. Plus, he glanced at Dumbledore. The communications from the headmaster's office were nearly overwhelmed last night. Alfred is responsible for calming everyone. Only then did Vittikel notice that while Dumbledore's expression remained gentle, the shadows under his eyes were deeper than usual, clearly indicating a sleepless night. So, it's just the 3 of you who came? Vittikel swallowed nervously. Cassandra and Stephanie wanted to come as well, Barbara replied, but they're in Gotham helping Bruce. And, she lowered her voice, we felt 3 was sufficient. Too many people might frighten the little ones in the magical community. As she mentioned the little ones, her gaze swept over the curious Harry in the infirmary and the few students peeking in from outside. Dumbledore then stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Vittikel and Harry. Mr. Wayne, Mr. Potter, it brings me great comfort to see you both recovering well. Hogwarts owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude for last night's events. His gaze settled on Vittikel, a mix of admiration, curiosity, and a hint of complexity shining through. Your family wishes to speak with you privately. I shall have a word with Harry. Yesterday's circumstances were indeed concerning. He nodded to Tim, Barbara, and Jason before drawing the curtain between the two beds. As the curtain fell, the atmosphere in the infirmary shifted dramatically. Vittikel instinctively withdrew his wand. Although his magical energy was depleted, he could still manage a simple spell. He softly recited the silencing charm that Helena had taught him. A faint, nearly imperceptible shimmering membrane enveloped their bed area, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by others. A privacy charm. Tim raised an eyebrow. Not bad. However, according to my scan, this infirmary is already equipped with basic soundproofing magic, and your barrier suffices. Jason pulled up a chair, crossing his legs. So kid, spill it. From the Forbidden Forest to last night's showdown, give us the complete rundown. Vittikel knew he could not evade this. Taking a deep breath, he began recounting the events from that night in the Forbidden Forest, the recovery of the unicorn, the migration of the unicorn clan, the acquisition of Tears, the midnight duel with Harry and Ron, evading Filch, inadvertently entering the underground passage, overhearing Quirrell and Voldemort's clandestine conversation, placing the locator, 3 days of surveillance, discovering Quirrell's reconnaissance, summoning Harry, Hermione, and Ron for a meeting, formulating a plan, and their nocturnal incursion into the restricted 4th floor. He detailed everything, including the solutions to each challenge and the battle with Voldemort, culminating in Harry's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, Vittikel concluded, his throat parched and raw. We won, but we also came perilously close to death. The infirmary fell silent for several seconds. Then, Barbara took a deep breath, her hands clasped neatly upon her lap, a telltale sign that she was preparing to deliver a lecture. Vittikel Wayne, her voice was calm, yet each word struck Vittikel's heart like a hammer. Let us examine the issues within your operation plan. Here it comes. Vittikel closed his eyes, bracing himself for the reprimand. Firstly, your intelligence gathering was incomplete, Barbara began, her pace steady. You overheard Quirrell and Voldemort's conversation, placed a locator, and monitored for 3 days. This is commendable. However, did you attempt to acquire more information regarding the protections surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, beyond what Hagrid inadvertently revealed? Did you consider verifying through other channels? Perhaps consulting ghosts or reviewing historical records related to the restricted area? Secondly, your risk assessment was severely lacking, she continued. You were aware that your opponent was a dark wizard capable of possessing professors, yet you chose to bring only a few first years to thwart him. Yes, you had an advantage in equipment, but equipment alone is not infallible. Did you devise a more comprehensive contingency plan? For instance, what if the flame incantation failed? What if you miscalculated the potion riddle? What if Voldemort proved stronger than anticipated? Thirdly, there were vulnerabilities in your communication and rescue mechanisms. Barbara adjusted her non-existent glasses. You left a note for Nott, and Hermione left a message for the headmaster's office. This is good. However, why did you not establish a timed reporting mechanism? For example, sending a safety signal every half hour? If you found yourselves trapped at any stage, or if Voldemort incapacitated you in an instant, those outside might not realize something was amiss until dawn. Fourthly, the post-conflict handling was rather crude, and Barbara's criticisms reached a crescendo. After vanquishing Voldemort, you simply lay amidst the battle-scarred room, devoid of vigilance, neglecting to ascertain whether Voldemort had truly departed, and failing to address any potential traps or contingencies set by Quirrell. Had Severus Snape not arrived in the nick of time, what would have happened if Voldemort had left a contingency? Vittikel was chastised to the point of tears, not from a sense of injustice, but rather due to the precision with which Barbara's every critique struck at the oversights in his plans. He indeed could have performed better, could have been more thorough. Fifthly, Jason suddenly interjected, his tone far more abrasive than Barbara's. You nearly died 3 times. First, Quirrell cast the killing curse at you. Had it not been for the magical diamond, you would have been a goner. Secondly, Voldemort seized your wrist. Without the fire charm, your hand would have been rendered useless. Thirdly, Voldemort's soul impact. If not for unicorn tears, your very soul might have been compromised. He rose and approached Vittikel's bedside, glaring at him. The equipment we provided was intended for dire situations, not for you to use as a standard tactic to confront the Dark Lord head-on. Do you have any idea how Bruce and Lynn felt when they witnessed you fall victim to the killing curse on the surveillance? They nearly flew the Batplane straight through the Ministry's defensive barriers. Vittikel's eyes widened in disbelief. Surveillance? Did you think your watch only had tracking and recording functions? Tim lifted a tablet, displaying a blurry yet recognizable video capturing the battle from the previous night. A miniature camera had been continuously recording. Although the quality was severely compromised by magical interference, the critical moments were captured. We were essentially watching a live stream, if you could call it that, with a 15-minute delay due to intense magical disruption. A wave of apprehension washed over Vittikel. His family had witnessed everything. No wonder they were so furious. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I was too impulsive." "Not impulsive." Barbara's tone finally softened, but rather brave, albeit inexperienced. "Viti, we do not fault you for protecting your friends and thwarting evil. What we reproach is your failure to safeguard yourself adequately. You must remember, what is the first principle of Gothamites?" Vittikel blurted out, "To survive." "Indeed," Barbara affirmed with a nod. "Regardless of the adversary or the severity of the situation, the primary objective is always to survive. Only by living can you continue to fight and protect others. Last night, you had at least 3 opportunities to retreat when Quirrell cast the killing curse, when Voldemort seized you, and during the soul impact, but you chose to withstand it." She reached out and gently caressed the uninjured side of Vittikel's cheek. "We are proud of you, truly. But you must also learn that sometimes a strategic retreat is not cowardice, it is wisdom." Vittikel nodded, tears finally streaming down his face, not from pain, but a complex amalgamation of relief, guilt, and gratitude. Jason clicked his tongue, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket and tossing them to him. "Stop crying, it's unattractive. Just be more careful next time." Tim retrieved several small boxes from his bag. "Now that we've concluded our critiques, it's time for enhancements. Based on the combat data from last night, your protective system has several vulnerabilities that require fortification." He opened the first box, revealing a new magical diamond, larger and more lustrous than the previous one. This is an upgraded version. It can withstand 3 fatal attacks and, upon activation, will create a force field that rebounds some damage back to the assailant. The second box contained a pair of new wrist guards, anti-magic grabbers. These are equipped with miniature force field generators that automatically activate upon detecting magical bindings, repelling the restraints. They also feature an emergency injection function, containing 3 doses of adrenaline and a coagulant for automatic injection in case of severe injury. The third box was the smallest, containing a ring, a communication enhancer. This can penetrate stronger magical interference and includes a life sign monitoring function. If you sustain injuries like this again, it will alert all of us immediately. Barbara also retrieved a file folder from the side pocket of her wheelchair. "Lynn asked me to bring this for you. New talismans. She heard you used the fire charm, so she specifically crafted a milder protective fire talisman, one that won't harm you. There are also materials for repairing the Yin-Yang pendant, as well as a book titled Practical Applications of Eastern Taoist Techniques, which she believes you should study systematically." Jason's gifts were the most practical. He drew 2 new daggers from his lower back. Though not forged from Hell's Edge material, their blades shimmered with an unusual blue light. These are made from cold steel alloy, infused with mithril and fairy forging techniques. They are lighter yet sharper than the previous ones, and they deal additional damage to ethereal entities, specifically effective against a soul like Voldemort's. He also produced a small iron box, opening it to reveal 2 rows of bullets, totaling 14 upgraded anti-magic rounds. The tips are infused with unicorn horn powder. Don't ask how I acquired it. I have my channels. They are doubly effective against dark magical creatures and dark wizards. Vittikel gazed at these gifts, his heart swelling with emotion. His family, while berating him, had prepared even more and better equipment for him. "Thank you," he said hoarsely. "I will be more cautious." "That better be the case," Jason grunted. "If you pull a stunt like this again, I'll personally come to Hogwarts to tutor you in my way." Vittikel believed that was no idle threat. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I have something for you all." He retrieved a belt from beneath his pillow. The first vial contained a crystalline liquid, shimmering with a rainbow sheen under the sunlight. Unicorn tears. A full bottle, 6 drops were used last night, leaving plenty remaining. This was an exceedingly rare magical material, purifying, healing, and counteracting dark magic. The second vial held several chunks of black, semi-solid tissue, preserved in a solution, fragments of Voldemort's soul. I pried a bit off with a dagger as his face melted. It might be useful for research. The third was a miniature storage chip, the original data from the combat footage. Though the quality was poor, the recording of magical fluctuations was intact. The fourth was a small piece of the resurrection stone. Tim took the 4 items, his eyes gleaming as if he had just discovered a new continent. "Viti, you truly excel. These are remarkable finds." Barbara frowned at the resurrection stone. "Is this safe? Could it be contaminated with dark magic?" "I sealed it separately," Vittikel replied. "But still, exercise caution." Jason snatched the vial containing Voldemort's sample, inspecting it against the light. "It looks truly vile. However, it is certainly useful. Bruce will conduct a thorough examination." They carefully stowed the items away. Then, Barbara glanced at the time. "We must take our leave. Visiting hours are limited. And Dumbledore is still present." Tim nodded, performing a final assessment of Vittikel's injury data. "Recovery is progressing well. You should be able to get out of bed by tomorrow, and fully healed in 3 days. However, magical fatigue will require a longer recovery. Refrain from casting complex spells for at least a week. Understood, Vittikel replied. Jason approached the bedside, roughly ruffling his hair. Though the gesture was somewhat brusque, he was careful not to aggravate the wound. Take good care of yourself, kid. Once things settle down in Gotham, Bruce and Lynn will come to see you, and you'll have another round of lectures to endure, so be prepared. Vittikel managed a wry smile. I know. Barbara wheeled over, leaning down to embrace him gently, avoiding his injury. We love you, Viti. That's why we must scold you. Remember, no matter what happens, home will always be your support. I love you all too, Vittikel said, his voice thick with emotion. The three prepared to depart. Just before they removed the soundproof barrier, Tim suddenly turned back. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Wayne Enterprises has officially entered the magical realm. It will be much more convenient for us to visit you from now on. Vittikel blinked in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't the magical community opposed to muggles? Tim adjusted his glasses, a nearly mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We broke in with money. 2. Outside the hospital room, in the corridor, Dumbledore was engaged in a hushed conversation with Madame Pomfrey when he spotted Tim, Barbara, and Jason emerging. He turned, a signature gentle smile gracing his face. Finished with your discussion? Is Mr. Vittikel doing well? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Barbara replied in a diplomatic tone. His injuries are healing, and his mental state is stable. That is reassuring, Dumbledore nodded, then turned his attention to the trio. Regarding last night's events, I would like to express my gratitude once more on behalf of Hogwarts. Had it not been for Vittikel and Harry, the Philosopher's Stone might have fallen into Voldemort's hands, with dreadful consequences. Gratitude is unnecessary, Jason interjected, hands thrust into his pockets, his tone blunt and tinged with impatience. What we are more concerned about is why Hogwarts security measures are so woefully inadequate. A professor possessed by the Dark Lord was able to infiltrate the school for a year and access the restricted area housing the Philosopher's Stone. What of your background checks and daily monitoring? The air grew thick with tension. Madame Pomfrey gasped softly, clearly taken aback by the audacity of the inquiry directed at Dumbledore. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With a sigh, a flicker of weariness passed through his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles. Mr. Todd, you are correct. There are indeed flaws in Hogwarts' security system. Professor Quirrell's background was thoroughly vetted. There were no issues in his previous record. As for Voldemort's possession, that is a highly advanced form of dark magic, difficult to detect through conventional means. Then let us enhance the detection mechanisms, Tim suggested calmly, his words sharp yet measured. We mean no offense, Headmaster, but the fact remains that several 11-year-old children should not have to risk their lives to compensate for the school's security lapses. That is simply abnormal. Dumbledore fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze shifting among the three. He was already aware that the Wayne family would soon become members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Listening to their inquiries, he realized they had not come merely to inquire about Vittikel's condition. The Wayne family's rapid ascent into the coarse circles of the magical community and their acquisition of a seat on the board was no trivial feat a month prior. Their butler, Mr. Alfred Pennyworth, had represented Bruce Wayne in a substantial galleon exchange and transaction at Gringotts' London branch. The specifics were confidential, but the sum was sufficient to purchase the entirety of Diagon Alley. This had piqued the goblins' interest. Though proud, they were always sensitive to significant capital. They also showcased certain applications of Muggle technology to Gringotts, how blockchain could enhance the tamper-proof nature of magical contracts, how artificial intelligence could analyze millennia of financial data to predict economic fluctuations, and how biometric technology could bolster vault security, more reliable than dragons and spells. Initially, the goblins had scoffed, but when their systems were breached in mere minutes by what they believed to be an impenetrable test spell, their attitude shifted dramatically. Even the Ministry of Magic, which had initially opposed Muggle technology due to concerns over the purity of magic, softened its stance when Gringotts announced an anticipated annual growth rate of over 300 from the partnership. The clinking of galleons always spoke the loudest. Simultaneously, Lin Wan, through diplomatic channels of the Ministry of Mysteries in Hogwarts, submitted a proposal for cross-cultural technological exchange to the International Confederation of Wizards. The Chinese magical community was more open to the integration of technology, and their support proved invaluable. His gaze swept across the trio, finally resting on Tim's face. I have heard that the Wayne Group has made quite a stir in the magical realm. The goblins at Gringotts exhibit a rather complex expression when they mention you. Jason scoffed. The antiquated minds of the magical community have split into two factions. One denounces us as polluters, while the other counts their coins, feigning ignorance towards our Muggle methods. Yet, despite their lofty claims of noble blood being unsullied, a bag of galleons can silence their so-called family honor. Jason, mind your language. Barbara reprimanded gently, ostensibly mediating, yet her tone bore a distinct bias. We do not intend to dismiss the ancient and admirable traditions of the magical world. However, certain members of its elite are indeed too insular and easily swayed by self-interest. She turned to Tim, who nodded in agreement. Tim produced a document from his tablet. Here are our proposed upgrades: surveillance cameras in critical areas of the castle, an emergency call system in the library and dormitories, supplemental Muggle medical equipment in the infirmary, and, most crucially, a comprehensive network capable of monitoring dark magic fluctuations throughout the school, which would detect high-level dark magic akin to Voldemort's possession in real time. Dumbledore lowered his gaze to the document, his fingers lightly tapping against the back of his other hand. After a moment, he raised his head, speaking with a gentle yet assertive tone. Your proposals are thorough and indeed address the shortcomings of the school's security system. However, any significant adjustments to Hogwarts require collective deliberation among the Board of Governors. He paused, then added, I will present these security upgrade proposals in the next board meeting, where we shall collectively review them. Until then, I cannot provide a definitive answer. Tim nodded slightly, retracting his tablet. We understand the school's processes and are willing to await the board's deliberation. The safety of the children is our utmost priority, and we hope the school will regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Tradition should not serve as an obstacle to safety, Barbara interjected, her tone gentle yet resolute. Headmaster, we respect you and the history of Hogwarts. However, last night's incident demonstrates that some traditions require updating. Vittikel and Harry were fortunate to survive this time. But what if a similar event occurs again? What if Voldemort sends even more covert and formidable minions? She paused, her voice lowering yet becoming clearer. Surely you can understand the terror parents feel knowing their child nearly fell victim to the killing curse. No parent should endure that experience a second time. Dumbledore's expression softened. He gazed towards the infirmary door, as if he could see the two children lying within. I understand, he murmured. As headmaster, I experienced the same fear last night. Witnessing students in peril while being unable to intervene in time is the deepest sense of helplessness. Rest assured, Hogwarts will exert every effort to ensure the safety of each student, Dumbledore promised. Barbara smiled genuinely, a relaxed smile. We all appreciate your efforts. You must understand, when children are harmed, parents will employ every means at their disposal. Dumbledore nodded. I, too, am an elder, though I have no children. I regard each student as my own. The atmosphere finally eased. Jason still wore a disgruntled expression, yet at least he no longer radiated hostility. Well, we should be on our way, Tim said, glancing at the time. We are needed back in Gotham. I leave Mr. Vittikel in your capable hands, headmaster. The trio nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. However, after a few steps, Barbara turned back. Oh, headmaster, regarding Voldemort, we hope to collaborate with Hogwarts on research. Combating the Dark Lord necessitates all available strength. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. I concur. Professors Snape and Flitwick have expertise in this area, and I will arrange for collaboration. Thank you. The trio nodded in gratitude, turning to leave. Their footsteps echoed down the corridor, gradually fading into silence. Dumbledore stood rooted, gazing at the direction they had vanished for a long time, lost in thought. Professor McGonagall approached quietly, murmuring, The Wayne family is indeed quite formidable. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled, though there was a profound meaning and a hint of resignation in his expression. Dealing with the Wayne family is far more complex than contending with Voldemort. Yet they love that child. Moreover, what they bring may be precisely what Hogwarts requires. A millennia-old institution also needs a breath of fresh air. Last night, the Wayne family exerted pressure regarding Vittikel, pushing for board positions and collaboration matters. Simultaneously, they mobilized diplomatic communications from 12 international magical organizations and commercial pressures from 30 multinational enterprises. His desk had been inundated with letters and magical correspondence since yesterday, and the overwhelming sense of pressure was even more daunting than facing the onslaught of dark magic. He turned and pushed open the hospital room door, stepping inside once more. Vittikel and Harry were engaged in a hushed conversation, and upon his entrance, they paused. Headmaster? Vittikel inquired, a hint of nervousness in his voice. For though he had not overheard the dialogue outside, he was acutely aware of his sibling's protective nature. Dumbledore approached the bedside and pulled up a chair to sit. His gaze softened as he looked at the two children. I merely wish to inform you that the events of last night will not be disclosed in detail by the school. We shall publicly state that Professor Quirrell attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but was promptly discovered and thwarted by the staff. As students, you were inadvertently caught up in the incident and bravely assisted. Harry released a sigh of relief. He clearly did not desire to be the center of further attention. Vittikel nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a positive outcome for himself as well. However, in private, Dumbledore continued, Hogwarts owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Therefore, I have made an exception. Starting from the next semester, You may enroll in an additional special course co-taught by Professors Snape and Flitwick, focusing on advanced defensive magic and practical training. Of course, this is contingent upon your recovery and successful completion of the final exams. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Indeed. Dumbledore smiled. Furthermore, as a token from last night, he retrieved a small box from his robe pocket and opened it to reveal two exquisite time-turners, replicas of the time-turner. While they cannot genuinely reverse time, they can record significant moments and allow for playback and analysis when necessary, proving immensely beneficial for study. He handed the time-turners to each of them. The time-turners were silver, the covers engraved with the Hogwarts crest, and upon opening, the dials revealed astrological charts. While the backs bore the inscription, "Wisdom is born of experience. Courage stems from responsibility." "Thank you, Headmaster," Vittikel said earnestly. "No, I should be the one expressing gratitude," Dumbledore replied, rising and patting their shoulders. "Now rest well. Madame Pomfrey mentioned you would be able to rise by tomorrow, with the final exams in 2 weeks. I hope this adventure has not hindered your revision." He winked before departing the room. After the door closed, Harry, clutching the time-turner, turned to Vittikel and whispered, "You know, Viti, sometimes I feel that coming to Hogwarts and meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me." Vittikel smiled, his ribs still aching. Yet his heart felt warm. "You flatter me, Harry. Truly you do." Outside the window, the sun had fully risen, heralding the dawn of a new day. As Barbara, Tim, and Jason entered the ward to converse with Vittikel, Dumbledore did not leave. He turned to Harry, who was in the adjacent bed, his azure eyes shimmering with a gentle yet perceptive light behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. "Harry," he said softly, pulling up a chair beside the bed, "if you don't mind. I think we could have a conversation, just the two of us." Harry nodded, a bit apprehensively. He adjusted his position, leaning against the pillow, his green eyes fixed on the headmaster. The morning light streamed through the window, yet the room seemed to linger with the echoes of last night's harrowing events. "Firstly," Dumbledore began, "I wish to extend my apologies. As headmaster, I allowed a professor possessed by Voldemort to infiltrate the school for an entire year. This is, without question, my dereliction of duty. You were placed in danger because of it, for which I bear full responsibility." Harry shook his head. "It's not your fault, headmaster. You were urgently summoned to London by the ministry," Viti said. "That could have been part of Voldemort's plan to draw you away from the school." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly. "You are quite perceptive, Harry. Indeed, in retrospect, that emergency meeting regarding the troll migration threatening the International Secret Statute was rather coincidental." He paused, his voice lowering. "Nevertheless, I should have left a more reliable contingency plan. Allowing children like you and Vittikel to face such peril was one of the rare misjudgments of my career. But we succeeded," Harry interjected, his tone imbued with a maturity beyond his years, "and we were not alone in our struggle. Viti had his plans, his equipment, and he taught me how to utilize the protection charm my mother left behind." "Yes, regarding that," Dumbledore leaned forward, his fingertips touching. "Harry, when you stood before the mirror last night and grasped the Philosopher's Stone, what did you see in your own reflection?" Harry fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze drifting toward the window before returning, his voice barely above a whisper. "I saw my parents. They were standing beside me, watching over me. Then, the me in the mirror placed the stone in my pocket, and the stone appeared in reality. Only those who truly wish to find the stone, not to exploit it, can obtain it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "The final protection set by Nicholas Flamel is, at its core, a trial of desire. Voldemort can never pass it, for he seeks the stone for immortality and power. Quirrell cannot either, as his desire is to serve his master. But you," he smiled, "you simply wish to prevent the stone from falling into the hands of evildoers. That is the essence of not wishing to exploit." Harry bit his lip, hesitating before asking. "Headmaster, when I confronted Quirrell, his hand was burned. And when Voldemort's soul lunged at me, something blocked it. Viti said that was the protection charm my mother left. It is still in effect, isn't it?" "Absolutely." Dumbledore's voice brimmed with reverence. "Lily cast that protective magic with her life, and its power far exceeds that of ordinary spells. As long as you call that place, which bears your mother's blood, home, and as long as you remain underage, this protection will endure. It prevented Quirrell from touching you, and kept Voldemort's soul from possessing you. Last night, we witnessed its eruption, the sheer potency of love that even the most dangerous dark wizard in history could not withstand." Harry felt warmth welling in his eyes as he gazed down at his hands. Ordinary hands of a boy, yet they bore such formidable magic. Born from the deepest love his mother had for him in her final moments. "Viti said," Harry murmured, "I should learn to actively wield this power, not just rely on passive defense." Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully. "He mentioned that? How intriguing. Generally, wizards perceive this bloodline protection as entirely passive. Yet Vittikel hails from a family accustomed to transforming every resource into an active advantage. He glanced toward the adjacent bed, where muffled voices could be heard. Tell me, Harry, when you faced Quirrell and Voldemort last night, did you feel afraid? Afraid, Harry admitted honestly, very afraid. But not overwhelmingly so. Because Vittikel was there. He had a plan. And he was always ahead. Even when Quirrell cast the killing curse at you. At that moment, Vittikel stood in front of me. Harry's voice trembled as he recalled. He blocked the green light with something from his chest. Later, I learned it was a protective talisman from his family, which could only be used 3 times. He used the last of it last night. Dumbledore fell silent. His gaze grew distant, as if recalling some long-forgotten memory. Sacrifice, he finally spoke softly. To place oneself in harm's way to protect others is the noblest form of courage. Yet it is also the quality I least wish to see in my students. Especially when such sacrifices may be unnecessary. It wasn't unnecessary, Harry immediately replied. Without Vittikel, I might have died last night. At the very least. Voldemort would have obtained the Philosopher's Stone. You are correct, Dumbledore sighed. I am not criticizing Vittikel's bravery. I merely pondered my words. As an elder and an educator, I have always wished for children to experience less of this necessary courage. Yet, the world often denies us the luxury of choice. A moment of silence enveloped the hospital room. From the adjacent space, Barbara's raised voice pierced through, seemingly reprimanding, followed by Vittikel's indistinct reply. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth curled upwards slightly. Harry, he resumed, his tone softening. What does Vittikel mean to you? This inquiry left Harry momentarily speechless. He contemplated, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the bedclothes. He is my first true friend, Harry finally articulated, each word measured, as if he were untangling his own emotions. At Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione are also my friends, but Vittikel is different. He comprehends aspects of life that they do not. Such as the sensation of living under the expectations of others, Harry murmured, the boy who lived, the chosen one. When people gaze upon me, they do not see Harry. They see these labels. Vittikel, too, bore a similar plight, albeit under differing circumstances. He is the child of the Weasley family, the scion of wealth in both the Muggle and magical realms. He understands what it feels like to be anticipated and defined. He paused before continuing. Moreover, he never treats me differently because of it. To Vittikel, I am simply Harry, a classmate of his age who fears, makes mistakes, relishes sweets, and excels in flying lessons. Yet, Harry's voice grew resolute. But when I need him, he is there. Last night was not the first instance. In the Forbidden Forest, when we were punished with patrol duty, he saved me. During the Quidditch match, when my broom was cursed, he noticed the anomaly. Every time I felt disheartened due to the Dursleys, he would listen, never saying, but you are Harry Potter. What do you have to be sad about? Dumbledore listened intently, his gaze imbued with understanding and a profound sorrow. Vittikel has also shown me a different kind of family. Harry's voice softened further. His family. They bicker and tease one another, yet they are always united. Last night, his siblings came to see him, though they were scolding him. It was evident that they loved him dearly. They traveled from afar, just to ensure he was all right. He managed a wry smile. The Dursleys would never do that for me. So do you envy him? Dumbledore inquired gently. No, Harry shook his head, his green eyes clear. I do not envy. I am simply grateful. For Vittikel has shared a glimpse of his family with me. He raised his gaze to Dumbledore. Vittikel has made me realize that even though my parents are gone, and even though the Dursleys do not love me, I can still possess something akin to family. Friendship can be profound, as deep as kinship. A complex light flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes, one of solace, of emotion, but also a nearly imperceptible hint of concern. Harry, he murmured, to possess such loyal friends is one of life's greatest blessings. It is evident that Vittikel regards you as a significant friend. Last night's battle attested to that, as he expended his last protective charm to safeguard you. I know, Harry replied, and I would do the same for him. Dumbledore fell into a long silence. Outside, an owl soared by, clutching the morning's correspondence in its talons. The distant sound of students' laughter echoed, heralding a Sunday morning as Hogwarts gradually awakened. Loyal friends, Dumbledore finally mused, almost to himself, are the most precious treasures in the world, yet also the most perilous vulnerabilities. Harry furrowed his brow. Perilous? Dumbledore snapped back to reality, smiling gently. Please forgive an old man's anxieties. I merely pondered that when those we cherish find themselves in peril, we often make irrational choices. Conversely, it is precisely those individuals for whom we are willing to take risks that imbue our lives with meaning. He rose and approached the window, turning his back to Harry. Voldemort does not comprehend this bond. He perceives love as a weakness, emotions as encumbrances. Thus, he will never fathom why Lily's protective charm endured for 11 years, nor why you unleashed such power last night. That was not solely Lily's love, Harry. It was also your love for your friend. Your desire to protect Viti and fulfill your shared goals augmented the strength of that protective spell. Harry listened in silence, having never considered it from this perspective. Dumbledore turned back, his gaze once again resting upon Harry. Vittikel has undeniably become an integral part of your life, Harry. This is a fact, and I am genuinely pleased to witness it. You endured a decade of solitude at the Dursleys, and now you have finally discovered true belonging and connection. His tone softened significantly. However, I must candidly inform you that, from my perspective, this is not entirely a favorable development. Harry's heart sank. Why? Not because you have befriended a bad companion. On the contrary, Vittikel is an exceptional child, brave, intelligent, principled. Dumbledore returned to the bedside and seated himself once more, but because when you care so deeply for someone, you create a vulnerability that can be exploited. Voldemort and his followers excel at exploiting such weaknesses. They may target Viti to harm you or manipulate you to harm Viti. Harry clenched his jaw. Then we shall face it together, just as we did last night. Yes, Dumbledore smiled, pride and resignation mingling in his expression, just as we did last night. However, this means that from now on, your fates will be more closely intertwined. One S peril will become another S peril. One S battle will become another S battle. This will render you stronger, but also more fragile. He reached out, gently patting Harry's hand. I am not advising you to distance yourself from Vittikel. That is neither feasible nor correct. True friendship and love are never possessed for the sake of security. I merely wish for you to recognize this truth and to be prepared. Harry nodded, his expression solemn. I understand. But even knowing there are dangers, even knowing I might be exploited, I will still choose to befriend Viti. For without him, Hogwarts would not feel like home. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He removed his glasses and gently wiped them with the sleeve of his robe. This rare, slightly vulnerable gesture revealed a glimpse of the headmaster's humanity to Harry. You speak wisely, Harry, Dumbledore remarked as he reaffixed his glasses. Home is not merely a place, but a connection with those we hold dear. I am delighted that Hogwarts has become your home, and that Vittikel is an essential part of it. He stood, preparing to leave, but paused at the door. One final piece of advice, Harry. Cherish this friendship, nurture it, but do not allow it to become your entirety. You have other friends, Ron, Hermione, and in the future, there will be more. Your world should be expansive, not revolving solely around one individual, even if that person is immensely important to you. I will remember, Harry affirmed. Dumbledore nodded and opened the door. Just as he was about to step out, Harry called after him, Headmaster. You just said that from your perspective? This is not entirely a good phenomenon, Harry inquired, his green eyes fixed on Dumbledore. But from Harry Potter's perspective? Dumbledore stood in the doorway, the morning light streaming in behind him, outlining his figure with a golden glow. His smile was warm and genuine. From Harry Potter's perspective, this is a boy who, after enduring a long solitude, has finally found a kindred spirit who understands him, supports him, and is willing to risk their life for him. This is one of the most beautiful things in the world. He blinked. Sometimes, as a headmaster, I must consider safety and strategy. Yet, as Albus Dumbledore, all I wish for is to feel joy for that little boy in the cupboard. He is no longer alone. The door gently closes. Harry leans back against his pillow, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility and fulfillment. In the adjacent infirmary room, Barbara's admonitions seem to have reached a conclusion, giving way to Jason's laughter and Viti's indignant retorts. He picks up the pocket watch Dumbledore bestowed upon him, opens it, and gazes at the intricate celestial dial within. Inscribed on the inner lid is a line he had previously overlooked. The most potent magic often springs from the simplest of emotions, trust and companionship. Chapter 33. The introspection of the entire school on the afternoon that Vittikel Wayne returned to the Slytherin common room. A subtle shift permeated the atmosphere of Slytherin. It was not of the dramatic sort, eliciting all heads to turn. The Slytherins possessed an innate understanding of how to maintain an elegant aloofness. Instead, it was a more clandestine form of attention. As he pushed open the arched door leading to the dormitory area, several upperclassmen seated by the fireplace, engrossed in their reading, merely lifted their eyelids slightly. A second-year student practicing a silencing charm paused, the sparks dancing at the tip of his wand for half a heartbeat. A cluster of first years, initially engrossed in hushed discussion in a corner, lowered their voices by at least 3 decibels upon catching sight of him. Vittikel remained utterly indifferent to this scrutiny. Or rather, he had long grown accustomed to such looks laden with unspoken meanings, at the Wayne Enterprises charity gala, during events at Gotham City Hall, and even while watching criminals cast wary glances at one another on the surveillance screens in the Batcave. To be observed was not the issue. The question lay in how to respond. He chose silence. Athena on his shoulder emitted a soft hoot. The silver-gray owl had noticeably plumped up during his hospitalization, as Madame Pomfrey insisted on providing all visiting pets with a fortified owl feed daily. on the premise that emotional support animals were crucial to recovery. Now, Athena's feathers gleamed with luster, her amber eyes radiating a lazy contentment, her claws gripping Vittikel's robes with a reassuring steadiness. "It's time for you to shed some weight," Vittikel murmured in Chinese, reaching out to ruffle the owl's head. "Damien will have you training extra hard if he sees you like this." Athena pecked at his fingers in mild discontent, though her actions were gentle. The dormitory door stood ajar. As Vittikel entered, Theodore Knott was seated at the desk, a hefty tome titled Magical Potions and Elixirs sprawled open before him, alongside densely packed notes. The dark-haired boy did not look up. He merely scribbled swiftly on parchment with a quill, the scratching of the nib resonating sharply in the quiet room. "I'm back," Vittikel announced, his voice surprisingly calm. Knott's hand hesitated momentarily. He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sweeping over Vittikel, from the faint bruise gracing his forehead to his noticeably gaunt cheeks, and finally to his cautious movements beneath his robes. "How was the food in the infirmary?" Knott inquired, his tone devoid of any distinction from asking about the weather. Pumpkin juice was plentiful, and there were 3 flavors of pudding, though everything reeked of disinfectant. Vittikel set his bag on his bed and began sorting through 5 bottles of colorful potions Madame Pomfrey insisted he bring back as nutritional supplements for his recovery, each labeled with dosage instructions and precautions. Madame Pomfrey's signature touch, Knott commented, returning to his notes. "You've fallen behind by 9 days in your studies." Professor McGonagall mentioned that if you managed to catch up before the final exams, she might consider not deducting points from Slytherin, provided your practical transfiguration meets satisfactory standards. Vittikel paused momentarily. Final exams. During his days in the infirmary, he had lain upon the sickbed, his mind inundated with memories of battle, Quirrell's contorted face, Voldemort's rasping voice, the echoes of gunfire in the stone chamber, the searing heat of black flames, and Harry's resolute gaze before the mirror of Eriste. Those images were so dense and weighty that he had nearly forgotten the trivial, yet almost extravagant concern of final exams at Hogwarts. But now, reality returned, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's stringent standards and Slytherin's obsession with house points. "When are the final exams?" he inquired, a trace of tension creeping into his voice unbeknownst to him. "In 2 weeks, Knott flipped a page, to be precise, in 16 days. Classes resume next Monday, followed by a week of regular lessons, and then a week of revision. The exams are scheduled for the first 2 weeks of June." Vittikel swiftly calculated the timeline. 16 days to bridge a 9-day academic gap and achieve a satisfactory level in practical transfiguration meant he would need to cover at least 2 weeks' worth of material in 5 days, leaving 11 days for consolidation and enhancement. Naturally, the offspring of the Bat family never shied away from a challenge. "May I borrow your notes?" Vittikel turned to Knott, his tone direct yet courteous. "For all subjects. In exchange, I can assist you with the preparation of potion ingredients. I recall you lamenting the difficulty of peeling shrivel figs." Knott finally set down his quill, fully turning to face Vittikel. He leaned back in his chair, hands folded on his lap, regarding Vittikel with an analytical gaze akin to that of a researcher assessing a subject. "You're serious?" It was less a question and more an assertion. "Of course." He paused, a flicker of near stubbornness igniting in his blue eyes. "I would not concede defeat over such trifles as falling behind." Knott fell silent for several seconds. Then, almost imperceptibly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "The notes are in the left drawer, organized by subject. Potions are on top. Professor Snape covered the modified recipe for the swelling solution this week, a key point for the exam." He turned back to the desk, retrieving a thick stack of parchment from the drawer. "As for the shrivel figs, yes, they are quite troublesome. If you manage to handle them well, I owe you a favor." "Deal." Vittikel accepted the notes, the weight of them substantial in his hands. Knott's handwriting was so meticulously neat it bordered on mechanical. Each letter appeared as if measured with a ruler, the edges crisp and free of corrections. Key points highlighted in different colored inks, with brief annotations in the margins, occasionally accompanied by structural diagrams, such as the root distribution of mandrakes or the flowering cycle of sneezewort beneath the moonlight. This exemplified Slytherin's rigor. Vittikel suddenly realized that Knott had chosen Slytherin not out of ambition or bloodline, but for this almost obsessive sense of order and control. Additionally, Knott added without looking up, "While you were away, Malfoy visited 3 times. The first time was to boast about his father writing to Dumbledore, demanding an investigation into certain students' illicit use of non-magical weapons. No results came of it. The second visit was to inquire about your injuries, his tone barely qualifying as concern. If one could define is that Wayne still alive, as concern. The third time was yesterday. He left this. Knott retrieved a small, deep green box from the desk drawer, embossed with the Malfoy family seal. Vittikel opened it to find a small vial of pale golden liquid, the label reading, "Essence of Murtlap, concentrated, fast-acting, scar-free." Vittikel raised an eyebrow. Draco Malfoy sent me a healing potion? This is more astonishing than Peeves suddenly deciding to join the Hogwarts choir. What did he say? Vittikel inquired. He said, "Tell Wayne that if he lowers Slytherin's average attractiveness due to scarring, I will be quite troubled," not recounted in a tone devoid of any inflection. Yet Vittikel detected a hint of subtle irony. Then he added that this was the cheapest in their family stock, so do not expect a return gift. A typical Malfoy gesture of goodwill, wrapped in arrogance and malice, cautiously veiled kindness. Voldemort gazed at the vial of white, fresh essence, suddenly perceiving that Draco Malfoy might be far more intricate and endearing than he outwardly exhibited. I shall extend my gratitude to him. Voldemort carefully stowed away the potion bottle in a manner that would not cause him distress, not offering any opinion, not merely grunted, returning his focus to his potions textbook. That evening, Voldemort embarked upon his remedial studies. He positioned himself at his desk, with Not's notes spread out to his left, his own textbook to the right, and a blank sheet of parchment accompanied by a quill laid before him. Athena dozed atop her perch, occasionally opening an eye to observe him, emitting soft, sleepy coos. Outside the enchanted window, the waters of the Black Lake flowed gently, glowing jellyfish resembling slow-motion fireworks, while silver shoals of fish glided past at the stroke of midnight, their scales reflecting the light within the room. Voldemort commenced with potions. Not's notes indicated that Professor Snape had covered 3 new potions over the past 9 days, a basic boil remedy, an enhanced swelling solution, and a revitalizing draft, the theoretical component. Each potion was detailed with precise steps, precautions, common errors, and Snape's characteristic caustic critiques. Longbottom had successfully demonstrated that cutting the mandrake root too thickly could lead to an explosion, thus providing a valuable cautionary tale for the class. Voldemort took notes as he read, employing Tim's method, recording facts and steps on the left side, while reserving space on the right for reasoning and associations. For example, next to the swelling solutions instruction to add the hedgehog spines when the potion turned pale lavender, he penned, "Does the color change indicate a shift in pH? Could pale lavender represent a specific pH level? Inquiry. Is there a corresponding chart for potion colors and their pH levels?" Next came transfiguration. Professor McGonagall discussed advanced techniques for transforming a match into a needle. The needle's tip must be sufficiently sharp to pierce parchment, and the principle of mass conservation in transformations, turning a mouse into a snuff box, does not alter its weight, merely its density and form. Not's notes contained several diagrams illustrating the impact of different gestures on the precision of transformations. Voldemort withdrew his wand to practice. The ginkgo wood wand glimmered with a warm amber-golden hue under the light, the charred scar at its tip resembling a dark growth ring. He aimed at the eraser on the desk, casting the transformation spell in an attempt to turn it into a button. On his first attempt, the eraser merely flattened slightly. On the second, irregular creases appeared at the edges. By the third try, it finally assumed the shape of a button, though lacking a buttonhole. The angle of his wrist was incorrect. Suddenly, Not's voice interjected from beside him. Voldemort turned to find the dark-haired boy standing at his side, holding a steaming cup of tea. Professor McGonagall stated that the wrist should rotate 15 degrees clockwise as the spell reaches its final syllable. Not at the beginning of the incantation. Not sipped his tea, remarking, "Your movements are too swift, akin to wielding a dagger." Voldemort paused, then recognized the truth in Not's observation. During his training with Damien, he had been instructed to strike swiftly and at precise angles. Those muscle memories were now interfering with his wand work. "Thank you." He adjusted his position, slowing his movements, and attempted again, swiftly transforming. This time, the eraser smoothly morphed into a standard 4-eyed button, gleaming with a metallic sheen and neatly defined edges. Not nodded in approval, much improved. Continue practicing 50 times to establish muscle memory. Additionally, he placed another cup of tea on Voldemort's desk, this one for rejuvenation. It was caffeine-free but infused with wakeful herb, capable of sustaining focus for 4 hours. Do not overindulge, it can lead to addiction. Voldemort gazed at the cup of tea, which shimmered with a faint green luminescence, suddenly realizing that this might be Theodore Nott's way of welcoming him back. "Thank you," he reiterated, this time with a more earnest tone. Not merely waved his hand dismissively, returning to his bed and drawing the curtains. Moments later, the sound of pages turning emanated from within. Voldemort took a sip of the tea. Its flavor was bitter, tinged with a hint of mint, and after consuming it, he indeed felt considerably more alert. He immersed himself in his studies, transforming a button, turning a match into a needle, reciting spell theories, and deducing potion formulas. When he finally lifted his gaze, he noted that the shoals of fish outside had changed 3 times. Athena was blissfully asleep on her perch, and the magical clock by Nott's bedside indicated 3:17 in the morning. He had completed his notes for 5 days' worth of coursework. The following morning, Voldemort awoke to the pecking of silver-scaled fish at the window, feeling as though he had only slumbered for 5 minutes. Nevertheless, his body felt better than anticipated. Madame Pomfrey's potion had proved effective, aside from a lingering dull ache in his chest and slight discomfort in his ribs when moving too vigorously. His basic functions had largely returned. He washed and dressed, and after breakfast with Nott, who appeared no different from his usual self. Wholly unaffected by the night's endeavors, Voldemort could not resist inquiring, "How long did you sleep?" 5.5 hours, sufficient, Nott replied calmly. Sleep is the enemy of efficiency. Voldemort blinked. That sounded remarkably like something Tim would say. In fact, he had uttered similar sentiments during training in the Batcave. Yet the Waynes' approach seemed more scientifically sound. At the very least, Alphonse insisted they obtain a full 7 hours of rest, often using the confiscation of bat darts as a deterrent. During breakfast, Voldemort received 3 welcome-back gifts. The first came from Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They rushed to the Slytherin table, a rarity in itself, with Hermione thrusting a large stack of notes into his hands. I've organized all the key points from every class, sorted by date. The red ink highlights topics that are sure to appear on the exams. Harry offered him a pack of Honeyduke's chocolate frogs, for energy. Moreover, tonight at 8, shall we meet at our usual spot in the library? Ron remarked that he had a way of obtaining past exam papers. The second gift was from Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy had deliberately seated himself diagonally across from Voldemort. And as Voldemort applied the white fresh essence to the bruise on his temple, the effect was immediate, the bruise fading within 30 seconds, Malfoy casually remarked. It appears not as cheap as I had presumed. He swiftly redirected the conversation, critiquing the unprofessional training methods of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The third gift came from the entirety of Slytherin House, manifesting in a more subtle manner. As Voldemort made his way to class, he found that someone always conveniently walked ahead of him, pointing out the changing cycles of the moving staircases during charms. When he struggled to grip his wand steadily due to his hand injury, a nearby Slytherin girl accidentally dropped a book, demonstrating the correct grip, even in Snape's potions class. When Voldemort fumbled with the unfamiliar adjustments to the swelling solution, an upperclassman across the room muttered the critical steps aloud. The hedgehog spines should be added when the potion turns pale lavender, not blue, pale lavender. Like the sky in early spring. Slytherin's solidarity, unassuming, devoid of sentimentality, yet omnipresent, akin to water seeping through the crevices of stone. The true competition began with Voldemort's first study session with Hermione in the library. That evening at 8, Voldemort arrived at a secluded corner of the library, armed with Nott's notes and his own remedial achievements, only to find it occupied by Harry and Ron, their tables strewn with books, parchment, and half-eaten cauldron cakes. "You look much better," Harry exclaimed, rising. The concern in his green eyes finally dissipated. "Madame Pomfrey is remarkable. She insisted I drink something called bone regrowth essence daily, which tastes like rotten cabbage mixed with rust." Voldemort settled down, extracting his notes from his satchel, but it was indeed effective. "Thank you for your notes, Hermione. They are immensely helpful." Hermione's face flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with academic enthusiasm. "You're most welcome. In truth, as I was organizing my thoughts, I uncovered some intriguing patterns. For instance, over the past 5 years, Professor Binns has posed questions regarding the Giant Wars 3 times, inquired about the Goblin Rebellions twice, and mentioned the establishment of the International Confederation of Wizards once. I surmise that this year, it is highly probable that the medieval witch hunts will be on the examination, as that is the latest area of his research." She commenced a fervent analysis of examination trends, while Harry and Ron exchanged glances that conveyed a sense of déjà vu. However, Vittikel listened intently. This was not merely an examination strategy. It was data analysis, pattern recognition, the very logic that Tim employed when analyzing criminal behavior patterns in the Batcave. "I concur," Vittikel remarked, opening his notebook, "and I have compiled statistics on the preferences of various professors regarding exam questions. Professor Flitwick favors questions on the application of combination spells, such as how to achieve specific tasks using the levitation charm and the severing charm. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration practical exams invariably include a segment on handling unexpected situations, like suddenly altering requirements midway through a transformation. And then there's Professor Snape." He paused. Professor Snape's potions written exams deliberately present 3 seemingly correct options, yet only one aligns with his emphasized potion philosophy in class. Hermione's eyes widened. "You conducted a statistical analysis as well? What methodology did you employ? What was the sample size?" 11 years' worth of past papers, selected from those Ron provided. Vittikel explained. "The sample size is not substantial, but when combined with the professor's theses and research directions, clear trends emerge. For instance, Professor Snape's entire body of potion research emphasizes precision and control, thus the correct answer is invariably the most precise and controllable option, rather than the theoretically most potent or safest one. Merlin's beard, Ron murmured, stuffing a large piece of cake into his mouth. Are you two normal? Harry nodded in deep agreement. Hermione, however, was oblivious to their exchange. She had leaned closer to Vittikel's notes, her fingers swiftly gliding across the charts and data analyses. Is this regression analysis? You are employing Muggle statistical methods to analyze magical examinations? One of my father's business associates taught me. Vittikel omitted the part about Batgirl Kate Kane, who was a PhD in statistics before becoming a vigilante. She asserted that every system exhibits patterns. The key lies in identifying the correct variables. Marvelous, Hermione exclaimed, her voice brimming with pure academic enthusiasm. We could collaborate. I will create flashcards summarizing the key content for each subject, while you use statistical analysis to predict the distribution of exam questions. And then we can devise a study plan to maximize our revision efficacy. We also need to consider the forgetting curve, Vittikel interjected. The Ebbinghaus curve indicates that memory is most rapidly forgotten within the first 24 hours, so we must review within that time frame after each study session. A second time within 7 days, and a third within 30 days. Based on the countdown to the exams, we can formulate a revision timetable precise to the hour. Harry and Ron's expressions transitioned from confusion to sheer horror. What are they talking about? Ron whispered to Harry. I don't know, Harry gulped. But I feel we are about to fall behind their pace. Hermione had already extracted parchment and begun sketching tables. There are 16 days until the exams. And we have a total of 7 subjects, each requiring at least 3 rounds of revision. Assuming our study time spans from 4 o'clock after classes until 11 o'clock before curfew, deducting time for meals and necessary breaks. We have approximately 6 hours of net study time. Therefore, we can allocate it accordingly. Vittikel produced another sheet of parchment and began calculating. We must also account for the preparation time for practical classes. Transfiguration and charms require substantial practice, so we should reserve at least 1 hour each day for those. The material processing and potions can be combined with the memorization for other subjects, such as reciting the history of magic while chopping roots. Wait a moment. Harry could no longer contain himself. Are you saying that for the next 16 days? We must study for 6 hours every day, excluding class time? 7 hours, Hermione corrected without looking up. On weekends. We can extend it to 8 hours since there are no classes. Vittikel, how about scheduling a mock exam day each week? Excellent idea. We could start a week from now, with exams every 3 days, gradually increasing the difficulty, Vittikel noted on the timetable. Additionally, I propose the establishment of study groups to divide the workload. For example, one person could focus on organizing the timeline for history of magic. Another could handle the comparative analysis of potions recipes, and another could research the practical applications of spells. Ron's face turned pale. A study group? Voluntary participation, Vittikel replied, though there was an unspoken implication in his tone that those who opted out might not survive the final examinations. As Harry observed Vittikel and Hermione passionately planning, he suddenly realized these two were fundamentally of the same ilk, not merely in the sense that they both hailed from Muggle backgrounds, but in their shared approach to the world, through analysis, meticulous planning, and an almost obsessive preparation to confront uncertainty. And at that moment, these two forces converged. Very well. Harry inhaled deeply, straightened his back. Count me in. But where shall we commence? Hermione and Vittikel simultaneously looked up, their faces alight with an identical expression of scholarly excitement. Let us begin with the formulation of a detailed hourly revision plan, Hermione proposed. Let us start with analyzing the distribution of exam questions over the past decade for each subject, Vittikel suggested. Ron gazed at them, slowly burying his head in his arms. I'm going to die. Before I die, could someone pass me another chicken leg? The alliance of Vittikel and Hermione transformed the academic atmosphere of Hogwarts within 3 days. On the first day, they merely occupied a large table in the corner of the library, unfolding various notes and charts. However, that table gradually attracted other students, first a few first-year Ravenclaws, curiously peering at the intricate revision plans, then some Hufflepuffs, drawn by Hermione's mnemonic devices for history of magic, and eventually, even Slytherins passed by, casting glances at Vittikel's statistical analysis of common errors and potions. On the second day, Vittikel and Hermione commenced implementing their collaborative plan. Hermione took charge of the humanities subjects, history of magic, astronomy theory, and magical theory. Vittikel focused on the sciences, potions, herbology, and the principles of transfiguration. Both collaborated on practical subjects such as charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Harry was assigned the responsibility of covering Quidditch-related knowledge. Flying lessons are an exam subject too, Hermione insisted, while Ron was tasked with sampling various energizing snacks and evaluating their effectiveness. However, the true transformative moment occurred on the third night, when Vittikel unveiled a self-made magical examination simulation system. This was gifted to me, he remarked nonchalantly. omitting that it was designed by Tim to train his multitasking abilities, originally intended for simulating the handling of multiple Gotham crises. It was a silver-white device the size of a tablet, with a sleek surface and subtle blue lights coursing along the edges. Muggle technology? A curious Ravenclaw student inquired. But it can't be used at Hogwarts. It has been modified. Vittikel pressed the start button, and the surface of the device unveiled a holographic display of magical text, employing some innovative methods. In fact, it was a prototype magical technology interface recently developed by Wayne Enterprises in collaboration with Gringotts, utilizing Hogwarts' magical field as its energy source. The screen presented options. Please select a simulated subject. 1. Potions. 2. Transfiguration. 3. Charms. It could randomly generate examination questions, entirely in accordance with the question styles of respective professors. Vittikel elaborated. Upon completion, it automatically grades, analyzes error types, and recommends targeted revision content. For instance, if you continually err in potion material handling timing, it will focus on presenting you with those types of questions until your accuracy exceeds 90. A hush fell over the library. Then, almost everyone surged forward. "Let me delve into the art of potion making," exclaimed a Slytherin upperclassman. "I shall master transfiguration." A Ravenclaw student raised their hand. "Defense against the dark arts. The exam is next week." Vittikel and Hermione exchanged knowing glances. Hermione nodded, rising to her feet, and with a poised stance rehearsed for her prospective role as Gryffindor prefect, declared, "Form an orderly line. One at a time. Each person has 15 minutes. Keep track of your own time. Exceeding this will forfeit your turn." "Vittikel, we may need to establish a schedule for usage." "Already in progress," replied Vittikel, swiftly inscribing on parchment, from 6 to 11 each night, 5 students per group, 1 hour per group. Sign-ups commence. That evening, the library was teeming with students until the very last minute before curfew. Madame Pants had to intervene thrice to maintain order. Yet even she could not suppress her curiosity as she caught glimpses of the glowing device, while Vittikel conjured a complete set of history of magic exam papers, perfectly tailored to Professor Bin's style, in a mere 30 seconds. The effects of competition rippled through the air. First to feel this frenzied pace of study was Theodore Knott, Vittikel's roommate. On the first day, he watched as Vittikel practiced transfiguration at 3 in the morning. The next day, he noticed the emergence of cross-references in Vittikel's notes that he had never contemplated, such as correlating the material properties of potions to the growth environments of herbology. By the third night, when Vittikel returned with the magical simulation device and completed 3 different subject mock exams within an hour, averaging above 95, Knott finally set aside the tome he had been clutching, Advanced Potion Making. "Your revision progress," Knott remarked, a rare tremor of astonishment in his voice, "exceeds my expectations." Vittikel lifted his gaze from a stack of parchment, faint shadows under his eyes, yet his expression remained sharp and alert. "I still have a long way to go. Hermione has already completed her second round of comprehensive revision, and I am striving to catch up. Furthermore, I have discovered that Snape's exams will heavily emphasize the content of his recently published papers. Take a look at this one. A new theory on the catalytic role of moonstone powder in calming drafts. The method of temperature gradation he mentions is undoubtedly a topic of examination." Knott fell silent for a few seconds before rising and approaching his bookshelf, extracting a hefty scrapbook. He flipped to a certain page and pushed it towards Vittikel. "All of Professor Snape's papers, summaries, and key experimental data from the past 3 years. I have meticulously compiled them," Knott stated calmly. "Moreover, this includes anonymous peer reviews he provided in the Potion Master's Quarterly that I obtained through various channels. The points he criticizes most frequently are often emphasized in examinations." This time it was Vittikel's turn to be taken aback. He rapidly skimmed the materials, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. "This is incredibly useful. You prepared this all along." "Preparation is a fundamental virtue of Slytherin," Knott replied, settling back at his desk and reopening Advanced Potion Making, but noticeably accelerating his reading pace. "Additionally, if you require, I can provide similar materials from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Not exhaustive, but sufficient to cover the examination scope." "Thank you," Vittikel replied, adding, in exchange, "My simulation device is always at your disposal. Moreover, I can assist you in optimizing your revision plan. According to data analysis, your practical scores and charms are commendable, yet your theoretical aspects display weaknesses, primarily focusing on the influence of ancient languages like Nivern on modern spells." Knott lifted his gaze, a flicker of emotion passing through his dark eyes. He then nodded, "It's a deal." From that moment onwards, Knott's study intensity surged by at least 50%. He began to synchronize his schedule with Vittikel, sleeping at 1:30 in the morning and rising at 7, with their time between classes dedicated solely to study. The two would occasionally exchange brief dialogues. "What is the third common mistake in the swelling solution?" "Incorrect stirring direction. It should be 7 clockwise turns followed by half a counterclockwise turn," not continuously clockwise. Verified. Confirmed with the simulation device. Error rate, 87. Noted. This efficient, calm, data-driven study collaboration soon began to influence the entire first year of Slytherin. When other students observed the perpetually composed and capable not engaging in frantic revision, a wave of panic began to spread. If not feels the need to intensify his practice, are we doomed? Lamented a Slytherin first year in the common room. Wayne has already caught up. He has even started previewing third-year material. Another remarked, I saw him reading Intermediate Transfiguration yesterday. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor has completed her third round of revision. Ravenclaw is circulating her notes. Panic bred diligence. At the Slytherin table, breakfast chatter gradually transformed into academic discussions. What do you think will be on this year's History of Magic exam? The medieval witch hunts or the signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? Both. Hermione Granger predicted the witch hunts, yet Vittikel and Wayne argued that based on Professor Bin's recent citations, there was a 40% chance of the statute being included, suggesting preparation for both topics. By Merlin's beard, Ravenclaw, already passionate about learning, found their academic pride ignited upon witnessing other houses becoming equally fervent. Soon, the Ravenclaw common room featured a daily academic challenge board, where students would quiz each other in competition, with winners receiving exclusive notes compiled by their peers. Hufflepuff remained comparatively composed, yet they had their own supportive methods. Cedric Diggory organized mutual study groups, with upperclassmen tutoring the younger years, focusing on subjects where students struggled. It was common to see 3 or 4 Hufflepuffs gathered around a table, patiently explaining the principles of a spell or the steps of a potion. Gryffindor was invigorated by Hermione's enthusiasm. As Harry and Ron were compelled to adhere to Hermione's study regimen, other Gryffindor students initially laughed, only to find their mirth fading as Harry and Ron's progress became increasingly evident. Neville Longbottom, under Hermione's guidance, miraculously did not blow up his cauldron in potions class for the first time. Seamus Finnegan, aided by Vittikel's recommended spell gesture correction method, successfully levitated a feather instead of igniting it. Dean Thomas memorized the entire timeline of the Goblin Rebellions using Hermione's mnemonic device. If we don't put in the effort, Gryffindor will once again find themselves at the bottom of the House Cup. Lee Jordan shouted in the common room, look at Slytherin. They're discussing exams, even while eating. George Weasley chimed in, and their Wayne, that muggle-born serpent, has reportedly mastered the silent casting of the levitation charm. In first year, Fred added. Hermione said that because he practices at least 500 times a day. 500 times. My quill is bound to expire. The pressure radiated from inter-house competition to intra-house dynamics, eventually enveloping the entire Hogwarts community. By the week leading up to the exams, a peculiar fervor for learning permeated the atmosphere. At 6 in the morning, the Great Hall was already filled with students who were simultaneously eating breakfast and reciting incantations. During breaks, the corridors were rife with students practicing wand movements. At lunchtime, 8 out of every 10 conversations at the long tables revolved around exams. In the afternoons, students needed to secure library seats an hour in advance. By evening, the common room was no longer a space for games and idle chatter, but rather a hub of study groups. Even the professors took note of the transformation. Professor Flitwick was exuberant. Children, this enthusiasm for learning. I have never witnessed anything like it. Yesterday, 3 students approached me to ask if they could voluntarily practice spells. Professor McGonagall's expression remained serious, yet her eyes sparkled with approval. Mr. Wayne has caught up with all the material and even exceeded expectations. His practical transfiguration has reached a mid-third-year level. Miss Granger is equally impressive. Professor Snape remained as brooding as ever, yet during a potions class, when Vittikel flawlessly replicated the improved formula for the swelling solution, the potion manifested a textbook-perfect light lavender hue, boasting a potency 15 stronger than the standard. The Slytherin head silently regarded him for 10 seconds before awarding Slytherin 10 points. At the very least, Snape remarked in his characteristic slick tone, some individuals have not entirely squandered their time languishing in the hospital wing. This was tantamount to public praise. An air of suppressed excitement enveloped the Slytherin table. The examination week had finally commenced. The first morning featured a written test in charms. Vittikel sat in the examination hall, observing the papers distributed by Professor Flitwick, a slight smile gracing his lips. The questions aligned with his predictions at an impressive 80% accuracy. The third major question indeed posed a combination spell application scenario. Please design a method utilizing the levitation charm and the severing charm to safely transplant a mature Whomping Willow to a new location, without harming the tree or the operator. Vittikel swiftly penned his answer. Not only did he provide a detailed plan, but he also illustrated a diagram, indicating the magical output intensity and the timing of spell connections. Upon completion, he glanced at Hermione seated in the front row, her quill moving with remarkable speed, evidently confident. Harry was deep in thought. Though his expression was not one of distress, Ron was tugging at his hair, but at least did not appear utterly blank. In the afternoon, the practical charms exam commenced. Each student took turns to step forward and perform 3 designated spells: the levitation charm, the wand lighting charm, and the unlocking charm. Vittikel was positioned in the middle. Mr. Wayne. Professor Flitwick stood before him, anticipation evident in his tone, urging him to begin. Vittikel drew his wand. The elder wand shimmered in his hand, radiating a warm, amber golden light. He did not cast immediately, but instead took a moment to steady his breathing, employing the preparatory techniques Damien had taught him for combat. Then, with a steady wrist, he raised it, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather on the desk gracefully floated up, hovering 2 feet above the surface, utterly motionless. Perfect control. Lumos. The tip of his wand glowed with a soft white light, its brightness steady and unwavering. Alohomora. The locked chest clicked open, the latch retracting smoothly, showing no signs of forceful damage. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled like Christmas lanterns. Silent casting. Mr. Wayne, your levitation charm was performed silently. First year. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the examination hall. Vittikel calmly nodded. Yes, Professor. I believe that vocalizing the incantation might hinder concentration. Professor Flitwick, nearly tumbling off the stack of books in his excitement, exclaimed, Outstanding. Simply outstanding. 20 additional points for Slytherin. For silent casting and perfect control. The following day was Transfiguration. In the written portion, Vittikel once again encountered an unexpected situational question. When you are in the process of transforming a mouse into a snuff box, the professor suddenly requests a change to transform it into a goblet. Please describe your response steps and magical adjustments. In the practical exam, Professor McGonagall's demands proved to be stringent. A match transformed into a needle must pierce through 3 layers of parchment, and a button must possess perfect 4 holes with smooth edges. Vittikel completed each task, not swiftly, but with remarkable precision. When Professor McGonagall inspected his needle, she scrutinized it through a magnifying glass for a full half-minute. Impeccable, Mr. Wayne, she finally declared, her voice tinged with a rare warmth. Your control is quite impressive. The third day was potions. The written exam featured a trick question. The 5th item presented 3 variants of the swelling solution formula, all seemingly viable. Yet only one adhered to the temperature gradient method emphasized by Snape in his paper. Without hesitation, Vittikel selected that one. The practical exam involved concocting a potion for treating boils. As he worked, he felt Snape's gaze like a cold blade pressed against the nape of his neck. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He had encountered far more intimidating looks. He proceeded methodically, weighing and crushing dried nettles, grinding snake fangs, adding porcupine quills as the potion turned a delicate lavender, stirring clockwise 7 times followed by a counterclockwise half-turn. When he poured the finished product into a crystal vial, the potion exhibited a flawless emerald hue, clear and untainted, with a pearlescent sheen on its surface. Professor Snape picked up the vial and inspected it against the light. He remained silent for an extended duration, long enough for Vittikel to believe he would incur a deduction. Acceptable, Snape finally stated, placing the vial back on the desk. The procedure was compliant, and the result met the standards. No additional commentary was offered, yet this constituted a significant accolade in Snape's style. The 4th and 5th days continued with examinations. History of Magic, indeed covering the medieval witch hunts and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, both Hermione and Vittikel had predicted correctly. Astronomy, Vittikel effortlessly charted the summer star map using navigation knowledge imparted by Jason, and herbology during the practical exam in the greenhouse. His familiarity with Eastern herbs allowed him to identify several rare magical plants not commonly found at Hogwarts, much to Professor Sprout's delight. As the final defense against the dark arts exam concluded, Vittikel stepped out of the examination hall, feeling as though he had just emerged from a lengthy battle. The sunlight was just right, and the scent of grass and flowers wafted through the Hogwarts courtyard on a June afternoon. Students poured out of the castle, their faces a mix of fatigue, relief, and expressions of either joy or despair. It's over, Ron shouted, collapsing onto the grass. I never want to see another book again. Harry sat down beside him, a look of relaxation in his emerald eyes. I think I did all right. At least I didn't completely mess up. Hermione was still fretting over the final question. Do you think I covered the dispelling method for the red cap? I remember something about garlic. Hermione, Vittikel gently interjected. The exam has concluded. You prepared more thoroughly than anyone. Hermione paused for a moment and then smiled, her grin finally reflecting a hint of the carefree spirit of an 11-year-old. You're right. I just have a habit of worrying. The 4 of them sat on the grass, observing other students either exulting or lamenting as they passed by. Vittikel noticed that even those who typically did not exert themselves academically wore a look of serene acceptance. As if to say, I did my best. This wave of competition that swept across the entire school unexpectedly brought out the best in everyone. So, Harry turned to Vittikel. With a week off from classes ahead, what shall we do? According to Hogwarts tradition, following the exams, there was a week of freedom before the end of the term, allowing students to roam the castle and grounds at leisure while awaiting their results. Ron immediately raised his hand. Sleep? I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Then eat. Then play wizard's chess. And then sleep some more. Hermione was already contemplating a study plan. Actually, we could preview the second-year material or read some supplementary books. Like the full version of Hogwarts, a history, which has so many fascinating details. Harry looked at Vittikel. What about you? Vittikel reclined on the grass, his hands cradling his head, gazing at the clear blue sky above the Scottish Highlands. The sun was warm, the breeze gentle, and the distant surface of the black lake shimmered in the light. I intend to go for a night exploration, he said, his tone as calm as if he were saying he was heading to the library. The other three were taken aback. Night exploration? Hermione straightened up. But the exams are over. There's no need to break school rules anymore. Not for revision. Vittikel replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's for exploration. I've been at Hogwarts for a year, and most of the time I've either been studying in the hospital wing or dealing with other matters. I haven't truly explored this castle. Bats, he added, are inherently nocturnal creatures.